Chapter 1. The Evil Woman's Judgment System. The thatched cottage stood antiquated, with tiles sagging and vines entwining around the eaves. The flames of war danced in the dim light. Beside the cracked earthen wall, a ragged youth knelt weakly before several female cultivators. A woman in green, wielding a silver glimmering sword, clasped her hands in respect toward the white-robed woman before her. Reporting to the sect master, this individual is Xiao Yu, a rogue from the Harmony Sect, in the third stage of body tempering. The white-robed woman's expression remained frigid, regarding the youth on the ground as one would a mere insect. What is the next plan of the Harmony Sect? Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth, his face etched with defiance. Sect Master Baiyu, you are a powerful golden core cultivator. Would you truly divulge the sect's grand plans to a lowly disciple? In response, Baiyu directed her spiritual sense straight at Xiao Yu's limbs. Xiao Yu felt an icy chill envelop his hands and feet, soon followed by excruciating pain. Ah, bastards! You righteous harlots! As his tendons were severed, he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. In the courtyard, a girl clad in coarse cloth rushed forward. Don't kill Brother Xiao Yu. He's a good person. He's a good person. The woman in green cast a disdainful glance at the girl, unleashing a pulse of spiritual energy that caused her to bleed out and die right before Xiao Yu. Fury surged within him. Despicable harlot! She was just a mortal, and you struck her down. Yijiro, I shall see you torn to shreds. Before his words had fully escaped, Yijiro severed his right ear with a swift strike, her voice icy as she proclaimed, to consort with demonic paths is to deserve death. A mere waste of the body tempering stage, a dog of the Harmony Sect. How dare you gaze upon us? I grant you one last chance should you remain silent. You shall bear the consequences. Xiao's rage peaked. I spit. Righteous harlots. Filth. A shameless woman seeking fame. I would rather die than utter a single word to you. Yizira's veins bulged as she thrust her fingers, blinding Xiao Yu on the spot. His complexion turned ashen, blood running down his cheeks. He had traversed here from another world, initially intending to join a righteous sect. However, despite meeting all requirements, he was ultimately rejected. The reason was simple. He possessed a counterfeit spiritual root of 4 attributes. Lacking background and spirit stones, the righteous sect would not accept him. Thus, he joined the Harmony Sect, which did not concern itself with qualifications, and it had now been a year. Throughout this year, he had diligently practiced within the sect, laboriously cultivating to the 3rd stage of body tempering, only to be dispatched to the front lines for combat. Months prior, while executing a mission, he was injured and fell unconscious, saved by a farmer girl named Xiang. They had developed a mutual affection. Yet, he could never have anticipated that today, the Jade Maiden sect would find this place and have Xiang lead him here, resulting in his current plight. Reflecting on the journey he had taken, Xiao Yu's heart brimmed with resentment. What righteous sect? What nonsense about a prestigious sect? They did not even spare the mortals. The incessant proclamations of exorcising demons and safeguarding righteousness were mere facades for the heinous acts committed in secret, slaughtering Xiang's entire family without remorse. A fervent hatred and deep-seated resentment consumed his heart. Should he survive, he vowed to eradicate those duplicitous harlots. At that moment, the sect leader Baiyu cast a cold glance at Yijiro behind her, instructing, Disciple, remember this. While slaying demons and ridding the world of evil, sometimes it is necessary to employ certain means. Do not let the lives of 1 or 2 mortals impede our grand endeavors. We must leave no trace. Our UNV sect has always held its reputation in high regard. Upon hearing this, Yijiro sprang into action, exclaiming, Die, you worthless fool. Xiao Yu's expression turned manic, amidst the cacophony of curses echoing around him. At the frontline stronghold of the Hehuan Sect, an elderly female cultivator adorned in a seductive red floral ensemble gazed dreamily at the youthful boy before her, who sat with closed eyes, sending him flirtatious glances. Xiao Shidi, why not yield to your sister? I have recently learned the dragon summoning technique and have long wished to seek your guidance. Xiao Yu jolted awake, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. What was happening? Hadn't Yijiro killed him? How could this be? Seeing Xiao Yu's rejection, the elderly cultivator's brows furrowed. Why is Shidi so distant? Do you find your sister too old? In our sect, it is a stroke of luck for someone at your refining stage to find a partner. I am in the chi refining stage. If we cultivate together, I assure you within 10 years, you too shall ascend to that level. Xiao Yu recognized her as Mei Chunlan, the elder sister of the Hehuan Sect, now a venerable age of 123. Her lifespan waning, she remained stuck in the second layer of the chi refining stage. As she spoke, a cough escaped her lips, revealing a face heavily adorned with layers of thick makeup, marred by deep wrinkles. In her coughing fit, she accidentally dislodged her dentures. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. What was happening? Had he been reborn? Yet, observing the surroundings, he felt it could not be a rebirth. Mei Shiji. What news of the war? Mei Chunlan's face lit up with joy. A resounding victory, of course. You did not know? In this 100 sects battle, our sect leader has slain the UNV sect's leader, Bai Yu. We have annihilated 100 disciples from the UNV sect, captured 33 female cultivators, and seized countless magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. The sect leader is in high spirits and has organized a lottery for the disciples today. There are even prizes that include female cultivators from the UNV sect. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Yu was dead. Could it be that he was not reborn, but resurrected? Resurrected to the following day? Noticing Xiao Yu's dazed expression, Mei Chunlan quickly added, "My feelings for you are sincere. Do you not understand my earnest intentions?" Upon hearing that the prizes included female cultivators from the UNV sect, Xiao Yu's thoughts immediately turned to Yijiro, the one responsible for his and Xiang's demise, completely disregarding Mei Chunlan's advances. He turned and made his way to the lottery area, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Female cultivators from the UNV sect. He had to win one, and then refine her into a cauldron. Those wretched harlots would not let them escape. Just as he queued up, suddenly a pallid young man rushed over, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Xiao Shidi, it's bad. Sister Mei is likely to take action against you tonight. You must flee." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. The thought of that half-buried old woman filled him with trepidation. Although the Hehuan Sect accepted individuals of all qualifications, it was far from the idyllic sanctuary he had envisioned. Men with superior constitutions and spiritual roots were often refined into cauldrons. As for someone like him, with 4 spiritual roots, he didn't even stand a chance at being chosen. The only candidates wishing to become his Tao partners were either elderly women on the brink of death or those with peculiar inclinations. The man delivering the warning, Zhao Feiji, bore the misfortune of possessing 3 spiritual roots, leaving him in a wretched state after a year of torment, his voice now slightly effeminate. Zhao Feiji gazed at the taciturn Xiao Yu, his voice trembling. "Shitty. You must run. The farther, the better. The Hehuan Sect is no place for the likes of us. I cannot flee. I have already been refined into a cauldron by Brother Ma." "My hopes are extinguished," Xiao Yu replied solemnly, nodding. "Yes, once the lottery is concluded, I shall depart. I have had enough of this place." At that moment, an ugly, sinister old man emerged on the stage, declaring, "Line up according to your military achievements. Those who have slain 10 righteous cultivators shall be the first to draw lots. The rest shall stand behind according to their contributions." As soon as these words were uttered, several high-ranking cultivators stepped forward, their expressions haughty. With a casual wave of his hand, the old man sent dozens of storage bags floating into the air, for which treasures cascaded forth. Magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. There were even garments belonging to female cultivators, including intimate items. The men below gazed in awe. At that moment, the old man produced a blood-red jade gourd, grinning maliciously. Instantly, dozens of female disciples from the Yunus sect, stripped of their cultivation, were released. The disciples below widened their eyes in disbelief. These women, with complexions radiant as dawn and eyes sparkling like autumn waters, were utterly distinct from the mundane women they typically captured. Leading them was a woman whose hair cascaded like clouds to her waist, her skin like congealed fat, lips as though painted with vermilion. Among them were several with eyes that bore a hint of resentment, captivating all who beheld them. Though shackled, their beauty and grace were undeniable. The disciples of the Hehuan Sect gazed in rapture. Such beauty? Old Wu, are these female cultivators also prizes for the lottery? Elder Wu, gripping his black serpent staff, smirked. Indeed, these women are all inner disciples of the Yunus sect. Whoever draws them shall refine them into cauldrons. The disciples below erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha! Female cultivators of the righteous. I've heard that the women of the Inu sect are fiercely independent tonight. I shall see if they value their chastity as much as the rumors suggest. Others scoffed. By tomorrow, they likely won't wish to die. How many women who come to our Hehuan sect ever want to return? The women's faces reflected sorrow and indignation as they surveyed their surroundings, realizing there was no escape. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, his brow furrowed with unease, for he had already spotted Sister Mei approaching this moment. An elderly female cultivator was engaged in hushed conversation with another figure at the back. Xiao Yu instinctively drew his neck in, trembling from head to toe. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a while longer. If he could manage to bring back a consort from the Jade Maiden sect to avenge his bitter resentment, it wouldn't be a futile demise. Soon, someone in front successfully drew a female disciple from the Jade Maiden sect. That individual burst into a broad grin, hoisting the woman and planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. Ha ha ha! Truly delectable. So very delectable indeed. I pledge my life to serve the sect leader. Brothers, continue drawing. I have business to attend to. With that, he began to carry the pallid-faced woman out of the cave, eliciting envy from the other cultivators. Gazing at the remaining women on stage, their imaginations ran wild. One alluring female cultivator, radiating a soft pink glow, laughed softly from the side. We have our fair share as well recently. My sister has learned a few techniques for enhancing energy, just a little. Upon seeing her, the nearby men instinctively recoiled, as if greatly apprehensive. Before long, a few more disciples drew their rewards, while some grew resentful for not selecting a female cultivator. Others proposed exchanging their drawn women for spirit stones and techniques. Xiao Yu patiently waited at the back. As a low-ranking disciple, it was wise to remain in the shadows to avoid peril. Many magical artifacts and spiritual herbs had already been claimed from the stage, leaving only a few female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect. Next, with a call from Elder Wu, the individual before Xiao Yu slowly stepped forward. It would soon be his turn. The man drew a slip, momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the woman before him, he erupted in joyous laughter. Huh, I've drawn a beauty? He then hoisted the woman and began to depart. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the female cultivator suddenly erupted in fury. She swiftly broke free from her restraints and gouged out his eyes. With a wild expression, she screamed, "Wicked demonic cultivator! Let all unite to eradicate him!" In a split second, Elder Wu unleashed a dark flame, engulfing the woman in fire. Her screams echoed painfully through the air. Xiao Yu's hair stood on end, unable to believe his eyes, as if the woman had been present when she had attempted to take his life the previous day. She was burned alive right before him. The acrid scent of smoke filled the atmosphere. Had he drawn that woman, his eyes would undoubtedly have met a similar fate. Perhaps he would have even been killed. It seemed that the low-ranking disciples who had drawn female cultivators were also in for a rough time, likely facing casualties. Elder Wu regarded the unconscious disciple, whose eyes were now gouged out, with displeasure. Bring him down to treat his wounds. He then turned to the remaining few, stating, "There are only these few prizes left. Each of you may take one." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd surged forward. Each individual was quick and nimble, with some even casting spells. Ultimately, only a rather plump female cultivator from the Jade Maiden sect remained, weighing no less than 200 pounds. She had even leg hair. Was she blind as well? Never in his life had Xiao Yu encountered such an unattractive woman, blind, scarred, and as rotund as a vat. Her skin resembled coarse leather, and her face was akin to the bottom of a pot. Particularly striking was her figure, reminiscent of a bloated pig, which was simply unbearable to behold. The disciples of the Hehuan sect, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into laughter. Ha! How did this hefty woman manage to join the Jade Maiden sect? Are there not enough fat pigs in this sect already? One might mistake her for a man. Indeed, she is quite unattractive. One could easily confuse her for some hideous beast. Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, Xiao Yu found himself momentarily stunned. What ist? In the end, he was left with a soft, chubby girl weighing 200 pounds and sporting chest hair. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have bound the evil woman judgment system and unlocked a judgment room. The Evil Woman collection allows for the capture of any woman with a sin value of 100 into the judgment room for a continuous 24-hour eternal trial. Detection of a shape-shifting evil woman by you in proximity. Xiaoyu was taken aback. By you? After all this time in this realm, the system had finally arrived? Just as he reveled in his fortune, he noticed an information panel manifest before him, detailing the woman of 200 pounds. Name by you. Age 230 years. Cultivation perfected golden core, now rendered useless. Appearance 98 points in beauty, 176 centimeters tall, weighing 103 pounds. Talent innate law body, supreme water spirit root. Personality unyielding in her pursuit of righteousness. She exhibits arrogance and callousness, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, ungrateful, and utterly unrepentant. Background leader of the Jade Maiden sect, a saint of righteousness, and the dream of countless male cultivators across the Tsangyue continent. Crimes in her quest to annihilate the demonic path, she has ruthlessly slaughtered 4,399 mortals, viewing them as mere ants. System notification, initial privileges granted. The host can directly capture by you into the judgment room. Xiaoyu's heart brimmed with exhilaration. By you. Just watch me bring your downfall. Chapter 1. The Wicked Woman's Judgment System. In a dilapidated cottage, with moss-covered tiles and vines clinging to its eaves, the chaos of war danced in the dim light. At the edge of a parched mud wall, a ragged youth knelt helplessly before several female cultivators. A woman clad in green, wielding a gleaming silver sword, clasped her fists and addressed the white-robed figure before her, reporting to the sect master. This individual is the traitor Xiaoyu of the Hehuan Sect at the 3rd level of body refinement. The white-robed woman, her demeanor as frigid as the winter's chill, regarded the boy with the disdain one might reserve for an insignificant insect. What are the Hehuan Sect's next plans? Blood trickled from the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth as he expressed his defiance. Sect Master Baiyu, are you truly so naive as to divulge your sect's grand strategy to a mere lowly disciple? In response, Baiyu unleashed her divine sense, piercing through Xiaoyu's limbs. He felt an icy grip enveloping his extremities, followed by an agonizing fire that consumed him. Ah, you wretches, you righteous harlots! As the sinews of his hands and feet were severed, he collapsed, utterly powerless. A girl in a tattered garment rushed forward, her voice trembling. Please, do not kill Brother Xiaoyu. He is a good person. The blue-clad cultivator cast a cold glare at the girl, her divine sense striking out, resulting in a splatter of blood as the girl fell lifeless before Xiaoyu. Consumed by rage, Xiaoyu shouted, "Despicable harlot! She was but a mortal, and you ruthlessly took her life. Yijiro, I vow to dismember you into 1,000 pieces." Before his words could fully escape, Yijiro severed his right ear with a swift stroke of her sword, her tone icy as she declared, "In league with demonic forces, you deserve your fate. A mere waste of the body refinement stage, a dog of the Hehuan Sect. How dare you look us in the eye? I grant you one final opportunity. Should you remain silent, you shall bear the consequences." Fury surged within Xiaoyu. "I spit on you, righteous harlot. Vile scum, a shameless woman seeking fame. I would rather die than utter a single word to you." Yizira's anger flared, her fingers poised to strike. In an instant, she blinded him with a precise thrust. Xiaoyu's complexion turned ashen, blood streaming down his cheek. He had traversed into this realm with aspirations of joining a righteous sect. Yet, despite meeting the requirements of every assessment, he was cast aside. The reason was simply possessed a counterfeit spiritual root of 4 attributes, without any background or spirit stones. The righteous sects refused to accept him. Thus, he joined the Hehuan Sect, which overlooked such qualifications, and had persevered there for a year. After a year of diligent cultivation, he had reached the 3rd level of body refinement, only to be dispatched to the front lines as cannon fodder. Months ago, during a mission, he was injured and fell into unconsciousness, only to be rescued by a farm girl named Asian. A bond had formed between them, but he could never have anticipated that today, the Yinu sect would track him down, leading Asian to bring him here, where he would meet with such brutality. Reflecting on the myriad of trials he had endured, Xiaoyu's heart brimmed with resentment. What esteemed righteous sex! What pretentious nobility! They would not even spare the lives of mortals. With fervent proclamations of exterminating evil and upholding justice, they clandestinely perpetrated such heinous acts, mercilessly obliterating the entire family of Ashion. A tempest of hatred and resentment surged within him. If he were to survive, he would ensure the demise of all these hypocritical wretches. At that moment, the sect leader, Baiyu, cast a cold glance at Kyojuro behind her. Disciple, remember, as long as we can vanquish demons and eliminate evil, sometimes we must employ necessary means. Do not let the lives of one or two mortals hinder our grand pursuits. We must act without leaving traces. Our Jade Maiden sect has always valued its reputation. Upon hearing this, Kyojuro sprang into action. Embrace death, useless fool. Xiaoyu's expression was one of madness, as curses filled the air. At the frontline stronghold of the Harmony sect, an aged female cultivator clad in alluring crimson attire gazed dreamily at a young boy with closed eyes, sending him flirtatious glances. Xiao Shidi, why not just submit to your senior sister? I have recently learned the dragon summoning technique and have long wished to seek your guidance. Xiaoyu was suddenly jolted awake, looking around in disbelief. What was happening? Hadn't he been slain by Yu's disciple, Kyojuro? How could this be? The elderly cultivator's brow furrowed in confusion as Xiaoyu once again declined her advances. Why is Shidi so cold? Do you disdain your senior sister for being old? In our sect, it is quite fortunate for someone at your body refinement stage to find a companion. I am at the chi refinement stage. If we cultivate together, I assure you will reach the chi refinement stage within 10 years. Xiaoyu recognized her as Mei Chunlan, a senior sister of the Harmony sect, now aged 123. With her lifespan waning, she remained stuck at the second level of chi refinement. As she spoke, a fit of coughing struck her, and with it, her false teeth fell from her mouth, revealing a face weathered with wrinkles, caked in layers of heavy makeup. Xiaoyu felt a surge of melancholy. What was happening? Had he truly been reborn? Yet, observing his surroundings, it appeared he had not been reborn at all. Mei Shiji, what is the current state of the war? Mei Chunlan, momentarily elated, replied, Naturally, it is a great victory. Do you not know? In this 100 sects war, our sect leader has slain the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, Baiyu. We have annihilated 100 disciples of the Jade Maiden sect and captured 33 female cultivators, seizing countless magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Our leader is in high spirits and is holding a lottery for the disciples today, with prizes that include female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect. Xiaoyu was taken aback by Baiyu as dead. Could it be that he had not been reborn, but resurrected? Had he come back the very next day? Seeing Xiaoyu lost in thought, Mei Shiji quickly added, I have genuine feelings for you, Shidi. Do you not understand the depth of my intentions? Upon hearing that there were female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect among the prizes, Xiaoyu immediately thought of Kyojuro, the one responsible for the deaths of him and Ashion. Disregarding Mei Shiji's advances, he turned and made his way to the lottery area, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect. He would do everything in his power to win one, intending to refine her into a cauldron. Those wretched harlots. He would not let them escape. Just as he was in line, suddenly, a pallid young man rushed in, his voice laden with panic as he cried out, Junior brother Xiao, it's bad. Sister Mei is likely to take action against you tonight. You must flee. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, a sense of trepidation creeping over him at the thought of that half-buried old woman. Though the Hehuan Sect accepted individuals of all talents, it was far from the paradise he had envisioned. Men with superior constitutions might even be refined into cauldrons for alchemy. As for someone like him, possessing 4 spiritual roots, he was not even granted the chance to become a cauldron. Those who sought to become his Tao partner were either elderly women on the verge of death or lecherous old men with peculiar preferences. The man delivering this warning was Zhao Feiji, who, due to his 3 spiritual roots, had already been reduced to a shadow of his former self over this past year. His voice, now tinged with an effeminate lilt, trembled as he looked at the silent Xiaoyu. Junior brother, run. The farther, the better. The Hehuan Sect is no place for people like us. I can't run anymore. I have already been refined into a cauldron by senior brother Ma. My fate is sealed, Xiaoyu replied earnestly, nodding. Yes, leave once the lottery is over. I've had enough of this place." At that moment, an ominous, ugly old man stepped onto the stage, declaring, "Line up according to your battle merits. Those who have slain 10 righteous cultivators will be in the first batch for the lottery. The rest will stand behind according to their contributions." As soon as this announcement was made, several high-ranking cultivators stepped forward, their expressions haughty. With a casual wave of the old man's hand, dozens of storage bags floated into the air and treasures began to spill forth. Magical artifacts, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones. There were even garments belonging to female cultivators, including intimate apparel. The sight left the men below entranced. At that moment, the old man produced a blood-red jade gourd, a sinister smile curling on his lips. In an instant, dozens of disempowered female disciples from the Jade Maiden sect were released from confinement. The disciples below stared, wide-eyed. These women, with beauty akin to the dawn and snow, and eyes like autumn waters filled with stars, were starkly different from the mundane women they usually captured. The leading woman had hair cascading like clouds down to her waist, skin as smooth as cream, and lips as red as a rose. Among them were a few whose eyes held a captivating mix of resentment and longing. Though shackled and confined, their elegance could not be obscured. The Hehuan Sect disciples below were utterly entranced. Such beauty? Elder Wu, are these female cultivators also prizes for this lottery? Elder Wu, gripping his black serpent staff with a half-smile, replied, "Indeed. These female cultivators are all disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. Whoever draws them shall take them back to refine as cauldrons." Upon hearing this, the disciples erupted in raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Righteous female cultivators. I've heard tales of the Jade Maiden sect's women being fiercely proud. I shall see tonight if they truly value their chastity as their reputation suggests." Nearby, someone scoffed, "I bet after tonight they won't wish to die. How many women who come to our Hehuan sect wish to return?" The expressions of those women turned to sorrow and indignation as they surveyed their surroundings, finding no escape. Xiaoyu exhaled slowly, a sense of unease washing over him, for he had already spotted Sister Mei approaching tea this moment. A frail elder nun was engaged in hushed consultation with another aged female cultivator behind the scenes. Xiaoyu instinctively shrank his neck, shivering with trepidation. Perhaps it would be better to postpone his departure. If he could manage to bring back a harlot from the Jade Maiden sect to exact revenge for the grievances that weighed heavily upon his heart, it wouldn't be a futile endeavor after all. Before long, a fellow cultivator drew a female disciple from the Jade Maiden sect. The man burst into a wide grin, hoisting the woman with fervor and planting an ardent kiss upon her lips. "Ha ha ha! Truly exquisite! By my mother's name, how splendid! I vow eternal allegiance to the sect leader. Brothers, continue drawing. I have matters to attend to," he exclaimed as he prepared to carry away the pallid young woman from the cave. The remaining cultivators looked on with envy, their imaginations running wild at the sight of the women left on stage. Nearby, a voluptuous female cultivator, radiating a soft glow, giggled. "We have our own as well. Recently, I've also acquired some techniques for supplementing yin with yin." Upon seeing her, the men instinctively recoiled, clearly apprehensive. Soon after, several more disciples claimed their rewards, while some expressed their discontent for not drawing a female cultivator. Others proposed exchanging their chosen women for spirit stones and cultivation techniques. Xiaoyu remained at the back, patiently biding his time. As a low-ranking disciple, it was wiser to wait quietly than to tempt fate. Many artifacts and spiritual herbs had already been claimed, leaving only a few female cultivators from the Jade Maiden sect. Next, Elder Wu called out, prompting the individual before Xiaoyu to approach the front. His turn was imminent. The man casually drew a lot, only to freeze in surprise. He broke into a jubilant laugh upon seeing the woman before him. "Ha ha, I want a beauty!" he exclaimed, lifting her to leave. Yet, hardly had he taken 2 steps when the female cultivator suddenly erupted. She tore off her restraints and blinded her captor in an instant. With a frenzied expression, she screamed, "Wicked demon cultivators! Let them be exterminated!" In the blink of an eye, Elder Wu unleashed a dark flame, enveloping her in fire. Her agonizing cries echoed throughout the chamber. Xiaoyu felt his hair stand on end, disbelief washing over him as he regarded the woman, as if she had been present during his own demise the previous day. She was reduced to ashes before his eyes, the air thick with acrid smoke. Had he drawn that woman, his eyes would surely have met the same fate. Or worse, he might have perished at her hands. It seemed those low-ranking disciples who had taken the female cultivators would certainly suffer a similar fate, with casualties inevitable. Elder Wu cast a displeased glance at the blinded and unconscious disciple. "Someone, take him away to tend to his wounds," he commanded, then turned to the remaining individuals and declared, "These are the only prizes left. Each of you may take one." As soon as his words fell, several individuals rushed forward, swift and eager, some even employing spells. In the end, only a rather rotund female cultivator from the Jade Maiden sect remained, her figure ample and her appearance far from pleasing. She bore a shock of leg hair and appeared to be blind. In all his life, he had never encountered a woman so grotesque. A sightless, scarred visage, her body resembling that of a bloated vessel. Her skin resembled coarse leather, and her visage was akin to the bottom of a pot. Particularly notable was her physique, reminiscent of a bloated pig, which was almost unbearable to behold. The disciples of the Hehuan Sect, witnessing this spectacle, burst into laughter. How on earth did this hefty woman manage to join the Jade Maiden sect? Isn't there already a fat pig among them? One might mistake her for a man. Indeed, one cannot help but remark on her grotesque appearance. It's as if she were a monstrous beast. The crowd buzzed with derision, leaving Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. What a yist! In the end, he was left with a soft and plump maiden weighing 200 jeans, complete with a tuft of chest hair. Suddenly, a mechanical system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on binding the Evil Woman Judgment System, unlocking a judgment room. The Evil Woman collection allows for the apprehension of evil women whose sin value reaches 100, subjecting them to an unceasing trial lasting 24 hours. Detection indicates the presence of a shape-shifting evil woman by you." Xiaoyu was taken aback. By you? After traversing for so long, had the system finally arrived? Just as he reveled in his newfound fortune, an information panel materialized before him regarding the 200 woman. Name by you. Age 230 years. Cultivation perfected golden core now invalidated. Appearance a beauty, scoring 98, standing at 176 centimeters, weighing 103 jeans. Qualities innate law body, exceptional water, spiritual root. Personality in her quest to uphold her notion of righteousness. She is devoid of humanity, arrogant, unreasonable, and merciless, showing no gratitude nor a hint of remorse. Background matriarch of the Jade Maiden sect, a saintess of the righteous path, the dream of countless male cultivators across the Tsanyue continent. Crimes in her pursuit to eradicate the demonic path, she has slaughtered 4,399 innocent mortals, viewing them as mere ants. System notice. Initial privileges granted the host may directly apprehend by you into the judgment room. Xiao Ye's heart swelled with exhilaration. By you. Watch as I bring you to your demise. Chapter 2. Master Bai, can you guess who I am? Xiaoyu turned to face the 200-pound female giant once more. To the unknowing observer, she might as well have been a bizarre creature. Xiaoyu instinctively clenched his fists, pondering if she had employed some sorcery to alter her appearance. The onlookers continued to mock the giantess, and Xiaoyu hastily approached her. He clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd. "Esteemed senior brothers and sisters, if no one desires her, I shall take her off your hands." Upon hearing his words, the laughter of the crowd grew increasingly raucous. Ha ha ha. Does this fellow truly fear that someone might contest him for her? It's utterly hilarious. Hurry, take her away. Don't occupy space here. If no one claims her, they'll likely toss this hefty woman into the blood pool to dissolve. Xiaoyu approached the corpulent female cultivator. It seemed as though her eyes were clouded, for she appeared somewhat apprehensive of him, standing there like a lifeless statue, silent and still, observing the iron chain around her neck. A cold smile crept across Xiaoyu's lips. Amidst the derision of the crowd, he departed the grand hall of the sect. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams erupted from a distance. This is dire. Those female cultivators have rebelled and slain our brethren. Some have even taken their own lives. What a tremendous loss. Didn't they say their cultivation had been rendered ineffective? How could they still incite rebellion? A few disciples of the Hehuan Sect were frantically fleeing in the opposite direction. The plump female cultivator behind Xiao Yu trembled upon hearing this, aimlessly scanning her surroundings as if searching for direction, yet her blindness forced her to grope in uncertainty. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao Yu raised his hand and made a gesture. In the blink of an eye, the woman vanished. A surge of joy filled Xiao Yu's heart. The woman within his mind's judgment chamber was simply irresistible. Compared to the dozens of women he had encountered earlier, she was a stark contrast. Although she was a deceitful and venomous woman, her beauty was undeniable. She possessed an extraordinary appearance, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters. Clad in a pure white gown with a pale pink ribbon cinching her waist, her figure exuded elegance and grace. With skin as smooth as ice and bones as delicate as jade, her beauty was unparalleled. The only flaw was that Bayu's eyes were blinded, concealed beneath a veil. Nevertheless, to someone like Xiao Yu, a modern man, the presence of a veil seemed rather intriguing. At that moment, the woman was screaming and cursing within his consciousness. Xiao Yu contemplated activating the judgment button, but the system suddenly flashed a prompt. This wicked woman is a gift from the system. To initiate judgment mode, please raise her sin value against the host to 100. Currently, the sin value is 0. Upon successful judgment, corresponding rewards will be granted. In the judgment chamber, Bayu continued to rage. Her face twisted in fury. Demonic scoundrel. Show what you have. Where is this place, and what tricks do you intend to play? You, a despicable traitor, deserve to be buried without a trace. Die, die. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He was indifferent to the allure of system rewards. Even without rewards, he was determined to exact vengeance. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. He found a secluded spot and entered the judgment chamber directly. Bayu was still there, cursing wildly, her face a mask of madness. Damn the demonic path. I shall ensure that you are dragged to the netherworld one by one. Even in death, you shall face retribution. Bayu exclaimed furiously, her face as cold as frost. How could a distinguished cultivator at the Golden Core stage be imprisoned by a mere body-refining practitioner? She was utterly perplexed about her current whereabouts. As the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, she was revered by all righteous cultivators as a celestial being of virtue, born with an innate spiritual body. Her cultivation speed was unparalleled among the human race, even if her prowess was not the highest. How could such a heavenly prodigy now find herself a captive of a demonic sect? To think she faced the obliteration of her golden core and the loss of her powers. If not for her unique constitution, she would have perished the moment her core was destroyed. Her eyes were also injured by the assailant's techniques. She had hoped that transforming into a plumper form would allow her to evade danger, but now it was too late. Feeling the presence of the man beside her, her complexion turned pale with anxiety. As an innate spiritual body and possessing exquisite beauty, if that man outside harbored malicious intentions, she would be utterly defenseless. Yet, as she remembered her deceased disciples, her heart hardened. If she were to die, who would avenge them? How could she face her sect members in the underworld? Just as she pondered, Xiao Yu sneered coldly. How delightful to see you, Sect Master Bai. Can you guess who I am? Bayu was taken aback in anger. That voice sounded eerily familiar. Where had she heard it before? Despite racking her brain, she could not recall. Xiao Yu continued to chuckle, stepping closer to her. Of course. A self-righteous saintess like you would hardly remember someone as insignificant as me. Good and evil receive their due. Today, your fate is sealed in my hands. You shall remain here to atone for your sins. Hours passed, and dawn broke. Xiao Yu stretched lazily, a look of bliss on his face. I shan't allow you to die. You will stay here until your last breath. This is merely the beginning. My dear Sect Master Bai, I will cultivate you well. Bayu cursed vehemently, desperately attempting to slay the scoundrel. Suddenly, Xiao Yu froze, staring incredulously at his own palm. His eyes wide with disbelief. 7th layer of body refinement. I toiled for a year to reach the 3rd layer. How could I ascend to the 7th layer in a single night? Shocked, he turned his gaze towards Bayu. Is this the incredible nature of an innate spiritual body? Chapter 3. Sect Mission Observing the Cursing Bayu. Xiao Yu spoke coldly. I shall ask you once more, where is that wretched Yijiro? Bayu glared at him, furious and exasperated. How despicable. You are that wretched ant from yesterday? Why are you still alive? You worthless, incompetent fool. Just wait until I regain my powers. I will surely rend you to pieces. An hour later, Xiao Yu strode out confidently, realizing it was futile to waste more time on her. He must leave this place swiftly. Although he has reached the 7th level of body refinement, Mei, his senior sister, is at the chi refining stage, and she is likely to come looking for him. Before he could gather his belongings, he heard footsteps outside the house. Xiao Yu turned pale. Mei had indeed arrived. She was accompanied by an elderly woman at the 2nd level of chi refinement, clearly prepared for this encounter. Without hesitation, he fled through the back window, changing his attire and covering his face as he ran. Upon reaching the entrance, he approached the guards, clasped his fists nervously, and implored, "Might you allow me passage? As my fellow disciples are being pursued by Senior Sister Mei, I assure you, I shall return before the hour of the rat." The leader among them smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You don't mean to descend the mountain secretly, do you? The righteous sect's hounds are quite eager to catch us. You must wait at least 3 months. I care not for your Mei or Hua." Realizing he could not leave, Xiao Yu turned away. It seemed that the only way to escape today was through undertaking a sect mission, albeit a perilous choice, as many task locations were frequented by righteous cultivators. There was a chance that he could lose his life. Accepting a task required teaming up with others. One could not venture out alone. It was indeed troublesome. Arriving at the notice board, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly. Numerous tasks and requests were posted. Nearby, several disciples from the Hehuan Sect were perusing the listings. He stepped forward to examine them as well. Seeking Spirit Beast, seeking to purchase a 1st-tier foam bird, reward, a vial of 2nd-tier Hehuan powder, and a subpar offensive artifact. Herb gathering. Go to Jianglu Mountain to collect 10 50-year-old herbs, any variety, and receive a human pill. Sect mission. Eliminate 3 righteous cultivators to become an inner disciple. Seeking a partner. Senior Sister Huang, 70 years old and at the chi refining stage, seeks an 18-year-old partner. Any gender welcome. Serious inquiries only. Just as Xiao Yu was engrossed in the listings, Bai Yu in the tribunal gradually regained her composure. Reflecting on her slain disciples, her gaze darkened. She must devise a means to survive. This imbecile at the body refinement stage was merely a youth of around 20. She could no longer berate him. Doing so would only strain her voice further. Bai Yu exhaled slowly. Her primordial yin was depleted. The events had transpired, and she needed to persist and find a way to escape. If she could eliminate this waste, who would ever know of her ties to the demonic path? She had to find a way out. "My friend, I may have spoken too harshly earlier. The sect has been destroyed, and my wrath is difficult to contain. I observe that you are a kind-hearted individual. Might you take me with you? Once I return to the righteous territory, I assure you, I shall treat you as an esteemed guest." Naturally, Xiao Yu was aware of her ill intentions. Did she dare to deceive him? Was she raised on something like Sanlo milk? A fool. If she wished to play games, so be it. He would indulge her. Yijiro had killed his friend, Asyong. If she wanted to live, she must reveal her whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's tone suddenly softened considerably. "Little friend, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but you too are of the demonic path. Yesterday's events may have been a misunderstanding. You have acquired my primordial essence, a treasure coveted by gold core cultivators. If you still harbor resentment, I am willing to guide you in your cultivation and compose a technique for you. Should I return to the sect, I shall undoubtedly bestow upon you an abundance of treasures." Xiao Yu pursed his lips, taking on a task of herb gathering, leaning against a dilapidated fence as he waited. What a fool. He pondered the merits of judgment over the completion of system tasks. Furthermore, once the judgment value of the other party reached 100, they would become his maid, bound to serve him for eternity. Oh, the esteemed sect master by truly possesses great magnanimity. There is no rush. We shall converse leisurely tonight. If you desire my assistance in your escape, then tell me where your apprentice, Yijiro, has gone. Bai Yu exhaled softly. My disciple was dispatched to the Jade Maiden Sect's branch to deliver a message before the battle commenced yesterday. She is likely not here. Xiao Yu clenched his right fist tightly. It was that woman who had killed him and Asyong yesterday. He resolved to capture her at all costs. She appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage, and once he cultivated with this innate physical body, he would seek her out for retribution. At that moment, 5 disciples from the Hehuan Sect approached. The leader, at the 3rd level of chi refinement, had disheveled black hair. Observing Xiao Yu, who was claiming a task, he scoffed. How dare someone at the 7th layer of body refinement take on a task? Aren't you afraid of dying out there? Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists and smiled. Greetings, esteemed brothers. The leader waved his hand in annoyance. Follow behind. but do not wander off when we go out. If any of you are caught by the righteous sect's dogs, the consequences are yours to bear." The group then proceeded toward the entrance. The leader released a long bamboo pole, suspending it in the air. Xiaoyu stepped onto the bamboo pole, following the others as they soared into the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the earth. The stars twinkled like woven silk, heralding the arrival of night. Moonlight bathed the vast land as Xiaoyu stood on the bamboo pole, surveying his surroundings. The mountain forest was tranquil, filled with the sounds of birds and insects. With the lurking presence of fierce beasts, their destination for herb gathering was known as Jianglu Mountain. Xiaoyu's expression turned contemplative as he observed the Hehuan Sect cultivators flanking him, pondering when he might find an opportunity to escape. Where would he flee to? The only nearby place was Jianglu City. Was there a more peaceful refuge? After an indeterminate duration of flight, one of the disciples stretched lazily and remarked, "I wondered why we haven't reached our destination yet. It's dark now. What if we encounter righteous sects?" Xiaoyu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The disciple, noticing Xiaoyu's disregard, sneered, "I say, how dare you, a mere seventh layer of body refinement, take on a task for herb gathering? Surely, you are not trying to take advantage of us. Do you think that just because you are part of the group, you can escape labor?" The leader, overhearing, offered a sarcastic smile and advised, "We are all from the same sect. Let us not speak so disparagingly. Fear not, junior brother, I have a life-saving pill here. Should we encounter danger, and you cannot fight, you may consume this." Saying this, he produced a purple pill, and Xiaoyu's lips curled into a sly smile as he stepped forward to accept it. Did he think Xiaoyu was a novice? This pill was a blood fury pill. While it could temporarily enhance combat prowess, it also risked excessive blood loss and death. After a month of inadequate rest, recovery would certainly be unattainable. It is no wonder that these individuals led him along their path. Their intention seemed to be to use him as cannon fodder. Before long, Xiaoyu found himself on the summit of Jianglu Mountain. The cold wind howled above, and wild grasses thrived in abundance. Observing the herbs being harvested by the others, he mimicked their actions. Attempting to flee now would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. He had to bide his time for the right moment. Suddenly, one of the men harvesting herbs shouted in alarm, causing the others to tense up. Instinctively, Xiaoyu crouched low, scanning his surroundings. In the next moment, he heard the man ahead exclaim, "Not good. There are footprints." Xiaoyu hurriedly dropped to the ground, his gaze darting around, poised to act. In the blink of an eye, he spotted 3 sword-wielding cultivators in white robes charging toward them. The leader, upon noticing, sneered and brandished his magical artifact, declaring, "You righteous sect dogs, do you dare to seek death with just the 3 of you?" The trio remained undeterred, raising their hands to unleash their swords in perfect synchrony. With the left hand pointing the sword forward and the right hand poised at the side, one of them announced, "I am Lin Su, a direct disciple of the Hehuan Sect. How dare you annihilate the Jade Maiden sect? You are truly overstepping your bounds. Hecate scoundrels, prepare to meet your end." Upon finishing his statement, the man raised his sword, and the magical sword shot forth with a piercing whistle. The 2 behind him were ready to strike, flanking their opponents. Xiaoyu dared not linger. Observing the battle unfold, he silently recited the Shenhex-Ju, retreating swiftly to a safe distance. These individuals not only possessed the ability to fly, but also wielded spells, while he was merely at the 7th level of body refinement. Lacking even a magical artifact, exposing himself would be fatal. In an instant, multiple beams of light streaked through the forest, moving with the speed of lightning, intertwined in golden radiance. They transformed into 3 sword energies, slicing through the air. One of the Hehuan Sect cultivators was instantly pierced, blood gushing forth. Lin Su, soaring with his sword, raised a jade pendant artifact. The Hehuan Sect members immediately cried out in alarm. "Is that a mid-grade artifact? This is bad. Run." By the time the call to flee was made, Xiaoyu had already concealed himself. In this chaotic moment, those who ran would find themselves swiftly doomed. It was wiser to hide amidst the turmoil. Concealed within the grass, Xiaoyu covered his mouth and nose, his expression grave. He watched as the trio of righteous individuals pursued the others relentlessly. He dared not even breathe. Truly, his misfortunes seemed endless. Soon, the pursuers flew far away, leaving behind 2 deceased disciples of the Hehuan Sect. His eyes widened in realization. His first opportunity for wealth had arrived. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. After ensuring no one was around, Xiaoyu sprang up like a fish leaping from the water, snatching the storage bags of the two fallen individuals and dashing in the opposite direction with fervor. He moved swiftly, everything else seeming to recede behind him. At that moment, the system chimed once more. Please, host, promptly increase the evil value of the wicked girl, by you, to pass judgment upon her. Failure to do so within 3 days will result in forfeiture of the reward. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Increased by Yu's evil value now? How was he to accomplish that? Wait, there were righteous cultivators nearby? What if he released by Yu as a shield? Wouldn't they assume that righteous individuals would come to her aid? With this thought in mind, Xiaoyu raised his hand and released by Yu. As Bai Yu once again beheld the light of day, an indescribable surge of excitement enveloped her. Though her vision was obscured, she could feel the gentle caress of the wind and the warm embrace of sunlight. Am I free? Where's this place? Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from the mountainside. As if something had detonated, Xiaoyu swiftly lifted Bai Yu and hastened away, not daring to look back. Bai Yu, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you hitting me?" Xiaoyu quickly replied, "The righteous sect's dogs are upon us. Stay still, I will lead you to safety." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's excitement intensified. "The righteous ones have arrived?" She shouted loudly, "Fellow cultivators of the righteous path, I implore you to assist me in vanquishing the thieves." Xiaoyu muttered curses under his breath as he continued to flee. However, with each surge of speed, his vision grew increasingly blurred. What was happening? Suddenly, a figure emerged ahead, a practitioner at the 6th level of body refinement. Xiaoyu's heart raced. The assailant swung a blade at him, and Xiaoyu barely managed to evade the attack, narrowly escaping harm. He had dropped Bai Yu to the ground and turned to flee. The assailant, upon seeing Bai Yu, froze momentarily, his face turning a deep shade of red. What a beautiful woman! Bai Yu, unable to see him, could only discern his presence by sound. "Fellow cultivator, you must be from the Xianling sect, am I correct?" "I am Bai Yu, the sect leader of the Yunus sect. I have been wronged by treacherous individuals and am trapped here. I beseech you to help me escape. I will reward you handsomely." The man stared at Bai Yu in disbelief, noticing the black cloth obscuring her eyes. Is she blind? He wondered. Then, sensing her faint aura, his eyes filled with fervor. "Sect leader Bai Yu? Are you truly Bai Yu? Your cultivation level?" Bai Yu sighed softly. "It is a long story, but I implore you, fellow cultivator." Just as she spoke, she suddenly heard the approach of 2 more individuals. One was at the 7th level of body refinement, and the other at the 8th. A smile crept across her lips. Salvation was near. However, before she could utter a word, the newcomers exclaimed, "Isn't that Bai Yu, the sect leader? My heavens! We, as disciples of such humble standing, rarely have the chance to see her." The earlier man chimed in, "Indeed, sect leader Bai Yu is blind and has lost her cultivation." Upon hearing this, the other man's eyes widened in astonishment, and he whispered, "I heard she possesses an innate. If we capture her, we might directly break through to the Qi refinement stage." As the prospect of an immediate breakthrough to the Qi refinement stage dawned upon them, desire flooded their eyes. Bai Yu, feeling a surge of panic, took a step back. "Aren't you disciples of the righteous path? How can this be?" In the next moment, she turned and fled in the opposite direction. The 3 men immediately pursued her, laughing heartily. "What a tremendous fortune! Today, we are truly blessed." Bai Yu realized that escape was futile. In a fit of anger, she shouted, "Enough! Do not approach. Are you not disciples of the righteous path? How can you?" The leader of the group laughed uproariously. "Indeed, we are disciples of the righteous path, but we are also men. Fear not, sect leader. What transpires today shall remain our secret." The individual beside her exclaimed, "Ha ha, I have long fantasized about the esteemed Bai Zhongzhu. If I could merely experience her grace today, I would gladly forfeit 50 years of my life. Ha ha ha. The most breathtaking Bai Zhongzhu of the righteous path is simply marvelous." In that moment, Bai Yu found herself unceremoniously thrust to the ground. A wave of despair washed over her. Her spirit crumbled instantaneously. The disciples of the righteous sect, who usually revered her, seemed nowhere in sight. "Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me?" System notification, detection of the malevolent Bai Yu on the verge of judgment by others. Host, please expedite her removal to prevent her demise at their hands. Xiaoyu had anticipated such a prompt. Bai Yu, now bereft of faith in the righteous sect, could only rely on him to survive, albeit she was still blind. The notion of escaping from this predicament was utterly implausible, and a sudden idea struck him. After consuming the blood-boosting pill offered by the earlier assailant, he swiftly sprang up. His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The group had already lined up before Baiyu, but suddenly, a scream erupted from behind. Ah! Upon turning to look, they saw that the arm of the screamer had been shattered. The remaining two exchanged alarmed glances. Who dares? In the next moment, they beheld a figure, drenched in blood, charging towards them. The foremost among them raised his hand, delivering a decisive blow to the assailant's shoulder. Damn you, dark path scoundrel. Finish him off quickly. Yet, the speed of the newcomer was astonishing. In mere moments, he dispatched them all. After escorting Baiyu to the judgment chamber, he dashed out in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Baiyu's tears ceased. She realized it was that dark path rascal who had saved her. But how could he possess the aura of the blood-boosting pill? Wasn't it supposed to be fatal? With the enhancement of the blood-boosting pill, Xiaoyu felt his vitality surging violently. The scalding blood spilled onto the ground, rising in smoke. He fled at a breakneck pace, aware that Hehuan Sect cultivators were still in pursuit. Even with the blood-boosting pill, he could not endure for long. Spotting a fork in the path, he navigated along the cliffside and soon discovered a small burrow measuring 5 square meters. He squeezed inside and sealed the entrance. Although the opening was narrow, the interior was spacious. No sooner had he entered than he coughed up blood. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he slowly maneuvered stones to block the burrow's entrance. Afterwards, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and made his way into the judgment chamber as swiftly as possible. Observing Baiyu's dazed expression, he quietly declared, "I have saved your life. I shall borrow your innate law body for a moment." 4 hours later, dawn broke. With the aid of the innate law body, the side effects of the blood-boosting pill dissipated. His wounds had healed. Detected that the malevolent Baiyu, after being saved by the host, still wishes to attack him. Displaying ingratitude, evil value rises to 40. Chapter 5. Escape in the tranquil night. Silence reigned, adorned with countless twinkling stars, the moonlight cascading like water upon the mountainside. A few wild rabbits frolicked in the valley. The morning breeze danced, intertwining clouds and wind. Xiaoyu glanced at Baiyu, who lay beside him. Her face appeared ashen, as if all vitality had drained from her. Moreover, her cultivation had returned to the 2nd layer of body refinement by dawn. Xiaoyu's cultivation had reached the 8th layer of body refinement. Hearing that Xiaoyu had awakened, Baiyu instinctively tugged at her clothing, as if the glory and pride she once possessed had vanished without a trace. Slowly rising to her feet, her expression grew increasingly melancholic. The members of the Hehuan Sect had callously abandoned her in her time of need. Where was she to go now? What was she to do? Whether it be the Hehuan Sect or the righteous path, all were nothing but ravenous demons. What righteousness was there when they had once shown her deference, only to now revel in her misfortune? And this man, once she extricated herself from her plight, she vowed to ensure he would suffer a fate most dire. She would make certain he found no resting place in death. As Xiaoyu donned his clothes, he swallowed hard, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Yet, observing Baiyu's demeanor piqued his interest. After all, they had endured trials together. There was no need for such disdainful looks. Did she truly believe that the righteous cultivators would still regard her as a paragon of virtue in her current state? Though I may be unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, I understand human nature. The respect and admiration of others stemmed from her previous high standing as a sect leader. Now she faced 2 paths. The first, teach me the ways of cultivation. As long as I remain alive, you will not fall into the hands of others. Do you wish to attract more men? Baiyu remained silent, lost in thought. Xiaoyu grinned widely. The second choice is to follow me. Become my pet. My furnace, whichever you prefer. Upon hearing this, Baiyu trembled violently, her expression darkening with fury, delusional. Yet, even as she spoke, she found herself frozen in place, reflecting on the events of the previous day, vivid and alluring. Her brows furrowed as she pondered her identity as a virtuous maiden of the righteous path. If word of this were to spread, how could she possibly face the righteous sects again? Some female cultivators had already resented her for assuming the role of the virtuous saint. Now, entangled with the demonic path, what would become of her if they discovered the truth? Xiaoyu may have been right. She was no longer the revered saint of the righteous path. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Enough with your futile escape. From this moment forth, I shall be your master. If you wish to eat, you better behave, otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits. Huh. With that, He retrieved the storage bag obtained the previous day and began to examine its contents, a subpar magic weapon. An eagle claw knife, Hehuan pills, a half bottle of blood fury pills, the upper half of Hehuan gong, the phoenix summoning technique, and 18 spirit stones. Upon seeing the phoenix summoning technique, his eyes lit up. Hiss. Baiyu, unable to see anything, felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, indescribable in nature. Yet, fear crept in. Fear that Xiaoyu might reveal their entanglements. As a sect leader, if it became known that she had consorted with the demonic path, she would likely never return from such disgrace. If she managed to escape, she would have to eliminate him. Only the dead can keep secrets. Xiaoyu perused the Hehuan gong with growing seriousness, reading each word with careful attention. Utilize the energy of the heavens, circulate the blood through the meridians. Condense the essence of the spirit, balance yin and yang, and the 5 elements shall flourish. Xiaoyu meticulously examined each character, noting the accompanying illustrations of the 2 small figures in meditation. He couldn't help but glance at Baiyu beside him. Previously, while watching a film, he had observed that ordinary cultivators typically harness their own energy to cultivate. However, this harmonious union technique utilized the energy of another. If he were to master this technique, combined with Baiyu's innate spiritual body, his cultivation should progress swiftly. Baiyu noticed Xiaoyu's prolonged silence and felt a twinge of anxiety. Can you take me with you? I owe you an apology. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Indeed. First, I shall secure you within my ancestral artifact's safe haven. Unbeknownst to her, Baiyu believed it was indeed a genuine artifact, and thus she was absorbed into it. Xiaoyu cautiously exited the cave. With his body tempered to the 8th layer, he could now tread upon the branches with ease. Grasping the eagle claw blade at his side, he moved swiftly like a specter. Before long, he departed from the mountain peak. The dawn had begun to break, with the distant sun slowly revealing its crown. In the judgment chamber, Baiyu's stomach had been growling for quite some time, echoing with hunger. She had not eaten for 4 days and was parched. She knew nothing of the nature of this safe haven artifact and was uncertain if sustenance awaited her. Could you provide me with something to eat? What do you wish to learn? I can teach you, Xiaoyu inquired, eyeing the berries on the trees with a soft chuckle. Do you eat berries? Baiyu quickly replied, I crave meat. Could you catch a chicken for me? Before encountering you, I had been constantly on the move, battling without a single grain of rice entering my mouth. Xiaoyu found himself momentarily speechless. This woman still desired meat? Apparently, yesterday's meal had not sufficed. Yet, at that moment, Baiyu earnestly began to list. I possess the 9 turns spirit art, the Jade Maiden sword technique, the 5 elements goddess technique, the limitless blade technique, the mysterious maiden-s carefree technique, the divine source technique, the 8-fold wave-cutting ruler, and the 9 styles of heaven's severance, among others. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned sardonic. Do you take me for a fool? Chapter 6, the Zhangyuan 9 provinces. While the opponent indeed possessed a plethora of techniques, they were not to be accepted at present. He needed to ensure that she faced judgment first and became a handmaiden before discussing such matters further. The thought of the system's schemes, coupled with Baiyu's character, prompted a smile. He could elevate her guilt value again. He truly went to catch a wild chicken. In less than half an hour, half a roast chicken was thrust into Baiyu's hands. Xiaoyu also brought her some water in a hollowed bamboo segment. Observing the blind Baiyu, he unhesitatingly took her hand and guided it to the bamboo, stating, This is water. Baiyu instinctively tugged at her collar. She was unaware if he was observing her, considering her blindness. The aroma of the meat evoked memories of her time at the Jade Maiden sect. As Xiaoyu sat nearby, consuming his meal while wielding the eagle claw blade, he inquired, Let us set aside the techniques for now. I have some foundational questions. As my understanding of cultivation is rather limited, since joining the Harmonious Union sect, I spent 8 months as a lowly servant disciple. I have only been an outer disciple for less than 4 months and have yet to acquire a master. I wish to know why I cannot utilize artifacts at this moment. Those individuals can manipulate flying blades from a distance. Why am I incapable? Baiyu took a bite of the roast chicken, her expression one of resignation. You are in the body refinement stage, which is the first step in cultivating immortality. To put it simply, those in the body refinement stage are merely mortals with slightly enhanced physical abilities. They possess no magical power and thus cannot wield the might of magical artifacts or cast spells. They can only rely on their physical skills, internal energy, weapons, and various tools. She continued, Only by strengthening one's physique and opening the meridians can one attempt to draw qi into the body. Once the spiritual energy is successfully drawn in, one will enter the qi refining stage, at which point spells can be cast. As she spoke, she took another bite of the roasted meat. The texture was dry and lacked flavor. During her tenure as the sect leader, she had indulged in sumptuous delicacies and heavenly nectar. After chewing a couple of times, she found it difficult to swallow. Yet, the thought of her deceased disciples compelled her to gulp down the meat. Currently, her cultivation had reached the second level of body refinement, but to recover from her injuries, she needed elixirs and resources. It was inconvenient for her to procure them, so she would have to rely on others. It was imperative to keep the situation stable. She was uncertain about what had transpired. The 4 hours from yesterday lingered vividly in her memory. Her ears still burned with embarrassment, and her hair was hastily tied up, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. A tinge of fear lingered within her. Every time she scolded him, Xiaoyu would retaliate. She was genuinely frightened. After taking another bite of the meat, she spoke softly. Beyond the qi refining stage lies the foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages. However, those are far too distant for you. If you wish to cultivate, seeking out techniques now would be futile. You must first refine your body and temper your physical form. You need to find a low-tier technique for body refinement. You must start from the beginning. Establishing a solid foundation is essential for a stronger magical essence in the subsequent foundation establishment stage. I just considered this. Giving you a technique now is pointless. You must reach the qi refining stage before you can begin your cultivation. Detected that the villainous Bai Yu, after receiving food, did not reward the host with a technique and spoke deceitfully. Her sin value has increased to 72. Xiaoyu smirked, realizing how to elevate her sin value. The trick was to treat her a bit better. After all, she was a villainess, and kindness would ultimately backfire on him. While munching on the roasted meat, he turned to her and said, "Then help me with my body refinement." Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Body refinement cannot be assisted by others. It must be done personally." Xiaoyu scoffed, "How did you refine your body before? Aren't you trying to restore your cultivation? What do you plan to do?" Bai Yu's voice grew frantic. I was born with a congenital law body. I have never undergone body refinement. To refine my body, I need to train my physique and require medicinal herbs and elixirs. For me, it could take a year or two at best, but for you, it may take longer. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. He had seen the method of body refinement in the Hehuan technique. The approach described in the Hehuan technique was remarkably swift, though it required 2 individuals to work in harmony. He picked up the Hehuan technique again, examining the description, and found it rather challenging. Bai Yu, feeling a surge of irritation, huffed, "What are you looking at?" Upon witnessing her audacity to speak so loudly, Xiaoyu swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, and Bai Yu's face contorted with rage as her eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaoyu seized her hand, demanding, "Understand your place. Dare to insult me again?" Bai Yu, instinctively clutching her garment, felt a surge of fear. Yet, despite her verbal defiance, her heart brimmed with profound resentment at being treated thus. Hadn't they been conversing amicably? Why did their exchange devolve into violence? Meanwhile, Xiaoyu contemplated the situation, drawing Bai Yu closer into his embrace. With a flushed face, she whispered, "Earlier, you mentioned wanting to leave this place. You should head west. We are situated in the far west of Hushi Prefecture, where the west and south meet the sea. To the east lies Donghua Prefecture, and to the north, Halua Prefecture. If you attempt to escape eastward, righteous cultivators will surely apprehend you." Xiaoyu's voice turned grave as he tightened his hold on her, questioning, "Did you not say the west is the sea?" Bai Yu trembled slightly, responding, "Yes. You can navigate southward by water to Nanhua Prefecture, where there is no war. However, if you take the land route east, it is a path leading only to death." Gazing at the map of the 9 prefectures of Tsangyue continent, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He harbored doubts about the route she proposed. He tore off a substantial piece of roasted meat and washed it down with water. Just yesterday, they had encountered the Hehuan Sect while foraging for herbs nearby. Had the Hehuan Sect obliterated the Yunu Sect, only to be vanquished by Hehuan? Resigned, Xiaoyu rose to his feet, muttering, "This is rather troublesome." Bai Yu exhaled slowly. Given the current tension of war, not only rogue cultivators, but even those from prominent sects must undergo identity verification at checkpoints. Someone of your ambiguous origins is highly likely to have their soul extracted. In such a case, your identity as a demon from the demon state will be revealed. Xiao Yu leisurely sipped from a bamboo bucket, raising his hand as if to usher Bai Yu into the judgment chamber. He glanced towards the trees, lost in thought. He dared not venture up the mountain, uncertain of the situation there. Fixing his gaze on the distant Jianglu city, he mused, "Let us proceed to Jianglu city." Chapter 7. Testing the spiritual root, Xiao Yu ambled through the thicket, a stalk of grass clenched between his teeth. Righteous cultivators typically refrained from disturbing the lives of mortals. Despite their penchant for reputation, they still valued their honor. The same could not be said for the demonic sections. The Hehuan Sect, for instance, relished causing chaos in mortal cities, particularly ensnaring beautiful maidens and handsome men. As he continued on his path, he suddenly noticed a crowd ahead. Anxiety gripped him, and he crouched low in the grass. Peering up, he beheld a surging tide of refugees on the winding path. A multitude of individuals, burdened and ragged, trudged toward Jianglu city, their faces grimy and worn. Some clutched children, while others supported the elderly, all appearing as lost as forlorn dogs. The atmosphere was steeped in despair, punctuated by the wailing of infants and the sighs of the elderly. Xiao Yu's gaze darkened as he contemplated whether to blend into the throng. At that moment, a man stepping on a glazed jade gourd in the heavens cast a dark and brooding gaze upon Xiao Yu below. He then turned his attention towards the direction of Jianglushan. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, he had already become the target of scrutiny. He hastily stripped a piece of clothing from a deceased person behind him, draping it over himself, and smeared 2 layers of dirt onto his face. He proceeded to follow a group of refugees, leaning on a stick and limping along. The man in the sky couldn't help but chuckle. He directly conveyed a message to Xiao Yu. "What a cunning little rascal you are. How did you manage to escape the encirclement of the Hehuan Sect yesterday?" Xiao Yu halted in his tracks, his expression laden with tension. Yet, upon recognizing the man clad in the garments of the Hehuan Sect, he instantly perked up. He quickly drew out the eagle claw knife from his storage bag, feigning fury as he bellowed, "You righteous dogs! If you have the guts, come at me. Even if I die, I shall take someone down with me. Do not underestimate me." The man in the sky laughed heartily and beckoned, pulling Xiao Yu onto his gourd. When Xiao Yu realized that it was Elder Wu, who had organized the lottery the previous day, he erupted with excitement, shouting, "Elder Wu! It's truly Elder Wu." He hurriedly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and exclaimed, "Disciple Xiao Yu pays his respects to Elder Wu." Elder Wu, stroking his beard with a wicked grin, inquired, "So, where were you planning to run off to? Why do you not return to the sect?" Without flinching, Xiao Yu replied, "Disciple went up the mountain with several senior brothers to gather herbs, but unfortunately encountered Lin Su, an inner disciple of the Hehuan Sect. One of them pursued me down the mountain. My cultivation is still shallow, and I dared not confront them, so I fled, only to find myself at the foot of the mountain. I intended to return to the sect, but feared that there might still be righteous dogs lurking above. Thus, I thought to blend in with the refugees." Elder Wu sneered coldly, "You think you can just blend in with the refugees and enter Jianglucheng? Do not underestimate the treachery of the righteous sections. They have dispatched disciples disguised as common soldiers to guard the city gates. It is quite possible that you would meet your demise upon arrival. Fortunately for you, luck is on your side, as you have encountered me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Wu, for saving my life. I will forever be grateful." Yet, his heart remained heavy. Returning to the Hehuan Sect would make it difficult for him to escape. Sister Mei, having failed to intercept him yesterday, would surely harbor resentment. The thought sent a shiver down Xiao Yu's spine. At that moment, Elder Wu, still stroking his beard, looked again towards Jianglushan and remarked, "Now that the Yunu sect has been annihilated, the scoundrels of the Hehuan Sect have emerged, slaughtering our disciples hidden in Jianglucheng and seizing Jianglushan. Tomorrow, we shall settle the score with them. Come, return with me. I happen to be in need of an assistant, and you seem quite clever. Consider yourself my disciple." Xiao Yu's eyes brightened at these words, realizing he was being promoted directly from an outer disciple to a personal disciple, bypassing even the inner disciples. However, he pondered, why was Elder Wu being so kind? Was there some ulterior motive? With this thought, he hastily knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and proclaimed, "Disciple Xiao Yu is profoundly grateful for Master S' great kindness." Elder Wu nodded in satisfaction. He then took Xiao Yu and soared towards the direction of the Hehuan Sect. The speed of their flight was remarkably swift, far surpassing the pace of the bamboo pole from the day before. It was akin to a roller coaster. with Xiao Yu's hair being whipped chaotically by the wind. Elder Wu, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Xiao Yu, grinned widely and remarked, "How is it that a mere 8th level of body refinement like you has managed to find a furnace? Why do you carry the scent of a woman?" In response, Xiao Yu, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "I wouldn't call it a furnace. I possess nothing of value. Yesterday, it was my senior brother who took care of me. And now that he has grown weary, I have merely sampled the taste." Elder Wu chuckled knowingly and then whispered, "No matter. When we reach our alchemy room, a furnace will certainly be at your disposal." Xiao Yu feigned delight, exclaiming, "Thank you for your immense kindness, master." He was nearly at a loss for words. The denizens of the cultivation realm were all like wolves and tigers, and here he was, with no prowess in body refinement, being plotted against. Was Elder Wu perhaps suffering from some grave ailment? Did the elder already know of Bai Yu's affair? As a mere body refinement stage cultivator, what justification did Elder Wu have to take him in? Historically, sects have only accepted direct disciples under a few circumstances: significant merit, connections and favors, or exceptional talent. Wait a moment. Had Elder Wu just mentioned the alchemy room? This old rogue likely intended to transform Xiao Yu into an alchemical being or a human pill. Xiao Yu felt a surge of indignation. Just then, Elder Wu summoned him, and he found himself standing before the grand entrance of the Hehuan Sect's alchemy room. A shiver coursed through him. Despite his fear, he wore a smile, clasping his fists and exclaiming, "Master, this alchemy room is truly magnificent." Elder Wu, with a playful glint in his eye, patted his shoulder and turned towards the alchemy furnace behind him, saying, "Come here, let me assess your spiritual roots. If I am not mistaken, your roots should be quite impressive. Your aura is brimming with yang energy, likely indicating a golden fire spiritual root." While Xiao Yu was still in a state of bewilderment, Elder Wu had already produced a spirit testing stone. The elder then looked at Xiao Yu with a gleeful expression, urging, "Good disciple, place your hand upon it." With a face full of reverence, Xiao Yu, sweetly, declared, "Master, you are truly benevolent, even testing my spiritual roots. I vow to repay your kindness with my life." He then placed his hand upon the stone. As a burst of spiritual light erupted, Elder Wu's expression darkened. "What? For spiritual roots of gold, wood, fire, and earth? Why not 3? And yet it's merely a pseudo-spiritual root. What a pity. Why is there not even a water root? How unfortunate that you possess the most useless 4-element pseudo-spiritual root." Elder Wu's face fell, and he looked at Xiao Yu with a glint of malice in his eyes. Chapter 8. The Great Disciple of the Hehuan Sect, Hualien. Naturally, Xiao Yu sensed that ominous intent. He quickly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and exclaimed, "Master, when I fled for my life yesterday, I stumbled upon 2 storage bags belonging to senior brothers. This is all that I possess. I humbly ask Master to accept it." With that, he produced the 2 storage bags. The elder Wu, upon observing Xiao Yu's pretentious demeanor, waved his hand in annoyance. "I have no use for your worthless trinkets. Go to the back and prepare the medicinal herbs. I shall step out for a moment." With that, Elder Wu released his jade gourd and soared into the sky. Xiao Yu, wearing a smile, bowed respectfully and only exhaled in relief once the elder had vanished. It seemed likely that the old man was off in search of new materials for human pills, which put Xiao Yu's life in jeopardy once more. Recalling the reward for the previous herb-gathering task, it appeared to be a reward for human pills. Could that task have been assigned by Elder Wu? To be prudent, it would be wiser to diligently prepare the herbs. However, he was utterly unable to distinguish between the various herbs. Staring at the baskets brimming with them, he turned to Bai Yu in the judgment room for assistance. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu had returned to the Hehuan Sect, Bai Yu's expression darkened. "You couldn't evade capture? What use do I have for you?" Xiao Yu's irritation flared, and he retorted, "Are you back for more trouble?" Just as Bai Yu was about to plead for forgiveness, Xiao Yu continued, "The man has left. The situation is dire. If I do not prepare the herbs before he returns, I might very well become part of his concoction." At this moment, Bai Yu no longer held back. "I am a 3rd-tier alchemist. I shall teach you. If you have a chance, you must take me with you. Should a master from the Hehuan Sect discover my presence, you surely cannot keep me." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Indeed, I would be loath to part with you. By Sect Master, please teach me the art of alchemy, for I still need to seek vengeance on your disciple, Kyojuro." Thus, the 2 found themselves united in purpose. Yet, Xiao Yu dared not release Bai Yu. He had witnessed how keen Elder Wu's senses were. Instead, He meticulously described the herb's appearances and scents while activating the communication feature of the judgment room, enabling Baiyu to hear the commotion outside for guidance. This is xianyin grass. Sort it and place it in a cool spot. The aroma that lingers in the throat indicates this must be meixiang grass. Store it in a wooden box to contain the fragrance. Xiao Yu's nerves were taut, striving to learn without error. Just as he immersed himself in his task, an odd noise suddenly emanated from the storage room behind him. Baiyu in the judgment room also detected the sound, and it struck her as oddly familiar. Initially, Xiao Yu was disinclined to interfere, merely wishing to focus on the herbs. However, Baiyu, straining to listen, trembled with anticipation. Lianer, is that you? She rose eagerly. Quickly, go check. It must be my disciple, Hualien. Xiao Yu was immediately reluctant. Do you think I can wander about now? If that old man discovers us, we are finished. Baiyu, hearing the voice, began to plead. I, Baiyu, have never asked anything of anyone in my life. If it is indeed my pitiful disciple, I implore you to help her. I am willing to teach you alchemy. I will instruct you in cultivation. Please, assist Lianer. Xiao Yu glanced around, clearly unwilling to comply. Just then, the system chimed unexpectedly. New villain detected. Please proceed to unlock the task. Xiao Yu stood up abruptly. Another one? Upon hearing the sound and arriving at the rear storage room, Xiao Yu's expression shifted to one of unease. Even before entering, he was assaulted by a pungent scent of blood, an overwhelmingly foul odor. As he stepped into the room, his eyes widened in horror. Before him stood a dozen enormous medicinal vats, each exuding an unusual aroma. In that moment, he caught sight of a woman clad in a long, azure robe hanging against the wall. Her visage was exquisite, with fair skin and striking beauty. Her curves resembled a masterpiece of art. Detected a new villainess. Name, Hualien. Age, 18 years. Cultivation level, 4th layer of foundation establishment, disabled. Appearance, a score of 97. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Talent, exceptionalized spirit root. Personality, arrogant and unreasonable, willful and capricious, places immense importance on her reputation, willing to indiscriminately kill the innocent for her honor. Enamored with the prestigious sects of righteous cultivators. Background, chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, candidate for the next Holy Maiden of the Righteous Path, orphan. Activate the judgment mission for the villainous Hualien. The host must ensure her life remains intact. Unlock the second judgment chamber upon completing the task regarding Baiyu. Each judgment chamber can only accommodate one individual. Xiao Yu slowly raised his gaze toward Hualien, only to find her features drenched in blood at the corners of her eyes, mouth, and nose. Yet, it seemed that the individuals who had attempted to kill him the previous day were not affiliated with her. Observing Hualien's condition, Xiao Yu murmured, she cannot have been fed the prison phoenix pill by Elder Wu, can she? If she doesn't find a man soon, she may very well bleed out and perish. Although Baiyu was unable to see outside, her instincts honed over the years allowed her to surmise the dire situation outside. What is beside you? She inquired. Xiao Yu, glancing at the numerous medicinal vats, instinctively swallowed hard. Your disciple's peepa bone is suspended by 2 steel hooks, hanging on the wall. The prison phoenix pill has likely been in effect for quite some time. If it remains unaddressed, she may die. The blood from your disciple is seeping onto the ground, flowing towards those vats. Upon hearing this, Baiyu trembled uncontrollably. She had a grim suspicion of what resided within those vats. As Hualien heard a man's voice, her demeanor twisted in anguish. Desperately tugging at the steel hooks embedded in her body, blood gushed forth. Xiao Yu, witnessing this harrowing scene, exclaimed, "Do not move. If you continue to struggle, you will perish." Hualien, seemingly deaf to his warning, screamed frantically in Xiao Yu's direction. In the judgment chamber, Baiyu cried out in despair, "Help her! Help my disciple! Quickly!" Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before deciding to take action. After half an hour, Hualien struggled to open her eyes, feeling the excruciating pain from the steel hooks piercing her flesh. She was so disoriented that she failed to notice what Xiao Yu was doing. Observing her stillness, he hastily searched for a hemostatic pill as instructed by Baiyu. Perhaps Elder Wu was unaware of the missing pill. "Do not move. Take this hemostatic pill," Xiao Yu urged as he approached her with the medicine. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Hualien's expression turned grotesque. In that moment, she finally realized something. Demonic scoundrel. Accursed lecher. Unexpectedly, she kicked out at that moment, only to be ensnared by the steel hook. detected the ungrateful villainous Hualien. The host took a risk to save her, yet she attacked the host, raising the evil value to 15. Xiao Yu, disinterested in explanations, forcefully pressed the hemostatic pill into her mouth. Hualien, whose cultivation had been rendered useless, was no match for Xiao Yu. She coughed and swallowed the pill. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yu cried out in a panic. Lianer, quickly tell her not to move recklessly. Think of a way. Tell her I sent for you. Xiao Yu had learned to be cautious. The system only assigned him tasks without regard for his personal safety. He certainly could not rescue her so easily. At present, he had no means to accommodate her, as the judgment chamber could only hold one person, necessitating Bai Yu's trial to obtain a second chamber. Moreover, to collect Hualien, he needed to elevate her evil value to 100. Bai Yu was able to collect her directly due to the system's initial reward. Xiao Yu immediately dismissed Bai Yu's suggestion. Don't be foolish. What if she betrays us? Bai Yu panicked. No, my disciple would never harm you. I raised her. Xiao Yu replied coldly with a smile. I am not willing to take any more risks. Who knows if she would betray us to save her own life? This is as far as I can assist your disciple. I must go and grind medicine. As he spoke, Xiao Yu closed the storeroom door. Inside, Hualien continued to curse, her shouts echoing incessantly. Xiao Yu proceeded to grind all the herbs. Not only that, but he also cleaned the alchemy room thoroughly. To survive, he needed to appease that old man. After pondering, he ran to the boiler room to prepare a meal. Why not showcase a bit of modern culinary skill? If Elder Wu enjoyed the food, perhaps he would spare his life? He heated the oil and started cooking. Meanwhile, Bai Yu in the judgment chamber wore a melancholic expression, reminiscing about the first time she met Hualien when she was merely a child, rescued from a heap of corpses in the mortal realm. She had always nurtured Hualien as her own daughter. Master, Lianer will also become an outstanding cultivator like you, respected by all. Bai Yu was lost in the memories of the past. If it weren't for her misplaced trust in her second disciple, their Yunnu sect would not have been ambushed. She had always viewed Lianer as her daughter. She understood that Hualien's reluctance to take her own life might stem from a desire for revenge. Everyone believed she was dead. But what face did she have to reappear now? She was in anguish. Many of her other disciples, unwilling to endure humiliation, had chosen to end their lives, while others might not even have the chance to do so now. As a master, she had to find a way to rescue them. Just then, she seemed to catch a whiff of fragrant food wafting from outside. Such delectable dishes. Although it smelled delightful, she had no appetite. Her only desire was to save Hualien. Listening to the sounds of cooking outside, Bai Yu trembled and pleaded, Help! Help Lianer! Greetings, do not be so heartless and ungrateful. If you rescue my disciple, I shall gladly impart my techniques to you. Before she could finish her words, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Where are the alchemists? Elder Wu is in trouble. Hurry, someone. Chapter 9. Elder Wu has perished. Have I truly become the disciple of a deceased master? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, rising in disbelief. He gazed at the two approaching figures, their expressions filled with concern. The moment they spotted Xiao Yu, they hurriedly exclaimed. Elder Wu was just out on official business when he fell victim to a plot by the Hehuan Sect and perished on Jianglu Mountain. Are you Elder Wu's disciple? Xiao Yu instinctively nodded. Indeed. I am Xiao Yu, the direct disciple of Elder Wu. What do you require? The leading figure, visibly impatient, exhaled sharply. Since you are Elder Wu's disciple, we shall entrust the alchemical chamber of the Jianglu branch of the Hehuan Sect to you. The sect master has already departed to establish a new branch in the east, and this will now fall under the jurisdiction of the newly arrived Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang will arrive tomorrow. With the urgency of the conflict, you must submit 100 bloodstopper pills, 20 bone-washing pills, and 50 Hehuan pills by noon tomorrow. Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Wait, that is far too much. The time is too rushed. The man, exasperated, replied, Your protests are futile. Elder Wu has surely produced a surplus of pills over time. Handle it as you see fit. The newly arrived Elder Zhang is not one to be trifled with. With that, the two figures hastily departed, fearing they might be implicated by Xiao Yu. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yu rushed to the judgment chamber where Bai Yu was, exclaiming, Good news. Elder Wu has passed away. We can rescue your disciple. The bad news is, another elder is coming tomorrow, and we are likely trapped. You are a third-tier alchemist. Even without your powers, you can still concoct some first-tier pills, right? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression transformed into one of fervent excitement. The prospect of saving her disciple overshadowed all else. She quickly stood up, If they are all first-tier pills, it should be manageable. Xiao Yu, overjoyed, swiftly secured all doors and windows, then released Bai Yu, ensuring her safety by providing her with a set of men's clothing. You begin the alchemy. I will go rescue your disciple and see if there are any treasures here. Bai Yu, feeling anxious at the thought of being left alone, worried that Xiao Yu might abandon her. She could see nothing and feared what might happen if someone approached. Noticing her distress, Xiao Yu reconsidered and brought her into the judgment chamber, saying, "No need to worry. A brief pause in alchemy won't matter. Let's see what is here. Perhaps Elder Wu has prepared some pills." With that, Xiao Yu departed swiftly to the storage room, releasing Bai Yu. She wasted no time and hurried forward. "Lianer, is that you?" Hua Lian's eyes trembled in recognition. "Master? Master, your eyes." As she saw Bai Yu's eyes covered by a blindfold, her heart ached with sorrow. Bai Yu quickly reassured her. "This person is a friend of the master. I can no longer see, nor do I possess my powers. But do not fear, Lianer. I will find a way to bring you to safety. However, this is not the time." Hua Lian cast a glance at Xiao Yu, who was rummaging through the belongings behind her, and then turned her attention back to Bai Yu. Overwhelmed with joy, she could not hold back her tears. As she surveyed the surroundings filled with medicinal jars, tears streamed down her face once more. Junior sisters, woe is me. I am but a powerless disciple." The two masters embraced each other, weeping. Bai Yu, with a heart full of compassion, removed the steel hook from Hua Lian's body and administered a hemostatic pill to her. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu observed the items in the storeroom. Most of the contents consisted of firewood, grains, herbs, and tools, nothing of great value. He soon shifted his gaze towards the adjacent bedroom, the residence of Elder Wu. After a fleeting glance at Bai Yu and Hua Lian, he proceeded towards Elder Wu's room. Pushing the door open, he looked inside, and his brow lifted in delight. There lay hemostatic pills, cleansing pills, detoxification pills, harmonious pills, and meridian opening pills. Nearly all of them were first-rate elixirs. Though the quantity was not vast, the variety was indeed comprehensive. Tomorrow, he would only need 30 more hemostatic pills for submission. Xiao Yu continued to search. The room could hardly be called a bedroom. It resembled more of a study. Stepping inside, he found towering bookshelves lining the walls, filled with an abundance of texts, ancient tomes piled high. By the window stood a mahogany long table, complete with the 4 treasures of the study, the scent of ink wafting through the air. Paintings and calligraphy adorned the walls, each stroke exuding a powerful aura. The room was arranged with an air of antiquity and elegance, with a pale leather drum resting quietly in a corner. After inspecting it for a moment, he stored the white drum in his storage bag. He rummaged through every drawer and finally discovered a storage bag within a jade box. It seemed less refined than the one Elder Wu possessed. Opening it, he found the complete volume of harmonious technique, alchemical arts, yin-yang borrowing life technique, an old alchemical furnace, 5 immobilization talismans, and a jade gourd. Upon seeing the jade gourd, Xiao Yu was reminded of the scene during the sex lottery when Elder Wu had used that gourd-like artifact to release a throng of female cultivators. At that moment, he picked up the fist-sized jade gourd and felt a refreshing aura emanating from it, extremely invigorating. Moreover, it brought an indescribable sense of joy. Merely holding the gourd felt akin to grasping a delicate jade hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 small characters inscribed, "Jade Maiden Gourd." Xiao Yu could easily deduce its purpose. It was a subpar auxiliary artifact discarded by Elder Wu. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were mediocre, yet it possessed the ability to absorb living beings. Presumably, Elder Wu had acquired something superior, hence the abandonment of this inferior Jade Maiden Gourd. Gazing at the gourd, Xiao Yu's expression brightened. He surmised that Bai Yu had already shared something with Hua Lian. With this thought, Xiao Yu clenched his fists, a serious expression overtaking his face. Caution was prudent, otherwise, he might fall victim to this master-disciple duo. Observing the alchemical chamber before him, he contemplated remaining there. With Elder Wu deceased, was this not the perfect sanctuary for cultivation? Now, he was the sole custodian of the alchemical chamber, and that made Chunlan would undoubtedly think twice before troubling him. Furthermore, with the complete volume of harmonious technique, he could comprehend it and subsequently cultivate alongside Bai Yu. Within a fortnight, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Qi refinement stage. At that juncture, he would be able to wield magical artifacts. To ensure his preparedness, he resolved to master alchemy as well, aiming to become at least a first-tier alchemist. With the endorsement of a secondary profession, the ecstasy sect would regard him with greater esteem. For now, he would stabilize his development. There would be no retreat. Once he had subjugated Bai Yu, convincing her to compose a letter to lure Yujiro over would be a trivial matter. With this thought, Xiao Yu concealed Elder Wu's storage pouch within his garments. He then took a separate storage pouch, placed the collected pills inside, and made his way towards the storeroom. Upon arriving at the storeroom, he observed Bai Yu engaged in conversation with Hualien, who was casting furtive glances around, her face twisted in indignation. Xiao Yu entered with a light chuckle, remarking, "I have only discovered these pills. That old man must have carried all his valuables with him. You may still need to refine pills." As he spoke, he began to extract the vials of pills from the storage pouch. Hualien, her face etched with sorrow and anger, urged Bai Yu to move forward. Xiao Yu looked up, speaking softly, "It was your master who implored me to rescue you. As cultivators, certain matters need not weigh heavily upon our hearts. Your master has likely informed you of our current predicament. We are in the alchemy chamber of the ecstasy sect, and escape seems unlikely. A new elder will arrive tomorrow, and if I fail to produce pills, I may face dire consequences. Rest assured, as long as I am here, neither of you will be discovered. Surely, you understand the principle of mutual dependence." Hualien nodded in response, her gratitude evident. "Thank you for saving my life, friend Xiao. I am profoundly grateful." Although she expressed her thanks, she refrained from bowing. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that she looked down on him as a practitioner of dark arts. Are all righteous women so haughty? Observing the two women before him, Xiao Yu wore a genial smile. "Shall we proceed to refine pills, Miss Bai? Lead the way." Hualien responded with a slight smile. "I am grateful for your rescue. Friend Xiao, such a great favor will not be forgotten by us. Leave the alchemy to me. You need not worry." A subtle smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. He sensed that the two women were plotting something. He glimpsed at Bai Yu, who had just shared peril with him. Now, upon saving her apprentice, was she harboring ulterior motives? The nature of women. What did she intend? Surely, she did not wish to occupy this place for alchemy and healing? Perhaps she planned to escape once her powers were restored? Was it possible she intended to silence him? Such a scenario seemed probable. After all, as a holy maiden of the righteous path, she would likely disdain him, a mere insect of the dark arts. I have contemplated this. Placing you both outside to refine pills is indeed perilous. Should an unexpected member of the ecstasy sect appear, it would spell trouble. Therefore, Bai Yu, you shall remain within my artifact, while Hualien will assist me in the alchemy outside. Hualien tightened her grip on Bai Yu's arm in a moment of anxiety. After contemplating for a brief moment, Bai Yu agreed. Xiao Yu instructed Hualien to turn her head away, and then he raised his hand to envelop Bai Yu within his artifact. Once inside the judgment chamber, Bai Yu spoke gently. At present, you lack spiritual power, making alchemy quite challenging. You can only utilize spirit stones and mundane fire to carry out the process. Moreover, the process of alchemy can only be performed manually, and there is a high probability that one can only produce a flawed first-grade elixir. To concoct a slightly imperfect or flawless first-grade elixir, one must at least be at the 5th level of qi refinement. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. Let us commence with the alchemy. The sun will set in 2 hours. Time is of the essence. Chapter 10. Alchemy. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the alchemical chamber, the flickering flames at the base of the furnace casting a warm glow. Hualien stood nearby, skillfully arranging the kindling with a smile as she coaxed the fire to life. In the judgment chamber, Bai Yu remarked softly upon hearing the crackling flames. Ordinary alchemists use fire primarily catalyzed by their magical powers for refining elixirs. Currently, none of us possess the ability to draw air into fire. We must resort to using spirit wood imbued with spiritual energy to ignite the flames. Subsequently, we will manually grind the spiritual herbs into the requisite shapes and mix the powdered spirit stones with the medicinal ingredients in the furnace for the concoction. This method is rather counterproductive, as it greatly diminishes the value of the herbs, but it is necessary to prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Following the instructions given, Xiao Yu gathered several decades-old spiritual herbs and materials, along with the medicinal ingredients he had ground earlier. He pondered. It seems Elder Wu is aware that a new supervisor is coming tomorrow, hence the urgency for me to prepare the ingredients. Hualien attentively monitored the heat throughout the process, assisting Xiao Yu by adding the medicinal materials into the alchemical furnace in sequence. The flames danced, growing fiercer, as the ingredients slowly melted into a viscous elixir. Bai Yu closed her eyes in concentration. Next, Manual operation is required, akin to the methods employed by mortals in alchemy. Allow my disciple to demonstrate. Hearing this, Xiaoyu called out, Miss Hualyan, your master requests that you showcase the next steps. Upon receiving the instruction, Hualyan promptly took several pieces of spirit wood and adjusted the size of the flames. Subsequently, she used a metallic ladle to guide the elixir, successfully shaping the elixir into form, which emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Xiaoyu watched in astonishment, stroking his chin. It was noteworthy that all three of them were currently unable to harness magical powers. These two were indeed skilled practitioners of the Jade Maiden sect. Their ability to perform alchemy without magic was impressive. Yet, the more proficient they were, the more wary Xiaoyu became. From this moment on, he resolved to minimize their conversation, ensuring Baiyu would not be left alone with them. Should they conspire to produce elixirs that could enhance their cultivation or concoct poisons while he was distracted, he would find himself bereft of options to retaliate. If they intended to engage in underhanded tactics, they would not find him to be a gentleman in the matter. At that moment, Xiaoyu noticed Hualyan grasping a type of spiritual herb he did not recognize, ready to toss it into the furnace. He quickly stood up and snatched the two herbs from her grasp. Hualyan, with her eyes bright, softly inquired, "What is the matter, benefactor? Is there an issue?" Glancing at the two herbs, Xiaoyu asked with some confusion, "Aren't we concocting a hemostatic elixir? What are these?" Hualyan replied without hesitation, "This is blood solidifying herb. Combined with the hemostatic herbs, it will yield even greater efficacy." Detected malicious intent from Baiyu to concoct a poison elixir to harm the host. Evil value increased to 98. Detecting the malevolent intentions of Hualyan to concoct a poison pill aimed at harming the host, the malevolence value escalated to 50. Xiaoyu, grasping the situation with a semblance of understanding, nodded slowly before turning his gaze towards the herbs behind him and requested, "I wish to attempt alchemy myself. Could you kindly assist me in grinding some herbs? Let us strive to complete the elixirs before nightfall, as I have significant matters to discuss with you later." Hualyan's expression tightened, her right fist clenching the hem of her dress. Casting a glance at the alchemical furnace, she forced a reluctant smile and replied, "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, she proceeded to the back to grind the herbs. Xiaoyu regarded the woman with a cold stare before retreating to a corner where he retrieved Elder Wu's alchemical manuscript. After flipping through several pages, he located the herb Hualyan had just used, the venomous blood herb, which could be combined with the hemostatic herb to create the venomous blood pill. The consumer would experience a toxic episode each day at noon. If the antidote were not ingested within an hour, they would suffer a fatal rupture of their blood vessels. As Xiaoyu absorbed this information, a deeper intent glimmered in his eyes. Should he consume the venomous blood pill, he would be at their mercy. And he had no intention of crafting the antidote. Alas, he abhorred waste, especially of fine ingredients. In the judgment chamber, Baiyu had waited for a considerable time without hearing Xiaoyu ignite the fire, prompting her concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Xiaoyu feigned contemplation, holding up the elixir Hualyan had just prepared, remarking, "I am merely examining the flaws of this elixir. You are truly remarkable. To produce a slightly flawed first-grade pill using mere mortal methods is no small feat. Truly, the Jade Maiden sect is renowned for its alchemical prowess. Allow me to try as well." With that, he mimicked Hualyan's actions and ignited the fire. Baiyu exhaled, her expression clouded with worry. Reflecting on her apprentice's earlier words, a mix of emotions stirred within her. Initially, she had no intention of causing Xiaoyu any harm, for he had indeed saved her. Yet her apprentice cautioned, "Master, do not be deceived by him. You are the most renowned female cultivator of the righteous path. Countless men have schemed to win your favor. Was he not seeking to escape? Aware that he could not flee, he risked his life to save you. Men are all deceivers. If those of the righteous path are like this, one can only imagine the wickedness of those from the demonic path." He envisions a delightful scenario, gaining our essence and expecting us to teach him cultivation and alchemy. Baiyu's face reflected her inner turmoil. "But we are not his match, should we provoke him. Master, he has already reaped a fortune by acquiring our essence. Even if we were to kill him, he would have profited immensely. You are the holy maiden of the righteous path. Should this rogue reveal our entanglement, we would be the laughingstock of the world. If you hesitate to act, allow me to take charge. Just provide me with cover. Once he succumbs to our poison, he will be at our mercy." Baiyu hesitated, uncertain. "But where can we flee? We must devise a means to escape." You have simply not encountered a worthy companion. Why not seek refuge at the branch of the Jade Maiden sect? Did not Sister Yujiro go there? We can approach the elders of our branch and be safe. I am aware that the master has a conflict with the elder of the branch, yet is this not an extraordinary time? The utmost priority now is to subdue this rogue from the demonic path and compel him to lead us. Once we reach a place of safety, we can eliminate him. Who would ever suspect our involvement with the demonic arts? Good and evil cannot coexist. Even if he rescues us, what difference does it make? The demonic path is the demonic path, and it must be eradicated. As Baiyu pondered over her disciples' words in the judgment chamber, she realized the truth in what was said. Other righteous sects could not be trusted, yet her own Yunu sect had its branches. If she could journey to Donghua Prefecture and find her rival, her second disciple, within 50 years, she could restore herself to the Golden Core stage. At that time, she would have the power to avenge her deceased disciples. It was merely the loss of primordial Yin. How many peers can maintain their purity in the pursuit of immortality? Such matters of the flesh must be cast aside. If she did not obliterate the Hehuan Sect, she would undoubtedly fall into inner turmoil. Failing to avenge her disciples would leave her thoughts in disarray. Thus, her cultivation in this lifetime would reach an impasse. Just as Baiyu was lost in thought, a wisp of black smoke suddenly billowed from the alchemical furnace. Boom! Startled, Baiyu gasped, while Hualien, who was grinding herbs, stood frozen in astonishment. Upon seeing Xiaoyu covered in soot and ash, Hualien could not contain herself and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Xiaoyu's entire face was blackened as he gazed mournfully at the 3 pills in his hand. Just moments ago, Hualien had successfully refined 10 slightly flawed pills, and he had toiled for half a day to produce a mere 3, and of inferior quality at that. This was purely a consequence of his insufficient skills. Baiyu, filled with concern, inquired, "What happened? Did you fail?" Xiaoyu shook his head. "Well, sort of. I only managed to produce 1 flawed blood-stanching pill. I will try again." Baiyu gently reassured him. The techniques of mortals in alchemy primarily depend on the heat. The fact that you were able to refine 1 on your first attempt is already a success. It indicates your innate talent for alchemy. Do not be hasty. The age of the blood-stanching herb varies, and the required heat differs as well. Currently, you lack spiritual awareness and must rely solely on your eyesight to gauge it. While temperature can only be controlled through touch, for a 50-year-old blood-stanching herb, you need to use less spiritual wood to kindle the fire, and the essence of spirit stones should be diluted. Xiaoyu nodded and resumed his alchemical work. This time, he did not mimic Hualien's methods, but discreetly studied the alchemical techniques. Hualien's skills were far too advanced for a novice like him to master. After reviewing the techniques twice, Xiaoyu tried again, and this time his success rate significantly increased. He produced 5 blood-stanching pills, 4 of flawed quality and 1 slightly flawed. He continued his efforts tirelessly. Hualien periodically brought over freshly ground herbal materials. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped into the evening. Xiaoyu beheld the vial of pills before him, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he stored them in his spatial bag. Baiyu was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Xiaoyu's alchemical talent to be so remarkable. It is worth noting that she was a 3rd-grade alchemist, effortlessly crafting 1st-grade pills without relying on magical power. Yet, Xiaoyu had never studied alchemy before, nor had he even reached the qi cultivation stage. How could he possess such acute sensitivity to pharmacology and the precise control of fire? Could it be that this individual is a prodigy in alchemy? Beside him, Hualien, upon witnessing Xiaoyu's completion of the task, approached him with a beaming expression and exclaimed, "Benefactor, you have worked hard. Why not release my master? Together, we can heal her eyes and then discuss our escape from this place." Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly as he swiftly locked the door, saying, "I believe we may not be able to leave after all." Chapter 11. The 9th Layer of Body Refinement. Hualien stared at Xiaoyu, who had suddenly shut all the doors, instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. Unfazed, Xiaoyu continued, "You may not be aware of the Hehuan Sect schedule. Although night has fallen, the practitioners of Hehuan Sect are often more spirited at this hour than during the day. Closing the doors and windows is to prevent others from discovering you." Hualien feigned admiration, nodding her head. "Is that so? Should we not release my master and consult her on how to leave this place?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly sat down on a chair. Upon reflection, "It seems that we may indeed be unable to leave." Hualien, puzzled, approached him. "Ah? How could that be?" Xiaoyu sat there, pouring tea. "It is certain. I am now an alchemist. Given the current state of the war and Elder Wu's demise, do you think they would allow me to leave? I suspect that if I were to request to gather herbs, they would certainly send other disciples instead. I am now a strategic asset, considered a quasi-first-grade alchemist. They would never let me go. As he spoke, he placed the brewed tea on the table. Hualien instinctively swallowed, for she dared not drink it. Having never trusted this person from the very beginning, she contemplated and took a seat opposite him, feigning anxiety. Well, should we not release my master and ask her? She is knowledgeable and could surely devise a plan. Xiaoyu nodded and then slowly closed his eyes, pretending to communicate with Baiyu, saying a few words. Oh, I see. Your master says she is tired and wishes to rest. Hualien was momentarily taken aback. What? In the judgment chamber. Baiyu had sensed something amiss and stood up in a flurry, her face etched with panic. What are you planning? Do not harm Lianer. What do you intend to do? Xiaoyu ignored her completely and turned to the defenseless Hualien. Actually, your master has mentioned that you should become my woman, for I saved your life. She instructed you to be grateful and not to forget your benefactor. Hualien felt a surge of anxiety, sensing that Xiaoyu appeared somewhat transformed before her. However, she dared not voice her concerns and could only force a smile. Rest assured, benefactor. I shall forever remember the great kindness you have shown me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoyu presented her with a cup of tea. Here, have a cup of tea. In the judgment chamber, Baiyu was utterly frantic, shouting with fervor, Xiaoyu, do not lay a hand on my disciple. Do not touch her. If there is anything, direct it at me. How dare you treat her thus after I kindly taught you alchemy? What do you truly desire? Xiaoyu paid no heed to his counterpart, fixating instead on the visibly flustered Hualien. Sensing the tension, Hualien instinctively recoiled, stammering, I'm not thirsty. Thank you for your kindness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded. Well then, come sit over here. Since you are aware that I saved your lives, it is only fitting that you come to repay me. Hualien, startled by his words, abruptly rose to her feet, her expression one of sheer panic. Repay? What do you mean? As soon as she uttered those words, she leaped up, turning to flee. Yet, in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision. What was happening? She had not consumed that tea. Could it be the result of the black smoke from his failed alchemy? This rascal. With a cry, she collapsed onto the ground. Xiaoyu smirked. I dislike repeating myself. Master Bai, you know what to do. The following morning, a notification sounded, detected Baiyu's intent to harm the host. Evil value increased to 100. Judgment mode activated. Judgment value unlocked. Current Baiyu judgment value. 3. Congratulations, host, on successfully judging the wicked woman Baiyu. Rewards included Judgment Chamber, a rare physique, 9 Yang Divine Body, and a heavenly tier cultivation technique, Joyous Union Technique. 9 Yang Divine Body, a physique as formidable as a mythical beast. Combined with the Joyous Union Technique, it aids female cultivators in breaking through realms, cleansing their meridians, and enhancing their constitution and comprehension, while also accelerating recovery. The intensity increases as the host's cultivation rises. Joyous Union Technique, a divine dual cultivation method. Pursuing the path of supreme ecstasy, transcending all laws. The higher the cultivation of the opposite sex practitioner, the greater the host gains. In that moment, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if his very essence were being revitalized. With a single punch, the wall cracked. A smile crept across Xiaoyu's lips. At this rate of body refinement, he would surely break through to the qi refinement stage within 3 days. As for Baiyu, she remained at the second level of body refinement. Checking the time, he noted that dawn had already broken. It would not be long before Elder Zhang arrived. Xiaoyu stepped outside. Hualien was still there, hurling curses with fervor. You scoundrel! I will kill you. I swear I will make you suffer. Cursing the wretched beast. She vowed, I will ensure your death. You shall die. Before she could utter another word, Xiaoyu delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, annoying. The force of his strike sent her reeling, stars dancing in her vision. Just as she contemplated retaliating, Xiaoyu struck again. Do you even comprehend your current standing? I saved you, yet you dare to poison me? This is your own doing. Did you think I had no contingencies? From this day forth, you will not leave. Resign yourself to your fate. Another slap landed, leaving Hualien stunned, her bloodshot eyes glaring at Xiaoyu with a mix of fury and disbelief. Since being brought to the sect by her master, had anyone not revered her as senior sister? Now, she was being treated like a mere plaything by this rogue. With a sense of triumph, Xiaoyu held his elixirs, waiting in the grand hall of the sect's stronghold. He must swiftly reach the chi refinement stage. The mere thought of the ungrateful duo, master and disciple, filled Xiaoyu with a surge of determination as he exhaled. It would not be long before they no longer wished to return to the righteous sect. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in contemplation, a disciple approached him from behind, accompanied by an elderly woman. "Junior brother Xiao, I have searched high and low for you." Upon hearing the voice, Xiaoyu's expression transformed dramatically. Lu's sister, standing beside Mei's sister, regarded Xiaoyu with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is the junior brother favored by my sister, so remarkably youthful. He possesses quite the charm." Mei's sister, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly lost her dentures, hastily pressing them back into place. "Junior brother Xiao, today, you shall not refuse my request again. Once the newly appointed elder finishes assigning tasks, you must accompany me. Otherwise, I shall resort to force." As she spoke, Mei's sister brandished a subpar magical artifact, an offensive one at that. In a moment of panic, Xiaoyu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone is plotting against our sect's sole alchemist. Outer disciples intend to poison their own direct disciples." His fervor escalated, gesturing emphatically to the pill bottles on his person. "Where are the disciples in charge? Is no one concerned?" Lu's sister, momentarily anxious, queried, "Alchemist? Mei's sister, why did you not mention he is an alchemist?" Mei Chunlan chuckled. "Young men always enjoy boasting. Does this not render them even more alluring? I am utterly captivated." Her laughter resonated like the croaking of the oldest goose in the fields, sending shivers down Xiaoyu's spine. "If I cannot have him today, I shall ensure his ruin." She cackled. Just then, a woman clad in purple robes entered. With dark hair and violet eyes, she exuded an enchanting aura. The surrounding disciples quickly clasped their fists and bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder Zhang." The woman surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze on Xiaoyu. "Are you the alchemist here? Why do you possess only the cultivation of the 9th layer of body refinement?" In the next instant, Xiaoyu's system activated once more, and instinctively. He assumed it was in response to the purple-robed elder. However, upon glimpsing the information panel, he was rendered speechless. Detected a new villainess. Mei Chunlan, please act swiftly. Before the system could finish, Xiaoyu cursed, "Damn it." Chapter 12. Elder Zhang Xiling of the Hehuan Sect detected a new villain. Please promptly bring her to justice. Name, Mei Chunlan, age 123 years, nearing the end of her lifespan. Cultivation, 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Appearance, aesthetic score of -7. Height 152 centimeters, weight 34 kilograms. Talent, a mixed spiritual root of all 9 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. Personality, driven by self-interest. Willing to commit heinous acts to obtain her beloved man. Background, outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Xiaoyu stared at the suddenly appeared system panel. His expression one of utter exasperation as he pressed the close button with fervor. What nonsense is this? As Xiaoyu extended his hand and cursed, he suddenly felt something beneath his touch. The elder Zhang across from him, with a fierce expression, struck him with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "How audacious! You dare to plunder even from me?" With a loud crack, Xiaoyu was sent crashing into the wall, which fractured and collapsed, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. In that moment, he nearly lost consciousness, his vision fading as he thought he might meet his end. If it were not for his 9-yang divine body, he would surely have been rendered incapacitated. Feeling the searing pain in his back, Xiaoyu clenched his fists in frustration. Who dared to launch a surprise attack against him? As he crawled out from the debris, he looked up to see Elder Zhang, her face flushed with anger, covering her collarbone with her left arm while brandishing a magical artifact in her other hand. Instantly, he felt a wave of trepidation. A foundation-building expert was not someone he could afford to provoke. A nearby attendant hastily interjected, "Elder, it appears this person is an alchemist from the alchemy chamber. Elder Wu fell yesterday, and he is the only alchemist we have left. Please temper your anger." Hearing this, Elder Zhang's brows furrowed, her gaze piercing as she glared at Xiaoyu, who had dared to mock her in front of so many. Upon noticing that Xiaoyu's cultivation level was merely at the 9th layer of body refinement, she raised her artifact once more, declaring, "You, who are not even at the Qi refining stage, dare to claim to be an alchemist. Do you think our Hehuan sect is devoid of talent?" Sister Mei, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily puzzled. How had this young man progressed to the 9th layer of body refinement so quickly? Just days ago, he had been at the 3rd layer. Had he stumbled upon some treasure? When Xiao Yu saw her intent to strike again, he quickly stepped forward, producing a prepared elixir. Esteemed Elder, I truly am a first-tier alchemist, a direct disciple of Elder Wu. My alchemical skills are modest, but I can manage to concoct some first-tier pills. He explained that he had been up all night refining pills at the Elder's request and had inadvertently offended her in his distracted state, pleading for her forgiveness. Elder Zhang trembled with indignation, yet she hesitated to act. If this individual was indeed the sole alchemist of this branch, he might be spared from death. However, she challenged him, if you claim to be an alchemist, demonstrate your abilities to me. If your words hold true, I shall spare your life. But should you dare to deceive me, you will regret it. Xiao Yu promptly bowed, saying, I accept your command. Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. He followed her toward the alchemy chamber, keeping his gaze lowered, hesitant to look at her figure. Yet, even from a distance, he sensed that she was extraordinary, her fragrance intoxicating him to the point of distraction. He dared not raise his eyes. She was a genuine foundation-building expert, and if she wished to take his life, it would be a trivial matter. As he walked, he felt his injuries gradually healing, thanks to his 9-yang divine body. Curiously, he pondered why he couldn't see any information about Elder Zhang. The system had not classified her as an evil woman. Could it be that an elder of the Hehuan Sect could be virtuous? Was that even a possibility? Reflecting on the earlier sight of the other party's blush, he found himself somewhat indecisive. Could it be that there are indeed normal women within the Joyful Union sect? He vaguely recalled that this woman was named Zhang Xiling, possessing a 5th-tier foundation. She appeared to be one of the few female elders in their sect, rumored to possess the heavenly fragrance body, one of the 7 beauties of Joyful Union. Unlike the pure and virtuous aura exuded by women like Bai Yu and Hualian, Zhang Xiling's figure and beauty radiated an indescribable allure that provoked certain intriguing images, stirring a restless yearning in the heart. At that moment, Zhang Xiling could not help but glance at Xiao Yu twice. Internally astonished, she noted that he was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. Although her previous strike had not utilized any magical power and was intended merely as a lesson, she had not exerted her full strength. It was merely a casual sweep. Even so, it was rather astonishing. How did he remain unscathed? She cast her spiritual sense in his direction, only to discover an anomaly about him. A unique constitution? Such rich yang energy. Moreover, his injuries had remarkably healed. She was taken aback to learn that such a small branch of the sect harbored a disciple with a special constitution. Had no one noticed this? Why had no one reported it? Just then, Mei Chunlan approached Zhang Xiling with an obsequious demeanor. Elder, this Xiao Yu was previously an outer disciple. He must be deceiving you. I am Xiao Mei, and I am most eager to serve the Elder. Zhang Xiling nodded slightly, glancing at the alchemy chamber, and softly instructed. I will give you half an hour. Go now? Xiao Yu quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, and, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, made his way to the alchemical furnace. Some disciples who recognized him burst into laughter. Huh? A 9th-level body refiner pretending to boast. How many chi refining disciples cannot even concoct pills? What are you rambling about? Indeed, alchemy is not something just anyone can master. Just look at him. He probably cannot even identify all the spiritual herbs. A chorus of ridicule ensued. Mei Chunlan pondered her strategy. If she could imprison Xiao Yu and bribe the guards, she could uncover his secrets in confinement. He must possess some treasures if he managed to ascend to the 9th level in just a few days. With this thought, Mei Chunlan began to chuckle. Can he really concoct pills? Haha, if he can, then so can I. Xiao Shidi, I suggest you humbly bow and admit your mistakes to the Elder. If the Elder is in a good mood, she might spare your life. Before Mei Chunlan could finish, her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Xiao Yu placing the spiritual herbs into the alchemical furnace. Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow, recalling that the method for mortals to refine pills involved igniting spiritual wood and supplying energy with spiritual stones. However, she refrained from intervening, for through her spiritual sense, she had already observed the herbs transforming into liquid within the furnace. Zhang Xiling raised an eyebrow, extending her spiritual sense to investigate the various happenings in the alchemy chamber. Soon, she spotted Hualian hanging lifelessly in the storeroom, resembling a dead fish. She said nothing. Such occurrences were not unusual within the Joyful Union sect. As she pondered, a voice from the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Is it true that it has been successfully refined?" Inconceivable. Zhang Xiling stepped forward, gazing at the 5 first-grade cleansing pills produced by Xiao Yu, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. 4 of them were of flawed quality, while 1 bore a slight imperfection. To her astonishment, he truly was a first-grade alchemist. Very well, I shall absolve you of your transgressions. However, there are matters I require you to report to me. Come to my study at sunset this evening. With that, she gestured for everyone else to follow her to the Grand Hall to discuss plans for a surprise assault on the Hehuan Sect, aiming to reclaim Jiangliushan. After concluding her orders, she gathered all the elixirs and led her team away. Mei Chunlan, observing Xiao Yu's newly acquired alchemical skills, felt a surge of madness. An alchemist. If she could secure Xiao Yu for herself, her worries over elixirs would vanish. Perhaps she could even persuade him to concoct beauty elixirs, a rare treasure indeed. Thus, she trailed behind Zhang Xiling, her eyes glinting with mischief. Xiao Yu, catching sight of the elderly woman, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Even if Mei Chunlan offered him 100 million spirit stones, he would refuse to pass judgment on her. The psychological burden would be unbearable, leading to inner demons, an affliction that could halt the progress of many cultivators for a lifetime. Xiao Yu was genuinely afraid. He would wager that the old woman would return tonight, without a doubt. She was a second-layer qi refinement practitioner, adept in spells, and armed with offensive magical artifacts. Moreover, she had allies. The mere thought sent him hastily closing all doors and windows. He had to devise a formation, a small-scale array to secure the alchemy chamber. Otherwise, it could lead to fatalities. Yet, realizing he hadn't reached the qi refinement stage and lacked spiritual power to employ any formation, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He quickly turned his gaze towards the storeroom, intending to seek assistance from Hualyan to temper his body. After a stick of incense had burned, a prompt echoed, "Please cease coercive measures. The wicked Hualyan may be in peril." Xiao Yu, alarmed, immediately halted his actions. Recognizing that Hualyan, lacking cultivation, would struggle to endure, he then glanced toward the judgment chamber where Baiyu was. At that moment, Baiyu was consumed by regret. "I'm so sorry, Hualyan. This is all my fault, all my master's fault. That cursed Xiao Yu. I will not let you escape unscathed. You will pay dearly." Xiao Yu, witnessing her turmoil, darkened his expression before stepping directly into Baiyu's judgment chamber. Meanwhile, within the storeroom, Hualyan gradually regained consciousness, exhaling weakly. She felt as though her entire body was devoid of sensation. Strangely, however, she sensed a peculiar stirring within her. To her astonishment, her previously damaged meridians and spiritual roots appeared to be mending. Once utterly crippled, she had believed that without her master's innate physique, the destruction of her spiritual roots meant she could never cultivate again. Even if her meridians were restored, it would have been futile. She had resigned herself to a life devoid of cultivation, determined only to rescue her master, regardless of her own fate. Yet now, she was astonished to discover that her spiritual roots had indeed healed. Could this be the result of Xiao Yu's influence? At that moment, she shivered slightly. Her cheeks flushed. Unlike Baiyu, she now experienced an unusual sensation. She found herself thinking that Xiao Yu appeared somewhat handsome. What was she thinking? Chapter 13. The treatment of the alchemist Baiyu was hurling curses during her trial. How could she possibly give up? She was the leader of the Jade Maiden sect, a saintess of the righteous path. What great storms had she not weathered? There was no way she would capitulate over such trivial matters. At this moment, her hatred for Xiao Yu had reached unprecedented heights. She swore that if she ever managed to escape, she would ensure he suffered a fate worse than death. Xiao Yu spent the entire afternoon in the trial chamber. Baiyu's trial value increased to 31. Baiyu's trial value increased to 35. Baiyu's trial value increased to 39. As Xiao Yu gazed at the setting sun, panic enveloped him. His cultivation had not advanced at all during this afternoon. Instead, Baiyu's cultivation had risen to the 3rd level of body refinement. Time was too short. He needed to seek out Zhang Xiling immediately. What if Mei Chunlan intercepted him? That would spell trouble. If they arrived and discovered Hualyan in the storeroom, they would surely kill her. Women who are less attractive often harbor jealousy towards those who are more beautiful. It's a biological instinct. Now that both Hualyan and Baiyu were his women, he certainly could not bear the thought of them perishing. Cultivating them into maidservants would also be a substantial advantage. Furthermore, Hualyan had yet to claim her trial rewards. He absolutely could not allow her death. A plan must be devised. Damn it, that wretched Mei. If only she could give him another day or two, he would undoubtedly break through to the qi refinement stage. Perhaps he should seek assistance? Zhang Xiling immediately came to mind, as she was currently the only alchemist at this base. She was needed to lead the charge in battle, and medicinal pills were essential supplies. Moreover, she had instructed him to find her by sunset. Why not ask Zhang Xiling to set up a formation for him? With this thought, Xiaoyu set off. Before leaving, he felt a twinge of concern. What if Hualien caused trouble in his absence? Upon arriving at the storeroom, he noticed Hualien, who had awakened and was huddled in the corner. Affecting a tone of sympathy, he said, I'll be leaving for a while. During this time, you must stay here and avoid being discovered. An old hag may come after me, and if anyone finds you here, the consequences would be dire. Do you wish to serve only me or the entire sect? Think it over carefully. I brought you some clothing and supplies. But I won't be releasing this chain. Stay put. Don't wander off. There is some food as well. If you don't want your master to get into trouble, behave yourself. After speaking, Xiaoyu departed, ensuring that the doors and windows were securely fastened. Hualien looked at the clothing and food he had provided, instinctively scoffing. He even brought her food? She had been well fed these past few days and occasionally felt nauseous. Moreover, she wouldn't touch anything he provided. It was surely poisoned. Wait, was he actually concerned about her? Did he fear she would run off and get caught? Hualien instinctively clenched her fists, scoffing in disbelief. Cease your feigned innocence, for should I catch you off guard, I shall not show you mercy. Though she spoke boldly, she nonetheless donned the garments brought by Xiaoyu. Observing the arrangement within the storeroom, she noticed what appeared to be a hatchet among the firewood. Hualien clenched her fists once more. It seemed her spiritual roots had undergone some restoration, and her cultivation had reached the first layer of body refinement. That fellow should still be in the chi refining stage. Her only hope of rescuing her master lay in tonight's events. Although her cultivation was inferior to his, she had trained in martial arts since childhood. Disciples from grand sects differ fundamentally from wandering cultivators, many of whom embark on their journeys without any prior training. Most disciples from prestigious sects practice martial arts from a young age, mastering skills in spear, sword, agility, and combat techniques. The reason a chi refining disciple from a grand sect can surpass their wandering peers is precisely due to their foundational training. Hualien was certain that Xiaoyu lacked proficiency in martial arts. He merely possessed higher cultivation. Eyeing the distant hatchet, she kicked a piece of firewood, sending it flying to strike the hatchet back to her feet. Without hesitation, she picked up the hatchet, exhaling slowly as she endeavored not to dwell on her memories with Xiaoyu. Upon his return, she would surely apprehend him. The last time she lost consciousness was due to the noxious smoke. This time, she felt completely assured. You scoundrel, await your reckoning. I shall make you regret your actions. Meanwhile, within the judgment chamber, Baiyu, still undergoing her trial, experienced a shift in her thoughts. To her astonishment, her cultivation had advanced to the fourth layer of body refinement. Furthermore, miraculously, her damaged meridians and spiritual roots appeared to be healing. It was utterly unfathomable. She had been grievously injured by a golden core cultivator. The resources required to mend her meridians and roots were astronomical. Why had this sudden improvement occurred? Could it be due to Xiaoyu? Just then, the voice of judgment echoed once again in the chamber. Wretched woman Baiyu, do you acknowledge your sins? Baiyu scoffed. Why did the voice of judgment belong to a woman? Was there another female present in this chamber? Moreover, the woman's tone suggested an intimate familiarity with her. Before Baiyu could gather her thoughts, a piercing scream escaped her lips. The judgment chamber continued. Wretched woman Baiyu, ungrateful and deserving of punishment. Do you acknowledge your sins? Baiyu's fury ignited. You persist in questioning me. What sins have I committed? Do you believe I have grown up in idleness? Is that all you have? Unleash whatever means you possess, you wretched harlot. The feminine voice in the judgment chamber spoke softly. Judging a wicked woman requires a process. As long as you remain unrepentant, the intensity of your punishment will increase each day, doubling on the third day, until your consciousness shatters, your senses collapse, and you forget your very self. Once more, I ask you, wicked woman Baiyu, do you acknowledge your sins? Baiyu retorted with a cold smile. I am innocent. In the next moment, countless bizarre mechanical wires and cables ensnared her. Baiyu was instantly subjected to excruciating electric shocks, her screams echoing. Wicked woman Baiyu's judgment value rises to 41. I am innocent. What sins have I committed? I seek vengeance for my disciple. I wish to eradicate the demonic path. My life has been one of integrity. What sins have I? To fabricate accusations, there is no shortage of pretexts. I refuse to accept this. I would rather die than submit. Xiaoyu, if you possess the courage, then kill me. Do not think for a moment that I shall submit to you, indulging in your grand delusions. I curse you. I curse you to a death devoid of peace. You shall descend into the depths of hell. Before Baiyu could finish her tirade, she was rendered speechless. It seemed as though she had heard some unsettling noise. As she observed the objects swirling rapidly before her, panic overtook her. It appeared to be some sort of magical artifact. Wretched woman Baiyu, your hatred has no connection to Xiaoyu. He saved you, yet you have harmed him repeatedly. Is this what you call innocence? Are those born of the demonic path inherently evil? Is the moral compass of this world dictated solely by your righteous sect? To join the righteous does not guarantee one is virtuous, does it? You invert right and wrong, forget your debts of gratitude, and harbor a sense of superiority, yet possess a heart as cold as a wolf's and a lung like a dog-ass. Do you not recognize your sins? Baiyu remained silent. Soon after, a hauntingly elongated scream echoed throughout the judgment chamber, reverberating in its depths. In a study, Xiaoyu, with a demeanor of utmost respect, clasped his fists together and said, Elder Zhang, I pay my respects. Zhang Xiling, engrossed in various documents, did not turn around, but continued perusing recent reports of battle losses while responding, Indeed, I have summoned you. Recently, our Hehuan Sect has expanded its frontline personnel, necessitating a substantial quantity of cleansing elixirs and opening meridian pills to enhance the qualifications of our new disciples. Additionally, we require a considerable amount of hemostatic pills, recuperative pills, and other strategic elixirs. I have called you here to inform you that I am indifferent to how many elixirs Elder Wu produced daily in the past. You are to deliver a single sum of 1,000 first-grade elixirs to me each month. As for the spiritual herbs and materials, I shall supply those. You will refine what I provide. If even one elixir is lacking a month hence, I shall hold you accountable. Xiaoyu promptly clasped his fists, assuring her, Elder, rest assured, I shall exert every effort. But Zhang Xiling, upon hearing this, lifted her chin and gazed at the silent Xiaoyu, speaking softly, Speak. What benefits do you seek? Xiaoyu replied, It is not a matter of benefits. I merely wish to obtain a formation that can safeguard the alchemy room, as there are many within the sect who harbor ill intent towards me. A slight smile graced Zhang Xiling's lips, her brows arching elegantly like willow leaves. With an unwavering gaze fixed upon Xiaoyu, she inquired, Is it due to your unique constitution? I suspect Elder Wu's interest in you stems from your pure yang physique. Fear not, I am well aware of this matter. As she spoke, she summoned a flying magical artifact, causing Xiaoyu to gasp in astonishment. Such a treasure was of medium grade. Zhang Xiling was indeed well endowed. I shall assist you in setting up a protective formation, and I will issue a proclamation. Should anyone dare to undermine my alchemists, I shall ensure they meet a grim fate. Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy. My deepest gratitude for your generosity, Elder. Subsequently, Zhang Xiling led him to the upper level of the alchemy room. As they gazed down upon the alchemy chamber, Zhang Xiling gradually shifted her gaze towards the storeroom, the herb garden, and the sleeping quarters. After pondering, her eyes fell upon a nearby well. She produced 6 formation flags, casting them towards the surroundings. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, realizing that she had encompassed a vast area for him, including the herb garden and the well. As the flags settled into their designated positions, a layer of blue magical array swiftly rose, resembling a celestial dome. The formation shimmered with a bluish tortoise-shell pattern, and from time to time, the head of a serpent could be seen, fierce and menacing. This formation is a minor Xuanwu array. Although it is merely a low-grade formation, it is sufficient to shield you from external disturbances. I have arranged it so that only you and I can enter or exit this formation, so you may rest assured. With Elder Wu deceased and the sect offering me no additional support, I am in desperate need of assistance. If you dedicate yourself to aiding me, I assure you that you will not be left wanting. Once you reach the Qi refinement stage, I shall take you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your generous favor, Elder. I will do my utmost to enhance my cultivation as swiftly as possible. Zhang Xiling nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, shortly I will provide you with a personal puppet, possessing the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage, which will ensure your safety. As she spoke, Zhang Xiling produced a wooden puppet eagle from her storage bag. At that moment, Xiaoyu swallowed hard, astonished that this woman genuinely intended to take him as her apprentice. The treatment he received was astonishing, and to his delight, The system even registered a judgment. Zhang Xiling does not meet the criteria for the evil woman assessment. Her attribute panel cannot be detected. Chapter 14. Elder. I yearn to progress. Xiao Yu gazed at the information panel above Zhang Xiling in disbelief. She was not an evil woman. She had immediately provided him with a formation and a puppet for protection. If it were anyone else showing him such kindness, he might have suspected ulterior motives. But this woman was not malevolent. How could someone be so benevolent without reason? Moreover, her beauty was striking, with an undeniable allure in every gesture. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, and her features were picturesque. In the fleeting glances of her eyes, there seemed to be a myriad of emotions. Clad in a flowing purple veil, her graceful figure was tantalizingly visible. With each step, she seemed to capture the hearts of those around her. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial song that could mesmerize anyone. Her aura was both noble and seductive, with every smile. She seemed capable of captivating souls. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard, pondering why one of the 7 most beautiful women of the Hehuan Sect, Zhang Xiling, was showing him such attention, even aspiring to take him as a disciple. Was she planning to remain here permanently? Zhang Xiling continued. I recently discovered a dozen medicine cauldrons in Elder Wu's storeroom. I do not concern myself with how he disciplined you in the past, but under my supervision. Do not engage in any heinous acts. The Hehuan Sect practices the way of harmony, not malevolence. I will not impose constraints on matters of alchemical furnaces or partners. But do not let me witness you harming children or mortals. And do not dare concoct any human elixirs or human artifacts. Just as Zhang Xiling was speaking, she suddenly noticed Xiao Yu staring intently at her. His mischievous eyes bore no hint of hesitation as they fixated on her face. Zhang Xiling's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her tone laced with authority. Do you comprehend what I just said? Xiao Yu, still holding his fists, did not divert his gaze, exuding a strong sense of assertiveness. He had already surmised the reason for her unusual kindness towards him. Firstly, he was a half-alchemist, and she, being new to this place, urgently required assistance. Secondly, she might have seen through his Juyang divine body. Her professed intent to take him as a disciple likely held deeper implications. She certainly had no intention of allowing him to perish. Zhang Xiling, upon noticing Xiao Yu gazing at her with such intensity, felt her countenance tremble. Is there something on my face? How dare you be so impudent? Xiao Yu slowly lowered his head. Elder, forgive me, for I have never encountered a woman as exquisite as you. Your beauty surpasses that of the celestial maidens. I was momentarily entranced. Your beauty is simply beyond my control. I implore your forgiveness. Zhang Xiling, slightly irked and embarrassed, turned her body away. How audacious of this scoundrel to speak so disrespectfully. She felt a strong urge to strike him down, for how could a mere junior in the body refinement stage dare to gaze upon her so directly? Had it been any other time, she would have ensured that such insolence would not go unpunished. Anger surged within her, causing her form to tremble and veins to throb. Calm down. This individual possesses a rare physique. He is of great use to me. Moreover, he is an alchemist from the Jianglu branch. Should I eliminate him? The sect would not easily provide another alchemist. Her dissatisfaction with the sect's regulations had led her to volunteer to manage a branch on the front lines. Ever since the Hehuan Sect established itself in the Demon Province, many individuals had altered their natures. Gazing at Xiao Yu across from her, Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. Your name is Xiao Yu, is it not? What prompted you to join our Hehuan Sect? Xiao Yu clasped his hands in reverence. Naturally, it was the pursuit of immortality and knowledge. I have previously visited righteous sects, where they scrutinized talent, background, and wealth. Regrettably, I was deemed unworthy. Despite my arduous efforts to pass their stringent examinations, I was eliminated due to my pseudo-spiritual roots, as they required at least 3 genuine ones. However, our Hehuan Sect is different. We accept anyone with spiritual roots, especially the young and beautiful. Zhang Xiling stepped forward, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. Indeed, our Hehuan Sect was once among the righteous sects, later exiled to the Demon Province. We advocate for harmonious partnerships in our practices, with advanced techniques suitable for both genders, and even powerful spells designed for joint use. Initially, our sect boasted the most couples among all sects, with love and devotion, where each individual would only seek one partner. Do you know what led to our current state? Xiao Yu, distracted by her enchanting form, instinctively swallowed. Internal strife and external threats, perhaps? The righteous female cultivators perceive our women as licentious, yet it is merely the allure of our Hehuan disciples that captivates those righteous men. Even if our disciples have no desire for involvement, they are relentlessly pursued. Over time, the righteous women united in their disdain, claiming our women lack virtue. After all, a woman's jealousy can be quite formidable. As he spoke, Xiaoyu stroked his chin, a smile gracing his features. As for internal issues, free love is not permitted in the Hehuan sect. Nearly every inner disciple's partner is assigned by the sect. Zhang Xiling nodded, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, there have been instances in our sect where a favored disciple has developed feelings for one possessing a false spiritual root. The favored disciple broke through to the golden core stage after 50 years, while the one with the false spiritual root remains in the qi refinement stage. The disparity in their cultivation levels, magical power, and spiritual awareness is far too great, rendering them incapable of practicing the harmony technique together. Over time, issues arise, leading some to experience heart demons. Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously. No, that is not correct. Elder, you must not be aware of the true circumstances. What you describe is merely a rarity. Zhang Xiling frowned at his words. What is incorrect? Xiaoyu, brimming with confidence and the demeanor of one with experience, replied emphatically, it is indeed wrong. There exists a saying within our harmony sect. Once ashore, sever ties with the beloved, regardless of gender. Once one reaches a higher level of cultivation, they often kick aside their partner to seek out a more powerful practitioner for the harmony technique. Such opportunists, enamored with novelty and fickle in their affections, are plentiful. How can such individuals truly master the profound arts of the harmony technique, which requires a deep mutual understanding between partners? Many who join our sect do so merely to take shortcuts, lured by beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling noticed Xiaoyu's gaze upon her once more. How brazen. Oh, are you, young one, also seeking a shortcut? Xiaoyu maintained his composure. Elder, your disciple yearns for progress. Zhang Xiling, suppressing her exasperation, pursed her lips. Attend to your duties. Without my permission, you are not to leave the alchemy chamber. I demand 1,000 pills within a month. Xiaoyu continued to gaze at her unabashedly, causing her face to flush to her neck. Zhang Xiling's brows furrowed. Do you wish to provoke me? Hurry and be gone. Xiaoyu chuckled and dashed away, exclaiming, Elder, you are indeed the most beautiful in the world. Zhang Xiling had no desire to remain in that place any longer. This rascal was simply audacious. She summoned her flying artifact and swiftly departed. As Xiaoyu entered the formation, he gazed in admiration at Zhang Xiling, who vanished into the clouds. Even her scolding had been gratifying. She was not a villainess. His thoughts shifted. Perhaps she intended to recruit him? Her repeated mention of our harmony sect and its former glory, along with her admonitions against wrongdoing, suggested a deeper motivation. Could it be that her ideals clashed with those of other elders, resulting in her being assigned to the front lines? That seemed plausible. For now, he had entered a brief period of safety. To produce 1,000 first-grade pills within a month, he would need to concoct over 30 daily. He had no desire to labor so extensively. He had devised a plan. Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. First, he would interrogate Bai Yu, then compel her to refine pills. His focus should be on punishing the wicked, not to mention that Hualien girl. She was far too fragile, often triggering death warnings. Never mind. He decided not to dwell on it. With the formation in place, that old witch Mei Chunlan could not intrude, allowing him to commence his seclusion. With that thought, Xiaoyu hurried toward the storeroom, running all the way. He couldn't help but notice that Elder Zhang had indeed allocated him a substantial area, akin to a private estate of 1,000 square meters. Through the formation, one gazes upon the luminous moon in the sky, revealing an exquisite charm. Behind him, the puppet eagle gifted by Elder Zhang accompanies him atop the roof, providing vigilant protection throughout his journey. Soon, he arrived at the storeroom. And the moment he pushed the door open, a flash of cold light surged forth. Concealed behind the door, Hualien struck with her blade. Before she could reach Xiaoyu, the puppet eagle descended with lethal intent. Its talons, glinting with icy light, aimed directly for Hualien's head. At that moment, Hualien was utterly bewildered. Where did this first-tier puppet beast come from? Seeing this, Xiaoyu hastily shouted, Do not harm her. She is my mate. Upon hearing this, the puppet eagle retracted its claws, yet its momentum propelled it forward. A fierce gust of wind swept through, knocking Hualien to the ground. Rising in disbelief, she stared at the puppet eagle circling above Xiaoyu, her expression one of intense frustration. How infuriating. Where on earth did you get this puppet eagle? Xiaoyu shrugged, glancing at her with a raised brow. It's dark now. Where do you think you can run? It's chilly outside. Shall we return indoors to converse? Hualian's face flushed with embarrassment. I refuse to converse with you. You better release my master quickly. My uncle is likely already on his way here. And she is a formidable golden core expert. If you have any sense, you will release my master at once. Xiaoyu cast a glance at Baiyu in the judgment chamber, admiring her beauty. Do you think the Harmony Sect is idle? Since the demon province dares to wage war, they must be prepared. You shall never return to the righteous path. I saved your life, yet you wish to kill me. I believe you are better suited for the demonic way. We have a month to slowly get acquainted. As Hualien saw Xiaoyu approaching, she panicked and leapt backward. However, after just a few strides, she felt a peculiar dizziness wash over her. Why did she suddenly feel faint? Xiaoyu observed as she fled into the woods, calling out, Lianer, you never learn. How dare you wear the clothes I provided? I soaked them in harmony powder overnight. In the forest, Hualien erupted in a wail. This is not over between us. Chapter 15. She was reluctant to flee. Xiaoyu approached the woods with a mischievous grin. After all, she could not escape the formation, and with the darkness enveloping them, it felt as though neither heaven nor earth could aid her. Xiaoyu continued walking forward. Do not be afraid. We are well acquainted, and I do not intend to kill you. What are you worried about? Surely, you have not consumed what I gave you. I forgot to mention, I truly placed nothing within it. Oh, perhaps you drank too much the other day and now find yourself hungry? Upon hearing this, Hualien's eyes brimmed with fury. She had never encountered such shamelessness. How long would this continue? She was on the verge of tears, having finally broken free from her chains, ready to retaliate. Who knew this scoundrel had a puppet beast? Even her clothes had been tampered with. Despicable. Despicable. You scoundrel, just wait. Xiaoyu strolled leisurely. And it was no wonder he had previously pondered whether the villains in films were indeed unhinged. How excessively dramatic they were. But today, upon finding himself in a similar predicament, he understood the thrill. Observing Hualien, who was frantically fleeing, he was intrigued to witness her expression upon encountering the formation. Surely, she would be reduced to tears on the spot. Furthermore, due to her attire, it was likely she wouldn't escape far. Xiaoyu called out from behind, Lianer, I have always found you quite charming, even somewhat amusing. How audacious of you to conspire with your master to harm me, despite being rendered powerless in your abilities. Is this not a jest? How dare you tamper with my alchemy before my very eyes? Have you never been educated? Do you know why I enjoy playing with you? It is because you are still young and inexperienced, unlike your master, who has lived for over 2 centuries and possesses far greater resolve than you, a mere 18-year-old. I dare say it will take me at least a year or more to subdue her. With a triumphant demeanor, Xiaoyu continued to taunt. Glancing upward, he noticed Hualien had fallen, her balance compromised. As she heard Xiaoyu closing in, her complexion drained of color. Grabbing a hatchet, she made a desperate slash across her arm, instantly awakening her senses. Today, she had to escape at all costs. Yet, before she could run more than a few paces, she collided with an obstruction. Raising her gaze, she was met with a sight that drained the blood from her face. How could there be a formation in the Xuanwu array? A formation here? Her pupils constricted in horror. Her countenance paled, lips parted yet silent, as terror engulfed her features. The delicate skin of her cheeks took on an ashen hue, her frightened eyes darting about like a startled fawn, filled with helplessness and dread. How could there be a formation? Master! Master! Hualien's body trembled slightly, her hands clutching her skirt tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Her disheveled hair danced lightly in the breeze, adding to her disarray. There was no escape. Gazing upon the towering Xuanwu array, despair filled her heart. She dared not contemplate what would transpire next. Xiaoyu was correct. Her master, with her extensive lifespan, possessed extraordinary willpower. But how old was she? Recalling her previous encounters with Xiaoyu, her body shuddered uncontrollably. Looking down, her palms were slick with cold sweat. Xiaoyu approached with a sympathetic expression, observing the terrified Hualien on the ground. He said playfully, Do not fear. I have no intention of harming you. I am more concerned for your well-being. Have you not eaten in ages? Brother has prepared a feast for you. If you behave, I assure you this place is far superior to your Jade Maiden sect. As he spoke, he produced some roasted meat and tea, settling beside Hualien to indulge in his meal. According to his understanding of the judgment system, to increase her maleficence points, he must first treat her kindly. thus triggering the growth of those points. As she observed the occasionally glancing Hualien, who was fixated on the roasted meat across from her, Xiaoyu slowly produced a shimmering orb. This was a precious item he had procured through a potion exchange prior to seeking out Zhang Xiling. He placed it delicately before Hualien, who instinctively shuddered. What was this scoundrel up to? The moment she laid eyes on the orb, her complexion drained of color, leaving her pale as a ghost. As the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, if he were to hold any leverage against her, she would be irrevocably doomed. At that moment, Hualien's vision suddenly blurred. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest, and her cheeks flushed. Glancing down at the wound on her arm, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Could it be that the powder from the Hehuan sand had entered her wound? This fiend. How wicked could one be? Why treat her so cruelly? Watching Xiaoyu nearly finish his roasted meat, Hualien, without a second thought, seized a chopping knife and swung it towards him. However, her strike failed to breach his defenses. Xiaoyu regarded her with a bemused expression as he observed her growing terror. I told you, you're being foolish. I am now the 9-yang divine body, and you, a mere first layer of body refinement. Wish to contend with me? Didn't your foundation crumble? Would you like to come over for me to help you restore it? Don't be frightened. I mean you no harm. What kind of look is that? As he spoke, he took another bite of meat. In an instant, Hualien broke down in tears, shoving him aside to snatch the last piece of roasted meat from the ground. She was simply famished, having been confined by Elder Wu for several days, and had scarcely eaten during her previous battles. This scoundrel had the audacity to treat her so repeatedly in such a manner. She felt a mixture of emotions. Xiaoyu held her close, and she ceased her escape, indulging in the feast. For hours later, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Xiaoyu embraced Hualien, declaring, from now on, you shall be my maid, understood? Hualien's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart brimming with reluctance. Yet, her right hand instinctively pressed against her dantian. To her astonishment, her spiritual root had indeed been restored, even better than before. Furthermore, she felt as though she had undergone a complete transformation, her entire being resonating with purity. To her astonishment, her cultivation had progressed to the second layer of body refinement. It was utterly unfathomable. Even more astonishing was the fact that the wound she had inflicted on her arm with the chopping knife had completely healed, leaving no scar behind. Was this the unparalleled 9-yang divine body? For a moment, she was at a loss, yet something felt amiss. Xiaoyu's kindness and gentleness towards her were overwhelming. She couldn't help but recall the time she had been pierced through the peep of bone by a steel hook. Wait, how could she think such thoughts? This was too peculiar. Upon reflection, it seemed that their actions had been misguided. Had her master not encountered Xiaoyu, the outcome could have been far graver. She might have been refined into a human pill, instead of lying here gazing at the moon. Initially, he had done nothing to them. It was only after she had incited her master to conspire against Xiaoyu that matters took a turn for the worse. Perhaps her adversary truly seeks revenge against them. She finds herself engulfed in confusion. In such a place, escape is not an option, and sustenance relies solely on this individual. Her master remains imprisoned, and his whereabouts are unknown. What course of action should she take? Moreover, she has become his possession. Everything belongs to him. The thought of her beloved Xianling Sect's prodigy, Lin Su, fills her with resignation. Shouldn't her partner embody the virtues of a righteous cultivator? How has she ended up with such a rogue? It feels surreal, and she finds herself reluctant to flee. Perhaps her salvation lies in remaining with this man to rescue her master. No. What is she thinking? He is a scoundrel from the demonic path. As a practitioner of righteousness, how could she conspire with him? Yet, despite her thoughts, she cannot tear her gaze away from Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's nerves are taut with anticipation. Will you not make your move? Are you simply going to sit idly by? Your master will surely kill me once this is over. Why do you hesitate? What are you planning? Are you full and ready to sleep? Are you not going to escape? His eyelids tremble as he ponders her intentions. She has yet to draw her weapon, even though he had placed it intentionally beside her. If she does not strike him, how will she increase her malevolent score? Just then, a pair of delicate hands encircle him. With a weary sigh, Hualien drifts into slumber in his embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. Xiaoyu is momentarily taken aback. Has she truly fallen asleep? Is she no longer attempting to flee? System notification. The wicked Hualien has commenced her self-reflection, unlocking the judgment mode ahead of schedule. The host may conduct automatic or manual judgment based on her penitent state. Xiaoyu gazes thoughtfully at the sleeping Hualien in his arms. She appears to be nothing more than a frightened young girl. If only her heart were kinder. Or perhaps she suffers from Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological condition wherein the victim develops affection for the abuser and aids in their malevolent deeds. According to Hualien's previous demeanor, she should not be inclined to repent. As a proud candidate for the saintly title, why would she confess her wrongs to him? Her nature is haughty and unruly. Could it be that she harbors unusual feelings for him? Xiao Yu cautiously raises his hand, transporting Hualien to the second judgment chamber, where he observes her sleeping peacefully. Once more, he accesses her information panel and sighs upon seeing the word orphan inscribed in her background. Yet he understands that she has undoubtedly slain countless demonic cultivators throughout her life. In her eyes, all inhabitants of the Demon Island, regardless of age, deserve death. Perhaps her childhood was fraught with hardship, leading her to become devoid of humanity upon becoming a cultivator. Or is she simply naive? Is there still hope for her mind, warranting her repentance? Xiao Yu refrains from activating the judgment function of the second chamber, allowing Hualien to rest in quietude. His cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of body refinement, only a step away from the first level of qi refinement. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to enter the judgment room number 1, gazing at Bai Yu, whose will was as unyielding as steel. He raised his gaze and remarked, "I appreciate your patience." Chapter 16. Do you not feel any remorse? Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Bai Yu's previously weary expression transformed into one of intense resentment. As an astute individual, she naturally yearned to comprehend what Xiao Yu had been doing all this time outside. "You scoundrel! I will see you dead. I swear, even as a ghost, I shall not let you escape. You shall wait for your doom. I curse you to an untimely death. I curse you." To her fury, Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, a playful expression gracing his face as he rested his chin on his hand. "Conversing with you is quite entertaining. Your temperament is truly fiery. It makes things interesting. Doesn't it, Master Bai? I must admit, I am somewhat perplexed. You've been here for quite a while, and do you truly not feel any wrongdoing? Is that genuinely how you feel?" Bai Yu erupted into a frenzied scream once more. "What wrong have I committed? What unfounded accusations are you levying? You know your true intentions. Do you dare claim you harbored no ulterior motives from the outset? All men in this world share the same vile nature. There is not a decent one among them. Do not let me, Bai Yu, escape. Otherwise, I shall shred you into pieces. Shred you into pieces. I will slice your flesh, piece by piece. Slice it away." Xiao Yu shook his head in resignation. It seemed that reason would not prevail. This woman had lived for over 200 years, and her thought patterns were likely rigidly entrenched. Would a gold core cultivator even recognize their own faults? It was unlikely to be so simple. Observing Bai Yu's contorted visage, Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. "If I am not mistaken, in your eyes and that of your disciple, I am less than a dog of your righteous sect. My attempts to save you are laden with ulterior motives, and my offer to lead you away is equally insincere. While you deem my actions as purging evil and upholding justice. It seems all matters are dictated by you righteous folk. Is that so? I am eager to see how resolute your words truly are." The following morning, Xiao Yu's cultivation had ascended to the first level of qi refinement. As he pondered, the judgment room suddenly announced, "Good morning, wicked women. The second day of judgment commences." At that moment, he could clearly feel the flow of mana coursing through him. Though it was thin, he had indeed reached the level of utilizing magical artifacts. Stepping into the courtyard, he grasped the subpar magical artifact, the eagle claw blade, and the jade maiden gourd, practicing with them. Under his manipulation, the eagle claw blade danced around him as if it were a living creature. He then swung it towards a distant rock, leaving a clear cut. Holding the weapon firmly, he guided the eagle claw blade forward with his mana. Activating the divine movement technique beneath his feet, Xiao Yu instinctively furrowed his brow as he observed the ethereal waves of mana surge forth once more. With the blade raised to the heavens, a half-meter-long blade aura was instantaneously unleashed. Was this the enhancement bestowed by the supreme joyful harmony technique? It carried a sweet fragrance. Xiao Yu declared, followed by another strike, the blade aura rampaging forth, cleaving through the nearby low trees instantly. The destructive power is indeed present. Yet its other potential functions remain uncertain. Further observation is warranted. As Xiao Yu spoke, he retrieved the jade maiden gourd once more. Sensing the extraordinarily cool aura above him, an idea sparked in his mind. He concentrated his focus, extending his consciousness outward. The moment his awareness made contact with the gourd, He perceived the essence of living beings within it. There were indeed people alive inside the gourd. Xiao Yu's eyes widened with anticipation as he hastily sent forth his consciousness to investigate the situation within the gourd. It appeared to resemble a furnace. Soon, he discerned several women huddled together in the center, attempting to shield themselves from the surrounding flames. Some of them bore the marks of burns. However, after observing for a considerable time without any indication from the evil woman system, he hesitated. Were those 4 women virtuous? Wait, why were 3 of them mere mortals? Xiao Yu's eyes widened in confusion. Only one woman, garbed in red, was a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. This red-clad cultivator desperately protected the mortal women, her lips pale from exertion. Behind her, a 20-year-old girl wept in despair, exclaiming, "Mother, I am so afraid. I want to go home. I will never ascend the mountain again." Xiao Yu cast another glance at the women. The leading red-clad cultivator possessed a fair countenance, though she fell slightly short compared to Bai Yu. Yet, her face bore a resilience and integrity that Bai Yu lacked, along with a hint of youthful innocence. The other 3 mortals appeared to include a mother and daughter pair, while another mortal woman exuded a remarkable grace, reminiscent of a noble lady. In Xiao Yu's perception, whether righteous or malevolent, cultivators regarded mortals as insignificant. Given such dire circumstances, why would one use magical power to protect them? Observing this, Xiao Yu swiftly raised his hand to release the 4 women. The moment they emerged, they collapsed to the ground. As Xiao Yu moved to greet them, the female cultivator succumbed from exhaustion. The remaining 3 rushed forward in supplication. Unfazed, Xiao Yu approached the unconscious cultivator, producing a recovery pill to administer to her. He then lifted her and carried her indoors, instructing, "Do not be afraid. I am not that elder Wu. Fetch water from the well and tend to this young lady." The mother and daughter exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Conversely, the noble-looking woman stood resolutely. After ensuring the red-clad cultivator was settled, Xiao Yu entrusted her care to the mother and daughter. The noble lady promptly knelt, expressing, "Thank you, Immortal, for your life-saving grace." This humble girl, Li Qingyun, is eternally grateful. The mother and daughter hurriedly followed suit, kneeling as well. "Thank you, Immortal, for your life-saving grace. I am Zhang Lan, and this is my daughter, Huang Xiang. Xianger, do not forget to bow to our benefactor." The young girl promptly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for your life-saving grace." Xiao Yu furrowed his brow. Noticing his silence, Li Qingyun quickly whispered, "Having been saved by the Immortal, if you require anything, I would willingly face death 1,000 times. I humbly beseech the Immortal to allow me to return home briefly to reunite with my family and assure them of my safety." After the incident, the young lady expressed her willingness to serve her benefactor, pleading for assistance. Xiao Yu pondered quietly. Although the system had not classified the 4 of them as malevolent, it did not imply that they posed no threat to him. It was prudent to exercise caution. If my conjecture holds true, there must have been more than just the 4 of you within that gourd. Undoubtedly, many others perished inside. You were likely captured by Elder Wu for the purpose of refining human elixirs. But what is the situation with you mere mortals? Li Qingyun hastily bowed, responding, "In response to your grace, we heard from Elder Zhao that the 3 of us seem to possess spiritual roots, and they intend to refine us into human elixirs. We have already been trapped inside for half a month. Were it not for Elder Zhao providing us with sustenance and selflessly protecting us, we would likely have become mere bones." Xiao Yu cast a sidelong glance at the female cultivator in the room. Li Qingyun, visibly anxious, continued, "Your grace, Elder Zhao Hongye is a solitary cultivator without a sect. She is upright and kind-hearted and would never seek to harm you." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. That may not necessarily be the case. Otherwise, why pretend to be dead upon awakening? Chapter 17. What face does the young lady have to speak of injustice? Zhao Hongye, lying on the bed, sprang up in excitement, adopting an aggressive stance. She looked at Xiao Yu with a face full of alarm. "Qingyun, come quickly. He is of the demonic path. Do not be deceived by him." Then, Zhao Hongye cast a terrified glance at Xiao Yu, her eyes surveying the surroundings. The adversary possessed the cultivation of chi refinement, wielded a magical artifact, and had a puppet in the sky. She found herself in a predicament, utterly drained of magic power and unable to fend for herself. Xiao Yu regarded her with amusement. Though Zhao Hongye lacked the allure of Hualyan and Bai Yu, she exuded the essence of a righteous maiden. In such dire circumstances, she still contemplated the protection of 3 unrelated mortals. Seeing this, Li Qingyun quickly stepped forward, saying, Elder Zhao, this young master has just rescued us and has not harmed us. He even healed your injuries with elixirs. He is our savior. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan chimed in. Indeed, it was our benefactor who freed us. Zhao Hongya instinctively recoiled, stuttering, What are your intentions? If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Do not bully them. As soon as she spoke, Xiao Yu approached, raising his hand to reveal a pile of vegetables and clothing, announcing, I have saved you. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my maidens. You will assist me in the alchemy chamber with laundry, cooking, and tending to spiritual herbs. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. This is the Hehuan Sect, and beyond this place, you will assuredly meet a dire fate, especially with the battles still raging outside. As for the girl who wishes to return home to report safety, she shall wait. It is certainly unsafe to go to Jianglu City now, but once it is secure, I can make a trip to the city. Zhao Hongya gazed at the vegetables and clothing before her, instinctively swallowing hard. Zhang Lan, upon seeing this, quickly led her daughter in bowing and expressed, Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. Xiang'er, go start the fire. Li Qingyun anxiously observed Xiao Yu, then glanced at Zhao Hongya. Xiao Yu gazed intently at Zhao Hongya and inquired, I saved you. How do you intend to repay me? If I do not release you soon, I fear you shall perish within 3 days. Zhao Hongya instinctively clenched her fists, stammering, I. Observing her distress, Xiao Yu stepped forward and lifted her into his arms, causing Zhao Hongya to cry out in surprise. Li Qingyun hurriedly approached, pleading, Benefactor, I am willing to serve you loyally. Senior Zhao has been unwell and has protected us within the gourd. I implore you, please. Xiao Yu chuckled softly at her earnestness. In terms of beauty, Li Qingyun stood out among the 4 women, exuding an aura reminiscent of a youthful goddess, her demeanor suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family. Her features were exquisite, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, brimming with vitality. Her lustrous black hair danced in the wind, cascading like a waterfall. After a brief hour, Li Qingyun gazed incredulously at her palm, exclaiming, How have I ascended to the first layer of body refinement? How have I gained cultivation? Xiao Yu embraced her, saying, You are quite clever. You wish to repay Zhao Hongya for her life-saving grace over these past days, do you not? Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not treat you unfairly. From now on, you shall manage the household affairs of this alchemy chamber. Are you of noble descent? Xiao Yu inquired. Li Qingyun shook her head. I hail from the Li family of Jianglu City. We are merchants, and I have studied a bit in my youth. Xiao Yu smirked. Do you not feel any resentment for offering yourself to me so readily? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun's heart quaked, and she stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before lowering her gaze. I was a person destined to die. My life belongs to you, benefactor. What face do I have to speak of grievances? After bidding farewell to Li Qingyun, Xiao Yu turned his attention back to the trial chamber. Hua Lian had awakened, gazing around with a pitiful expression. He needed to concoct 1,000 pills within a month, and it was imperative to start with Hua Lian. Should he fail to produce the pills, Elder Zhang Xiling would undoubtedly be displeased. He had now reached the first layer of qi refinement, which meant he could take her as a master. He would simply claim to have consumed a pill left by Elder Wu and fortuitously achieved a breakthrough. In the coming month, he needed to strategize meticulously, ensuring Hua Lian was utterly submissive while producing the 1,000 pills. Additionally, he had to manage Zhao Hongya, Zhang Lan, and Huang Xiang, all of whom possessed spiritual roots. With his Jiuyang divine body and the joyous harmony technique, their cultivation speed would surely not be an issue. To be prudent, he ought to learn a soul mark. Should they ever contemplate betrayal, they would face dire consequences. Xiao Yu vaguely recalled that there remained a tome titled Yin-Yang Borrowing Life Technique within Elder Wu's storage bag. He began to search through it, noting that unlike the joyous harmony technique, this volume contained rather sinister and unorthodox teachings. As he sifted through the pages, he soon discovered a secret technique nestled between leaves, blood-refining soul restriction. The practitioner could nourish their servant with their heart's blood, inscribing a restriction upon their soul. During the day, when the yang energy is at its peak, one should feed once. At night, when the yin energy is most potent, feed again. After 7 days and nights of nourishment, the soul of the one being fed will inscribe a restriction, allowing the practitioner to exert control over their actions and thoughts. Take heed. The lower-ranked must never attempt to use this on the higher-ranked, lest they suffer backlash. Xiao Yu could not help but glance at Hua Lian in the trial chamber. It seemed that this soul-binding restriction would be ineffective against wicked women. as the system aimed to compel their repentance. Observing the women outside engaged in washing and cooking, Xiaoyu clenched his fists. Let us start with them. Even a virtuous woman should not be underestimated. What if the good-hearted Li Qingyun betrayed him to save Zhang Lan and her companion? In this treacherous world, he wished to disregard notions of benevolence and morality. Only life held true significance. As Xiaoyu pondered how to impose the soul restriction upon them, the system chimed once more. Detected that the second trial chamber has not yet commenced its judgment. Please select a trial mode. Rewards for judging the second wicked woman can only be obtained after the trial begins. Choosing manual mode will also increase trial points. Without the system's reminder, Xiaoyu had almost forgotten that Hualien had already been captured, and he had yet to claim his reward. Glancing at the two options above, Xiaoyu's gaze brightened. Manual judgment it shall be. In the next moment, he found himself in the second trial chamber. Upon seeing the instruments of punishment before him, a slight smirk graced his lips. Hualien, upon spotting Xiaoyu, panicked once more. How long do you intend to keep me here? Where's my master? What do you want from me? Xiaoyu chuckled. What's this? Just yesterday, you didn't wear this expression. Have you woken from your slumber only to wish to flee again? It appears you still do not grasp your predicament, Lianer. Hualien, feeling a twinge of fear, stammered, Didn't come any closer. If you do, I'll end my life right before you. Xiaoyu's smile widened. It seems yesterday's efforts bore some fruit. You no longer curse me, but instead attempt to frighten me. Have I treated you poorly? Do not fear, for from this moment forth, I shall not leave this room. I will remain here with you. Hualien's eyes grew wide with alarm as she began to fathom the implications. An hour later, successfully judged the wicked woman Hualien. The second phase reward has been issued. Reward: third trial chamber unlocked. Reward: exquisite magical artifact. Qinxiang Wanmei Tuesday. Chapter 18. Hualien's concerns. Qinxiang Wanmei 2. A supreme magical artifact capable of conjuring countless breathtaking beauties to ensnare adversaries. When the scroll unfurls, ethereal melodies arise, and celestial maidens dance gracefully. The beauties depicted possess diverse charms, some gentle and amiable, others alluring and enchanting, or cold and regal, adapting to the enemy's preferences. When an adversary gazes upon the scroll, they become entranced, losing control. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing the user to unleash the 1,000 fragrance divine light in attack and summon the 10,000 beauties celestial array for defense. Xiaoyu gazed upon the exquisite magical artifact, his brows lifting in astonishment. With a mere wave of his hand, beams of radiant light erupted forth, accompanied by the sounds of enchanting melodies, parting the forest ahead. Xiaoyu felt a surge of astonishment. He, at merely the first layer of qi refinement, wielded such formidable power. Even if Sister Mei were to return, he would not be intimidated. He then re-entered Hualien's trial chamber, remaining there for 3 days and nights. Upon awakening once more, Hualien gazed at the figure of Xiaoyu beside her, her expression one of bewilderment. Reflecting on the events of the past 3 days felt akin to a dream. For reasons unknown, she found herself reluctant to depart. This time, she truly did not wish to leave. Remaining here offered her the opportunity to mend her spiritual roots and restore her cultivation. Moreover, she had already become Xiaoyu's, and her master remained in the other's grasp. Should she flee again, would there be a chance that Xiaoyu, in a fit of anger, might harm her master? Hualien devised another rationale to convince herself. Gazing at Xiaoyu, she instinctively wrapped her arms around her. Master, I shall not leave. Can you aid me in mending my injuries? Please, do not harm my master. I am willing to be your servant. With a demeanor so pitiable, Hualien spoke softly in Xiaoyu's embrace. Yet, upon perceiving Hualien's judgment value, a cold smirk emerged within Xiaoyu. Over the past 3 days, the judgment value had reached an impressive 90. However, it had stagnated at that number. Clearly, this woman had yet to fully comprehend her misdeeds. Even though she now appeared pitiful and acknowledged her mistakes, deep within, there remained a barrier she had yet to breach. Xiaoyu pursed her lips and, holding Hualien's delicate waist, remarked, I find myself quite curious. Your Jade Maiden sect is so formidable. How could it be vanquished by the forlorn Hehuan Sect? Hualien whispered timidly within Xiaoyu's embrace. This is largely due to my master's second disciple. She betrayed us. However, you must also prepare for what lies ahead. The Demon Island has dispatched you 4 sects to invade Hushi Prefecture, merely as pawns. Xiao Yu chuckled softly, amused that Hualien was beginning to worry about her. I understand your concerns. The Hehuan Sect, Qian Duomen, Zuelian Tang, and Lian Yazong engaging in war are but minor sects in the demon state. I estimate it will not be long before they are repelled. Hualien continued. Yes, master. Did you not say you wish to leave here? I suggest you plan accordingly. I do not want any harm to befall you. Xiao Yu, with an affectionate grip, embraced her tightly. Indeed, this is rather splendid. I senti it. By the way, aside from your master, do you have anyone else particularly dear to you? At this, Hualien instinctively clenched her fists and hastily shook her head. No, no one else. Xiao Yu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Is that so? I had thought since you were willing to stay with me, if you had any wishes, I would help fulfill them. If none exist, then so be it. Hualien found herself momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating for a moment before ultimately remaining silent. Xiao Yu scrutinized her once more, her hair, her attire, her embroidered shoes. Finally, his gaze fell upon a red knot at her waist, which he promptly seized. Hualien's eyes widened in alarm, her voice rising in panic. Return it to me. Xiao Yu remained unfazed, one arm still around her while the other examined the knot closely. The red knot, intricately intertwined, was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Its hue, like cinnabar, shimmered vividly, reminiscent of the splendor of a sunset. Xiao Yu furrowed her brow slightly. If I am not mistaken, this knot is a token of affection, is it not, Hualien? Hualien, momentarily flustered, clutched the hem of her dress tightly, her fingers nearly drawing blood. No, that's not it, she stammered, while Xiao Yu, with a serious expression, contemplated the implications of the heart knot. The final bastion of a woman's psyche is indeed love. After all, it requires a delicate touch to navigate the labyrinth of another's mind. Although he could assure that, given a few more days, he could elevate the other's judgment to 100, he had never been one to squander time. So, Lianer, which senior do you fancy? It can't be from your Yunus sect, can it? I recall your master mentioning that romantic entanglements are strictly forbidden among the disciples of your sect. Does this imply you have concealed certain affairs from her? If I were to disclose your secrets, she would likely be so enraged that it could lead to a severe consequence. Upon hearing this, Hualien's pupils dilated sharply, her lips paling. No, anything but this. Xiao Yu suddenly bellowed. If you don't speak, I shall go seek your master. Hualien instinctively recoiled, her fear of Xiao Yu etched clearly on her face. How ironic. Xiao Yu said with ire, I saved both your lives and your master's, yet you would conspire to poison me? Not only have I spared you, but I have also kept your secrets hidden. Is this how you choose to repay my kindness? You believe that individual can restore your spiritual roots? Are you planning to recover here only to seek him out afterward? Without my Jiuyang divine body, your fate would be that of a mere mortal. Think wisely. In any case, I have grown weary of this game. As he donned his garments, Hualien hurriedly interjected, Yes, it's Lin Su, the senior from Xianling Sect. I have made a lifelong promise with him. Please, do not be angry. Lianer acknowledges her mistakes. The moment Xiao Yu heard this, a realization struck him. Xianling Sect. Lin Su? Wasn't he the one who had pursued him on Jiangliushan? This individual, claiming to be a celestial talent from the Xianling Sect, prided himself on being a paragon of righteousness, boasting numerous admirers. Furthermore, he was the very person who touted his mission to eradicate demons and malevolent spirits. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu felt a wave of revulsion at the mention of such self-righteous figures. The disciples of Xianling Sect had once schemed to undermine Bai Yu, who, though not virtuous, was nonetheless his possession. In due time, she would inevitably yield. Seeing Xiao Yu fall into silence, Hualien feared he might expose her secret engagement with Lin Su to Bai Yu. Overwhelmed with grievance, she burst into tears. Master, Lina has erred. I swear never to meet Senior Lin again. Please, do not inform Master. She will despise me. She truly will. My junior sister fell for a man of demonic arts, and when Master disapproved, she had that man's spiritual roots severed. She adamantly forbids us disciples from developing feelings before achieving the golden core. I implore you, do not tell Master. Leonor vows to serve you alone for eternity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of agitation within. Are you implying that your treacherous junior sister's downfall was due to your master's prior destruction of her beloved? Hualien, with a face full of grievance, nodded. Indeed, within our Jade Maiden sect, there exists a saying, when a female cultivator becomes emotionally entangled, the path to immortality becomes tumultuous. Among our esteemed sects, our partners are predetermined by the sect itself. My master has shown me immense kindness. I truly cannot let her know. Please, master, grant me this one reprieve. Xiao Yu gazed at the still unchanged judgment value of the woman before him, his eyes glinting with mockery. It appeared that she still harbored illusions about Lin Su. Huayan, if I were to tell you that just days prior, it was your Lin Su's junior disciple who intended to sully your master's reputation on Jianglu Mountain, would you still hold on to that bond of the heart? Huayan momentarily fell into a daze, hesitating before lowering her head, clearly disbelieving. Xiao Yu continued softly, on that day, I assisted your master in escaping. But we encountered some individuals from the Xianling sect. That Lin Su boldly proclaimed himself as an inner disciple of the Xianling sect, brandishing a magical sword and joining forces with several other disciples to besiege us. Do you know why I hold such animosity towards your master? It is precisely because that day, those ruffians sought to disgrace her. If I had not consumed a blood fury pill to rescue her, she might have found herself surrounded by a throng of Xianling sect companions. Huayan had heard of this incident from Baiyu before, yet she was unaware that it was Lin Su's entourage involved. Seeing that she remained unmoved, Xiao Yu grew impatient. So you still entertain thoughts of betrayal, do you? Very well, continue your existence as a mere mortal. I have no desire to nurture a woman whose heart belongs to another man. Perhaps you should forfeit your spiritual roots. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yu unleashed the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties diagram, causing Huayan to panic. Master, please. Huayan swears she will never see him again. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Her judgment value still showed no sign of rising. It is no wonder they say that beautiful women can be deceivers. Even in such a state of despair, she refrained from speaking the truth. Huayan, I must confess, I find you quite charming. However, do not test my limits. I, your master, prefer obedient children. Should you ally with me? With the aid of my 9-yang divine body, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary beings. Within a few years, you shall surely condense your golden core. Moreover, I assure you, as long as you vow with sincerity of heart to follow me unwaveringly, I shall never harm you or your master. I will bestow upon you tremendous opportunities. Even if you do not consider your own future, you must contemplate that of your master. As Xiao Yu spoke, he opened a window to the adjacent judgment chamber, and the anguished screams of Baiyu immediately echoed forth. Huayan burst into tears, trembling uncontrollably. Master, master, Xiao Yu murmured. I require you to swear with sincerity of heart. As long as you do so and pledge to follow me, I shall not make things difficult for you. Listening to Baiyu's anguished cries, Huayan's tears flowed uncontrollably. Though her master had always cautioned against emotional entanglements, she had nurtured her throughout her life. Reflecting on her time as an orphan, she realized that if not for her master Baiyu, she might have already fallen prey to others. Master, disciple. I am so sorry. Chapter 19. Huayan's judgment value has reached its limit. Xiao Yu observed the weeping Huayan, his eyes devoid of any compassion. In this world, he is acutely aware of the true worth of a wicked woman's tears. He is indifferent to whom she has genuinely fallen in love with, or whether she is bound by a marriage contract. From the moment she sought to poison him, the outcome was irrevocably sealed. Huayan wept bitterly, her memories of childhood flooding back with vivid clarity. That year, a famine struck Hushi province when she was but a mere child. Human flesh was deemed less valuable than that of pigs or dogs. The bitter cold, severe drought, locust plagues, and rampant diseases led to soaring prices, warfare, and a populace ravaged by hunger, resorting to cannibalism. She distinctly remembers the onset of winter, when heavy snow fell from the sky, and she followed her parents in a desperate bid to escape. Along the roadside, countless frozen corpses lay scattered, their bodies strewn across the desolate landscape. She can vividly recall her own feet, frozen and lifeless, continuing to trudge through the snow. Among the throngs, mothers consumed their children, husbands devoured their wives. Family members turned against each other. White bones accumulated, the stench foul upon the mountains. Her father perished from the cold, consumed by her mother, who subsequently succumbed to the same fate and was devoured by others. Huddled within a mound of snow, she observed the frenzied carnivores with a blank expression. Unsure of her purpose in this world, when she was on the brink of freezing to death, Baiyu appeared, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. She lifted her hand and melted the ice and snow that obstructed the path for the suffering villagers. However, upon seeing her visage, the commoners were consumed by malevolent thoughts. The desperate men, facing their own mortality, resolved to indulge themselves before their demise, and they banded together to seize Baiyu. Disgusted by their intentions, Baiyu dispatched them with a mere gesture. In this harsh land, the wicked and the misguided met their just deserts. Innocents were inevitably caught in the crossfire. Yet Baiyu showed no sign of compassion. Instead, she pulled Hualien from the snowy heap. It was the first time in a month that Hualien tasted something warm. An exquisite ice spirit root, indeed. I am now seeking disciples, and from this day forth, I shall be your master. From that moment on, Hualien became the most formidable inner disciple of the Yunus sect. Confronted with treachery, regardless of age, she would execute those in error without hesitation. Emerging from the pile of corpses, she harbored a belief that the most ruthless and destitute were the most dangerous. Even if she made a mistake, she would not allow a single miscreant to escape. Yet, despite her fierce demeanor, she found herself enamored with someone, the esteemed inner disciple of the Xianling sect, Lin Su. He proclaimed her beauty, declaring her the most stunning woman in Hushi province, and confessed his long-standing admiration. She consented, but fate dealt her a cruel hand with the outbreak of war, leading to the destruction of her spirit roots. Hualien wept uncontrollably, reflecting on her past. Though her life was saved by Xiaoyu, it was also her master who rescued her. To her dismay, Lin Su's subordinates dared to plot against her master, and she no longer wished to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing Baiyu's anguished cries, her tears flowed anew. Please, do not harm her. Spare my master. I am willing to vow my heart to the path. I vow, Hualien declared, tears welling in her eyes as she raised 2 fingers. I, Hualien, swear by my heart's resolve to serve my master for all eternity, never to entangle myself with any other man. Should I break this oath, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. I swear, I shall never betray my master. Hualien's judgment value is full, activating the maid cultivation function. Maid Pavilion opened. Maid Pavilion, a sanctuary for maids to dwell and cultivate. Currently unlocked exclusive attire includes qipao, black silk stockings, and high heels. Upon seeing the system's notification, Xiaoyu's spirits lifted. He embraced her warmly, saying, Your master is not as obedient as you. She remains ignorant of her mistakes. If you wish for her to receive the master's favor like you, then best ignore her. Hualien's gaze turned contemplative, and after a moment, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Xiaoyu, stating, Everything shall be at the master's discretion. Xiaoyu smiled gently, opening Hualien's cultivation panel. Through the past few days of body refinement, she had ascended to the 5th level. He vaguely recalled that she was previously a 2nd-tier alchemist. If he could elevate her cultivation to the 1st level of qi refinement, she could utilize her spiritual power for alchemy, significantly enhancing her speed. With this thought, Xiaoyu selected the cultivation option. To elevate Hualien to the 1st level of qi refinement, 120 hours of extreme joy harmonization technique refinement is required. If combined with pulse opening and marrow cleansing pills, the time can be halved. It is recommended to have her cultivate supreme ice attribute techniques and the harmonization technique to accelerate her progress. Staying in the maid pavilion will also enhance her comprehension and cultivation speed. Upon reading this, Xiaoyu hurried to the alchemy chamber. Lianer, prepare a batch of pulse opening and marrow cleansing pills. The master will accompany you for seclusion shortly. Hualien beamed, Yes. Thank you for your kindness, master. Lianer will begin alchemy right away. By the way, master, our sect's senior uncle from the Jade Maiden sect is likely near Jianglu City. Please do not mention this to the disciples of the Harmonization sect on the front lines. They might ambush us. Hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled slightly, sensing her genuine loyalty. By the way, you are practicing the 5 elements goddess technique, correct? Please write down all the techniques you know, as well as any embarrassing tales about Baiyu. Everything you know, put it down for me. Hualien hesitated momentarily. Embarrassing tales about my master? Indeed. You wouldn't want your master to suffer endlessly, would you? The sooner she realizes her mistakes, the sooner she can emerge. Xiaoyu encouraged. Hualien nodded repeatedly. Yes, master speaks wisely. You previously mentioned seeking revenge on senior sister Yi. Perhaps we should wait. She is the daughter of our sect's elder and a mid-stage foundation establishment expert. Even if we trick her, we cannot overpower her. With a smile, Xiaoyu turned away, first seeking out Li Qingyun and the others, raising his hand to refine them once more with the blood refinement soul binding. Li Qingyun looked nervously at the blood on his fingertips, contemplating for a moment before leaning in. As she consumed the blood, Something flickered at her brow. Xiao Yu murmured. In a few days, it will be complete. Li Qingyun spoke softly. What is this, benefactor? Xiao Yu replied, it is nothing. You are now in the body tempering stage with my assistance. This item can help enhance your cultivation. After saying this, Xiao Yu glanced at Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang, who were washing clothes in the courtyard. It seemed that the mother and daughter had recently laundered every piece of clothing from the alchemy room, leaving the entire space spotless. The once disheveled forest was now much tidier. Come over, it is your turn. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang hurriedly approached. Huang Xiang exclaimed excitedly, benefactor, can we become powerful like you in the future? Zhang Lan, feeling a bit embarrassed, tugged at Huang Xiang, admonishing her, Xianger, do not be rude. Do not disturb the benefactor. Xiao Yu waved his hand. It is fine. Come here. Zhao Hongya, who had been meditating inside, walked over with her head bowed upon seeing Xiao Yu refining the others. Xiao Yu looked at her and slowly raised his hand before her. What is it? Why are you so obedient today, not causing any trouble? Zhao Hongya's eyes were filled with sorrow. I was saved by you. I know your fondness for beauty, and I am willing to accept your constraints, but could you allow me to retain my original essence until the golden core stage? My cultivation method is rather unique and requires me to remain chaste. At this moment, both Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang tilted their heads away, feeling quite awkward. Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you hold no ulterior motives, I will naturally grant you the respect you deserve. Zhao Hongya instinctively tightened her sleeve, gazing at Xiao Yu's raised finger. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. Actually, I am from the Xianling sect. Elder Zhao of the Xianling sect is my father. I claim to be a loose cultivator out of fear that you might regard me as a hostage. I will forever remember your saving grace. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I will not forget that you rescued me from the gourd. Xiao Yu had long suspected that she was concealing something. To his surprise, he had caught a significant fish. The daughter of an elder from the Xianling sect could potentially serve as his escape route from the Hehuan Sect. After all, women from the demonic path were far less prevalent than those from orthodox sects, making encounters with wicked women exceedingly rare. He must take the initiative to judge those wicked women outside. With a smile, Xiao Yu raised his hand and initiated her blood refinement. Once he had completed his tasks for the day, he turned his gaze to the array's exterior. If what Huayan had said was true, he indeed needed to inform Zhang Xiling. The elder from the Yu sect branch appeared to be at the Golden Core stage, while Zhang Xiling was merely at the Foundation establishment stage. Encountering such a formidable opponent could spell trouble. The emergence of a Golden Core cultivator could easily shift the entire battle's tide, so it was wise to take precautions. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu summoned the puppet eagle and rode it out of the array. The moment he soared into the sky, Mei Chunlan, lurking in the distant woods, spoke to the elderly woman behind her with a dark expression. I told you he harbors secrets. Elder Zhang even entrusted him with a companion puppet eagle. The elderly woman grinned mockingly, her exaggerated buck teeth glaringly prominent. He is now an alchemist. Are you not afraid of being discovered by the higher-ups? Mei Chunlan chuckled coldly. Matsue Hong, do you think we, from the Hehuan Sect, have ventured out to conquer the world? We are merely pawns in this game. The Xianling sect is far superior to the Yu sect. How could our sect leader possibly stand against the 3 elders of Xianling? Their sect boasts 3 golden core experts. They would easily overpower us. Our sect leader and her husband have been missing for days, and I fear their time is running short. Matsue Hong, with a smirk that danced on her lips, stroked her wrinkled chin. Indeed. Are you suggesting we escape and uncover the secrets hidden within Xiaoyu? Mei Chunlan replied. Zhang Xiling is merely a Foundation establishment cultivator. If our sect leader cannot hold the fort in the east, she will likely flee as well. One must not let the unattainable slip away. I, Mei Chunlan, will ensure its destruction. The spoil shall be divided between us sisters. Hurry, prepare at once. Chapter 20. A new wicked woman. Not long after Xiao Yu arrived at the administrative hall, someone came. A youthful girl with twin ponytails approached, her face etched with curiosity. Are you the esteemed alchemist my master spoke of? Xiao Yu cupped his fists in a bow. Indeed, that is I. May I inquire what guidance sister has for me? The girl smiled gently. Guidance is perhaps too grand a term. My master is setting up a defensive formation and will be here shortly. I am her second disciple, Lu Linger, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu returned the gesture. It is an honor to meet you, Sister Lu. Lu Linger laughed softly. Typically, my master does not accept male disciples. You must possess extraordinary qualities. Haha. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Xiao Yu maintained his composure. You flatter me. Sister. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, Lu Ling'er playfully twirled a short dagger in her hand, scrutinizing Xiao Yu with a knowing smile. Xiao Yu also examined her. This female cultivator bore a striking resemblance to Huang Xiang. Her bright teeth and sparkling eyes, coupled with a charming smile, made her appear as a clear spring in the mountains, pure and lively. Her hair, like silk, danced against her cheeks, exuding a playful innocence. Her movements were light and graceful, each turn reminiscent of falling petals, bringing a sense of tranquility. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a nightingale in flight, compelling one to listen. She possessed an enchanting aura of youthful vitality, yet the system did not issue a judgment. Perhaps she is akin to Zhang Xiling? It is quite peculiar that the Hehuan Sect has women of such admirable character. How strange. The righteous Baiyu appeared as ethereal as a fairy, and had he not heeded Hualian's warnings, he would never have guessed that thousands of mortals had perished beneath her hands. One must not judge by appearances alone. As Xiao Yu pondered these thoughts, two figures entered the administrative hall, a man and a woman. The woman, before even stepping inside, shouted provocatively, "Oh, is that not my dear sister Ling? You've come from the Demon Island too? How bold of you to arrive at the front lines in your early chi refinement stage. Are you not just causing trouble for our master?" Her tone dripped with condescension, leaving Xiao Yu with a sharp pang of discomfort. Just then, the man following her chimed in, "Haha, I was wondering what Sister Ling'er was doing here. Turns out she's on the hunt for a man." Laughter erupted, as one could hardly believe that she had sought out a mere first-layer chi refinement practitioner. The woman, fanning herself with a handheld fan, wore a radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. "I heard that Master recently visited the branch to recruit a first-rate alchemist as a third disciple. I anticipated someone of great capability, yet it turns out to be a mere novice in the first layer of chi refinement. Has Master truly run out of options? Why accept just anyone?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ling'er widened her eyes in disbelief. "Sister Wang, please temper your words. Brother Xiao is, after all, an alchemist. You know that many alchemists lack the time for cultivation, and it is not uncommon for them to possess low levels of skill. Currently, with Master being sent to the front lines by the elders of the sect, desperately in need of assistance, instead of supporting her, you choose to bully the newly arrived junior brother?" Suddenly, the woman struck, landing a resounding slap across Lu Ling'er's face. Caught off guard, Lu Ling'er stood there in shock. Her cheek flushed from the blow. The woman, visibly displeased, continued to fan herself with one hand. "After so long, is this how you choose to address your senior sister? You have no manners. What a disgrace." Xiao Yu observed the woman's cultivation level at the fourth layer of chi refinement, his expression darkening. The man behind her, clearly her companion, had attained the fifth layer. As he pondered the situation, the system notification chimed once more. "New villain detected. Please adjudicate swiftly, host." Name, Wang Mei. Age, 37. Cultivation, fourth layer of chi refinement. Appearance, a striking 93 in beauty, standing at 168 centimeters. Weighing 95 gene. Talent, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Personality, venomous and envious of all women who surpass her in beauty, driven solely by profit. Background: Zhang Xiling's eldest disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Crimes: practicing forbidden arts, responsible for the deaths of 19 children, using their blood to sustain her youth. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's heart leaped with excitement. Here was an opportunity. Observing Wang Mei's alluring demeanor, he discreetly assessed her. This woman exuded a distinct charm, markedly different from the virtuous aura of Bai Yuehua. She was indeed a femme fatale. Her voluptuous form, broad shoulders, and slender waist swayed gracefully, reminiscent of willows dancing in the wind, embodying a voluptuousness that was both captivating and alarming. The depths of her depravity became evident as he learned of her clandestine practice of dark arts, sparing not even the innocence of children. Truly, she was devoid of conscience. As Xiao Yu continued to watch, the man beside Wang Mei turned his gaze towards him. Noticing Xiao Yu's stern countenance, he coldly shouted, "The disciples of this branch possess no sense of decorum. You, Zhao Gang, do not even know how to greet me properly? You there, what is your name? Yes, I am speaking to you. What are you staring at? Are you pretending to be oblivious?" Lu Ling'er rushed to Xiao Yu's side, exclaiming, "Zhao Gang, mind your tone. This is my master's alchemist. What kind of attitude is that?" Zhao Gang, grinning mockingly, retorted, "Ah, so it's true. Lu Junior's sister has indeed found herself a wild man. How desperate you must be to settle for a first-layer practitioner. Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at the silent Xiao Yu, her voice dripping with disdain. What? Do you believe that your ability to refine pills exempts you from the necessity of showing respect? As I count to 3, if you still do not show some respect, you shall not leave today. Xiao Yu coldly laughed, his gaze fixed on Zhang Ziling, who was slowly approaching from a distance, and an idea struck him. He staggered forward, collapsing dramatically before Wang Mei, exclaiming, "Senior sister, spare me. I shall never dare again. I was wrong. The junior disciple was wrong. Please do not kill me." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Wang Mei merely stared at Xiao Yu, who was tugging at his own skirt. What was he doing? Lu Ling Air was momentarily dazed, confused by the sudden turn of events. Xiao Yu, once again raising his voice, cried out, "It is all the junior disciples' fault. In our branch, we have failed to pay respects to our esteemed seniors. Today, I have offended senior sister. I implore you, do not take my life. I am willing to surrender all the elixirs from my alchemy chamber to senior sister Wang Mei and senior brother Zhao Gang." With that, he produced 2 vials of elixirs. Nearby disciples of the Hehuan Sect turned their attention towards him, murmuring among themselves. What is happening? It seems that this first-tier alchemist failed to greet Wang Mei, and now she wishes to kill him? Is the newly arrived Wang Mei here to stir trouble? How dare he demand her elixirs? As more people gathered in the Zhongwu Hall, Zhang Ziling watched from behind, her expression increasingly somber. Zhao Gang, noticing the sudden influx of people, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he shouted at Xiao Yu. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants your elixirs?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yu wailed again, "Do not kill me. I truly did not see you kissing senior sister Wang behind me. I shall never dare again." At this, Lu Ling Air could no longer contain her laughter. Xiao Yu certainly knew how to play the part. The crowd continued to murmur, their eyes drawn to the sobbing Xiao Yu on the ground, then inevitably shifting to the 2 individuals involved. Wang Mei, unable to contain her frustration, glared at the theatrics of the fallen Xiao Yu and snapped, "Noisy, speak another word, and I shall ensure you regret it. Apprentice, your behavior is utterly outrageous." Zhang Ziling could no longer bear to watch. As a newcomer, she needed to win hearts. Why was Wang Mei causing her trouble right from the start? Upon noticing Zhang Ziling's arrival, Wang Mei's anger flared. "Master, this scoundrel is slandering me. I have never demanded his elixirs." Xiao Yu promptly retorted, "You lie? Dare you swear by your Dao heart? Just moments ago, you slapped senior sister Lu twice because she did not notice your approach. Look at senior sister Lu's face. Did she strike herself?" The crowd turned to see a prominent red mark on Lu Ling Air's face. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with fury as he glared at the one who dared tarnish his reputation, vowing to make him pay dearly. Zhang Ziling also noticed the slap mark on Lu Ling Air's face, and her brows furrowed. "Will you not withdraw?" Wang Mei looked at Zhang Ziling in disbelief. How could her master favor an outsider? After all, she was her eldest disciple. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu stepped in front of Lu Ling Air. "Zhao Gang, did you truly mean what you said about needing senior sister Lu to accompany you for the night? Are you bullying us because you think our branch is defenseless?" Lu Ling Air then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Zhao Gang had encountered the distortion of truth before, but he had never seen the inversion of black and white. "You slander me. How could I possibly harbor thoughts about Sister Lu?" Xiao Yu responded, "Oh, then why did you just say that Sister Lu did not bow to you? Are you implying that within our branch, anyone with lesser cultivation than you must bow before you, or else you will punish them? You just claimed that our branch lacks rules. Dare you deny it? Will you swear on your Dao heart?" Zhao Gang certainly did not dare to swear on his Dao heart, for he had indeed uttered those words. At this moment, all those with cultivation below the 5th level of Qi refinement turned their gazes upon Zhao Gang. In the distance, several individuals wore expressions of fury, cursing out loud. What the hell? So being at the 5th level of Qi refinement is something to boast about? Aren't you just a gatecrasher among inner disciples? If your father weren't an elder, could you even be an inner disciple? What kind of nonsense is this? What is wrong with our branch? Get lost. Many of our brothers don't even have medicinal pills to consume, and you dare to be so arrogant? Zhao Gang attempted to retort, but Zhang Ziling was instantly incensed. Her spiritual sense surged forth, causing Wang Mei and Zhao Gang to feel as if they were sitting on needles, unable to speak further. Zhang Ziling, already troubled by the unfavorable circumstances at the front lines, returned only to encounter this incident. She coldly declared, "Should I witness any further oppression of fellow disciples, I will not spare him." What kind of decorum is this? Both of you will copy the sect rules 10 times. Wang Mei dared not refute any longer and could only accept her misfortune. She glanced at the gloating Xiaoyu across from her, committing his face to memory. Xiaoyu, in turn, had also etched Wang Mei's visage into his mind. A new member was about to be added to the judgment hall. How dare they conspire against him? He feared that they would not cease to trouble him. Zhang Xiling exhaled, somewhat impatiently waving her hand. The rest of you may withdraw. Xiaoyu, come with me. Chapter 21. Apprenticeship. Xiaoyu followed closely behind Zhang Xiling, his gaze lowered and averted. Upon reaching his study, Zhang Xiling seated herself on a wooden chair and remarked, "You possess quite the audacity, daring to act so boldly at the onset of your qi refinement stage. Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble?" Xiaoyu respectfully stepped forward. Disciple merely cannot tolerate those two bullying Sister Lu. Your discerning eye, master, cannot be deceived. Zhang Xiling gently replied. You certainly are quick to assume. I have yet to accept you as my disciple, yet you are so confident that I will. Xiaoyu promptly knelt on one knee. If the elder chooses not to accept me due to the earlier incident, I bear no resentment. As cultivators, we strive for clarity of thought. Even if given another chance, I would not allow Sister Lu to be bullied. Since Sister Lu intervened on my behalf, I must retaliate on her behalf. Zhang Xiling picked up a cup of cool tea, smiling. You are quite the loyal lad. My tea has gone a bit cold. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's spirits soared. He quickly channeled his energy to warm the teacup, kneeling on both knees as he presented the steaming tea. Disciple Xiaoyu. Humbly thanks the master for accepting me as her apprentice. Disciple Xiaoyu, hailing from humble origins, has long admired your esteemed name. I wish to study under your guidance to acquire supreme techniques. Furthermore, I vow to adhere to your teachings and to promote the way of harmony, pledging to alleviate your burdens. Zhang Xiling smiled gently, not interrupting him. Xiaoyu lowered his head and spoke again. Disciple wishes to follow the disciple's etiquette, always at the side of the esteemed master, obeying the master's every command and living up to the master's expectations. Zhang Xiling slowly accepted the tea Xiaoyu offered, remarking, Indeed, you possess a silver tongue and a keen intellect. Xiaoyu did not rise, but bowed 3 times. He understood the customs of the cultivation world. Bowing was essential for apprenticeship. Otherwise, the other party would not partake in tea. Disciple Xiaoyu gratefully thanks the master for their great kindness. Zhang Xiling nodded, lifted the cup, and began to sip. She then gestured for Xiaoyu to rise, asking, Speak, what do you desire as a protective talisman? Xiaoyu bowed again, saying, Disciple already possesses the puppet eagle bestowed by the master and dares not ask for anything more. Zhang Xiling waved her hand dismissively. No matter. That is rightfully yours as an alchemist. Here's the deal. You may choose one among the techniques, artifacts, or talismans. After pondering, Xiaoyu clasped his fists and replied, Thank you for your generosity, master. I choose an artifact. Zhang Xiling chuckled lightly. Oh? Does this imply you already possess a cultivation technique? Is it the harmony technique of our sect? Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed hard, realizing that Zhang Xiling was probing him. He had indeed overlooked that detail. Yes, disciple has indeed cultivated the harmony technique. Zhang Xiling slowly placed the cup down on the table. I noticed there seem to be several maidens in your alchemy room. You are quite the busy one. However, allow me to remind you, do not bring any mortals here. Xiaoyu replied. Disciple merely released those 4 maidens by chance from Elder Wu's jade gourd, and it was not a result of disciple's capture. Furthermore, I observed that they all possessed spiritual roots and intended to recruit them as disciples of the Harmony sect. Moreover, I have promised them that if they wish to leave the mountain, I will escort them down once the war is over. The most pressing concern is that the war is intense at present. If I were to send them back, and they were discovered by those self-righteous orthodox sects, they would undoubtedly be captured and have their souls extracted. Those orthodox sects would not hesitate to extinguish a few mortals to see us fall. Zhang Xiling nodded slightly. Indeed. Previously, the Xianling sect trapped all our disciples on Jianglu Mountain to secure the area, and the mortals there were not spared. As Xiaoyu spoke, he glanced around, his expression grave. By the way, master, there is something I must report. Zhang Xiling raised her hand, casting a sound barrier. Speak freely. Xiaoyu hurriedly approached and whispered. Before the master arrived at the branch, I overheard some individuals discussing matters concerning the Jade Maiden sect. The chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, Hualian, has privately pledged her life to Lin Su of the Xianling sect. The Xianling sect's aggressive assault on Jianglu Mountain is likely related to this. Furthermore, It seems that the sect leader Bai Yu's junior sister has also arrived near Jianglu City. She should be a formidable golden core cultivator. If our branch encounters her, it may spell disaster. Master should prepare accordingly, as this location is on the front lines. If it can be defended, then defend it. If not, do not force it. Those individuals within the sect are eager to see our downfall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow, understanding now why their Harmony sect's leader had not returned from the Eastern Front. It seemed he had been ensnared. However, she was unaware of the private pledge between Lin Su and Hualien. Indeed, it is no wonder that Elder Wu perished atop Jianglu Mountain. It appears that Lin Su's master was behind this treachery. Recently, rumors have surfaced, purportedly from 3 disciples of the Xianling sect, claiming that Bai Yu, the leader of the Yunu sect, is still alive. The veracity of such claims remains uncertain, yet you seem quite perceptive. As Zhang Xiling spoke, she produced a low-grade short bow and placed it before Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude once more and accepted the bow with reverence. Zhang Xiling propped her chin on her hand, adopting a captivating demeanor that momentarily distracted Xiaoyu. She cast a sidelong glance at him before speaking softly, instructing him to return and continue assisting her with alchemy, as the month-long period had yet to expire and might impede his cultivation. She promised that, following these affairs, her master would reward him with some century-old spiritual herbs. Although his cultivation was lacking, he had spent some time in this branch. She inquired about his thoughts on the battle ahead. Xiaoyu, lost in contemplation, had not been directly involved in the frontline skirmishes and had mostly been engaged in trivial tasks. Nonetheless, since she had posed the question, he felt compelled to articulate his insights. He sensed that Zhang Xiling was attempting to gauge his resolve or perhaps test his sincerity. After a moment's reflection, he addressed the map in the study, stating, in response to my esteemed master, the current leader of the Hehuan Sect has mobilized the main forces alongside the Qiandumin and the Zueliantang, engaging in a collective confrontation against the Yufeng Valley for several months now. The Lianyao Sect and the Yuling Sect are embroiled in fierce conflict in the east, vying for the title of the strongest beast-controlling sect, and show little interest in the primary confrontation. Naturally, the main forces of the Xianling sect are also stationed at the Yufeng Valley, leaving only a fraction of their military strength to guard Jianglu City and Jianglu Mountain. Frankly speaking, our location is merely a marginal zone, with scarce supplies, a dearth of high-level disciples, and only 2 large defensive formations at our disposal. I have long perceived our position as one destined for sacrifice, lacking even a single golden core cultivator. Hence I dare assert that many disciples beneath our branch are already contemplating their escape routes. Some may have even reached out to the righteous sects. Intending to defect, my master must remain vigilant. Zhang Xiling was well aware of her purpose for being dispatched here, to restrain the combat power of the Xianling sect and alleviate pressure on the front line. However, she was the sole Foundation establishment cultivator present. The addition of just one golden core cultivator or even another Foundation establishment disciple to their ranks would disrupt the balance of power. Furthermore, just this morning, she had received a secret order from her sect, commanding her to lead 300 disciples of the branch in a flanking assault on Jianglu City. Should they capture the city, they would use the lives of its ordinary citizens as a shield, compelling the Xianling sect to redirect their forces. At that moment, an opening would inevitably appear on the front line. She was certain that those righteous sects would show no compassion for the lives of Jianglu City's inhabitants, and she had no desire to involve ordinary folk in this conflict. At that juncture, Xiaoyu stepped forward, brandishing a small flag, and declared, "Master, we may pursue a more prudent course. If they intend for us to be mere cannon fodder, we must consider our own survival. The area we currently occupy is perpetually shrouded in fog, and there exists a concealed bay to the west. We could deploy dozens of disciples to establish an underwater stronghold in that bay, should the enemy launch a large-scale assault. We could then order those disciples to launch a surprise attack on the Yunus sect. They would surely be compelled to defend themselves. We merely need to engage in a tug-of-war, prolonging the situation. If they do not launch an offensive, we shall refrain from ambushing. Should they attack, we will strike at the Jade Maiden sect. Subsequently, we can set up a teleportation array. If they send someone of the Golden Core stage, we can make our escape." Zhang Xiling gazed at the coordinates of the Jade Maiden sect in confusion, stating, "But now, the Jade Maiden sect has been seized by Lin Su's master, Huang Lin, who is at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, comparable to my own strength. Although the sect has been destroyed, It is a location that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. Xiao Yu hurriedly interjected. Our branch previously dispatched several disciples from the Jade Maiden sect. Master can summon them to interrogate. Within 3 days, the disciples will surely uncover the strategic layout of the Jade Maiden sect. Once we understand the structure of the sect, we can identify a point of breach. The Xianling sect has only occupied it for a few days. They must also be unfamiliar with the layout of the Jade Maiden sect. Who knows if there are hidden passages within? Zhang Ziling's eyes brightened suddenly. Are you suggesting we shift the battlefield to the location of the Jade Maiden sect? To buy time? Xiao Yu replied, indeed. The higher-ups do not concern themselves with our lives, but this strategy will allow us to restrain them and provide us with the opportunity to retreat at any moment. However, we must prepare the teleportation array in advance and find a concealed location. In that case, we could also use the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect as hostages. Zhang Ziling hesitated momentarily, and Xiao Yu quickly added, I merely offer a suggestion. Whether to adopt it is entirely at Master's discretion. My only desire is to ensure the safety of my master, and I harbor no ulterior motives. Even if it involves committing acts against heaven and morality, I shall not regret it. If those disciples of the Jade Maiden sect have the chance to wield their magical artifacts, they will undoubtedly strike at us with lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziling nodded. Very well. I will entrust all the female cultivators of the Jade Maiden sect in our branch to you for handling. Within 3 days, you must delineate a map of the Jade Maiden sect. Ensure that every corner of the sect is thoroughly depicted. You have done well. It seems I have not misjudged your character. Should we capture the former site of the Jade Maiden sect, you shall receive the credit. Xiao Yu promptly clasped his fists. All thanks to Master S. wise guidance. Afterward, Xiao Yu returned to the alchemy chamber. Throughout the journey, he pondered the graceful figure of Zhang Ziling. If she were truly sincere towards him, he would certainly do everything within his power to assist her. The mere thought of bringing all the captured disciples of the Jade Maiden sect to the alchemy chamber filled him with exhilaration, and he swallowed hard. Just as he was lost in thought, a fireball talisman suddenly shot towards him from a distance, nearly knocking him off the Jade Maiden gourd. Mei Chunlan, with a sinister expression, exclaimed, You actually dodged. After a few days, you've reached the first level of qi refining? You truly possess a great secret. I find myself increasingly fond of you, junior brother Xiao. Beside her, Ma Cuihong raised her hand and produced 3 fireball talismans. Why waste words on him? Let us finish him off quickly. Chapter 22. Have you practiced some dark art? Xiao Yu's sword-like brows arched as his garments fluttered in the wind. He swiftly descended from the Jade Maiden gourd. His flying techniques could not match theirs, be it in terms of magical power, artifacts, or offensive capabilities. Aerial combat was decidedly unfavorable for him. He needed to leverage the terrain. Ma Cuihong hurled 3 fireball talismans, which Xiao Yu dodged behind a tree, successfully neutralizing them. However, as Ma Cuihong threw another fireball talisman, it was intercepted by a suddenly charging puppet eagle. A solitary figure engaged in a fierce struggle with an eagle. Mei Chunlan brandished her enchanted sword, its luminous edge slicing through the air, aimed directly at the concealed Xiao Yu behind the tree. Xiao Yu contemplated invoking the profound techniques of blissful union and the myriad fragrances of the 1,000 scents painting to counter. However, being within the domain of the Hehuan Sect, he feared that should others witness his possession of such divine artifacts, he would inevitably become the object of envy. In a split second, he unleashed the eagle claw blade, striking out with a forceful blow. The clash of blade against blade sent Xiao Yu's weapon skidding aside, providing him a moment to escape. Yet, Ma Cuihong had been waiting patiently, launching 3 low-tier fireball talismans towards him while simultaneously deploying a crimson hairpin. Observing this, Xiao Yu hastily raised the Jade Maiden gourd in defense. To his surprise, the gourd emitted layers of azure magical light, which withstood the explosions of the fireball talismans unscathed. With a chilling smile, Ma Cuihong pointed her sword skyward, accelerating the hairpin amidst the flames, as if it were a living entity, curving around the gourd and aiming for Xiao Yu's brow. In a heartbeat, Xiao Yu fell backward, narrowly avoiding the hairpin that passed just above him. Severing a strand of his hair, he could distinctly feel the searing heat emanating from the hairpin, which was now but a step away from his brow. He quickly regained his composure, retreating in the opposite direction while clutching the eagle claw blade in one hand and the Jade Maiden gourd in the other, continuing his flight. Ma Cuihong found herself ensnared by the puppet eagle, unable to extricate herself, while Mei Chunlan charged once more. Xiao Shidi, I never expected that a mere chi refining stage cultivator like you could possess such agility. I find myself reluctant to end your life. Why not we reach an agreement? You could become my furnace cauldron, entering my magical artifact, and I shall spare you. As she spoke, she produced an ancient handheld zither, its melodies beckoning forth, with vibrating strings that unleashed sound waves like blades, severing the flora around them. The puppet eagle suddenly altered its course, colliding with Mei Chunlan, allowing Xiao Yu to seize the opportunity and escape like the wind. At that moment, Ma Tsuehong lunged forward, extending her hand to capture him. Xiao Yu's gaze darkened. Did she dare to engage him in close combat? A death wish. Before Ma Tsuehong could grasp him, Xiao Yu delivered a thunderous punch, shattering the air with its might. The force surpassed that of his eagle claw blade, rendering Ma Tsuehong's arm utterly useless, blood gushing forth as her complexion turned pale, overwhelmed by pain. Xiao Yu himself was astonished. Had his nine-yang divine body truly become this formidable? Ma Tsuehong, now wary, raised her hand to withdraw the hairpin for protection. Yet, in the next instant, Xiao Yu unleashed another right hook, striking her directly in the face, causing her to scream in agony as she shielded her features. Mei Chunlan, witnessing this, erupted in fury. You have the audacity. Thus, she charged at him with her enchanted sword. Before she could approach, Xiao Yu retrieved 3 fireball talismans from his storage pouch. Ma Tsuehong, panic-stricken, cried out, he just stole my storage pouch. As Mei Chunlan turned back, 6 fireball talismans rained down upon her. With a resounding explosion, she fell to the ground, her face contorted in disbelief. Xiao Yu seized her storage pouch and enchanted sword, then turned his gaze toward the other. Ma Tsuehong, her expression filled with terror, shouted, stay away. You abomination. What sorcery grants you a physique akin to a mid-grade magical artifact? You monster. Xiao Yu paid little heed to her concerns, swiftly retrieving all the remaining fireball talismans from the opponent's storage pouch. He hurled them forth in rapid succession, akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water. Ma Tsuehong attempted to flee, but having sustained injuries moments prior, she was met with a grim fate as the fireball talismans detonated upon her. After collecting her hairpin and storage pouch, Xiao Yu dealt with the remains of the 2 elderly women. He surveyed his surroundings and fled the scene with utmost haste. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu's nerves remained taut. This was his first experience battling beyond his level, and he had faced 2 adversaries simultaneously. Fortunately, the puppet eagle had aided in restraining them. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable trouble. The spoils of his conquest were plentiful. Upon opening the 2 storage pouches, he meticulously counted his gains: a low-grade offensive artifact, the Qingye sword, another low-grade offensive artifact, the Honging needle, 32 fireball talismans, a vial of Hehuan powder, 53 spirit stones, and a low-grade spirit beast pouch. Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the 2 offensive artifacts. These items were vastly superior to his eagle claw blade. The sword offered both offense and defense and could serve as a means of flight, an elegant way to soar upon the blade. The other artifact, the Honging needle, was swift, compact, and agile, making it an ideal choice for stealthy attacks. Moreover, with the fireball talismans now at his disposal, he had acquired a means for ranged consumption as well. As for the spirit beast pouch, Xiao Yu pondered. There seemed to be no particular spirit beast he yearned for, though a humanoid demoness might be a commendable choice. At that moment, Li Qingyun approached with a sweet smile, offering tea. Master, please enjoy some tea, she said. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then drew her into his embrace. Huang Xiang, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Xiao Yu glanced at her, stating, a new elder has arrived at the sect, and she informed me that I must not harm you mortals. I've conveyed your circumstances. Li Qingyun's expression turned anxious. Master, do you intend to send us away? She inquired. Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. I would never send away, for you are now my woman. Besides, I doubt I require so many to wash and cook. I can simply use the cleansing talismans for laundry. Huang Xiang, upon hearing this, became flustered, hastening to kneel before him. My benefactor, you wouldn't cast me and my mother away, would you? I can be of service. If we return home, the Xianling sect will surely capture us. Those scoundrels would stop at nothing to undermine your sect. Xiao Yu, I plead with you. We are willing to work. He heard Huang Xiang's urgent plea. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingyun, exhaling softly. He was reluctant to place his trust in any notion of love or morality. Even a virtuous woman could pose a threat. Having faced death once, he would not make the same folly again. Li Qingyun swallowed nervously. Did he already suspect her intentions to escape? Slowly, Xiao Yu rose, guiding Li Qingyun outside. Looking into Zhang Lan's eyes, he spoke softly, I do not harbor idlers here. The sect has its rules, and I cannot harm mortals. Will you leave with your daughter? Or do you wish to discuss this further? Zhang Lan was instantly flustered, her complexion paling. Huh? How can this be? The relentless wars have devastated our family. All my kin have perished. We are but a mother and daughter, with nowhere to seek refuge. Kind benefactor, I implore you, we truly have nowhere to go. Xiao Yu pressed his lips together. Well, this does pose quite a dilemma, Sister Zhang. If you wish to remain here with your daughter, then... Zhang Lan sighed helplessly. Indeed, both my life and Xiang'er S were saved by you, benefactor. I am eternally grateful, and should you request anything, I would willingly face 1,000 deaths. An hour later, Li Qingyun came once more. Observing Zhang Lan just departing, Li Qingyun collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Master, you are magnanimous. Please release me. I beg you. I swear I will not speak of your affairs. If I do, may I face 1,000 deaths and never be reborn. Chapter 23. Lifetimes of unwavering loyalty. Xiao Yu's expression remained impassive as he regarded the kneeling Li Qingyun, who was pleading desperately. In a previous time, he might have felt compassion for such a stunning beauty. Yet now, his sole desire was to grow stronger by any means necessary. These women served as his sparring partners. Once they mastered the art of harmony, he would need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Letting any of them go would be a loss. Moreover, he trusted no woman at this moment, regardless of her character. Qingyun, I initially held some affection for you due to your cleverness. You must understand, had it not been for me, you would have perished within the Jade Maiden Gourd. I not only saved you, but also taught you the path of cultivation, and you agreed to serve as my maid. Why do you wish to return now? So early in your training? Did I not promise to take you back to Jianglu City once the war concludes? What is the meaning of this pretense? Even if I released you now, you could not return to Jianglu City. You have already attained cultivation. Do you believe those righteous sects would allow you entry into the city? Li Qingyun was overwhelmed with despair, weeping inconsolably, starkly contrasting her usual obedient and lively demeanor. After spending several days here, her heart longed for home. She feared she might never see her mother again, destined to linger here until her dying days. How could she know how long these sects would wage war? If the Harmony sect were forced back to the Demon Isle, her chances of reuniting with her parents would diminish further. Master, I truly wish to return home. My mother has been gravely ill, and after being captured by the old Taoist for several days and serving you these past days, I yearn to assure her of my safety. If only I could ease her worries, knowing I am unharmed, I would return to serve you faithfully, never to betray you across lifetimes. I miss my mother dearly. I long for her so much. Master, given my diligent service these past days, please grant me leave to return. Li Qingyun, filled with gratitude, vowed to follow her master faithfully. Observing her genuine and heartfelt expression, Xiao Yu recognized that her words came from the depths of her soul. Even if he wished to send her back, it could only be after the Harmony sect captured Jianglu City. Otherwise, he could not risk venturing into the city. As he watched Li Qingyun kneeling and pleading, he slowly lifted her into his embrace. Qingyun, it is not that I lack confidence in departing, rather, it is because I genuinely hold affection for you. I intend for you to manage the affairs of the alchemy chamber. Pray tell, how do you plan to descend the mountain? The surroundings are teeming with members of the Xianling sect, and reinforcements from the Yunnu sect have also arrived. Li Qingyun, with a face full of grievance, clung to Xiao Yu's arm, weeping profusely. She had never contemplated betraying Xiao Yu. She merely wished to return home. Now that she had become a cultivator, even if she returned to Jianglu City, should other cultivators discover her existence, her family could be imperiled. Those righteous cultivators are no different from those of the demonic path. Yet, what can a frail woman do? Does my master truly have no remedy? Even if it is just to let my mother know that I am safe, I shall serve my master with unwavering loyalty, diligently hone my skills, and assist in enhancing your cultivation. Should I falter in this vow, may I descend to the 18th layer of hell and never find rebirth. Xiao Yu pursed his lips. Unless the Hehuan Sect conquers Jianglu City, I find myself helpless. Even if you were to write a letter, there would be no one to deliver it. No one wishes to court death. Moreover, should you be captured, not only would your family be implicated, but I too would suffer, for they would extract souls. Your concealment would be futile. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's words, Her gaze gradually shifted toward Jianglu City. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyun spoke with a trembling voice. How might we ensure the Hehuan Sect's victory? If the cultivators of the Hehuan Sect enter the city, they would surely slay the mortals, would they not? Xiao Yu hesitated, his heart tightening. Though he dwelled in the demonic path, he had no desire for the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. If the scoundrels of the Hehuan Sect truly infiltrated the city, it would spell catastrophe for the common folk. He had initially joined the Hehuan Sect because the righteous sects had refused him. He was not even at the Qi refinement stage and could not even aspire to be a loose cultivator. If Li Qingyun were to genuinely ally with him, akin to Zhang Xiling, he might indeed be inclined to reciprocate her sincerity. Among so many cultivators, he had only heard Zhang Xiling advocate for the protection of mortals. After a moment of thought, Xiao Yu spoke softly. I may need to leave here soon. If I venture to another mortal city, you might compose a letter, allowing the mortals to carry it back home. Li Qingyun, her tear-streaked eyes widening in astonishment, then burst forth with excitement. Is my master truly sincere? Xiao Yu affirmed, mentioning that in a short time, at least a month, or at most 3 to 5, he must enhance his strength. You have perused the Hehuan techniques and surely understand how to assist me in this endeavor. Your genuine intentions shall not go unremembered. Li Qingyun, brimming with joy, instantly shed her despondence. Master, I shall diligently cultivate and hasten to elevate your prowess. Subsequently, Xiao Yu entered Bai Yu's judgment chamber. The rate of her judgment was still frustratingly slow. This woman truly showed no remorse, yet oddly, he found himself more drawn to her. Therein lay the intrigue. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What troubles you? Why the silence? This is unlike your usual demeanor. After regaining her composure, Bai Yu tilted her face aside. Beast. Smack. Xiao Yu swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Bai Yu's face. Bai Yu's expression was one of rage, tears glistening in her eyes. Xiao Yu struck her again with a resounding slap. What is that expression? Understand your own identity. Bai Yu retorted. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Xiao Yu coldly laughed. Surely you do not desire death, as you have not taken your own life. A woman like you, burdened with deep-seated hatred. How could you die so easily and meet your disciples in the underworld? Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I will cherish you. I will torment you until the day you acknowledge your mistakes. Bai Yu, in a fit of rage, cursed, you wretched dog. One day, I will. Before she could finish her tirade, Xiao Yu leaned closer. Haven't you eaten? Don't starve yourself. Without a full stomach, how can you muster the strength to curse me? The mention of food made Bai Yu's brows quiver, her complexion turning pale. Do not. 3 days later, at the task assignment office of the Hehuan Sect, Wang Mei was lamenting to Zhao Gang. Tasks, tasks, tasks. Endless tasks every day? I instructed you to deal with that scoundrel Xiao Yu. Why have you not acted? What are you waiting for? Zhao Gang, looking flustered, glanced at the task board. I would if I could. The last time I took people to the alchemy room, there was a Xuanwu formation. What could I do? That turtle has been hiding in the formation for 3 days now. What can I do? I can't force my way through the Xuanwu formation. The commotion would alert your master, and we would be punished. Wang Mei shot him an exasperated glance, her mind racing with frustration. The mere thought of Xiao Yu publicly humiliating her made her wish to tear him apart. At that moment, Zhao Gang suddenly had an idea. Mayor, while we cannot touch Xiao Yu, we can deal with L. Linger. Wang Mei lowered her eyes. She is the master's disciple. If my master finds out I have harmed a fellow disciple, I would surely be expelled from the sect. Zhao Gang, with a fawning expression, grasped Wang Mei's hand. Why fear her? What is Zhang Xiling? She is merely discarded trash left by the sect leader. Do you think this place can remain peaceful for long? Soon, it will be leveled to the ground. I have news. Recently, Lin Su's father from the Xianling sect has arrived, a formidable expert in the late foundation stage. Along with Lin Su's master, Zhang Xiling will surely be unable to withstand them. When that time comes, Mayor, you can return with me to the Hehuan sect. My father is Elder Zhao. As long as you follow me, you need not fear for your future. Wang Mei, upon hearing this, smiled coyly. Just be careful not to expose yourself while plotting against that hussy L. Linger. She possesses 3 low-grade magical artifacts. You must tread carefully. Zhao Gang chuckled. Do we even need to lift a finger against that wench? We can manipulate the task. Isn't there an assignment for reconnaissance at Jianglu Mountain? I can arrange for someone to infiltrate L. Linger's team. Wang Mei's eyes sparkled at this notion. In the alchemy room, Xiao Yu, having reached the second layer of qi refinement, felt more troubled than pleased. His cultivation was advancing too swiftly. He had initially intended to suppress it. In such a place, to elevate one's cultivation in just 3 days would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Meishiji was a prime example. The current predicament is that he can no longer suppress his feelings. It is primarily the restlessness caused by Li Qingyun and Hualyan that troubles him. They are still in the body refinement stage. However, the crux of the matter lies with Baiyu's innate law body and Zhao Hongya, who is genuinely in the qi refinement stage. If this continues, he may truly need to devise a plan to escape prematurely. Observing the pensive expression on Xiao Yu's face, Hualyan hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Why do you appear so troubled?" "My master?" Xiao Yu lowered his head and replied, "I must exercise control. If this carries on, I will inevitably reach the 3rd level of qi refinement in just a couple of days. At that point, I will surely attract unwanted attention, especially from Wang Mei, who will undoubtedly target me. Furthermore, I must find a way to have her approved." At that moment, Hualyan's expression brightened with an idea. "This is simple. I can assist you in concocting a concealing qi pill. A 1st-grade concealing qi pill can obscure the user's aura, making it nearly imperceptible to those below the foundation establishment stage." Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of joy, but before he could respond, Hualyan added, "However, crafting the concealing qi pill requires concealing stones, which I believe are not available in the alchemy chamber." Resting his chin on his hand, Xiao Yu contemplated the advantages of concealing his cultivation level. Concealing stones, you say? I shall find a way. Do you know where I might procure such items?" Hualyan clasped her hands around Xiao Yu with utmost seriousness. "They can be found atop Jianglu Mountain, but it is too perilous." "Master, why not visit the market of your Hehuan Sect? You could easily acquire a few." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu set off, donning a disguise. He arrived at the sect affairs hall, scanning his surroundings. The law enforcement hall, the miscellaneous hall, the sutra pavilion, the task delegation office, and the marketplace. His gaze inevitably drifted toward the sutra pavilion, a place coveted by every disciple for its repository of secret techniques and skills. Yet, entry was reserved solely for those who had accomplished significant tasks. Observing Baiyu in the judgment chamber, her gaze dreamy, Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. Once her judgment value reached its limit, he would compel her to transcribe all the techniques. Hualyan had mentioned that Baiyu was akin to a living library of techniques, possessing countless high-level skills. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu proceeded toward the marketplace. Upon reaching the sect's marketplace, he was greeted by the vibrant atmosphere. The air filled with the scent of spiritual herbs. The stalls were abundant with wares, elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans in every variety. The aroma wafting from the alchemy furnaces and the dazzling lights of treasures drew many cultivators to a halt. Some were haggling over prices, while others engaged in spirited discussions, creating a lively scene. Yet, amidst this bustling marketplace, Xiao Yu also caught sight of darker elements, slaves, cauldrons, and even some confined mortal children. In the distance, a wolf-like spirit beast was caged. Despite having a broken leg, its eyes were filled with fierce malice, likely captured from the possession of righteous cultivators. Hualyan, meanwhile, was observing the scene from the maidservant pavilion, earnestly explaining everything to Xiao Yu, as if she were an encyclopedia of knowledge. "Master, that is a 2nd-tier Gale wolf. It clearly has an owner, and whoever takes it home will be in for misfortune. As for the technique manuscripts over there, they are all handwritten copies, and thus of little use." Xiao Yu, puzzled, inquired of Hualyan in the maidservant pavilion, "Lianer, what do you mean by handwritten copies being of no value?" Hualyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke of the myriad types of cultivation techniques: Huang, Xian, High, Earth, Heaven, and Divine levels. Most common practitioners rely on hand-copied texts, which bear a significant flaw. They fail to capture the true essence of the original scroll, merely skimming the surface. Techniques above the high level can only be transcribed by golden core stage cultivators, who must also infuse their own spiritual energy into the new copy, fully transferring the content of the original work. Simply inscribing the incantations allows for a mere 7 layers of the scroll's true essence to be replicated. As Hualyan elaborated, her enthusiasm grew. "The supreme joy and harmony technique of my master is indeed a heaven-level cultivation method. Even if you were to write it down, others could only learn a maximum of 7 layers. If a divine-level technique were ever to emerge, it would surely cause a cosmic spectacle, inciting chaos and bloodshed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Baiyu in the judgment chamber. He uncertainly remarked. Does this mean I cannot ask your master to assist me with writing a technique? Hualien rested her chin on her hand, grinning mischievously. My master has 3 caves, each fortified with restrictions, housing innumerable treasures. The original scroll of techniques must surely be among them. You should have my master take you there. There are also high-grade magical weapons and talismans to be found. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile as he continued walking, passing by a stall selling slaves. The vendor eagerly called out, "Friend, this is a servant disciple from the righteous Xianling sect, at the 5th layer of body tempering. Only 20 spirit stones. The price is negotiable. Just look at this woman's skin. It's guaranteed to be genuine." Across from him, another man shouted, "Young man, I have a young boy here with 3 spiritual roots. Buying him as a servant would be a wise investment. Just 25 spirit stones." Hualien looked at them with a face of disgust. How utterly heartless. How can they sell women and children? Xiao Yu continued forward, ignoring their cries. Your righteous sect is equally culpable. How many innocents have you and your master harmed in your pursuit to eradicate the demonic path? Hualien felt a twinge of injustice. Master, you misunderstand me. I could only follow my master's orders before. Now that I am with you, I shall be obedient. Whoever you wish me to eliminate, I shall do so. Besides, do not be too sympathetic towards those mortals. Some are far more vile than cultivators. Do you truly believe they are all innocent? Xiao Yu remained silent, fully aware of the depths of human malice, yet he would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. Just then, he noticed a female cultivator selling puppets ahead. She appeared to be at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Remembering the combat prowess of the puppet eagle during his ambush by Mei Chunlan and Ma Hongzhe, he approached her. Hualien quickly chimed in, "Master, puppets are distinct from spirit beasts. Puppets lack emotions and will never betray you, unlike spirit beasts which are, in essence, demon beasts. They require spirit-feeding pills and psychological guidance. Some spirit beasts may even flee, become negligent, or even rebel against their masters. While spirit beasts possess superior autonomous combat capabilities, puppets require explicit commands to function. There are both advantages and disadvantages, indeed." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu stepped forward, gazing intently at the several puppets displayed at the stall. Various puppet beasts were arrayed before him, each exhibiting a unique form. Some were majestic and imposing, while others were delicate and exquisite, fierce and ferocious, or gentle and endearing. Each puppet bore intricate runes etched upon its surface, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Xiao Yu's attention was immediately captured by a small-sized puppet mouse. Yet he refrained from handling it, instead picking up a nearby puppet figurine for examination. The stall owner was a young woman clad in a blue robe, possessing a striking visage, though her lips appeared somewhat pale. Upon noticing Xiao Yu, she set aside the puppet compendium and began her introduction. "Junior brother, the puppet figurine you hold is priced at 150 spirit stones. It can be equipped with a low-grade offensive magical tool, aiding you in breaking formations, reconnaissance, and restraining foes. I have just refined it. Rest assured, it is not second-hand merchandise." As she spoke, the woman covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Xiao Yu pursed his lips, visibly dissatisfied, and placed the humanoid puppet down. 150 spirit stones could buy a first-tier spirit beast instead. Moreover, doesn't T controlling a puppet require infusing it with spirit stones as a source of mana? The woman smiled faintly. "What you say is quite true, junior brother. However, my puppet crafting technique is derived from the puppet compendium of the 1,000 Machines Hall. You can insert 3 spirit stones at once, and the duration of combat will not be shorter than that of a spirit beast. Furthermore, they are convenient to carry, easily stowed in a storage pouch. Some puppets can even be concealed within one's sleeves. If equipped with a concealing magical tool, fellow cultivators of the same tier will be utterly oblivious to the presence of your puppets." Xiao Yu picked up a puppet tiger for further examination. It's still a bit pricey. I'm merely browsing." The female cultivator chuckled lightly, then picked up a puppet figurine and continued, "Junior brother, if you possess some recovery pills, I would gladly exchange 2 for one of these puppets." The attendant, Hualien, chuckled at this. What a clever scheme. A single recovery pill is worth 100 spirit stones, and she's raising the price. Xiao Yu's eyes glinted with amusement upon hearing this. Is this sister trying to take advantage of a junior brother's ignorance? Nevertheless, I have no intention of purchasing right now. Seeing Xiao Yu prepare to leave, the woman hastily stepped forward, grasping his arm. "Junior brother, please hold on." In that moment of tugging, Xiao Yu caught sight of her arm, which was alarmingly pale. It was evident that she had sustained a serious injury. Noticing his gaze, the female cultivator quickly withdrew her arm, saying, "Do not be alarmed, junior brother. Business is merely a negotiation. I have recently been wounded by Lin Su, and I am in dire need of medicinal pills. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to selling my prized puppets. If you could provide me with 2 recovery pills, you may choose any 2 puppets from my collection. My name is El Rue, a first-tier puppet master. I humbly ask for your assistance." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. Considering the implications of a woman with a secondary profession as a puppet master, he was aware that, although practitioners like beast tamers and puppet masters may not possess great individual strength, they could indeed become formidable in group confrontations, easily overpowering 3 or 4 opponents. "Well, I do have recovery pills. However, with an injury like yours, I doubt that 4 or 5 will suffice for your healing." El Rue let out a sigh of helplessness. Indeed, the current state of warfare is dire. Such healing elixirs are in the possession of inner disciples. How can we, the outer disciples, possibly acquire them? Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before stepping forward to speak softly. "Junior brother has a method that could aid Sister L in her recovery. Would Sister be willing to discuss it with me?" El Rue's eyes widened in shock. Her complexion flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "You." Chapter 25. El Linger, trapped upon witnessing her intense reaction, Xiao Yu felt a sense of reassurance. He quickly produced half a vial of restorative elixir, showcasing it from his sleeve. If Sister desires to heal, she will need at least half a vial. Why not find a quiet place to converse with junior brother? All I require is a puppet from you, and the entire vial shall be yours, I assure you. El Rue, visibly flustered, glanced toward a stall in the distance, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She was bound in a relationship, and her partner was right across the way, selling handwritten manuals. Xiao Yu also turned to look, and upon seeing the man, he was momentarily taken aback. "Oh my! Forgive me, sister, I was unaware of your relationship. Your beauty captivated me, and I mistakenly believed you were unattached. Since you do have a partner, I shall take my leave." Seeing Xiao Yu prepare to depart, El Rue panicked. She had been injured for several days, and her partner could not afford the spirit stones required to procure the elixirs for her. If this situation continued, being reassigned to the front lines could spell disaster for her. In a rush, she transmitted a message to Xiao Yu. "Junior brother, please wait." Xiao Yu felt a chuckle bubbling within him. Surely, this was not a game she could play. The woman-S system had not classified her as a villain. Hualien, within the maidservant's pavilion, sneered with a hint of jealousy. Umph. What a flirtatious vixen. Even if she isn't a villain, she is certainly no saint. Xiao Yu chuckled mischievously. Perhaps she is just a heartbreaker. It's not entirely unacceptable. I stand to gain. With that, El Rue hurried to her partner's stall, exchanged a few words, and then rushed back to Xiao Yu. "Let us go, junior brother. I've spoken with my partner, and you may collect the elixir. But only for half an hour." In her voice, her face had turned a shade of deep purple. The two made their way to a secluded corner. Half an hour later, El Rue returned to the stall, swallowing hard. She had previously attempted to heal using the harmony technique, but her partner lacked the skill. To her surprise, she had encountered someone capable today. 5 restorative elixirs equated to 500 spirit stones. She hadn't even consumed the elixirs yet, and her injuries were already showing signs of improvement. Clearly, she had struck a bargain today. As she observed Xiao Yu purchasing items at the opposite stall, she couldn't help but scrutinize him. Just then, her partner, Li Yunma, returned. "Did that fool really give you half a vial of restorative elixir? Ha! I can't believe the Harmony Sect has such simpletons." El Rue forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes, Li Gu. But he also mentioned that I should bring the Puppet Master's manual tonight to teach him. He wishes to learn the art of puppet crafting." Li Yunma smirked. "See if he has any more elixirs. If he wants to learn puppet techniques, we must ensure he doesn't benefit from us for free. First, make it clear to him that if he fails to learn, it is no longer our concern. We shall only instruct him this once." LV Rue instinctively tugged at her collar. "All right, then brotherly shall rest for the night. I shall make a swift return." At that moment, Xiao Yu had already procured the gathering stones, his spirits soaring with a sense of ambition. He strode through the marketplace with a buoyant demeanor, reluctant to part ways with the Hehuan Sect. After all, he was now a Dan Master. Once he ascended to the rank of a second-grade alchemist, he would be able to concoct foundation establishment pills. The numerous female cultivators in the chi refining stage within the sect would undoubtedly flock to him. With the 9-yang divine body and the supreme joy of Hehuan technique, just a single encounter would leave them utterly captivated. Clearly, LV Rue had grasped the situation. He needed to prepare thoroughly for the evening, hoping to enlist the help of this puppeteer for his own purposes while also persuading a few more puppets into his service. Just as he was about to return, a voice erupted from the task delegation area. "This is bad. Sister LV has been trapped by the hounds of the Xianling sect on the mountain. We need a few people to come with me. After the deed is done, each person will receive 100 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. "Sister LV?" Before he could process the information, LV Rue rushed towards him, panic etched across her face, accompanied by Li Yunma. "Is something wrong with Linga?" The frantic individual shouted back. "Indeed, it is Elder Zhang's apprentice, LV Linger. She accepted a reconnaissance mission this morning, only to be captured by the Xianling sect. She has been trapped for an hour already. Time is of the essence. Come with me." Soon, 5 chi refining stage cultivators, including LV Rue and Li Yunma, took to the skies. Xiaoyu stood there, bewildered, scratching his head. "LV Lingu? LV Rue? Could it be that LV Rue is the sister of LV Lingu?" The thought of the girl who had come to his aid, LV Linger, suddenly sparked a realization within him. Could that wretched Wang Mei be behind this? His fists clenched tightly. It seemed highly probable. Having hidden in the alchemy room for so long, Wang Mei could not deal with him directly, so she surely aimed to target LV Linger instead. No, he had to go. After all, LV Linger was one of the few who stood by him. Xiaoyu had always valued loyalty. If she was in trouble, he would naturally rush to her aid. In the northern part of Jianglu Mountain, LV Linger struggled to maintain the formation at the cave's entrance. Behind her, a man seethed with fury, cursing, "Damn it! How could we have been exposed? There must be a traitor among us. By the time I return, damn it! Our sect must have a spy." LV Linger once again drew upon spirit stones to restore her mana, observing the 3 survivors behind her. She realized that today's events were likely far from simple. According to the sect's reconnaissance mission, the Xianling sect ought not to have discovered them. They had never intended to delve deeply. Their objective was merely to scout the northern region. Yet, they had been apprehended upon arrival. Absurdly, even when they employed Earth escape talismans to hide underground, the enemy had still managed to locate them. Those foes possessed no foundation establishment stage cultivators. How could their spiritual sense be so formidable? In their flight for survival, of the 8 who had initially come, only the 4 of them remained alive. Gazing at the precarious formation before her, LV Linger's face turned pale. The formation has not withstood the onslaught for long. Those treacherous scoundrels from the Xianling sect are approaching, and one of them has reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. What should we do now? The consequences of being captured are all too clear. Those self-proclaimed righteous sects are no better than the rest, especially when they encounter a woman of enchanting beauty from the demonic path. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the formation. A man behind rushed forward, producing a magical artifact to channel his power. Damn it! How infuriating! If you're brave enough, face me one-on-one. The cultivators outside cackled with delight. Huh. The dogs of the demonic path have met their match. One-on-one. You wouldn't be so eager if it were a real fight. Brothers, let us show them the consequences of being dogs today. The leader, a man clad in white, spoke with a mocking glint in his eyes. Gazing at the formation's entrance, leave Lu Linger alive. She is Zhang Ziling's disciple. The rest must be killed. If we capture Lu Linger, Zhang Ziling will surely be thrown into disarray. If she dares to return to Jiangliashan, we shall execute Lu Linger right here. Ha ha. Lu Linger, filled with fury, retorted. Lin Meng, you claim to be righteous, yet you resort to such despicable tactics. I would rather die than allow you to use me to threaten my master. If you have the courage, come at me. No sooner had she spoken than her pupils dilated in horror as she beheld the crumbling formation. Her heart sank into despair. Behind her, a disciple of the Hehuan Sect collapsed, bloodied. Lin Meng, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Charge! Today, I, Lin Meng, shall eradicate the demons and uphold justice." In an instant, over a dozen disciples from the Xianling sect surged forward, each displaying their unique abilities. Before they could enter the cave, Lu Rue and her companions arrived. Lu Rue raised her hand, releasing 4 puppets, brandishing her sword as she cried, "Linger, sister is coming to save you." Li Yunma, wielding a circular magical artifact, launched an attack towards Lin Meng. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he raised his hand, declaring, "Humph, overestimating oneself." From the array. In that moment, the disciples from the Hehuan Sect soared into the sky, 7 beams of magical light shooting upward as they clashed with the newcomers. Li Yunma, seizing the opportunity, mounted a puppet tiger and charged at Lin Ming, exclaiming, "Dog of the righteous path, prepare to meet your end." Lin Ming unleashed a green sword of magic, aiming directly at Li Yunma. Swiftly, Li Yunma evaded to the side, casting aside his circular artifact. Lin Ming retaliated with a wind blade talisman, catching Li Yunma off guard, forcing him to abandon his puppet tiger. The 6th layer of chi refinement proved formidable indeed. Upon witnessing Li Yunma falter, Lu Rui quickly dispatched 2 puppets towards him, warning, "Li Gu, be careful." Li Yunma, wary of engaging directly, hastily mounted a puppet beast and dashed to the shelter of a tree, his heart heavy with caution. Lin Ming, being the younger brother of Lin Su, naturally possessed mid-grade magical artifacts. Inside the cave, upon hearing her sister's voice, Lu Linger rallied those within and charged out, leading to a fierce clash. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having retreated to a distance, gazed solemnly at the battleground at the cave's entrance. Realizing that the Hehuan Sect had over 10 cultivators in the chi refinement stage, while the Hehuan Sect had 3 fewer. Although the puppet master El Rui was present, El Linger and her companions were already severely injured. Lin Ming's cultivation level was at the 6th layer of chi refinement, and none dared to confront him directly. The highest cultivation level on their side was only that of Li Yunma, who was at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Defeat was merely a matter of time. He hesitated to act, for he had not yet seen that woman, Wang Mei. This affair was certainly orchestrated by her. Others were inconsequential, but El Linger must be rescued. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly witnessed Li Yunma being struck down, on the verge of being eliminated by Lin Ming. Xiao Yu squinted. If Li Yunma were to perish, none of them would escape. "Brotherly, do not panic. I will assist you." Chapter 26. From now on, you shall be my dear brother. Xiao Yu mounted the puppet eagle and charged directly at Lin Ming. Upon seeing that his opponent was merely a 2nd-layer chi refinement practitioner, Lin Ming displayed a look of disdain. He effortlessly leaped aside, evading Xiao Yu's assault. However, the next instant, a puppet mouse was hurled towards him by Xiao Yu. Enhanced by the 9 Suns' divine body, the speed of the puppet mouse's projectile was akin to that of a flying arrow. El Rui instantly recognized it as the very puppet mouse she had given to Xiao Yu. What was happening? How could that man, only at the 2nd layer of chi refinement, dare to venture into such peril? Could it be to rescue her? The memory of Xiao Yu's earlier confession of infatuation stirred something within El Rui. That rascal. Seeing the puppet mouse, Lin Ming swiftly drew his sword to strike. Yet, the puppet eagle swooped down once more. Comparable to a 4th-layer chi refinement practitioner, Lin Ming had no desire to confront it head-on. He countered with his sword, ascending into the sky. Before he could finish casting his spell, Li Yunma charged forward. 2 rings struck Lin Ming's sword directly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yu maneuvered the puppet mouse towards Lin Ming, which bore 3 explosive fire talismans in its mouth. Upon reaching Lin Ming, it detonated instantly. Lin Ming's face contorted in fury as he widened his eyes, hastily employing a spell to extinguish the flames on his back, and soared into the air, shouting, "Retreat." Seeing Lin Ming injured, the remaining disciples of the Hehuan Sect fled swiftly. Li Yunma intended to pursue, but El Rui hurriedly intervened, calling out, "Brotherly, do not pursue. Be cautious of deception." Li Yunma, deep in thought, nodded and staggered to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, El Linger emerged from the cave and, upon seeing El Rui, burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, Sister, I was so frightened. I thought I would never see you again." With a tender smile, El Rui approached and gently caressed her forehead, saying, do not fear. Just be more cautious next time." Meanwhile, Li Yunma approached Xiao Yu, admiration evident in his expression as he clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, my name is Li Yunma. What is yours? I sincerely thank you for risking your life to save me." Xiao Yu responded with a warm smile, "I am Xiao Yu. It is an honor to meet you." "Brotherly." Li Yunma's smile broadened. He had even considered having his partner, El Rui, deceive him for his elixirs. Yet here was someone who had risked their life to save him. Reflecting upon the matter now, it is truly outrageous that someone at merely the 2nd level of chi refinement would dare to assist him. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have fled long ago. This exemplifies the bond of life and death, of true brotherhood. Li Yunma wholeheartedly recognized Xiaoyu, his countenance brimming with excitement as he clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Brother Xiao, from this day forth, you shall be my cherished brother. Yet, with such trust comes responsibility. I would face 1,000 deaths for you." Beside them, Lu Rue instinctively swallowed hard. What on earth was Xiaoyu scheming? Did he not fear that Li Yunma might uncover their secrets? His audacity was staggering. However, upon recalling that Xiaoyu had risked everything to rescue her, she felt an unfamiliar warmth stir within her. But was his intention truly to save her? At that moment, Lu Linger suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Xiao, is it truly you? Have you come to rescue me as well?" Xiaoyu hastily returned the gesture. "Yes, junior brother here heard that senior sister Lu was trapped. I intended to accompany senior brother Li, but my cultivation is insufficient and I lagged behind." Lu Linger gazed at him, her eyes wide with excitement. "You have advanced to the second level of qi refinement so swiftly. How did you?" Before she could finish, Lu Linger suddenly felt faint and collapsed to the ground. Panic surged within Xiaoyu. Observing this, Lu Rue quickly cradled her younger sister and mounted a puppet beast, exclaiming, "Sister must have fainted from depleted energy. We cannot linger here. We must return to the branch." Not long after, Xiaoyu followed their retreat. Meanwhile, within the branch, Wang Mei was beside herself with anxiety. Glancing nervously at Zhao Gang, who continued sipping tea, her expression grew increasingly frantic. "Senior brother Zhao, what are we to do? Was it not said that success was assured? How could they have escaped? If master learns of this, I am truly in trouble." Zhao Gang glared at the subordinate kneeling by the door, his eyes glinting with ire. "What are you doing? Wasn't I clear that you were to lure the Hehuan Sect over to eliminate her? How have you managed this?" The man, with a woeful expression, replied, "I did lure Lin Meng over, but Lu Linger has an older sister here. Initially, Lin Meng could have prevailed, but who would have known that Xiaoyu would appear? He and Li Yunma combined forces to drive Lin Meng back. You should have seen it. I have never witnessed such puppeteering. He threw the puppet with greater speed than I could cast talismans. In an instant, it was upon Lin Meng, inflicting injury." Zhao Gang instinctively furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that it was not Li Yunma who injured Lin Meng, but Xiaoyu? How can that be possible?" Wang Mei, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "What is impossible about it? Surely, Li Yunma restrained Lin Meng, and Xiaoyu simply capitalized on a stroke of fortune to injure him. Now is not the time for disputes. Think of a solution. If my master arrives, she will undoubtedly." Just as Wang Mei spoke, Zhang Xiling had already arrived with her entourage. One disciple recognized Zhao Gang's subordinate instantly, exclaiming, "Elder, it is he." This wretched creature claimed he was going to relieve himself and vanished for ages. And thus, the Hehuan Sect members appeared. Zhao Gang, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard. Wang Mei tightened her grip on her skirt, her expression taut with anxiety as she observed Zhang Xiling's icy demeanor, fully aware that her master would not let her off easily. In the sect, nothing was more taboo than turning against one's fellow disciples. If only we could eliminate El Linger and her companions, we would remain undiscovered. Yet, who could have foreseen their remarkable resilience? Upon witnessing Zhang Xiling's expression, Zhao Gang hastily interjected before she could utter a word. "I did not instruct him to provoke the Hehuan Sect. This matter is not my responsibility. I harbor no enmity towards El Ling. This is likely the doing of Wang Mei." At this juncture, Wang Mei panicked, exclaiming, No, master, please allow me to explain." "Ah, Zhao Gang, you slander me." Zhao Gang scoffed. "I was not present this morning. How could I know what you discussed with my subordinates?" The man kneeling nearby instinctively swallowed hard, aware that he would not survive the day. However, the lives of his family rested in Zhao Gang's hands. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his head and admitted, "It was indeed Wang Mei who urged us to eliminate that harlot El Linger." No sooner had he spoken than his head burst into a mist of blood. Wang Mei, terrified, turned pale and crawled before her master, pleading, "Master, it truly was not me. Zhao Gang incited me, claiming that this place would soon fall and that he would take me back to our sect. I was momentarily bewitched. I shall not dare again." Zhao Gang chuckled coldly. "Ha, Wang Mei, cease your unfounded accusations. I am betrothed. How could I conspire with a woman of your ilk? What could you possibly possess that I covet? My return to our sect is solely due to my father's grand birthday celebration. It has nothing to do with you. Yet you dare to exploit my name to deceive my subordinates. What are your true intentions? Elder Zhang, you are surely aware of the animosities between your disciples. Is this how you choose to discipline them? Zhang Xiling understood that Zhao Gang was inextricably linked to this affair, but as the son of Elder Zhao, she found herself powerless to act against him. Elder Zhao oversaw their logistical support, and any hostility could lead to dire consequences. She could not control external matters, nor could she manage her own. With so many eyes upon her, failure to handle this situation appropriately would undermine her authority as an elder. All would presume she was biased. Gazing at Wang Mei, who was sobbing on the ground, Zhang Xiling's eyes narrowed. After nurturing you for so many years, you dare to harm your junior sister? Wang Mei, I was truly blind back then. With that, she raised her hand and struck. Wang Mei immediately coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. System prompt. Detected that the wicked Wang Mei is in mortal danger. Host, please provide immediate assistance. Xiao Yu pondered deeply. Indeed, Wang Mei's demeanor was unlike that of any woman he had encountered. She was a venomous vixen, captivating yet perilous. A brand new experience he had yet to engage with. Moreover, he had no other wicked women to recruit at present. Wang Mei was his main quest. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Yu hurriedly approached and knelt on one knee, imploring, Master, please spare my senior sister. She may have been manipulated. You have already gravely injured her. She may not recover for years. After nurturing her for so long, can you truly bear to render her incapacitated? Wang Mei continued to weep on the ground, her face a portrait of grievance. She could hardly believe that Zhao Gang, that scoundrel, abandoned her in her time of need. Her intent had been to deal with her junior sister, yet the plan had originated from Zhao Gang himself. Zhang Xiling observed the despondent expression on Xiao Yu's face as he shielded Wang Mei, disregarding his own dignity. Lu Linger felt a pang of sympathy. Witnessing her childhood companion Wang Mei in such a wretched state stirred her compassion. At that moment, a few disciples behind them voiced their discontent. Elder Zhang, several of our brothers have perished, all at the hands of that Lin Ming. Will you truly turn a blind eye? Wang Mei is your disciple. If you do not administer justice, who among us would dare to serve you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling raised her hand once more. Wang Mei, in tears, clutched Xiao Yu's garment, pleading, please help me. I promise I won't do it again. I was wrong. Xiao Yu, witnessing this scene, sighed with resignation, Master, if you truly intend to punish her, it would be better to entrust her to me. My alchemical practices require human blood, as you are aware. Elder Wu needed a substantial amount of flesh during his alchemical endeavors. My skills were honed under his guidance. It seems a waste to discard Wang Mei. It would be more prudent to hand her over to me. Zhao Gang chuckled coldly. Are you certain that if I grant her to you, you won't end her life? Xiao Yu replied with a gentle smile. Rest assured, I would not kill her outright. It would take at least 3 months for her to bleed out, wouldn't it? Chapter 27. The abandoned Wang Mei. Zhang Xiling propped her chin on her hand, fully aware that Xiao Yu intended to save Wang Mei's life. However, if she were to allow Xiao Yu to concoct human elixirs in front of so many witnesses, how could she uphold her principles? Before she could issue a command, voices erupted from the crowd. Transform her into a human elixir. That wretched harlot dares to harm her own kin? It became clear to them that some of their brethren had fallen victim to the Xianling sect, and perhaps Wang Mei was to blame. Wang Mei trembled, her hands shaking as her heart brimmed with resentment. Zhao Gang had so easily betrayed her, professing eternal love only to sell her out. He had assured her that the marriage arranged by his family was merely a formality, promising that he would eventually take her as his bride. He had even brought 2 young girls for her to train with. She genuinely believed she would rise to greatness. Kill her. Transform her into a human elixir. Aren't we short on pills? Skin her alive and turn her into a magical artifact. She must pay for her crimes. The crowd roared with fervor, their cries echoing in desperation. Xiao Yu bowed his head slightly, fully aware that among this group, there were likely spies. Those who shouted the loudest may have already prepared their escape routes. Zhang Xiling cast a cold gaze at Wang Mei, raising her hand slowly. You have brought this upon yourself. The last time I punished you by making you transcribe the sect rules, I had hoped you would mend your ways. Since you refused to learn, do not blame me. As she spoke, she unleashed a golden talisman, causing Wang Mei to shriek, Master, please don't. I understand my mistakes. I truly know my errors. Before she could finish, the golden patterns on the talisman began to materialize in midair. Wang Mei was drawn into the talisman, as if she had never existed at all. As the golden talisman floated gently before Xiao Yu, it came to a halt. Zhang Ziling lowered her voice, emphasizing her words. From this day forth, if anyone within our branch dares to harm a fellow disciple, I will not concern myself with who it may be." In her tone, Xiaoyu could detect a hint of reluctance. After all, this was her long-cultivated eldest apprentice, and naturally, there were feelings involved. At that moment, Zhang Ziling surveyed the surroundings once more. "Have you all gathered the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect as I instructed?" Several individuals from the crowd stepped forward slowly, releasing the Jade Maiden sect disciples they had drawn in the lottery from their respective magical tools. The moment they were set free, a cacophony of wails ensued. Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing the commotion, glancing at the disheveled female cultivators, instinctively clenching his fists. Huo Yin from the maidservants' pavilion immediately recognized a few of her fellow disciples and exclaimed in anguish, "It's Sister Lu and her gang. How could they be so cruel as to mutilate them?" Xiaoyu exhaled slowly, cradling the talisman that contained Wang Mei, remaining silent. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity to rescue these captive disciples from the Jade Maiden sect, but upon observing their pitiful state, some with severed limbs, others disheveled and wild-eyed, while a few appeared utterly deranged, it was evident they were no longer human nor ghost. Moreover, several female cultivators had aged drastically, their appearances ravaged by malevolent sorcery, rendering them nearly worthless to retrieve. Zhang Ziling, gazing at the captives before her, understood that the men must have hidden away the more valuable ones, merely presenting these worthless ones to placate her. "Everyone," she declared, "I am acutely aware of the precarious situation we find ourselves in. However, since I, Zhang Ziling, have arrived, I intend to lead us towards great achievements. The reason I asked you to produce the captives from the Jade Maiden sect is for our forthcoming battles. I assure you, if we triumph in this conflict, each of you shall receive a low-grade magical artifact." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. Yet, after a long pause, no one dared to release any more captives. Xiaoyu pursed his lips. These individuals were quite cunning. They all understood that Zhang Ziling was merely making empty promises, and anyone who dared to release another captive would be perceived as harboring ulterior motives. Observing the deranged female captives, Zhang Ziling exhaled in exasperation. She then raised her hand, producing her magical artifact, and directly gathered the women. "Everyone disperse now. Xiaoyu, I leave the handling of these captives to you. I shall personally interrogate them." Xiaoyu once again clasped his fists in respect, and then returned to the alchemy chamber with the talisman containing Wang Mei. Zhao Gang watched as Xiaoyu walked away, a smirk playing on his lips. He surmised that Wang Mei would not fare well in the hands of the other party. Moreover, the woman bore a chronic ailment that required the blood of young boys and girls to maintain her youthful beauty. Whether she lived or died was of no concern to him. It would be better to return to their sect tomorrow. There was little of interest left here. Back in the alchemy chamber, Xiaoyu was now examining the golden talisman. It was indeed quite convenient, capable of even containing living beings. He wondered how it was crafted. Reflecting on the maidservants in his alchemy chamber, he thought how much easier it would have been had he possessed such a talisman during their abduction. The Jade Maiden gourd is indeed quite ruthless. It possesses the ability to refine both the spirit and body of a person. "Leonor, what manner of talisman is this? Are you capable of crafting it?" The maidservant, Huo Yin, stood there with reddened eyes, reflecting upon the younger disciple she had just encountered, her gaze betraying her distress. "This is the human puppet talisman. Leonor cannot forge it." "Master, why do you not lend the maid?" Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. After all, they are not virtuous individuals, and the system has yet to trigger a judgment. Why should I concern myself with them? I suspect my master has other plans. Huo Yin felt a tinge of grievance. Since she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Xiaoyu, she had discerned that his heart was not entirely unkind, albeit somewhat lecherous. When witnessing the plight of those who had once assisted him, he would extend a helping hand. Moreover, he exhibited a gentler demeanor towards girls like Li Qingyun, far more so than he did towards her and her master, Baiyu. Observing her expression, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Your Jade Maiden sect must have been established not long ago. You are but 18 years old. By my calculations, the sect has existed for a maximum of 15 years? Huo Yin shook her head, reporting to you, "Master, the Jade Maiden sect has been established for several decades, with my master only recently beginning to accept disciples. I know my master harbors disdain for us righteous female cultivators. We have been indoctrinated since childhood with the ideology of vanquishing demons and upholding justice. The majority of cultivators align with my master's views. The more prestigious the sect, the more sensitive they are to public perception. Should anyone utter a disparaging word, they would rally against them. Xiao Yu smirked, gently patting her head as he released Hualien. Do not be disheartened. From now on, all you need to do is to wholeheartedly assist your master. There is no such thing as the Jade Maiden sect, nor do you have any younger sisters. They deserve their fates. Reflect honestly upon it. How many of them do not deserve it? Hualien exhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Now, Liener, go and concoct the calming chi pill. Bring it to me later. Do not be so sorrowful. Tonight, your master shall treat you to your master's favorite delicacies. Upon hearing this, Hualien's spirits lifted somewhat. She took the calming chi stone and departed. Xiao Yu, meanwhile, began examining the human puppet talisman. This item appeared to be a one-time use. Should he procure a few more? As he probed the talisman with his divine sense, it gradually illuminated. Inside the talisman, Wang Mei, feeling the scrutiny, immediately covered her face in panic, exclaiming, "Do not look at me." Xiao Yu, momentarily stunned, gasped in disbelief. Staring at the woman within the talisman, her face wrinkled and marred with dark spots. Was that truly Wang Mei? Upon sensing Xiao Yu's divine presence, Wang Mei, in utter despair, cried out, "I told you not to look. What do you want from me?" Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. How could Wang Mei be even less appealing than Mei Chunlan? At least Mei had false teeth, but Wang Mei had none. No matter how one looked at her, she resembled nothing human, more akin to a heap of decaying flesh. If it were not for her wearing that alluring black robe, he might not even have recognized her as a person. Furthermore, her voice was unsettling, a far cry from her previous enchanting tone. Now, it resembled the grating sound of a millstone grinding beans, rasping and abrasive. At that moment, Wang Mei suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then cried out while gazing at the surrounding talismans and restrictions. "If you wish to kill me, then do so." Xiao Yu pursed his lips, observing her zero evil value, and let out a slow breath. To bring her to the judgment chamber, he needed to elevate her evil value to 100. It would not suffice to commit evil against others. She must inflict harm upon him. Reflecting on his earlier experience with Hualien, Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. To provoke her into malice towards him, he first needed to treat her kindly. Causing her to repay kindness with enmity was the most direct approach. After contemplating, he glanced at her information panel. Wang Mei, 37 years old, 4th level of Qi refining, severely injured. Appearance score, 93, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 95 gene. Talent, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Her qualifications were indeed commendable. However, her heart was filled with venom, having slain numerous children to preserve her beauty. She harbored jealousy towards any woman more beautiful than herself, and upon discovering such a rival, she would be consumed by intense hatred. It seemed Wang Mei could hear Xiao Yu's words, as she began to sob uncontrollably, her face contorted in despair, tears streaming down as if she wished to cry out all her suffering. Her fingers clutched tightly at her garment, exclaiming, "My face, my face." Her wails were particularly heart-wrenching, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. Observing the woman collapsed on the ground, weeping in utter desolation, he couldn't help but tighten his lips. Had her face been corroded by something? Sulfuric acid? Wang Mei continued to weep, tears cascading down her now aged and unattractive visage. Remembering her own childhood experience of being disfigured by a group of women, her cries grew increasingly pitiful. She could not bear to die in such a guise. No. My face, return it to me quickly. Chapter 28. All faults belong to Mayor Wang Mei recalled her childhood self, once chosen by the emperor as a talented beauty. At merely a teenager, she had been forced into a vat of medicine by those vile women in the palace. Her captivating beauty was ruined in an instant. From that moment forward, she harbored animosity towards all women more beautiful than herself. In her desperate quest to reclaim her youthful allure, she abandoned everything she could. Now, once again, she found herself in this dismal state. Large beads of tears rolled down her ugly face, helplessness and despair tearing at her heart. Just then, she was unexpectedly released. Upon seeing the man before her, Wang Mei panicked and hurriedly crawled into a corner, curling up and covering her face. Xiao Yu slowly produced a dagger and approached her, speaking softly, "Sister Wang, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. I have a way to heal your condition." Wang Mei stood frozen in confusion. Could he truly heal her? Xiao Yu chuckled gently. "If you drink my blood, it should mend your wounds. Or I could also assist you with the harmony technique." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei instinctively clenched her fists. She had tried that long ago. How could it possibly work? No, he meant to use the harmony technique on her disfigured visage. At this thought, panic filled Wang Mei's face as she fled, exclaiming, "Do not harm me again. In the midst of confrontation, you believe you can kill at will, as if I were a mere child. Do you truly think you could save me? What a jest. A person like you could never come to my aid. You must have ulterior motives." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, loosening the cuffs of his sleeves as he strolled forward, a vial of rejuvenating elixir in hand. Wang Mei instinctively faltered, bewildered as she beheld Xiao Yu approaching her step by step, the absurdity of the situation striking her. What nonsense. She felt utterly unattractive at present. What could he possibly intend? Surely he wouldn't truly. In a short span, Wang Mei astonishingly transformed back to her former self. Gazing upon the cool and handsome Xiao Yu, she instinctively tightened her grip on her collar, hurriedly tilting her head to touch her own face. She had indeed reverted. Not only that, but her injuries had also miraculously healed. She was completely restored. The mere thought of the potion she had just consumed made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Just moments ago, she had been so hideous, and he had shown no concern whatsoever. In that instant, her heart melted. A glimmer of light danced in her lowered gaze, reminiscent of gentle ripples upon tranquil autumn waters. Her cheeks were tinted as if brushed by the evening glow, akin to the fading sunlight upon distant mountains. A subtle smile graced her lips, blooming like the first flowers of spring, timid yet profound. She murmured, gently tilting her head, her delicate brows arched as if listening, concealing the joy within her heart. Her softly fluttering eyelashes resembled butterfly wings, stirring the ripples of her emotions. Xiao Yu noticed her demeanor and smiled slightly. "This is the rejuvenating elixir. It will allow you to retain your current beauty forever. Sister Wang, you are truly exquisite. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was captivated. My previous anger stemmed from my belief that Zhao Gang was unworthy of you. I spoke harshly to our master out of frustration. Please do not take it to heart." As he spoke, he took her hand in his. At that moment, it felt as though a jade flute played softly in her heart, its melody flowing like clear springs over stones, graceful and melodious. Her face flushed anew, her heart racing like a startled deer, captivated by the man before her who seemed unfazed by her prior unattractiveness. Her gaze became entranced. Throughout her life, she had sought numerous companions, engaging in countless morally questionable acts to procure cultivation resources. Everyone had approached her for her outward appearance, none ever truly regarding her countenance marred by scars. Yet, he had healed her. She had thought she might be turned into a mere potion. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu pondered, recognizing that Wang Mei was still, after all, a woman of ill repute. Even if she felt affection for him now, she was likely to betray him later. He needed to find an opportunity to expose her true nature. Her profile contained the words, "Only profit matters." Caution was essential. "Sister Wang, the ground is cold. Please rise." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei cast her gaze downward and slowly stood. There was an enchanting allure in her eyes, akin to the peach blossoms blooming in early spring. As she gazed once more at Xiao Yu, she boldly wrapped her arm around his left, declaring, "Disciple, your unwavering loyalty and affection shall be met with my utmost protection. In this life and the next, I vow not to let you down." Xiao Yu's lips curled slightly, a smile that was both enigmatic and playful directed at her. He decided to indulge her and play along with the charade. Wang Mei's eyes sparkled like shimmering autumn waters, filled with unspoken emotions. Upon looking at Xiao Yu again, a subtle allure graced her cheeks, an undeniable charm that she herself found astonishing, as she was already 37 years old. Having embarked on the path of immortality for 2 decades, she believed she had long since severed ties with the mundane world. How could she still be so touched today? Yet, she was indeed moved. She had genuinely fallen for Xiao Yu. Having encountered countless men, she was no longer an innocent maiden. She recognized that her feelings for him were real. At that moment, Hualien approached with a vial of concealment pills, her face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Master! Master! Lianer has succeeded. These 10 pills will suffice for a considerable time." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei lowered her gaze, instinctively gripping the hem of her dress. Observing Hualien, who was even more exquisite than herself, her eyes brimmed with malice. Dressed in flowing white garments akin to a celestial being, Hualien's delicate feet, encased in white stockings, added an extra touch of enchantment. The qipao she wore accentuated her graceful figure, resembling a blooming white lotus. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Thank you for your hard work, Lianer. Now, Please continue with your tasks. Hua Yin nodded fervently before shifting her gaze towards Wang Mei, who was nestled in Xiao Yu's embrace. As a fellow woman, Hua Yin found amusement in Wang Mei's provocative glare. How audacious of her to look at me that way. Does she not realize that I am the favored maid of the master now? This woman is courting danger. Once Hua Yin departed, Wang Mei turned, a hint of jealousy lacing her voice as she queried Xiao Yu. Xiao, that sister just now seemed rather familiar. Dressed in white. Could she possibly be from the Jade Maiden sect? Xiao Yu, with one arm around Wang Mei, smiled knowingly. Indeed, sister, could it be? Wang Mei's expression darkened, her right fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Yu. Why complicate matters with so many trivial side quests? Wang Mei was not like Bai Yu, who had lived for centuries. Being merely in her 30s, how resolute could her heart truly be? Hua Yin's character was undoubtedly stronger than that of Wang Mei. She would repent in a matter of days. Moreover, Wang Mei had developed feelings for him and was now envious. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu carried her into the alchemy chamber. Wang Mei's face flushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, "Disciple, please put me down." Xiao Yu gazed tenderly at her, proclaiming, "The reason I sought to apprentice under master was because of my affection for you. The reason I did not bow to you that day was due to my jealousy of Zhao Gang. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I have been deeply in love with you. For your sake, I would willingly face death. Today, master has consented to entrust you to me. Otherwise, I would have fought to rescue you even at the cost of my life." In the alchemy chamber, Hua Yin pouted, envy evident on her face. She knew Xiao Yu was speaking in jest, yet even if it were falsehoods, she longed to hear them. In this world, which woman does not delight in flattery? How detestable. Detected, the wicked queen, Mei has completely fallen for the host. Detected, under the host's persuasion. The wicked queen, Mei has realized her errors and activated judgment mode. The host may choose between manual and automatic judgment. Please collect her host. Xiao Yu grinned playfully, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he gazed at the Queen Mei in his arms. It was surprisingly effective. This implies that many women who have lived for 2 or 3 decades possess remarkably weak resolve. He could easily collect her without resorting to the same methods he employed with Bai Yu. With a wave of his hand, he summoned her to the judgment chamber. The system chimed instantly. Judgment successful, awarding judgment reward. Thunderstep technique, granting access to the 4th judgment chamber. Can you believe it? She has completely submitted? And it has only been a short time. As soon as the maidservant Mei opened her eyes, she exclaimed, "My lord, where have you gone? Come back quickly." In a coy tone, Chapter 29, 4th level of Qi refinement, Xiao Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a look of dread on his face. He instinctively swallowed hard. Clearly, Mei's affection for him was not born from sweet nothings. This woman is toxic. Her emotions are far from normal. Xiao Yu, looking forlorn, puffed on his pipe like an elderly man. This simply won't do. It is time to cultivate. He tapped the tobacco in his pipe and took out the thunderstep technique. It appeared to be a technique for agility, a ground-level agility technique known as the thunder shadow, which cleaves through clouds and winds. Xiao Yu pondered, scratching his head. The reward for judging Bai Yu was a heavenly-level technique, the Supreme Bliss Union, yet he received merely a ground-level technique from Mei. It seems the system previously stated that rewards are based on the female's beauty. The higher her beauty, the more substantial the reward. Oh well, at least it is a life-saving technique. I shall take a look. Xiao Yu held his breath, gathering his energy, and with the slightest touch of his toes, he glided like a specter in front of the alchemy room. Each step he took was profound, causing the grass and trees to sway. At times, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, slicing through the air. At other times, he flowed like water, silent and serene. Where he passed, shadows trailed behind him. Then, as he suddenly exerted force, a purple lightning bolt seemed to manifest in the air. Meanwhile, his mind was inundated with the teachings of the thunderstep technique, an invisible force guiding him in mastering this art. Enraptured, Xiao Yu dashed through the air, leaving no trace behind, the only sound being the crackle of thunder. Time slipped away, and finally, Xiao Yu mastered the first layer of the thunderstep technique. As he beheld the sun setting gradually, he turned and led Mei into Bai Yu's judgment chamber. Now equipped with the concealing pill, he had no need to deliberately slow down. Elevating his strength swiftly was the true path. Upon entering the judgment chamber and discovering another woman present, Mei's expression shifted to one of hostility, her eyes widening in astonishment. What a beautiful woman! She felt a twinge of envy. Despite having encountered those more beautiful than herself in her lifetime, she had never seen anyone so extraordinarily stunning. Even in such circumstances, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. To call her a celestial being would be an understatement. Even Wang Mei would believe it. Her visage was stunning, invoking a desire to ruin it. A glint of malice flickered in Wang Mei's eyes as she clenched her right fist, cracking ominously. Xiao Yu coldly admonished, "Behave yourself. You must learn to coexist peacefully. They have done you no harm. What is the matter with you?" Upon hearing this, Wang Mei quickly lowered her head. "My lord, how can you say such things?" Xiao Yu, in response, delivered a sharp slap. "What lord or husband? Who are you addressing me as?" Wang Mei, feeling wronged, pouted and turned her head aside. Xiao Yu struck her again, exclaiming, "How dare you take liberties?" Immediately, Wang Mei, with a face full of ingratiation, wrapped her arms around him. "Master, this servant acknowledges her mistake." Her words dripped with sycophancy, and she herself was bewildered by her behavior. At this moment, Baiyu began to reminisce about the past. She had started cultivating at the tender age of 3, achieving the pinnacle of the qi refining stage by 13. A prodigy indeed. By 25, she had progressed to the latter stages of the foundation establishment phase. At 80, she successfully transitioned to the core formation stage, and by 130, she reached the zenith of the golden core stage. Her accomplishments were rare even in the vast Sanyue continent. How could she have fallen to such depths? She could not resign herself to this fate. As long as she persevered and survived, a turn of events was bound to occur. Time flowed like water, and 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yu, now pale and gaunt, emerged from his seclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a bottle of qi-replenishing elixir and gulped it down. His complexion was ashen, and he appeared like a skeleton risen from the grave. Even after consuming the elixir, he still felt utterly drained and rushed to the kitchen, devouring food ravenously like a famished survivor. As he feasted, Li Qingyun suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, a thief has entered. Sister, come quickly." Zhao Hongya hurriedly rushed over, sword drawn, ready to strike. Upon reaching the scene, she froze in shock. "Master? How is it you?" To her astonishment, Xiao Yu's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage. In just 20 days, he had attained such a level? He still seemed to possess 4 spirit roots. "Master, your cultivation." Xiao Yu continued munching on a radish, while Li Qingyun hastily called out, "Master, I shall prepare a meal for you. Please refrain from eating indiscriminately. Do not harm your body." Unfazed, Xiao Yu continued his feast. Soon, Li Qingyun had prepared a lavish spread. Upon learning that Xiao Yu had emerged, Hua Lian rushed over with a large box of elixirs, exclaiming, "Master, today is the day for the elixirs. Not only have I fulfilled the quality and quantity requirements, but I have also concocted an additional half batch." Hua Lian, with a playful demeanor, clung to Xiao Yu. He remained silent, lifting a bowl of soup and drinking heartily. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang arrived, adorned in vibrant attire, clearly having awaited Xiao Yu's emergence with eager anticipation. After finishing his meal, Xiao Yu wore a smile that was both amused and bemused as he scratched his head. "So, how has your cultivation progressed?" Chapter 30, Once a brother, always a brother. Xiao Yu evidently felt intimidated. He is a human, not a mule. His cultivation is still too low, and he must enhance it swiftly. Otherwise, when he encounters a master in the future, he may find himself devoid of any means to resist. The celestial physique of his master is now a thought he cannot even dare to entertain. It is indeed a matter of respecting one's teacher and the path of cultivation. Xiao Yu then put away the elixir and made his way toward the Hall of Affairs. First, he would hand in the elixirs, and then, on the side, procure some materials for refining the Huanglong pill. Moreover, he needed to gather various supplements as well. After purchasing a precious gathering qi pill, Xiao Yu stepped outside. Upon arriving at the Hall of Affairs, he immediately spotted a familiar face. El Rue was reporting a task to Li Yunma. Upon seeing Xiao Yu's pale countenance and the fact that his cultivation had only reached the 1st level of qi refining, Li Yunma approached with a look of concern. "Junior brother Xiao, why does your complexion appear so alarming? What has happened to your cultivation?" Xiao Yu felt a surge of relief within. It seemed the gathering qi pill truly worked wonders. After a moment of contemplation, he clasped his fists and replied, "Brotherly, you may not be aware that during my recent search for a rare herb outside, I was unfortunately gravely injured by someone. No worries, with some time to recuperate, I will be fine." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at El Rue, saying, Greetings, sister-in-law. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, El Rue instinctively looked over. The past 20 days had not been easy for her. She had once thought her partner, Li Yunma, was quite admirable. But ever since she exchanged cultivation methods with Xiao Yu, her perspective had shifted slightly. Li Yunma, observing Xiao Yu's unsteady gait, exclaimed with fervor, "Which scoundrel dares to harm my brother, Li Yunma? This infuriates me. Brother, tell me his name, and I shall ensure he pays dearly for it." Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at Bai Yu in the judgment chamber and hurriedly clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you for your kind intentions, brotherly. I have already dealt with her. By the way, what are you and sister-in-law planning?" Li Yunma smiled slightly and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, saying, "Haha, brother Xiao. You might not be aware, but not long ago, Elder Zhang led a group of brothers to launch a surprise attack on the former site of the Jade Maiden sect. We seized over 100 inferior-grade magical artifacts and discovered numerous cultivation methods. Our branch is now under the sect's special care, and 2 Foundation establishment elders have been sent to assist us." Xiao Yu pursed his lips. His master had indeed taken his advice and executed a surprise raid. El Rue, casting cautious glances at Xiao Yu, stepped forward and presented a puppet rat, saying, Junior brother Xiao, we have yet to properly repay you for saving Li Ge last time. Your puppet rat was destroyed, so I have brought you a new one. It will easily handle cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refining." Xiao Yu quickly shook his head in refusal. Seeing this, Li Yunma promptly took the puppet beast and placed it into Xiao Yu's hands, exclaiming, "Hey, brother, just take it. If you refuse, it will be as if you are disregarding your elder brother. You indeed aided me greatly last time. This puppet rat is yours. You deserve it. Later, go to my place and take a defensive magical artifact as well. If you continue to decline, I shall be displeased." Xiao Yu smiled faintly, just as he was about to speak when a figure appeared at the door. The person rushed forward upon seeing Li Yunma, saying, "Brotherly, come quickly. I need your help with something." Li Yunma glanced back at LV Rue and said, "Rue, please take Xiao Shidi back to fetch my Xuanjia. I shall join you shortly. Xiao Shidi, do not depart tonight. I shall treat you to a drink." Before LV Rue could utter another word, Li Yunma departed, leaving Xiao Yu and LV Rue to assess one another in silence. As Xiao Yu observed LV Rue, he instinctively clenched his fists, uncertain of the turmoil within him. The weight of his familial burdens had indeed begun to exhaust him, yet LV Rue belonged to another family. How could the circumstances be comparable? If he did not take the initiative now, who knew when another opportunity might arise? He could savor the contents of his own bowl at leisure. But if he neglected what resided in hers, he might never have the chance to partake. At that moment, he felt as if his legs no longer ached and his back was free of strain. He sensed a resurgence of vigor. With flushed cheeks and her gaze lowered, LV Rue softly urged, Xiao Shidi, please accompany me to retrieve the Xuanjia." Hearing her words, Xiao Yu chuckled gently, mimicking Li Yunma's tone as he replied, "I am in your debt, Rue." An hour later, upon returning to the entrance of their residence, Li Yunma was stroking his chin while conversing with his fellow disciple. "Those 2 newly appointed elders are truly insufferable. I had hoped they would assist us, yet it appears they covet our spoils instead." The other disciple concurred, "Indeed. Elder Zhang treated us far better. Those inferior magical tools were rightfully ours, yet those 2 gluttons devoured them all. They even had the audacity to claim they were for the elite forces at the front lines. Do they consider our lives expendable?" The more Li Yunma pondered, the more unsettled he became. "I propose we fabricate a false report next time we acquire spoils. Elder Zhang is far too straightforward, though his intentions are noble. He cannot outwit those cunning old foxes. We must devise a strategy." As the 2 entered the dwelling, Xiao Yu sat at the table, engrossed in the puppet mastery tome. LV Rue was beside him, explaining a puppet figurine. "Xiao Shidi, the art of puppetry bears similarities to that of artifact forging. Both require the use of spiritual materials. One must first construct the components according to the tome's designs, then inscribe the magical formations and sigils in their appropriate places before linking them together." Just as LV Rue was speaking, Li Yunma returned. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, he instinctively smiled. At that moment, LV Rue suddenly noticed her ice silk socks beneath the bed and quickly positioned herself to block Li Yunma's view. "Li Ge, has something occurred at the front lines again?" Simultaneously, she conveyed to Xiao Yu, "Hurry, there is something under the bed. You must hide." Xiao Yu shuddered. "But how can I hide? What would I do over there?" "It's fine. If discovered, so be it. I shall take care of you." LV Rue's expression turned ashen at his words. Li Yunma continued. Those two new elders are truly worthless. Instead of aiding at the front, they indulge themselves at the branch, living luxuriously. The Xianling sect now has 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Lince's father, Lin Tianhai, Lince's master, and one named Yijiro. Upon hearing Yijiro's name, Xiao Yu's countenance darkened significantly, veins protruding ominously. It was this wretched individual who slaughtered his dear friend Asyong and her entire family. Though Asyong was but a mortal, she showered him with unparalleled care, never perceiving him merely as a cultivator. He had harbored some affection for Asyong in the past, but due to the actions of this person named Yijiro, Asyong's family met a tragic end. The memories of that day are etched in his mind, the pain as vivid as ever. Yijiro not only severed his ear, but also blinded him. A deep-seated vendetta brewed within him, and he felt compelled to exact revenge. This vile creature would surely face a fate worse than death. Li Yunma continued to speak. Forget it, it's not our concern anyway. Xiao Shidi, perhaps you should advise your master not to be exploited by others. Xiao Yu slightly cupped his fists in gratitude. Indeed, thank you, Li Shixiao. I was just about to seek out my master. Li Yunma feigned urgency. By the way, Xiao Shidi, could you lend me a few chi recovery pills? Hee, you know how it is. Without hesitation, Xiao Yu produced a vial, asserting with conviction, once a brother. Always a brother. He cast a glance at El Rue, who promptly seized the opportunity to stash the icy silk socks from under the bed into her storage bag. Li Yunma gazed at the full vial of chi recovery pills, tears brimming in his eyes, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Ah, Shidi, you are truly a treasure to me. Xiao Yu, once again cupping his fists, replied, Li Shixiao, do not mention it. As brothers, we share everything. I shall take my leave now. Let us gather again on a more auspicious day. After finishing his words, Xiao Yu departed. Li Yunma breathed a sigh of reflection. I never imagined Xiao Shidi to be so genuine. I thought he would refuse. El Rue, feeling somewhat awkward, swallowed hard, her throat constricting slightly. Cough, indeed. Xiao Shidi is quite remarkable. As she spoke, Li Yunma turned to her, reaching out to take her hand. El Rue instinctively recoiled. Li Gu, I am feeling rather fatigued today. Let us postpone this. I am at a critical juncture in my breakthrough and prefer to avoid distractions. Li Yunma scratched his head in confusion. Oh, is that so? Very well. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had approached Zhang Xiling and presented the elixirs. Zhang Xiling regarded Xiao Yu, whose cultivation was carefully concealed, with a raised brow. I did not expect your progress in cultivation to be so swift. How audacious of you to seek an audience with me. Are you not afraid of my potential disfavor? Xiao Yu, with utmost respect, cupped his fists and replied. Disciple is well aware that I cannot hide anything from Master's discerning eyes. Yet from the moment I first beheld you, I sensed you were unlike any other cultivator. Your heart is kind and your spirit noble. I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to assist you. Even if it costs me my life, I will repay your kindness. Zhang Xiling exhaled softly, observing Xiao Yu before inquiring quietly, what has become of Wang Mei? After ensuring no one was in earshot, Xiao Yu hastily replied, rest assured, Master. Sister Wang Mei's injuries have healed. I will do my utmost to ensure her safety. Zhang Xiling smiled with a hint of satisfaction. You are indeed thoughtful. I have a task for you. I need you to find someone in Zhonglucheng. Xiao Yu trembled at the mention of the city. Master, with my meager cultivation, how could I possibly enter Zhonglucheng? Zhang Xiling spoke softly. I have my own clever strategies. If you can complete this task, I shall grant you a wish. As long as it is within my power to fulfill. Xiao Yu gazed at the celestial figure beneath Zhang Xiling's purple robe and raised his hand, shouting, I would brave fire and water for my master, willing to face 1,000 deaths. Chapter 31. It seems you are growing impatient with life. Seeing Xiao Yu's extraordinary courage, Zhang Xiling felt a surge of joy. My disciple, this task is of great importance and closely tied to our battle. You must exercise utmost caution. In Jianglicheng, there exists a weaponsmith known as the Fire Monk, who possesses the ability to forge superior magical artifacts. I need you to assist me in procuring one. You are aware that our Xianling sect currently has 3 foundation establishment experts stationed here. Although we have dispatched 2 of our own to aid me, they will not take the initiative to strike. As she spoke, Zhang Xiling rose and retrieved a storage pouch, her expression growing solemn. While we are safe with these 2 here, venturing on the offensive is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. If you can bring back a superior offensive artifact, I will have the means to turn the tide. Xiao Yu, slightly perplexed, pressed his lips together and approached Zhang Xiling, eyeing the storage pouch with urgency. Zhang Xiling was taken aback. This task had originally been assigned to Wang Mei. Although Wang Mei's character was questionable, her meticulous and shrewd nature made her more reliable than Linger. Currently, she harbored doubts about the disciples in the branch. If anyone discovered her quest for the artifact, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly suspect that the superior artifact had already been destroyed, leading to trouble. Looking back at Xiao Yu, Zhang Xiling slowly produced a verdant jade orb. This orb, known as the concealment gem, is a personal talisman that can mask your cultivation level, rendering you undetectable by any knot at the golden core stage. You can use this gem to disguise yourself as a commoner while entering the city. This storage pouch contains 200,000 spirit stones and the skeletal remains of a ghost wolf. Upon completion of this task, I shall ensure your admission to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm in a month. Xiao Yu was immediately taken aback. The 10,000 Beasts secret realm? The coveted territory of spirit beasts fiercely contested by the Alchemy sect and the Spirit Control sect? It is said that mutated spirit beasts roam there. Zhang Xiling nodded. Indeed. The Alchemy sect and the Spirit Control sect originate from the same lineage, and the 10,000 Beasts secret realm has long been a point of contention between them. Even during wartime, they will momentarily cease hostilities for the sake of the exquisite spirit beasts within. As Zhang Xiling continued speaking, Xiao Yu suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Xiling's eyes. After a moment, he lowered his head, then raised it again, staring intently. Zhang Xiling furrowed her brow. Do you still harbor doubts? Xiao Yu, feeling anxious, clasped his hands and spoke. Did Master not say you could fulfill a wish for your disciple? I do not seek that quota. The situation is dire, and the sect has sent 2 elders to deceive you. I am concerned for your safety. Let the quota for the 10,000 Beasts secret realm go to Senior Sister L instead. I only wish to protect your safety without leaving your side. Zhang Xiling smiled gently, slowly returning to her rosewood chair, lifting her skirt and crossing her legs. Zhang Xiling gazed at Xiao Yu, whose face radiated filial piety and consideration. A gentle smile graced her lips. My dear disciple, you truly possess a thoughtful heart. The last time you proposed that I occupy the former grounds of the Yunus sect, it was indeed a significant contribution. Furthermore, you even rescued Linger. I had intended to reward you with her hand, hoping to bring you 2 together as partners. However, I have recently learned that Linger has already found her own companion. Alas, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this revelation. What? Lu Linger has a partner? What? Then, was the purpose of my risking my life to confront Lin Ming? How is it that I was unaware of this? He then earnestly clasped his fists and declared, Sister Lu is inherently kind. We must ensure she is not deceived. There are not many virtuous individuals in our Hehuan Sect, Master. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. I am well aware of that. Yet, we differ from the righteous sects, which impose stringent arrangements for their disciples' partners. Here, we advocate for love to flourish freely. Since Linger has already chosen her path, it would be unseemly for me to intervene. How about this, upon your return? I shall select a partner for you to aid your cultivation. What say you? Xiao Yu gulped. Anyone will do. Indeed. At that moment, Xiao Yu, with utmost reverence, leaned closer to Zhang Xiling and whispered earnestly. Zhang Xiling, filled with joy, leaned in to listen, assuming he had something profound to share. Yet, the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Get lost. Xiao Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Blood seeping from his mouth uncontrollably. Zhang Xiling's face visibly flushed from her neck to her forehead, her eyes blazing with fury, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiao Yu, still sprawled on the floor, lamented, Disciple's heart is sincere. Zhang Xiling, filled with anger, rose to her feet and stepped forward, exclaiming, I command you to silence. How dare you entertain such thoughts towards me? You must be weary of life. With that, she retrieved her storage pouch, raising her palm once more. A surge of magical energy swirling around her, prepared to incapacitate Xiao Yu. Yet, Xiao Yu, despite his condition, declared word by word. I would not have spoken had I not been prepared to face my fate. If today you should take my life, I shall seek you again in my next life. Without regret. Zhang Xiling's expression darkened, her spell hesitating in the air. It became evident why he had been so devoted in his service to her, why his cultivation had advanced so rapidly, and why he dared to stand before her. His intentions were audacious. How bold of him to harbor such ambitions. As Xiaoyu continued to struggle, blood still escaping his lips, he added, "If Master truly wishes to end my life, then I shall seek you out in my next life." Zhang Ziling's brow twitched. If word of this were to spread, how could she maintain her standing within the Hehuan Sect? Yet, Xiaoyu displayed remarkable skill. He had devised the ambush plan during their last operation and was the only one among her subordinates proficient in alchemy. To kill him would certainly complicate matters. Just then, Xiaoyu, with great effort, retrieved a magnificent artifact from his storage pouch. That was the exquisite artifact, the Qinxiang Wanmei II, acquired by him during the trial of Hualyan. The moment this artifact appeared, Zhang Ziling was rendered motionless. Even she, despite her extensive experience, had never encountered an artifact of such rarity. Gazing at the mystical radiance and the brilliant hues emanating from the exquisite artifact, Zhang Ziling was utterly entranced. Xiaoyu, with an expression of profound sorrow and indignation, spoke, "This is the heirloom passed down by my ancestors. Since I am destined to perish today, I shall bequeath it to you, Master. I initially came to present this treasure map to you. I am aware of my meager talents and lack of cultivation, and even if I were to wield this artifact, I would fail to unleash its true power. You are here, isolated and forlorn, and I worry for your safety each day. Thus, I gift this map to you, allowing me to fulfill a long-held wish. I shall die without regret." From that moment, Zhang Ziling's thoughts became tumultuous. Having cultivated for so long, even her master had never bestowed upon her such a precious artifact. Once such an artifact is revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless cultivators, leading to rivers of blood. Could it be that Xiaoyu genuinely harbored feelings for her? A flush of crimson spread across Zhang Ziling's cheeks, and she hastily turned her head away, her heart racing. How many are there in this world who would bestow such treasures upon others? Many cultivators, despite sharing their lives and training together, kept their artifacts and spirit stones to themselves, unwilling to part with their possessions unless their feelings were sincere. Observing Xiaoyu, who was still coughing up blood on the ground, Zhang Ziling, in a flurry of panic, produced a blood-stopping pill, avoiding eye contact the entire time. Meanwhile, outside the door, Lu Linger arrived alongside her companion, Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan, visibly anxious, inquired, "Does your master truly wish to see me? What if she declines?" Lu Linger, brimming with confidence, reassured him, "Fear not, brother Yi. My master is exceptionally kind to me. I shall advocate for you." Chapter 32. Serving my master with utmost devotion. Xiaoyu wore a proud expression, believing that Zhang Ziling had likely grown reluctant to see him perish. Just then, he noticed two figures entering from outside. Upon seeing a handsome young man standing behind Lu Linger, he inwardly cursed, "Beast." Zhang Ziling sat there, flustered, her heart racing as she tried to regain her composure. From time to time, she glanced back at Xiaoyu, lost in her thoughts. Upon entering, Lu Linger clasped her fists and addressed her master. "Disciple greets you, Master." Yi Haoyan followed suit, saying, "Disciple Yi Haoyan pays respects to Elder Zhang." Xiaoyu could not help but sneer internally and quickly transmitted a message to Zhang Ziling. "Master, do you truly believe Yi Haoyan to be a good person? I suspect he intends to deceive Sister Linger's affections. Have him present his finest artifact to her, and see if he is willing." Zhang Ziling clenched her fist tightly, her voice urgent. "I command you to be silent. Do not transmit messages to me. Otherwise, I shall expel you from my tutelage." Xiaoyu promptly fell silent. Then, Zhang Ziling feigned calmness and spoke to Lu Linger. "So, this is our inner sect disciple, Yi Haoyan, 8th level of Qi refinement, quite impressive." Lu Linger chuckled, "Indeed, Brother Yi is truly wonderful, Master. He also presented me with a magical artifact." Xiaoyu chuckled softly, "Oh, I did not expect Brother Yi to be so generous. What kind of artifact is it?" Yi Haoyan respectfully clasped his fists. "It is merely a low-grade artifact, hardly worth mentioning." Zhang Ziling had recently encountered a top-tier artifact, and she clearly regarded the low-grade one with disdain. LV Linger stepped forward once more, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Master, you should be acquainted with Brother Ye's master. He mentioned that his master would come to propose in due time." Xiaoyu hastily transmitted a message, "Master, does he think he can deceive you into relinquishing the disciple you have painstakingly nurtured with just a low-grade artifact? His intentions are dubious." Zhang Ziling retorted, "If you utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. Do not let me hear your voice." She then turned her cold gaze towards Yi Haoyan, saying, "Linger's talents are still budding. Matters of marriage should be postponed. Given the pressing war situation, do you still have the heart for romance?" LV Linger stood stunned for 3 seconds. Wasn't he her master always saying she should find a good partner? Now that someone had come forward, her master opposed it. Yi Haoyan perceived the underlying message and quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Disciple holds genuine feelings for Sister Linger, and I earnestly request Uncle Zhang's approval." Zhang Xiling lifted her skirt. "This matter shall be discussed another day. Yi Haoyan, you may retreat for now. I have matters to discuss with Ling." With reluctance in his heart, Yi Haoyan thought for a moment before bowing and departing. LV Linger pouted in grievance, and upon seeing Yi Haoyan leave, she hurriedly approached. "Master, did you not always say I should find a good partner?" Brother Ye's master is a pinnacle of foundation establishment, recently accepted as a personal disciple. He possesses a top-grade artifact, is dignified in appearance, and has yet to seek a partner. Zhang Xiling coldly replied, "Just because he possesses a top-grade artifact, does he think he can win you over with a low-grade one? Does he consider me so easily deceived?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. LV Linger looked at Xiaoyu with confusion, and Xiaoyu quickly covered his mouth, pretending to point at the ceiling. "Ah, this hall of sect affairs is indeed impressive," and then turned to gaze at the plaque on the wall. "Yes, this plaque is also quite remarkable." Zhang Xiling once again looked at LV Ling, letting out a slow breath. "This matter shall be discussed another time. If Yi Haoyan is sincere, I shall naturally agree. But the time is not yet ripe. The Myriad Beast's secret realm is about to open. Prepare yourself over the next month. No outings without my command." LV Linger, her expression one of grievance, bowed her head. "Understood." After she departed, Zhang Xiling once more turned her gaze towards Xiaoyu, who bore a look of impending doom. Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist tightly. "Keep that treasure map to yourself. Do not reveal it unless in a life-or-death situation. If someone discovers you possess such a precious item, the consequences are dire." Before she could finish, Xiaoyu clasped his fists, saying, "Master, do not let small losses lead to great ones. I understand your concern for my safety." Zhang Xiling's brows furrowed, her demeanor flaring. "You." Xiaoyu interjected, "There must be a spy within the sect. Has a magical artifact been damaged? If word were to spread to the Xianling sect, it would indeed spell trouble. My disciple, upon sending the image, anticipated that Master S artifact had been destroyed. Should Master summon others, I would be filled with 1,000 doubts and 1,000 refusals. Even if that person is not a traitor. What if they abscond with Master S storage bag or are captured by the righteous sect? Wouldn't that be an even greater predicament? I vow, I shall never disclose this matter. If I were to be captured by the righteous sect, I would rather take my own life than divulge anything about Master. Even a month later, I shall not venture into the 10,000 demons' secret realm. I would lay down my life for Master." Zhang Xiling cradled her chin in her palm, her face etched with worry. Xiaoyu spoke wisely. What if someone below swiped her storage bag? The atmosphere was already fraught with anxiety, and traitors lurked everywhere. There had been instances of disciples sneaking away before. At this moment, the only person she could trust was Xiaoyu. He was notably prudent in his endeavors. Moreover, that fiery monk preferred associating with cultivators who possessed auxiliary professions, making his character rather peculiar. If Xiaoyu were not dispatched, even if other disciples encountered him, they might not be able to persuade him to forge artifacts. Observing her concern, Xiaoyu stepped forward once more, stating, "Master, I currently have no interest in the conflict between righteousness and evil. My sole focus is your safety. You could prepare the teleportation array in advance. When the adversary strikes, we would have an escape route, and we could even divert the trouble onto those 2 incompetent elders, compelling them to assist you." Zhang Xiling lowered her gaze slightly. "What do you mean by incompetent?" Xiaoyu shrank his neck and pondered for a moment before responding. "It means they are troublesome. If they refuse to assist, we could employ a strategy of feigned weakness, luring the Xianling sect into our midst. Those 2 would surely fight for their lives against the opponent. In that moment, Master could utilize the teleportation array to escape or even launch a surprise attack on the Xianling sect stronghold. Capturing disciples of Lin Su's caliber would allow us to dictate terms. Alternatively, we could secretly negotiate a truce with them." Zhang Xiling's eyes brightened at once. "Are you suggesting we feign a truce with the Xianling sect?" Xiaoyu replied, "Naturally. The sect regards us as cannon fodder, if we wish to survive. We must devise our own strategies. Master is far too kind. I cannot bear to see you exploited. Allow me to undertake all the nefarious deeds." Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard. Looking at Xiaoyu, who was considering her welfare at every turn, she exhaled slowly. "Do take utmost care." Seeing her expression, Xiaoyu promptly seized the storage bag and the token from the table, departing without a backward glance. He hurried back to the alchemy room, summoned Li Qingyun and the others using the jade maiden gourd, and reduced its power with his divine sense before drawing them within. Inside the gourd, Li Qingyun joyfully exclaimed, "This is wonderful, master. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Finally, I shall see my mother." To ensure safety, Xiaoyu left in that manner. With the token in hand, he faced no obstacles. Upon reaching the outside, his first action was to grasp the concealing chi jade, tucking it securely within his robes. Disguising himself as a woodcutter, he shouldered a bundle of firewood and set off. After walking for half a day, he encountered 2 cultivators on the mountain, yet they paid him no heed. Soon, he successfully approached the vicinity of Jianglu City, but upon arriving at the entrance, he was left dumbfounded, gazing upon the throngs of destitute souls outside the city gates, and observing the mortal soldiers stationed there. He felt a certainty that among them were righteous cultivators. At that moment, an elderly man bearing a bundle of vegetables approached, only to be halted by the soldiers for a routine inspection. "Stand still," they commanded. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, intently watching as the soldiers meticulously searched the old man, inspecting his shoes, sleeves, vegetable basket, and even his mouth. Is this really necessary? Chapter 33. What sort of beings reside in Jianglu City? Xiaoyu stood tall, carrying a bundle of firewood as he strode towards the city gates, an amused expression gracing his face, laced with a hint of confidence. He knew well that the location of his storage pouch was such that even if they had 1,000 reasons, the soldiers would not dare to search him. As for the concealed aura gem, it was even more elusive. Just as he stood confidently before the soldier, the latter began to tremble upon meeting Xiaoyu's gaze. With a friendly smile, Xiaoyu remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, officer." He mimicked the earlier man's posture, raising his hands above his head, exuding an air of nonchalance about the impending search. The soldier, thrown off by Xiaoyu's demeanor, stammered, Next. Xiaoyu retracted his neck, bewildered by the soldier's reluctance to inspect him. "What is going on, buddy?" Seeing Xiaoyu linger, the soldier drew his sword, barking, You effeminate one. Why aren't you leaving? Don't obstruct my duties." Hastily, Xiaoyu lifted his bundle of firewood and made his way into the city, careful not to move too quickly, for the storage pouch was tucked within his trousers. They let him in without any inspection. What did this imply? The soldier had referred to him as effeminate. Having spent a year at the Hehuan Sect, Xiaoyu understood the connotation. It referred to men who preferred the company of other men. Yet, he had merely smiled at the soldier. Was that truly a cause for such an assumption? Crossing through the city gates, he entered the vibrant metropolis. In the distance, resplendent palaces shimmered, while nearby, cobblestone streets bustled with life. The sounds of merchants calling out filled the air, and the high eaves and intricately carved structures resembled celestial abodes, adorned with swaying red lanterns. The aroma of food wafted from bustling taverns and tea houses, where patrons filled the doors. It was Xiaoyu's first encounter with such a grand city, and he found himself entranced. Just as he was lost in admiration, a pale-faced man approached, his eyes gleaming with delight. With a sly smile, he leaned in and whispered, "You appear to be a person of character." As he spoke, he produced a silver ingot, insinuatingly offering it to Xiaoyu, simultaneously brushing a paper fan lightly against Xiaoyu's neck. Instantly, Xiaoyu felt a jolt of alarm. "Get lost," he exclaimed, his voice cracking. The pale-faced man was momentarily taken aback, but by the time he regained his composure, Xiaoyu had already moved on, carrying his bundle of firewood away. Xiaoyu was utterly repulsed by that insipid dandy and could hardly recover from the experience. At this moment, he became acutely aware of some alarming realities. After picking up a cloth to shield his face, he cast a somber gaze around the street. There were men walking hand in hand with women, women supporting men, and even women embracing women. Yet, there were also men in the embrace of other men. Xiaoyu hurriedly retreated to a secluded spot, taking up a pipe to draw in a shuddering breath. It seemed he had forgotten a matter of utmost importance. This place had apparently been under the dominion of the Hehuan Sect for a time, and it was well known that few cultivators within the sect were of sound mind. Occasionally, when they found themselves unable to locate a partner within the sect to exchange techniques, they would sneak away to the mortal realm to seek out those common folk. The distinction between immortals and mortals was stark, and after their encounters, these cultivators would vanish, leaving behind some mortals afflicted with lingering ailments, and others, sadly, with addictions. He vaguely recalled hearing that there was a 130-year-old Qi refinement elder from the Hehuan Sect who specifically fed the young men in Jianglu City with Hehuan pills, employing the inducing dragon technique that left all who heard it trembling in fear. Observing the morally bankrupt individuals in Jianglu City, he could confidently assert that this place was rife with sodomy. As he puffed on his pipe to assuage his nausea, he suddenly witnessed an old beggar darting towards a male wild dog by the roadside. The cacophony of barking erupted. Howling and yelping filled the air. Xiao Yu instinctively fled. Even he found such a shocking scene hard to endure. Such sights were certainly not meant to be witnessed, for they would leave haunting impressions. After several turns, he finally arrived at what appeared to be a safe market district. Observing the men around him, he instinctively maintained a considerable distance for his own safety. How could he describe this sensation? It was akin to encountering videos of two men while mindlessly scrolling through short clips. A visual shock that lingered in his mind for months. Who would have thought that little Jianglu City could harbor such peril? After some contemplation, he decided to contact Li Qingyun through the Jade Gourd. Upon hearing his concerns, Li Qingyun advised, "Master, do not linger in the northern part of the city, as it is close to the Hehuan Sect, and the mortals here have suffered greatly in the past. The southern area is somewhat more normal. My home is located there, although it seems there are cultivators from the Xianling sect in that vicinity." Upon learning of the Xianling sect's presence in the south, Xiao Yu's expression grew contemplative. "I shall refrain from heading south for now. I will first find a place to gather some intel. I shall visit your residence later." Li Qingyun nodded eagerly. "Understood, master. Please take care." After changing his attire, Xiao Yu set off towards the west of the city. The streets were indeed bustling with soldiers, and at every other intersection, he could spot a cultivator surveying the surroundings from atop a rooftop. After navigating through various challenges, he finally located a lively tavern. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the din of conversation as patrons jostled for space among the tables. Xiao Yu surveyed the scene and chose a corner to settle down. After ordering 2 portions of liquor and a plate of dried meat, he attentively listened to the discussions around him. He noticed a nearby table occupied by 4 individuals, all resembling scholarly young talents. A man, leisurely wielding a bamboo fan, extracted a bag of sugarcane pulp and immersed it into his teacup. This sugarcane residue, a remnant from a beautiful maiden I cherished in my youth, has been preserved by me for 5 long years. Whenever I reminisce about that girl, I indulge in this brew, savoring not merely the tea, but the heart-wrenching memories of her. Another young man, upon hearing this, slowly retrieved a frayed handkerchief from his attire. With an air of flamboyance, he remarked, "This item also belonged to a beloved of mine. Whenever I am beset by melancholy, I cover my face with it, as if she were tenderly nestled beside me. An ineffable delight." Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched at the absurdity of it all. What manner of individuals inhabited this Jianglu city? Each seemed more despicable than he. Observing the man steeping a small piece of sugarcane pulp in his tea, Xiao Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He had always considered himself peculiar, yet compared to these literary gents, he fell short of their eccentricity. No wonder it is said that those who write are seldom virtuous. Today, he bore witness to that truth. At that moment, 2 robed practitioners of the Qi refinement stage entered, seemingly from the Xianling sect. "Waiter, bring us a pot of the finest Jianglu fragrance, and 2 plates of duck meat." After placing their orders, they began to converse. Xiao Yu sat behind them, his back turned, eating while listening intently. Speaking of Shun Mingya from the Jade Maiden sect, she is truly insufferable. What right does she have to dictate to our Xianling sect? What happened to the Jade Maiden sect is of no concern to us. Bai Yu's foolish attempt to duel with the Hehuan sect leader and her subsequent downfall, how can she blame us for that? Why should that wretched Yijiro be allowed to take our resources? The other man quickly interjected, "Keep your voice down. It would be troublesome if those women overheard." It seems Shun Mingya's desire to avenge Bai Yu is a facade. Her true aim is to seize benefits. Yijiro is likely sent by her to collect those benefits. But isn't Yijiro Bai Yu's disciple? How can she now recognize Shun Mingya as her master from the Jade Maiden sect? The man across the table slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Ah? You are unaware, then? Shun Mingya is indeed Bai Yu's junior sister. I have heard whispers of their discord, now that Bai Yu has met her demise. Shun Mingya assumes the mantle of the Jade Maiden sect's leader, under the pretense of avenging Bai Yu. She has swiftly rallied over 1,000 scattered disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, plus our own 1,000. Soon, Their numbers may rival those of Bayu's original sect. Xiaoyu furrowed his brows, deep in contemplation as he raised his cup to drink. Observing Baiyu in the judgment chamber, he began to piece together the puzzle. It seemed likely that Yi Zhirou's betrayal of Baiyu was orchestrated by Shun Mingya, and there could be deeper secrets at play. Just then, the two men resumed their conversation. Standing guard every day is such a nuisance. We are cultivators. Why must we protect these mortals? If we fail to rest adequately, wouldn't our combat effectiveness be compromised? Yes, it's all about face. As members of a prestigious sect, we are obligated to stand up for the common folk. It's truly absurd. In this day and age, how many cultivators embark on the path of immortality to safeguard mere ants? I suspect that the enigmatic entity in the nascent soul stage is nurturing some artifact through the power of mortal faith. How absurd. Well, enough of that. I must visit Lingwang Temple shortly. Perhaps I can ask the fire monk to assist us in crafting some magical tools for protection. As Xiaoyu pondered this, he slowly made his way outside, relieved that he no longer needed to search each temple for the fire monk. Just as he was contemplating finding the monk, something caught his eye, a bald figure ahead. Yet, it was not the baldness he had envisioned. Instead, it was a nun with delicately curved eyelashes and an exceedingly voluptuous figure. At that moment, Xiaoyu was utterly entranced. Despite her lack of hair, her striking beauty was undeniable. She was truly a rare gem. The nun, holding several strands of prayer beads, was conversing with a passing woman, esteemed benefactor. These are the 9 spirit Bodhi beads, available for merely 3 taels of gold. They shall ensure your fortune. The woman furrowed her brow in response. 3 taels of gold? Are you attempting to rob me? The nun clasped her hands in prayer and bowed her head gently. Amit Ba, a practitioner of the faith, does not speak falsehoods. The woman scoffed. Who would believe your words? How shameless of you to swindle. With that, she walked away. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurried forward, adopting an expression of reverent devotion, and said, Esteemed master, may I examine these prayer beads? Chapter 34. If I do not enter hell, who will? Upon uttering those words, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. The nun before him was indeed exceptional. Her figure was as graceful as a willow, and her face resembled that of a lotus flower, exuding an ethereal quality that transcended the mundane. Her presence radiated a sacred and serene aura that felt almost untouchable. Yet, her physique was even more striking than that of Baiyu. If Baiyu embodied the golden ratio, this nun's thighs surpassed that ideal. Her waist was slender, but her legs were robust, even thicker than her waist. There was a sensuous richness to her form, a strength that could be discerned even through her gray nun's robe. She was voluptuous yet not ungainly, opulent yet not greasy. Esteemed benefactor, I am Lingxin of Lingwang Temple. Do you truly wish to purchase these Bodhi prayer beads? The price is negotiable. At her inquiry, Xiaoyu feigned interest in the prayer beads and began to toy with them. Remarkably, her voice was exceptionally pure. It possessed a quality of sanctity, unlike anything he had encountered before. Listening to her, Xiaoyu felt as though his very soul was being cleansed. Such a voice, capable of bringing joy to the heart, was a rarity indeed. He was accustomed to hearing Baiyu's scornful remarks in the courtroom each day. Today, however, his spirit was rejuvenated by the nun's melodious tones. He resolved to engage her in deeper conversation, reaching into his pocket to produce 3 taels of gold, saying, No need for haggling. I have believed in Buddha since childhood, and my faith is steadfast. Upon seeing the gold, Lingxin's eyes brightened. She quickly joined her hands in prayer, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity, exclaiming, Amit Ba, I also possess a Chaos Divine Buddha necklace, blessed to ensure your academic success. It is available for merely 20 taels of gold. This item was crafted by the esteemed Fire Immortal of Lingwang Temple. It can avert calamity and ward off misfortune. No deception here. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, observing the trinkets in the other party's hands, almost stifling a laugh. Was this little nun truly attempting to swindle money? How could she evade the judgment of a wicked woman? To exploit the name of the Buddha in broad daylight for monetary gain was simply outrageous. At that moment, Lingxin produced a jade ring, proclaiming, This exquisite item, known as the Qilin Golden Light Ring, is available for a mere 50 taels of gold. It guarantees the owner a lifespan of 200 years. A monk does not speak falsehoods. Today, it is your fortune to encounter this humble nun. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and her tone grew more intimate. The price is negotiable. The Buddha guides those destined to meet. It all depends on your sincerity. Xiao Yu instinctively swallowed hard. I wish to purchase it, but I do not possess that much money on me. Would you accompany me to retrieve it from my home? Ling Xin smiled broadly at his words. I shall wait here. If you find it too expensive, we can negotiate. Xiao Yu rested his chin on one hand, contemplating how to lure her to a secluded spot, which seemed somewhat troublesome. He couldn't simply use his jade gourd to ensnare her in the street, as that would surely attract the attention of other practitioners. Gazing at the necklace and the jade ring, he feigned deep thought. Well, how about the 2 items for a total of 1 tael of gold? Ling Xin burst into laughter. Deal. Hand over the money. Xiao Yu inwardly cursed, realizing he had overpaid. He felt somewhat amused at being tricked. Had it not been for his belief in Buddhism, he would have certainly voiced his displeasure. Watching Ling Xin nun scamper away with the money, he felt increasingly uneasy. As a modern man, he had evaded the scams of northern Myanmar, yet today, he had been outwitted by a nun. It seemed he had been too distracted by her legs earlier and had let his guard down. Thus, he decided to follow her, intending to reclaim some interest. He could not afford to incur a loss. However, upon trailing her, he discovered that the nun had made her way to a rice shop and purchased a cartload of rice, followed by various household items. She pushed the cart along, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiao Yu trailed behind, initially believing she would return to Lingguang Temple, but soon realized she headed to a dilapidated courtyard. As he approached, he heard the cheerful shouts of children from within. Wow, Sister Ling Xin is amazing. Now Yaya won't go hungry. Are there even raisins? Where did you get the money, sister? Did the abbot really part with some for you? Ling Xin admonished gently. Children, don't speak so carelessly. Put these things away and save some for later. Prices are soaring during these times of war. Xiao Yu observed the children, their clothes tattered, some even barefoot. He watched as Ling Xin retrieved clothing from the cart to dress the children anew. He felt a twinge of reluctance to confront her. This woman was deserving of the highest respect. Just then, a richly dressed woman approached, flanked by several attendants. Spotting Ling Xin in the courtyard, she shouted, "You deceitful nun! How dare you swindle my silver? You are courting death. Return my money at once." Ling Xin, visibly embarrassed, lowered her head and joined her palms in prayer, Amit Ba. Before she could finish her sentence, the attendants advanced. Xiao Yu, initially reluctant to intervene, had never considered himself a do-gooder. Upon witnessing such an event firsthand, he still proceeded forward. Even without relying on his magical prowess, his formidable 9-yang divine body would suffice to handle a few mere mortals. After incapacitating the household servants, Xiao Yu turned his gaze towards the elegantly attired woman. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he exclaimed, "Why don't you leave?" Fortunately for her, her appearance was unappealing. Had she been attractive, she would have surely faced a beating today, indeed, a vicious one. Ling Xian recognized Xiao Yu and felt a pang of embarrassment. The sight of the dozen or so children cowering in the corner led him to surmise the grim fate of these homeless souls during wartime. Previously, he had come across a task in the Hehuan Sect's bulletin board where someone sought to purchase young boys and girls, akin to those who practiced nefarious arts, such as Wang Mei. Observing the helpless and terrified expressions on their faces, Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, retrieving 10 taels of gold to offer Ling Xian. "I have taken a liking to the Buddhist beads around your neck. Please sell them to me as well." Ling Xian instinctively clenched her fists. "I shall not sell them. Benefactor, I truly thank you for your earlier assistance. The Buddha will bless you." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yu removed the beads from her neck and placed the money in her hand before departing. It was best not to bully her any further. One must uphold a moral standard. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly heard the nun laughing inside. "Huh, that fool truly believes I wouldn't sell to him." Beside her, a girl named Yi chimed in, "Sister, you're so wicked. But is this really all right?" Ling Xian, filled with glee, tightened her fists. "Tonight, sister will treat you all to roasted chicken." The group of children echoed, "Roasted chicken, roasted chicken." At that moment, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He felt as though his intelligence had been insulted. He re-entered the premises, his expression thunderous. "You damn it." Ling Xian, startled by his sudden return, widened her eyes in disbelief. The children, noticing his return, shouted in unison, "Oh no, the big fool is back, attack." They then brandished slingshots aimed at Xiao Yu's groin. Furious, Xiao Yu charged into the throng of children, delivering swift blows. After a brief interval, Ling Xian glanced at the unconscious children, her expression one of anger. "Are you even a man? They are merely children. How could you harm them?" Xiaoyu paid no heed to her admonitions, forcibly dragging her into a dilapidated room at the back. Ling Xian's eyes widened in terror. You dare? I am a disciple of the Buddha. If you lay a finger on me, you shall surely descend into hell. Unfazed, Xiaoyu smirked, tugging at his collar as he whispered, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a ghost of elegance. If I do not enter hell, who shall? Ling Xian, utterly flabbergasted, shrieked, I curse you to be reborn as a frog in your next life. I am a disciple of the Buddha. If you dare touch me, you will undoubtedly be reborn as a frog. Please, don't. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Half an hour later, a few of the children in the courtyard began to regain consciousness. Upon awakening, they instinctively reached for their slingshots, still intent on confronting Xiaoyu. At this moment, Lingxin had already been knocked down by Xiaoyu. In that instant, she seemed to have lost her faith. Watching Xiaoyu, who was ready to leave without a second thought, her tears fell drop by drop onto the dust-covered table. At that moment, she truly wished for death. If the people in the temple found out that she had broken her vows, it would be the end for her. Xiaoyu, observing her pitiful demeanor and hearing the children outside crying out, felt a wave of exasperation in his heart. If it weren't for your good deeds in helping the weak, I would have certainly pursued this matter to the end. Fine, I want to take advantage of you without offering something in return. Here are 52 taels of gold that I no longer need. Consider it yours. With that, Xiaoyu took out all the money he had on him. When Lingxin saw the gold on the table, she immediately sat up, her expression alight. Do you think you can buy me off with this? Dream on. As she spoke, she stuffed the money into her clothes. I have no interest in your filthy money. Xiaoyu, having just put on his clothes, felt a bit dizzy. Her speed in stashing away the money surpassed even her speed in dressing. Could she be a money-obsessed person? A money-hungry nun? Just then, Lingxin softly uttered, Big brother, if you give me another 50 taels, I want to report you to the authorities. Keeping her word, Xiaoyu, taken aback, realized he truly had no more money. Only spirit stones. I'm out of money. Upon hearing this, Lingxin's expression shifted drastically, her voice turning cold. Farewell, no need to see you off. Xiaoyu scratched his head in bewilderment. Were it not for her benevolent actions, he would have certainly locked her away in the jade gourd today. Thus, he left. After a winding journey, he finally arrived at Lingguang Temple. Gazing at the temple's extravagant grandeur, Xiaoyu momentarily lost his bearings. This temple was even more magnificent than the administrative hall of their branch. The tiles on the walls were exquisitely carved. The glazed tiles shimmered with gold, resplendent in their brilliance. Truly wealthy, wealth beyond the ordinary. While he was lost in admiration, Lingxin suddenly remarked from behind him, if you have no money, you'd best not come to Lingguang Temple and embarrass yourself. I advise you to leave early. If the 18 bronze men discover you're broke, you'll be in dire straits. Chapter 35. The Enigmatic Gates of Buddhism. Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised to glance at Lingxin. This woman dared to speak to him again? Just moments ago, she was in despair. Before he could respond, Lingxin, with reddened eyes, walked inside. Xiaoyu observed the mortals in the temple, burning incense and praying. As he stepped forward, the solemn and extravagant temple, shrouded in fragrant smoke, drew the attention of all. Some knelt, while others stood, devoutly placing their bundles of incense into the burner. The incense burner was overflowing, with its rich aroma rising like clouds. Xiaoyu, wishing to emulate the pious men and women, brought his hands together in prayer. For some reason, he hesitated to raise his hands. He merely stood there, coldly observing. Once more, he surveyed his surroundings. The splendor of this place extended beyond mere appearances. The incense boxes were filled to the brim, and the offering platforms were piled high. An elderly monk wielded a golden Zen staff, while a master donned a colorful robe. Even the incense burners used for kneeling were gilded in gold. Xiaoyu vividly recalled the scene outside Jianglu City, where a multitude of disaster-stricken souls gathered. The gates of the Buddhist temple were adorned with exquisite decorations, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fine wines. Yet beyond the city walls, the impoverished were scantily clad, and countless souls went hungry. He had initially thought the saying about the wealthy indulging in feasts while the frozen bodies lay on the roads was already quite ironic. How could the Buddhist disciples be so avaricious? With a careful demeanor, he lowered his head to listen, as many sought peace, while others petitioned for wealth and fortune. The shadows of war loomed here as well, with some mortals beseeching the heavens to put an end to the strife. Xiaoyu slowly approached a young monk, inquiring, Esteemed novice, might the venerable Ling He be within the temple? The monk bowed deeply, palms pressed together, and replied, Ba, I humbly greet you. He remained in that posture, not rising. Xiao Yu stared at the bald head, momentarily taken aback. Was this monk soliciting money from him? Indeed, he had no coins to spare. Yet the monk continued to wait expectantly for Xiao Yu to produce some. By the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yu had already vanished. Outside the temple, Xiao Yu wore a scornful expression, pondering the greed of these monks. Truly, the morals of society had declined. Just as he intended to sneak around the back to find the fire monk, he seemingly heard a commotion next door. Ling Xian, you lazy glutton. Dare you sneak out again? Watch how I discipline you. You've gone too far. The voice was sharp with indignation, and Xiao Yu quickly concealed himself in a corner. Before him stood 3 nuns, surrounding Ling Xian and assaulting her. Xiao Yu's brow furrowed as he observed Ling Xian, whose garments were stained with blood. A murderous intent welled within him. After all, Ling Xian was one of his own. The nuns, relentless in their cruelty, struck her mercilessly while Ling Xian, with a vacant expression, shielded her sleeves, as if she had grown accustomed to such treatment. At that moment, the lead nun suddenly seized a purse from within Ling Xian's sleeve, exclaiming, What is this? Still hiding your possessions? You haven't repaid your filial piety offering from last time. Upon witnessing the theft, Ling Xian could no longer restrain herself and lunged to bite. Enraged, one nun picked up a stone, preparing to hurl it at Ling Xian. In a blink, the 3 nuns vanished, and the purse fell to the ground. Ling Xian, with a panicked expression, hurriedly retrieved the purse, glancing around in bewilderment. Where did this gourd come from? Xiao Yu had swiftly concealed the jade gourd, yet it caught the attention of the others. After casting his spell, he surveyed his surroundings with trepidation, ensuring no one was watching from above, before cautiously approaching Ling Xian. Seeing her injured state, Xiao Yu wished to comfort her, but Ling Xian abruptly stood, her face a mixture of shame and anger as she turned away. Just as she was about to flee, she halted, glancing back at Xiao Yu. Memories of their previous encounter flickered in her mind. He had indeed cast a spell earlier. Hadn't he? He was a celestial being. How could a celestial being not discern that the items she sold were mere fakes? Why did he choose to assist her? Yet, after helping her, why did he behave so oddly? Moreover, his apprehensive demeanor suggested he was wary of the heavens. Was he perhaps affiliated with the demonic path? He aided her once more, and while she was lost in thought, Xiao Yu softly remarked, What purpose does lingering in such a repugnant place serve? Abandon your vows and join me. Ling Xian turned her face away, unwilling to meet his gaze. I merely sought directions, and those bald monks demanded money from me. How badly are you injured? Allow me to see. As she glanced at the approaching Xiao Yu, a sudden flush of panic colored her cheeks. Do not come closer. In their shared gaze, she abruptly recalled something. Hurry, come with me. Xiao Yu, somewhat taken aback, followed her lead. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a woodshed, where Ling Xian closed the door and exhaled slowly. You possess an audacity that is truly remarkable. Are you unaware that there are righteous cultivators among us? Do you dare to use your spells? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. I cannot allow them to bully you. Are you aware that I am from the demonic path? Ling Xian instinctively swallowed hard. Please, do not harm my senior sisters. Many of us from Lingguang Temple are helpless. The people from Hehuan Sect come here every month to collect money. My senior sisters do not deserve death. Xiao Yu laughed coldly. Those who dare to strike my woman deserve nothing less than death. Ling Xian, momentarily incensed, retorted, Do not kill them. Whatever you wish to accomplish, I will assist you. Xiao Yu nodded. I seek the esteemed monk Ling Hua. Do you know where he is? Ling Xian paused, bewildered. Master Ling Hua has gone out, and will return in 3 days. What do you need him for? Xiao Yu remained silent, unwilling to reveal too much. Ling Xian breathed out slowly, observing Xiao Yu, who seemed reluctant to speak, and murmured, You must be a celestial being from the Hehuan Sect, right? I have heard tales of such individuals in the city, who cultivate by seizing others' essence. Your audacity is astounding. How could you dare enter the city in such circumstances? You even dared to cast spells. If you were caught, it would be disastrous. Xiao Yu's gaze hardened. My woman is being bullied. I would not merely stand by, even if it meant facing capture or death. Ling Xian's expression was one of anxiety. Having grown up in Lingguang Temple, she had never encountered such matters. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly clutched her prayer beads and chanted, Forgive me, forgive me. Upon seeing her grasp the beads, Xiao Yu strode forward. Ling Xian's eyes widened in shock as she faced him, nearly crying out. Yet, recalling the possibility of righteous cultivators above, she tightly shut her eyes. Xiao Yu observed her reaction and reached out to touch her smooth head. The sensation was novel. Her head was warm and comforting. Ling Xian dared not move. This was utterly insane. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? A celestial being risking everything for a mere mortal. What should she do? What should she do? Should she abandon her vows? But if she did, how would she earn money to save those children? An hour later, Ling Xian, filled with excitement, took a ladle and rinsed her mouth with water. Turning to Xiao Yu, she slapped him directly. You scoundrel! Xiao Yu caught her hand effortlessly. You can care for those children for a day, but not for a lifetime. If you come with me, I will help you provide for them. Will you rely on deceit for your entire life? Ling Xian, still grappling with the reality of the situation, felt as if she were dreaming. She had unexpectedly found herself in the woodshed of Lingguang Temple, her face a portrait of grievance as she sat on the ground, clutching her prayer beads and reciting the calming incantation. Transgressions, transgressions, if the heart is as clear as a mirror, it shall not be stained, it shall not be stained. Before long, she shouldered her bag and followed Xiao Yu out of the temple. I didn't come out to follow you. I will return to the temple. She insisted. I just want to help those children. Their parents are deceased, leaving them all alone. You wouldn't dare sell me, would you? Master Linghua has always taken good care of me. If you bully me, he will surely seek retribution. Lingxin continued to chatter away, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yu glanced at the 3 female monks in the jade gourd, a smile playing on his lips. Though they did not possess Lingxin's pure and sacred demeanor, they were, after all, disciples. He would have to engage them in a thorough discussion that evening. For the next 3 days, he decided to take a little break and visit Li Qingyun's family. After all, her mother was gravely ill, and as her fiancé, it was his duty to assist her in her time of need. Upon returning to that dilapidated courtyard, Lingxin eagerly called out, Yaya, Dalong, hurry out. We need to tidy up and head to the Li family. The children looked at Lingxin, who had returned once more, with confusion. Sister, why did you come out again? Won't you be punished if you're caught? Xiao Yu smiled gently. It's fine. Your sister Lingxin was worried about you. So she took 3 days off to find you a good family. Yaya gazed at Lingxin with a hint of grievance. Sister, are you going to abandon us? Lingxin's eyes instantly reddened. No. How could I possibly abandon you? The slightly older boy, Dalong, softly advised. We have so many mouths to feed. Sister can't take care of all of us alone. The Li family? Is it the Li family in the south of the city? If we really go there, we won't have to worry about food and clothing. Suddenly, a slingshot was fired, and Xiao Yu promptly caught it, his expression darkening. Lingxin hurriedly exclaimed, Don't. They are just children. Oh dear, you all must behave. This brother will take us to the Li family later, so be polite. The other children excitedly shouted. How can a big fool have good intentions? He must have taken money from the Li family. He wants to sell us to the Li family as servants. We won't go anywhere. Sister, don't be deceived by him. Right. How could such good fortune be possible? Sending us to the Li family? He must be a servant. Dalong shook his head. Stop causing a ruckus. Do you know how many people wish to work for the Li family but never get the chance? There. Everyone has their own bedroom. Do you wish to stay here and wait for death? Or do you want to keep troubling Sister Lingxin? The group of children all lowered their heads in silence. Lingxin let out a long sigh. All right, Dalong, let's go. Chapter 36. Hanxiu Shui. Xiao Yu led the group of children towards the southern part of the city, with Dalong and the others pushing the cart behind. Lingxin wanted to help, but was held back by Xiao Yu. They are orphans now and must learn to be self-reliant. The group continued on their way, and by the time they reached the southern part of the city, the sun was beginning to set. As they gazed upon the mansion ahead, the children widened their eyes in awe. What a beautiful house. This must be the residence of the wealthiest family in Jianglicheng. Can we truly enter? Xiao Yu raised his head, admiring the imposing vermilion gates flanked by a pair of stone lions, exuding a majestic aura. Although it was not yet dark, the servants were already standing on tall stools, hanging up large red lanterns. The doorman, noticing Xiao Yu and his companions, shouted, Where did these beggars come from? Do you know where this is? Don't loiter here. Xiao Yu refrained from reacting and led Lingxin to a street corner. Nightfall was imminent, and they needed to enter swiftly. Given that this was the richest family in Jianglicheng, they were likely to have dealings with cultivators. It was probable that those from the Xianling sect had sought them out for profit. They could not simply enter through the front door. After giving Lingxin a few instructions, Xiao Yu stealthily approached the back entrance. With a leap, he slipped inside. At that moment, Li Qingyun, trapped within the jade gourd, was overcome with emotion and cried out, "Master, Master, my mother's room is to the east. There is a plum tree in front of the door. Please be cautious. Everyone at home knows about my abduction by the cultivators. The Xianling sect has certainly come to inquire. You must be careful." Following Li Qingyun's guidance, Xiao Yu made his way to her mother Han Qiushui's room. As he arrived at the door, he overheard a mocking male voice inside. "Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help you. Big brother was murdered, and Qingyun was captured. It's not my fault. You must understand, Big brother had no son, and this residence was built by my father. Now that he is gone, the family fortune naturally falls to me. You, sister-in-law, are frail and cannot manage it alone. Should I let this vast estate go to waste?" Peering through the window, Xiao Yu felt his throat tighten. There lay an incredibly beautiful woman, dabbing the blood from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She possessed an elegant demeanor and brows like distant green mountains. Dressed in a brocade cheongsam adorned with plum blossoms, she resembled a celestial being. No wonder Li Qingyun inherited such exquisite beauty. It was evidently a matter of good genes. She appeared to be in her early 30s, exceptionally well-preserved. One could easily believe she was in her 20s. Her face, devoid of color, was framed by a vibrant red mouth. Xiao Yu clenched his fists in anger. Inside, the man continued speaking. "Sister-in-law, my brother foolishly sought trouble with the immortal. You cannot blame me for that. Do not accuse me of being heartless. My brother and I are of one family." Han Qiushui's expression turned furious. "You scoundrel! Did you trick Qingyun outside the city? If it weren't for you, how could she have been captured by the Hehuan Sect?" Li Wankai sneered disdainfully. His tone suddenly turned icy. "Sister-in-law, are you being ungrateful? I will say this one last time. Hand over the keys to the storeroom. Otherwise, I will not be so accommodating." Han Qiushui's brows furrowed in alarm. "What do you intend to do?" As the remnants of your elder brother lay cold, Li Wansai's gaze lifted with malice as he stroked his chin. He then took deliberate steps towards the gravely ill Han Qiushui. "The moment you wed my brother, I found you irresistibly captivating. Despite your alluring charm, you consistently donned a fade as frigid as ice. My dear brother, I have long harbored feelings for you." Han Qiushui, upon realizing his approach, was incensed. She seized a red embroidered shoe from beside her bed and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "How dare you? Summon help! Help!" As she spoke, she coughed up blood. Li Wankai grinned, catching the shoe and inhaling its scent. "Now, within the Li household, my word reigns supreme. Dear sister-in-law, you ought to relinquish any hope. If you align yourself with me, I shall guarantee your wealth and prosperity. Moreover, I will arrange for your healing." As he reached for Han Qiushui's delicate hand, he was suddenly yanked to the ground. "Who dares?" Xiao Yu, her face obscured, chuckled softly. "I am the one who shall tend to your ailments." Upon recognizing her masked visage, Li Wankai attempted to shout, but in the next moment, he was engulfed by the gourd she wielded. Regaining his senses, panic seized Li Wankai. "Spare me, immortal!" At that moment, nearby, 3 nuns shrieked in terror, "Have mercy! We shall never dare again." Confused, Li Wankai realized these were the nuns from Lingguang Temple. Looking up once more, he was met with the sight of his elder brother's daughter, Li Qingyun. At that moment, Li Qingyun had just learned of Li Wansai's transgressions from Xiao Yu, and her brows furrowed in anger. Raising her sword, she struck with fervor. "How dare you defile my mother? Die!" With a swift thrust, Li Wansai's heart was pierced, and he was subsequently kicked into the sea of flames. The other 3 nuns cried out in fear, "We dare not again. Have mercy!" At that instant, Li Qingyun was released by Xiao Yu. Upon seeing her daughter, Han Qiushui's pupils constricted in shock, her expression filled with emotion as she trembled. "Qingyun, my dear daughter." Li Qingyun, tears streaming down her face, gazed at her bloodied mother. "Mother, I am unworthy." "Father." The mother and daughter embraced, their sobs echoing in despair. Xiao Yu observed from the side, struck by the aura of elegance that emanated from Han Qiushui, reminiscent of a noblewoman from an affluent household, exuding an indescribable grace. Her qipao was adorned with exquisite plum blossom patterns, transforming her into a blooming orchid, captivating and radiant. Her hair cascaded like clouds, intricately styled into an elegant updo. Particularly striking was her pallid visage, worn by illness, evoking a profound sense of compassion in all who beheld her. Just then, Li Qingyun's eyes widened in alarm, tears spilling anew. "Mother, please please do not frighten me. What do you mean by saying you have but half a year to live? Han Xiaoshui exhaled helplessly, her eyes conveying a trace of affection. Gently caressing Li Qingyun's exquisite hair, he softly murmured, "It is a relief that you are unharmed. Your mother has long struggled with her health, as you are well aware. Recently, her spirit has waned, and her vitality has been severely compromised. The physician has declared that she has but 6 months left to live. Even divine intervention seems futile." Li Qingyun, her face awash with sorrow and indignation, clasped him tightly and wept. "No, mother, I cannot bear to lose you again. I have begun my own cultivation. I am now a celestial being. I will surely heal you. Do not fear." As she wept, her gaze instinctively shifted toward Xiaoyu. He, in turn, feigned a demeanor of helplessness as he lit his pipe. Han Xiaoshui glanced at Xiaoyu with deep respect, saying, "Esteemed immortal, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in saving my daughter. Forgive me for not rising to pay my respects." After taking a puff of smoke, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Not at all. It is of no consequence." In the next moment, Li Qingyun knelt before him, her face a portrait of desperation. "Please save my mother. I implore you." "My lord." Before she could utter the word master, Xiaoyu hastily conveyed through thought, "Address me as husband." Li Qingyun's cries grew more heart-wrenching. "Wu, husband, I beseech you, save my mother." Han Xiaoshui was taken aback. So her daughter has aligned herself with this immortal? It is no wonder he would come to her aid and teach her the ways of cultivation. This arrangement is preferable. The mundane world is fraught with filth, and allowing her daughter to be a free-spirited celestial being seems fitting. Xiaoyu turned to Han Xiaoshui, a look of resignation on his face. "It is not that I cannot save her, but such a method weighs heavily upon my conscience. How could I possibly act in such a manner towards my mother-in-law? It would taint my heart." Li Qingyun was acutely aware that Xiaoyu must harbor feelings for her mother. After all, in her youth, her mother was the dream of countless talented suitors in Jianglu City. Many a poet had penned verses in her honor. What harm could there be in saving her mother's life? "Husband, please, grant me this request," Li Qingyun implored, her words caught in her throat. Was it truly appropriate? Yet, gazing at her ailing mother, she felt utterly powerless. Recently, she had learned some medicinal knowledge from Hualien and understood that her mother's ailment was beyond salvation. Her mother had never willingly wed her father. She had been forcibly taken as a bride with riches. This sorrow had weighed heavily upon her heart. Moreover, her mother had tirelessly assisted her father in his business dealings, braving the winds and rain, which had exacerbated her condition. Given the recent tribulations, it seemed her health had truly reached a critical point. Relying on healing pills and blood-stopping elixirs would surely be in vain. She needed to seek out a miraculous physician from the mortal realm or a treasure capable of resurrecting the deceased. But where could one find such a remedy? The only potential solution lay in the Juyang divine body. Even Hualien, whose spiritual roots had been destroyed and cultivation wasted, had been restored. A mere mortal ailment would surely be trivial in comparison. Yet, how many treatments would be necessary? Hualien had required dozens before complete recovery. How could she broach this subject with her mother? Just then, Han Xiaoshui broke into a warm smile. "Dear Xiao Xianshi, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Our Qingyun has caused you much trouble." Xiaoyu hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. "Not at all. It is of no consequence. Qingyun and I share a profound love. You need not stand on ceremony. Please call me Xiaoyu." Han Xiaoshui's expression softened, as if life had once again begun to hold promise. At this moment, she could depart from this world with a tranquil heart, for her daughter had transcended to become an immortal. Just as she was lost in this thought, Li Qingyun suddenly stood up, her demeanor tense. She approached Han Xiaoshui and whispered, "Mother, my husband possesses a method to save you. He can restore you to full health." Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. "Do not jest." Li Qingyun, her expression fervent, retorted, "What is there to question? If he can save my mother's life, why concern ourselves with trivialities?" Han Xiaoshui, upon learning that there was a chance for her recovery, turned her gaze curiously towards Xiaoyu. "Xiao Xianshi?" Li Qingyun remained kneeling, imploring, "Husband, I beseech you." Xiaoyu, with an unwilling countenance, replied, "This is what you both desired." Just as Han Xiaoshui was taken aback, Li Qingyun, blushing fiercely, closed the door. Han Xiaoshui was momentarily stunned, observing Xiaoyu extinguishing the light and her daughter sealing the windows. With a note of suspicion in her voice, she inquired, "Daughter, what are you planning?" Li Qingyun, her cheeks aflame, stammered, "To cure your illness. Chapter 37. The Cleansing Essence Pill. Han Xiaoshui gazed at Xiao Yu, who had begun to smoke from his pipe, her heart swelling with joy, believing wholeheartedly that he intended to heal her. The act of closing the door and windows made perfect sense. It was surely to prevent the Li family's discovery, for even immortals shun the mundane. With a beaming face, Han Xiaoshui extended her hand, urging, "Daughter, help me rise." Li Qingyun, still blushing, assisted her mother in standing, too bashful to utter a word. Xiao Yu had previously heard from Li Qingyun that her mother was a prodigy, renowned in Jianglicheng for her profound knowledge of the classics. She was a paragon of talent and beauty, having enchanted countless scholars, particularly those who penned tales and verses. Even the blind storytellers in tea houses often recounted her stories, proclaiming, "Jianglicheng can do without spring, but cannot do without Han Xiaoshui. Her talent surpasses that of sages, and her beauty rivals the elegance of plum and orchid." The accolades for Han Xiaoshui were boundless. Furthermore, her adherence to the virtues of fidelity and propriety, along with her dedication to family, rendered her moral character a point of envy for many women. Xiao Yu understood that Han Xiaoshui would never engage in dubious acts. To heal her, it was essential. Thus, Xiao Yu produced an entire vial of elixirs. Upon seeing the vial, Li Qingyun lowered her head, unable to meet her mother's gaze, consumed by guilt. Now seated, Han Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled with hope as she gently placed her hands beside her, murmuring, "Thank you, Xiao Xianshi. Your kindness is unparalleled, and I shall never forget it. Should I ever be in need, I promise to do my utmost." In her heart, she instinctively believed that the elixirs in Xiao Yu's possession were miraculous in nature, for he was her daughter's savior and would never wish her harm. After all, he had heroically intervened to vanquish that scoundrel Li Wankai. Han Xiaoshui's spirits lifted, while Li Qingyun's mind raced, realizing that the cleansing essence pill was indeed akin to the flawless Hehuan pill. Yet, witnessing her mother's pallid complexion fortified Li Qingyun's resolve. It is certainly preferable to endure this than to witness her mother perish before her eyes. Li Qingyun, with an expression of utmost gravity, placed the 3 elixirs before Han Xiaoshui. "Mother, please take your medicine." Han Xiaoshui's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. The elixirs bestowed by the immortal. Could they truly be the fabled pills of immortality? "Ah, my deepest gratitude to Master Xiao for your life-saving grace." Xiao Yu, donning the demeanor of a sage, puffed on his pipe. "This is the cleansing elixir. It can eradicate your affliction. Given your condition, 1 pill alone will not suffice. You must consume at least 2. However, you are the mother of my beloved wife. Thus you are, in essence, my mother as well. Dear mother-in-law, please partake without delay." Han Xiaoshui felt an overwhelming sense of relief as she accepted the tea, concealing her face as she drank. The following morning, a maid from the Li residence approached Han Xiaoshui's chamber, carrying a copper basin. Inside, Li Qingyun knelt beside the bed. The knife-like gaze of Han Xiaoshui was almost palpable, filled with shame and resentment as she observed her daughter on the floor. The maid outside called out, "Madam, please prepare for your morning routine." Han Xiaoshui coldly retorted, "Wait." Her voice was frigid, nearly causing the maid to drop the basin in fright. Li Qingyun continued to kneel, weeping, "Mother, please don't blame my husband. It is all my fault. It is I who implored him to act thus. How could I bear to see you suffer from this illness? Have compassion for your daughter. Father has passed. Can you bear to let me face this world alone? A daughter cannot be without her mother. Mother, you must say something." Xiao Yu pondered the events of the previous night, when Han Xiaoshui genuinely contemplated ending her life. Nearby lay a silk ribbon, a remnant of her failed attempt at hanging. He had clearly underestimated the resolute virtue of women in ancient times. Han Xiaoshui's fortitude far surpassed that of those he encountered in the courtroom. Bai Yu, for instance, would go to any lengths to survive, seeking the path of immortality and vengeance for her deceased disciples, even in the face of brutal torment. Bai Yu could never fathom taking her own life. Wang Mei, too, would never consider such an act. Yet here was Han Xiaoshui, on the verge of self-destruction. How fiercely he admired her. At that moment, Han Xiaoshui slowly sat up, astonished that she could do so. She gazed down at her daughter, still kneeling, and numbly adorned her feet with embroidered red shoes. Remarkably, she was able to rise. Her condition had evidently improved, albeit not completely healed. The pain in her heart and lungs still lingered. As she looked down at her tearful daughter, Han Xiaoshui suddenly turned her face away, unknown tears cascading down her cheeks. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of virtue, she would resort to such a base act merely to survive? What face would she have to meet her husband in the afterlife? Although he had taken her forcibly in her youth, he had shown her kindness over the years and entrusted her with the keys to their household treasures. When her daughter was deceived by Li Wankai and went missing, her health deteriorated further. Her husband had tirelessly sought renowned physicians and even approached practitioners of the Xianling sect for elixirs. Little did he know that while she did not return, her lifeless body would eventually be brought back. Because her husband cast a fleeting glance at a female cultivator, he was brutally slain by her. Han Xiaoshui mourned over her husband's lifeless body for an entire day and night, ultimately collapsing in anguish, blood spilling from her lips. She contemplated surrendering to death, but if she were to perish, who would seek her daughter? What would become of her husband's estate? The desire to heal her affliction and rescue her daughter consumed her, yet little did she know that the vile Li Wankai had ruthlessly targeted their family. The events of recent days had left her utterly drained. Gazing at her daughter, Han Xiaoshui exhaled deeply. "Please, you should go," she uttered. Li Qingyun understood that her mother spoke in anger and hurriedly knelt, tears streaming down her face as she crawled closer. "Mother, please don't be upset. We promised to keep this matter secret. All the blame lies solely with me, and my husband bears no responsibility. Had I not foolishly trusted Li Wankai, I would never have ventured out of the city to gather herbs for you. He claimed there was a miraculous herb atop Jiangli Mountain that could cure you. I braved the mountain's perils, nearly falling prey to wild beasts, only to be captured. If not for encountering my husband, I would have perished. Mother, please don't be angry. All I desire is for you to live well. Even if you were to despise me for eternity, I would endure it willingly." Xiaoyu, with her head bowed and neck withdrawn, chose silence at this moment. Suddenly, a boisterous female voice pierced the air from outside. "Li Wankai? You beast. Come out this instant." Li Qingyun's expression faltered with alarm. "Oh no, it's my uncle's wife, Zhang Yan." Han Xiaoshui regarded Xiaoyu with a hint of hostility and whispered, "This does not concern you. Go to the back." Xiaoyu smiled gently and hurriedly assisted Li Qingyun to hide behind the screen. In the next moment, Zhang Yan stormed through the door, fuming. "Li Wankai? You shameless wretch, come out. How audacious. Do not presume I am unaware of your visit last night. Han Xiaoshui, you brazen hussy. Where have you hidden Li Wankai?" Chapter 38. The unyielding Han Xiaoshui observed Zhang Yan, who had entered with the intent to search, her expression darkening. "Oh, what a fine morning for a visit, dear sister." Zhang Yan glared, scanning the room. "Han Xiaoshui, was Li Wankai here yesterday?" With a disdainful snort, Han Xiaoshui signaled for the maidens at the door to step forward. The two maidservants quickly approached, bowing their heads as they draped a black robe over Han Xiaoshui's shoulders, her demeanor embodying that of a matriarch. Zhang Yan continued to scour the room, oblivious to Li Wankai's presence. She attempted to peek behind the screen. "How dare you invade my private chamber? Such rudeness. Do you wish to defy authority?" Zhang Yan's anger erupted. "You shameless hussy. How dare you entice my family so soon after my brother's departure?" With a swift motion, Han Xiaoshui struck Zhang Yan across the left cheek, the force of the blow causing her to tremble, her lips turning pale. Before she could utter another word, Han Xiaoshui stepped forward and slapped Zhang Yan again. "Show some respect. Do not forget that I am the matriarch of the Li family. What are you, to dare act insolently before me?" Zhang Yan, her face contorted with rage, instinctively covered her cheek and turned to retaliate, but Han Xiaoshui swiftly drew a green sword, pointing it menacingly. "Do you comprehend the sharpness of my blade?" Zhang Yan, witnessing such audacity, became even more convinced that Li Wankai was indeed inside the house. With fervent agitation, she began to scream, "Li Wankai, you worthless scoundrel! You heartless wretch! Your wife is in peril. Why do you not come forth? This is utterly unjust. The elder sister is seducing the younger brother. I shall report you. I must report you. Han Xiaoshui, you are being intolerably cruel." Behind the house, Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed hard. Han Xiaoshui was undeniably formidable, exuding an aura reminiscent of a domineering female CEO. She had not displayed such ferocity the previous night. Observing Li Qingyun, whose eyes were reddened with emotion, Xiaoyu softly inquired, "Does your mother often wield such authority?" Li Qingyun nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Prior to my father's marriage to my mother, he was not the wealthiest. My uncle, Li Wankai, possesses more wealth than our family. We are merely engaged in the textile business. After I was born, The family business declined, prompting my mother to manage the accounts, and she became quite adept in the art of commerce. In truth, the majority of our family's wealth was earned by her. You see, in a merchant family like ours, the matriarch must maintain a certain gravitas to prevent numerous troubles. Xiaoyu smiled at this revelation. No wonder Li Qingyun was so astute and eloquent. It was clear that her mother, Han Xiushui, had imparted such wisdom to her. When he treated Han Xiushui's ailments the previous night, he had distinctly sensed that she possessed spiritual roots, indeed, exceptional ones. Unlike the conventional 5 roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, these were an entirely new breed, potentially embodying ice, poison, lightning, or wind. However, persuading Han Xiushui to accompany him on the path of cultivation seemed rather challenging. She would undoubtedly be reluctant to abandon her significant family legacy, and even if she desired to pursue immortality, her pride would likely prevent her from joining him. Since acquiring the system, Xiaoyu had never felt such admiration for a woman. A talented individual, astute and capable, noble and business-savvy, commanding and captivating. She could undoubtedly be considered the pinnacle among mortal women. He could scarcely imagine how graceful Han Xiushui would become upon achieving immortality. Her beauty was already comparable to Bai Yu, and coupled with her virtuous demeanor, she would be more than qualified to lead a harem. Xiaoyu paused at this thought. If Han Xiushui were to become the head of the harem, what would become of his master, Zhang Xiling? Upon reflection, it seemed his master harbored ambitions akin to those of a young girl aspiring to hold power, frequently being exploited and not particularly adept in combat. Yet, she had always treated him well. If a person were to manage a harem, Han Xiushui would undoubtedly be an exceptional choice. With her fierce disposition, Wang Mei would surely dare not act out of line. Just then, Zhang Yan, her face alight with fervor, cried out again, "Ah, this is outrageous. The elder sister is seducing the younger brother and wishes to harm me. Woe is me, I must report this. I shall have that wretched woman apprehended." As she shouted, 2 figures rushed in from outside, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 20s, while the woman seemed to be around 18. Upon seeing Zhang Yan crying out, the man erupted in fury. "Who dares to strike my mother? I will not let this rest." The young woman, equally incensed, rushed to Zhang Yan's side and shouted, "Han Xiushui, how dare you lay a hand on my mother? You are exceedingly audacious." Han Xiushui regarded them with a cold demeanor, well aware that this family had come prepared. It was likely that Li Wankai truly intended to claim her, yet Zhang Yan opposed him. Thus, she had taken advantage of the early morning to bring Li Jin and Li Weiwei to confront her. Should they discover her illicit affair with Li Wankai, it was plausible that the authorities had already arrived. The crime of adultery bore grave consequences. Zhang Yan sought to bring about her demise. At that moment, Xiaoyu, upon seeing Li Weiwei alongside Zhang Yan, was momentarily taken aback. What the? Earlier, he had not paid attention to Zhang Yan's appearance, but now he observed that she possessed a certain allure, coupled with her daughter at her side. If Li Wankai were to perish, it would leave the opposing party as widows. Li Weiwei, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled heiress, clearly had not been tempered by the harsh realities of life. How dare she bully his esteemed mother-in-law, utterly unaware of the peril she courted. As for Li Jin, he did not even spare him a glance. Han Xiushui fixed her gaze upon the trio, her voice laced with disdain. "It seems the Li household requires a re-establishment of its decorum. Do you possess evidence that Li Wankai is here?" Li Weiwei, her eyes filled with contempt, raised her chin defiantly. "Do you dare to allow us to search? If he is not here, we shall take our leave. But if he is, then you may well inform the magistrate." Han Xiushui's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. Xiaoyu quickly whispered from behind, "Rest assured, mother-in-law, we have hidden well. Let them search." Hearing Xiaoyu's voice sent a wave of panic through Han Xiushui. Why did she feel so unsettled upon hearing him? Memories of the previous night's healing flooded her mind. Though she felt mortified, her husband was incomparably different from Xiaoyu. This sudden anxiety presented Li Jin with an opportunity. "Why are you panicking? You claim my father is not here. If you have the courage, allow us to search." Zhang Yan, noticing their disquiet, shouted with renewed conviction, "Why are you afraid? If you have the courage, let us search. Do you dare?" Han Xiushui quickly composed herself, her voice icy. "If you do not find anything, you must vacate the Li residence. Do you understand? Dare you accept this challenge?" Zhang Yan, undeterred, scoffed, "Huh? Who are you trying to intimidate? What if I do find Li Wankai?" Han Xiushui stood tall, her eyes sharp as blades. If you find Li Wankai, I shall bestow my vast estate upon you. But if you do not, you shall depart from my house this very day, never to set foot in it again." Zhang Yin faltered momentarily at this declaration. Li Jin hastily interjected, "I saw my father come this way yesterday. Do not be intimidated by this woman's bluster." Zhang Yan's expression hardened instantly, affirming her thoughts. "Very well. If Li Wankai is not here, we shall evict the Li family. If we find him, you, Han Xiushui, must pack your belongings and leave the Li residence. And be sure to leave behind the land deed, the keys to the storeroom, and the account books." Han Xiushui feigned hesitation, biting her lip. Li Weiwei hastily called out, "What? Are you afraid?" Han Xiushui retorted, "Who is afraid? Remember what you said." At this, the third woman hurriedly entered the house to search, her expression brimming with joy. She rummaged through the wardrobe, under the bed, and at the desk, leaving no stone unturned. Li Jin even climbed onto the rafters. After a long search, they found no trace of Li Wankai. Impossible. How could he not be here? Han Xiushui had already summoned the servants and the steward. Though the steward had been bribed by Li Wankai, he was taken aback to see Han Xiushui standing there, vibrant and full of life. He understood clearly that the Li residence was managed by Han Xiushui, while Li Wankai was merely a fool. If Han Xiushui had recovered, then aligning with her would surely be far more advantageous than siding with Li Wankai. "Madam, your illness?" Han Xiushui glanced sideways at the steward. "My health has improved. Drive these traitorous dogs out." The steward immediately set to work, with the servants following suit. Zhang Yin and the others cried out in despair, Li Wankai, where have you gone? Han Xiushui, how wicked you are." Han Xiushui brandished her sword. "Speak another word of disrespect, and I shall cut out your tongue." Zhang Yin was instantly struck with fear, knowing that the threat was not empty. If Han Xiushui had indeed recovered, it would spell trouble. Could it be that Li Wankai had met with misfortune at her hands? The three of them were thus expelled. The steward approached Han Xiushui once more, bowing his head. "Madam, you truly have recovered? How wonderful. By the way, madam, a group of little beggars camped outside the door all night yesterday, claiming that the Li residence would surely take them in. This morning, I saw them still outside, so I sent them away." In the shadows, Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled the little nun, Lingxin. He widened his eyes. "Mother-in-law, those are the orphans brought by your son-in-law." Meanwhile, Lingxin, having been driven into an alley, picked up a wooden stick, her heart racing with anxiety. "This is it. Xiaoyu didn't return all night. Could he have been captured by the righteous ones?" De Long and Yiya, nearby, murmured, "What if Brother Yu is in danger? Could he be imprisoned by the Li family?" Lingxin gripped the stick tightly, her expression trembling. Tears threatened to spill as she thought, "I finally found someone willing to help me. He can't just die like this. If he has been captured by the righteous, where would I go to rescue him?" Just then, she spotted Xiaoyu, nearly screaming in fright. Regaining her composure, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "You little rascal! I waited outside all night. Where on earth have you been?" Xiaoyu exhaled wearily, saying, "It's a long story." Chapter 39, Ungrateful Little Rascal. Xiaoyu led Ling Xin and the others around to the back gate of the Li residence, where the official and Li Qingyun were already waiting. Upon seeing Ling Xin, Li Qingyun instinctively clenched her sleeves. She was aware of Xiaoyu's fondness for virtuous women and surmised that this group of children had been taken in by the nun. However, it was utterly absurd. After all, she was a person of the cloth. As soon as Ling Xin laid eyes on Li Qingyun, she quickly joined her hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Kind-hearted benefactress, you are truly compassionate. The poor nun shall certainly recite scriptures and pray for you." Li Qingyun, somewhat embarrassed, covered her face and smiled. "No need for concern. We have plenty of room at home, and a few children won't consume much food. They can stay in the backyard and help out. I will find a tutor to teach them to read." Ling Xin beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Just then, a servant hurriedly approached and whispered something to Li Qingyun. Her expression shifted to one of alarm as she glanced at Xiaoyu, hesitating to speak. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu was still amusing the children, saying, "If I hadn't knelt and pleaded all night yesterday, how could the Li residents possibly take you in? Why would I lie to you? Now tell me, why do you think they accepted you? Everything I said is the truth, you ungrateful little rascals." As Xiaoyu continued his persuasion, Li Qingyun nervously interjected, "Husband, mother wishes to see you. She said you must go alone." A visible smile spread across Xiaoyu's face as he turned to leave. However, he noticed Ling Xion's eyes widening in shock. Oh no. Li Qingyun had called him husband. Surely the others had overheard. Li Qingyun instinctively covered her mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ling Xian, being a nun, would certainly hesitate to confront Xiao Yu in front of so many people. Her eyes grew wider, tears brimming at the corners. So this fellow had a relationship with the young lady of the Li residence? No wonder they had taken them in. Yet, she could not simply return to Lingwang Temple, fearing that DeLong and the others might be cast out. In that moment, she began to recite the calming mantra, staring intently at Xiao Yu. He quickly transmitted a thought to her. Is it not because of you? They said they would take in this group of children, but only if I marry Li Qingyun. Otherwise, they would expose my situation here to the righteous sect. Were it not for you, would I be at risk of exposure? So, I am now the villain in your eyes? Think as you wish. Having finished his transmission, Xiao Yu feigned anger and walked away. Ling Xian scratched her bald head, puzzled by his sudden displeasure. How could a celestial being be so easily manipulated by mere mortals? Was it truly because of DeLong and the other children? Wait, what was she, a nun, even contemplating? She had no deep connection with him. Her intention for accompanying him was solely to find a refuge for these orphans. Once that was accomplished, she would return. Lost in thought, Ling Xian went to assist the children in moving their belongings. In the study of the Li residence, Han Xiushui gazed at Xiao Yu for a long while, without speaking. Xiao Yu, head bowed, sat quietly sipping tea, inquiring, "How is your health, esteemed mother-in-law?" Han Xiushui's gaze was contemplative, devoid of the previous day's indignation, as if a different person had emerged. The matriarch's presence was imposing. As Xiao Yu gazed, his heart momentarily quivered. What piercing eyes! Han Xiushui glanced at him before softly declaring, "Xiao Yu, you have saved Qingyun. If you wish to marry her, I shall certainly consent. However, your method of treating my ailment suggests you are not of the upright sort." Xiao Yu, with a respectful clasp of his fists, retorted with a hint of disdain. So, in your esteemed eyes, one merely claiming to be virtuous qualifies as virtuous? Han Xiushui remained unfazed. I harbor no ulterior motives. Since you tread the path of darkness, our foes are all of the righteous kind. My husband was slain by the vile wretch of the Hehuan Sect while searching for a remedy for my condition. I vow to avenge this wrong. Xiao Yu, do you know Kyojuro of the Hehuan Sect? A female cultivator clad in green, wielding the Hehuan sword. Upon hearing Kyujuro's name, Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Han Xiushui's husband felt her blade? I am merely a low-ranking disciple of the Hehuan Sect. I have heard of the Hehuan Sect, yet I am unfamiliar with Kyojuro. Do you wish for me to avenge your father? Han Xiushui's eyes flickered with anger. This matter of avenging her father is one I must undertake myself. You mentioned yesterday that I possess a spiritual root. Is that true? Xiao Yu replied softly, Indeed. It is true. Esteemed mother-in-law, you possess an exceptional spiritual root. Given time, I could guide you through some superior cultivation techniques, allowing you to reach the qi refinement stage within a year. Upon hearing this, Han Xiushui turned her gaze aside. Since she could survive, her sole purpose in life would be to avenge her man, a way to repay him for the kindness he had shown her throughout his life. As for what lay ahead, she was indifferent. Xiao Yu pondered as well. Han Xiushui's audacity to seek vengeance for her husband was remarkable. If memory served him correctly, Kyojuro was at the foundation establishment stage, a level he could scarcely contend with. The recollection of Kyojuro slaughtering Xiang's family, subsequently blinding him and mutilating him to death, ignited a fierce blaze within Xiao Yu's heart. At that moment, Han Xiushui spoke again. Xiao Yu, it would be wise for you not to linger in the Li residence. Departing today would be prudent. Many are aware of Qingyun's disappearance. Moreover, both the Xianling sect and the Hehuan sect are in the know, as they have repeatedly come to our estate demanding money. In their lexicon, this is termed robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yet you are aware that the bulk of such wealth fills their own coffers. I suspect that someone will soon come seeking funds. Today, I shall prepare. Can you take me and Qingyun away from here? Xiao Yu momentarily found himself at a loss. Having just summoned the children from Lingxin, leaving was certainly necessary, as he needed to seek the fire monk for weapon crafting in 2 days. Han Xiushui had already devised a plan and softly addressed Xiao Yu. Let those orphans remain here. I will arrange for friends to look after them. As for the servants and housekeeper who witnessed you and Qingyun today, do you have a way to silence them? Be cautious, Xiao Yu, regardless of the circumstances. I do not wish for you and Qingyun to encounter any mishap. Xiao Yu repeatedly clasped his fists. Your son-in-law has means to ensure they forget the events of these past 2 days. With that, he produced a vial of Hehuan Dan. Apologies. I mistakenly brought the wrong one. This is worry-free Dan. Consuming the forgetting dust Dan will erase all memories within a span of 12 hours. I shall make arrangements at once. Han Xiaoshui nodded. Indeed, I shall prepare the land deed, account books, and treasury funds. We must depart from this place before noon. Xiao Yu swiftly administered a forgetfulness pill to everyone in the residence, including the children of DeLong immediately thereafter. He concealed himself and Li Qingyun in a narrow alley by the back door, waiting patiently. Ling Xin gazed at the unconscious orphans, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet she understood that perhaps losing their memories was not entirely a misfortune for them. Once they regained consciousness, Han Xiaoshui proclaimed, I shall be away for a while. My aunt will handle matters at home, with the steward assisting her. Furthermore, these orphans must be well cared for. Should there be any negligence, I shall not forgive it. After ensuring the household affairs were in order, Han Xiaoshui departed in the carriage driven by Ling Xin. Casting a final glance at the Li residence, where she had lived for half her life, her eyes brimmed with the weight of time. Soon, they arrived at the designated location with Xiao Yu. He raised his hand and drew Li Qingyun and Han Xiaoshui into the Jade Girl gourd. Upon noticing a small box brought by Han Xiaoshui, he gulped. Ling Xin's eyes widened in astonishment. The Li residence's land deed, keys to the storeroom, and silver notes totaled over 30 million, along with some unknown documents and deeds. Before Ling Xin could grasp the silver notes, Xiao Yu snatched them away. What are you doing? Ling Xin, brimming with excitement, replied, I just want to take a look. Xiao Yu promptly stowed the items into his storage bag, adopting a righteous demeanor. What do you wish to see? This has nothing to do with you. These are the family assets of Lady Li. As a nun, all you think about is money. Ling Xin pouted defiantly. Humph, if you won't let me see. I want to take you to find Master Linghua. Chapter 40 by you. I want to eat vegetables. Xiao Yu then led Ling Xin back to the vicinity of Lingguang Temple. They returned once more to the dilapidated courtyard. At this moment, Ling Xin's heart was aflame with excitement, her expression akin to someone intoxicated. As she beheld the wealth on Xiao Yu, you must let me see just one silver note of 100,000 taels. I have never seen so much money in my life. She implored. Xiao Yu pulled her closer. If you wish to see, call me husband. Ling Xin instinctively recoiled. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Yu smiled playfully. Are you certain you do not wish to renounce your vows? Have you not suffered enough at Lingguang Temple? If you accompany me and become my little wife, I shall grant you boundless wealth. A lifetime's worth that you can never exhaust. Ling Xin's heart raced. A lifetime's worth that can never be exhausted. He then carried her away. By nightfall, he tucked Ling Xin into the Jade Girl gourd to rest before releasing the 3 nuns who had previously bullied her. Under the moonlight, their bald heads shone brightly. The night was deep and tranquil, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, casting its silver glow upon the serene Jianglu city below. The nearby mountains whispered with flowing streams, accompanied by the chorus of frogs and insects, echoing through the profound valleys. As dusk enveloped the land, moonlight flowed like water, and the stars twinkled sparsely. In the dilapidated courtyard, 3 individuals watched as their dark tresses fell swiftly. The tranquility within the garden birthed an ethereal stillness, while the green pines swayed gently in the shadows. The emerald bamboo danced gracefully, its reflections quivering incessantly, as a wisp of night breeze caressed the air. A delicate rustling sound emerged from the leaves. On the following morning, Xiao Yu, brimming with vigor, began to stretch his limbs. The 9-yang divine body remained exceptionally formidable against mere mortals. Gazing at the resplendent sunlight, Xiao Yu stroked his chin, pondering the return of the fiery monk the next day, leaving him with one more day to contemplate his actions. Would he venture into the city to gather more information? It would be prudent to familiarize himself with Yijiro's background and capabilities beforehand. Why must he venture into the city to procure intel on Yijiro? Surely, seeking Baiyu would suffice. With that thought, he entered the judgment chamber, where he immediately spotted Baiyu, her head held high, swaying back and forth. Her gaze shimmered as Wang Mei and Huo Yin, upon noticing Xiao Yu's arrival, promptly ceased their activities regarding Baiyu. Master, you have come, Wang Mei exclaimed. We have not been idle these past few days. Master's judgment value has already reached 30%. Not to be outdone, Wang Mei added, in fact, I have contributed the most, increasing Baiyu's judgment value by 5%. Huo Yin pouted, acknowledging Wang Mei's superiority in this regard. Approaching, Hualien quickly wrapped her arm around Xiao Yu's, exclaiming, "Master, our teacher has not eaten for several days. We have adhered strictly to your instructions and refrained from providing her any sustenance. She is quite stubborn. Please, have mercy." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed. It is time she is fed. You have all worked hard these past days." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's voice, a ripple of emotion crossed by Yu's previously serene countenance. Her immediate reaction was the anticipation of a meal. To her dismay, she found herself harboring a flicker of hope. How could she entertain such thoughts? As the esteemed leader of the Jade Maiden sect, her disposition should not waver so. Yet, the pangs of hunger were undeniable. Since her confinement, her diet had been limited to a singular dish. Initially difficult to accept, it had provided her with a semblance of satiety. Without food, she faced the prospect of enduring hunger. Noticing her state, Xiao Yu approached in surprise. No matter the circumstances, he could not help but admire Bai Yu. Truly, she was remarkable. Most would have surrendered by now. Yet, it seemed Bai Yu had undergone some changes. "I must admit, I preferred the days when you would bellow at me," he remarked. "By the way, I bear unfortunate news. Your disciple, Kyojuro, has betrayed you and pledged herself to your adversary, Shunmingya, becoming her apprentice." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's hands, bound by iron chains, clenched tightly. Her veins pulsating with fury. What did you say?" Her voice was barely a whisper, weakened by hunger. Xiao Yu stepped aside, gently embracing Bai Yu, saying, "Your junior sister, Shunmingya, has re-established the Jade Maiden sect. I have heard she has reclaimed your former stronghold." It was Lin Su and Lin Tianhai of the Xianling sect who assisted her in this endeavor. Moreover, I have heard from the townsfolk of Jiangliaching that your junior sister has gathered many of the scattered disciples of the Yunu sect, now fervently recruiting for the purpose of avenging you. The number of individuals in the Yunu sect must now exceed 3,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression grew increasingly tremulous. She attempted to rise, but her legs betrayed her, leaving her only able to grit her teeth and curse. "Shunmingya, you wretched creature. How dare you seize my sect? How dare you take my sect from me? Kyojuro, after all the years I have nurtured you, you betray me simply because I forbade you from consorting with men? There is not a single decent man in this world, and yet you choose to recognize a thief as your master for the sake of one? Wretched scoundrels, both of you." Xiao Yu gazed at the infuriated Bai Yu, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It is evident to all that Shunmingya is usurping your sect. She could easily launch a full-scale attack now. Yet she merely observes with a detached eye, for she remains uncertain whether you live or die. If I surmise correctly, your soul lamp must be in someone's possession. Is it not?" Bai Yu was taken aback by his words. Xiao Yu slowly produced a vial of elixir, stating, "It is either in your master's hands or your junior sister's, but I believe it is likely in your junior sister's possession. Do you not realize she is scouring the land for you? Can you guess whether she seeks you to reinstate you as the sect leader or to silence you for good, especially upon witnessing your current state of cultivation?" Bai Yu's countenance was filled with unwillingness. What a jest! The Yunu sect was her painstakingly established domain. Years ago, she had emerged from the goddess palace alongside Shunmingya, who was utterly inept. In just a few short years, Bai Yu had founded the sect. Out of camaraderie, she had taken Shunmingya in. Now, in her time of distress, this woman dared to covet her sect. It was utterly outrageous. Yet what could she do now? Should she truly submit to Xiao Yu? No, absolutely not. Let him indulge in his grand delusions. A mere ant in the qi refining stage was hardly worthy. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Instinctively, she swallowed hard and abruptly turned her head aside. Xiao Yu spoke softly. "Are you certain you are not hungry? I could take my leave now, and you would surely regret it." Bai Yu immediately grasped Xiao Yu, her fists clenched tightly. An hour later, Bai Yu let out a contented burp. "Hic." Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this quite agreeable, Yuera? Now, tell me about this Kyojuro. Do you not wish for vengeance? She is in the foundation establishment stage, correct? Does she have any weaknesses, perhaps family connections? I shall aid you in your revenge, and let you relieve your grievances." Bai Yu, her face flushed, tilted her head. I wish to eat vegetables." Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. "When you truly recognize your errors, I shall certainly treat you to the finest delicacies." Bai Yu slowly exhaled, her expression filled with reluctance. I was wrong. I should not have indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. I should not have allowed my disciples to harm you. Is that sufficient?" Xiao Yu regarded her with a playful smile. Observing her unyielding demeanor, the tone in which sect leader Bai admits her errors is rather stiff. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. Bam! The force was tremendous. Bai was on the verge of being overwhelmed. In that moment, she anxiously covered her mouth, truly gripped by hunger. After a deep sigh of resignation, she feigned a submissive tone, saying, Yuer understands her mistake. I implore Master to forgive me. At that, Hualien exclaimed, Master, you finally acknowledge your error. Isn't that splendid? Xiaoyu, observing the judgment value on the other side, found himself at a loss for words. This woman still perceived him as a fool. Upon hearing her disciple Hualien's voice, Baiyu felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head. She had actually knelt before a Qi refinement stage practitioner in front of her own disciple, something that would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Xiaoyu picked up his pipe and took a couple of puffs, chuckling softly at the sight of Baiyu, who was kneeling and pretending to admit fault. Since she wished to play a role, he decided to indulge her. If you are to apologize, you must do so appropriately. Lianer, fetch your master a beautiful garment to don. Hualien grinned mischievously and swiftly retrieved one of Xiaoyu's favorite outfits. Baiyu felt a surge of panic. What was the purpose of changing clothes? Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. Since you have recognized your mistake, it is time to don new attire and start anew. Go on. Baiyu instinctively swallowed hard, and after much hesitation, she took hold of the garment. It felt oddly smooth. Seeing this, Hualien approached with a smile. Master, allow me to assist you in dressing. Baiyu smiled awkwardly. Having finally found a moment of reprieve, she could not afford to anger Xiaoyu further. Obedience was paramount. Once she changed into the outfit, her face flushed a deep crimson. Although she could not see, she was acutely aware of every draft and every exposed inch. Xiaoyu gazed at Baiyu's enchanting figure and could not help but exclaim, Come, let us dance, Master Bai. Baiyu clenched her fists in frustration. She genuinely wished to eliminate this wretch. He even wanted her to dance. Just then, an exhilarating tune erupted from the judgment chamber, music Baiyu had never encountered before. Xiaoyu grinned mischievously. What is this? Master Bai, are you lacking sincerity? Very well. I shall let you starve for 7 days. Farewell. Baiyu panicked, quickly rising. I will dance. Yuer will dance. Chapter 41. The resigned Baiyu throughout the ordeal, Baiyu struggled to suppress her emotions. Her feelings of animosity had transcended mere hatred for Xiaoyu. She now harbored resentment towards Shunmingya and Yijiro as well. She could not fathom why her devoted disciple had betrayed her. One thing had eluded her understanding. Why had Yijiro summoned her to the residence of a girl named Axiang on Jianglu Mountain that day? Claiming to possess crucial intelligence to defeat the Hehuan Sect, she had gone without hesitation. Little did she know that after they had eliminated Xiaoyu and Axiang, the sect leader and his wife would strike simultaneously. In just a fleeting moment of distraction, she found herself at a disadvantage. That day had been a trap, a scheme devised specifically against her. Her soul lamp had not extinguished. Why had her master not come to her rescue after all this time? Is it true that the soul lamp is as Xiaoyu described, with her junior sister? It is likely that her master is in seclusion, which for a Yuanying stage cultivator could last anywhere from several years to several decades. What should she do? Xiaoyu looked at the tear-streaked Baiyu. Unfazed. Are you crying for your mother? You're ruining my mood. Do you think I can't see through your deception? A woman who has lived for centuries yet regards the lives of others as inconsequential. What right do you have to shed crocodile tears? As he spoke, he delivered another slap. Baiyu fell heavily to the ground, covering her face and weeping. Xiaoyu regarded her with a cold smile. Do you really think I would pity you? Who feels sorry for Axiang? Did her family provoke you? Do you recall the words you uttered when you ordered Yijiro to slaughter her entire family? We are from an esteemed sect. We cannot jeopardize important matters for the lives of a few mortals. Today you kill 2, tomorrow he kills 3. Do you think all mortals deserve to die? Are the lives of the lower classes worthless? Are the lives of the commoners insignificant? Suddenly, Baiyu, overwhelmed, cried out, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I was wrong. Yet, Xiaoyu remained unmoved. Baiyu was merely crying. Her judgment points had not increased in the slightest. How could a woman so entrenched in power genuinely recognize her errors? She simply wished to avoid suffering. You weep because you feel wronged. You weep because no one comes to your rescue. You weep because you once stood as the exalted leader of the Yunus sect. And now you find yourself in this predicament. You do not truly understand your mistakes. You are merely afraid. It seemed the intensity of the judgment needed to be heightened. Upon hearing this, Yu cried out in terror. I will tell you everything. I will reveal all the secrets of the Hehuan Sect. Although Yujiro is at the foundation building stage, she has a younger sister, Yuzime, with whom she grew up. They both joined the Hehuan Sect together. She should only be at the mid-chi refining stage. There is indeed a spiritual vein beneath the Hehuan Sect, and Shunmingya is certainly after that vein. Yu rested his chin on one hand, pondering. A spiritual vein, such a thing he had yet to encounter in his time here. The Hehuan Sect seemingly possessed a small spiritual vein, monopolized by its leader. All the elders' abodes were arranged according to the vein's orientation. For cultivating near a spiritual vein greatly enhances one's progress. Although Yu had spoken of it, he remained skeptical. He turned to Hualien, who hastily added, it seems Yujiro's younger sister is at the late chi refining stage, and there is indeed a master of the spiritual vein within the sect. But only specific individuals can bypass the restrictions. I can enter. Upon hearing Hualien divulge everything, Yu felt as though her heart had turned to ash. A transformation began within her, an array of inexplicable emotions blossoming in her heart. She realized that she could no longer return. Yet, she was unwilling to accept her fate as the dignified leader of the Hehuan Sect. As she stands on the brink of entering the Yuaning stage, she feels her celestial path slipping away, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of regret. Grasping the outstretched hand of Yu, with tears streaming down her face, cries out, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I promise I won't run away again. I want to reclaim my sect and seek vengeance. Yu's judgment value rises to 34. Yu's judgment value rises to 37. In a fit of despair, Yu continues to plead, I am filled with remorse, master. I will never flee again or indiscriminately kill the innocent. Please allow me to cultivate. I long to reclaim my sect. Yu's judgment value rises to 40. Had this been the Yu of the past, he might have been swayed by her expression. Although Yu is beginning to recognize her faults, she has not yet genuinely repented. It is akin to trying to persuade an elderly person. Set in their ways for decades, a single unpalatable comment can ignite their anger. This is especially true for Yu, who has lived for centuries. Observing her frantic demeanor, Yu strokes his chin thoughtfully. Since she has begun to express remorse, it would be prudent to offer her some advantages. Perhaps he could paint a bright future for her. I can assist you in your cultivation and even help restore your eyesight, but your performance will dictate everything. Yu exhales slowly. I will do my utmost. Yu's lips curl into a smile. As long as you acknowledge your mistakes, I shall aid you in your cultivation and assist you in exacting revenge, while also reclaiming your sect. Yu clenches her fists. I shall follow your commands, master. I know that Yujiro's sister often deceives other male cultivators for their spirit stones. If she is in Jianglu City, she is undoubtedly allied with the cultivators of Xianling's sect. I swear, should you help me avenge my grievances, I will never betray you in this life. Even if it means facing mountains of knives or seas of fire. Yu's judgment value rises to 42. Yu pats her shoulder. As long as you obediently accept your judgment, these matters will be manageable. It is getting late. I must visit Lingguang Temple in the morning. Yu exhales with a newfound sense of hope for survival. As long as she can reclaim everything that was once hers, nothing else matters. She absolutely cannot allow those wretched individuals to stand above her and mock her. She would rather die than allow that to happen. At this moment, it seems she has somewhat resigned herself to her fate. Reflecting on the countless mortals she has slain over the years, she never imagined she would face such a day. If she is deemed an evil woman, then how many truly virtuous individuals exist in this world? Her master and her junior sister have killed even more than she has. The female cultivators of the Divine Maiden Palace even turn mortals into puppets. To those in power, the lives of the insignificant are as inconsequential as dust. Meanwhile, having returned to the dilapidated courtyard and released Han Xiushui, Yu is now setting a feast upon the table, a myriad of dishes laid out before him. Han Xiushui gazes at the spread with an uneasy expression, realizing she will soon be treated again. Chapter 42. Encounter. Yuzime on the following morning, Yu, now at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage, gazes upward with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After stretching his limbs, Yu arrived alone at the entrance of Lingguang Temple. This time, he possessed a fortune of several million, allowing him unfettered access. In the blink of an eye, he was escorted to the meditation room of the fire monk. The room, adorned with ancient wood and blue tiles, had wind chimes swaying gently beneath the eaves. As Yu stepped forward, he observed the simple furnishings within, A table, a few chairs, a bed, and a stove, with only a few yellowed scriptures scattered across a bookshelf. On the table, smoke curled from an incense burner, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood. Beside the bed, an oil lamp flickered quietly, casting shadows that danced upon the wall, where a bronze tripod stood. Unlike the alchemical furnace Xiaoyu used, this tripod was open-topped. He gazed at it with curiosity, sensing an incredibly rich wave of magical energy emanating from within, a profound mystery. Just as he was about to reach out, a voice interrupted him. Touching another's belongings is not a commendable habit. Turning towards the sound, Xiaoyu was surprised to see a red-bearded monk lounging on the beam above. His large belly and eyes like copper bells radiated an aura of meat and wine. Xiaoyu quickly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Junior Li Yunma pays respect to the esteemed Linghua master." The monk smirked, glancing at Xiaoyu before extending his hand. Is this the kind of smooth-talking disciple that Xiling has taken on? Not impressive at all. Well, hand over what she entrusted to you. I will grant her this favor. After all, she is one of the 7 beauties of Hehuan, haha. Feigning amiability, Xiaoyu produced the storage bag that Zhang Xiling had given him. He felt a wave of nausea. How dare this old monk still covet his master? That ridiculous demeanor. Wasn't it merely crafting weapons? He had already mastered alchemy. How difficult could weapon forging be? 200,000 spirit stones, along with a skeleton of a ghost wolf? What does your master intend to forge? Hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly bowed. In response to your esteemed self, my master wishes to create a superior grade offensive artifact. The fire monk immediately let out a cold laugh and, raising his hand, took the items into the storage bag before returning it to Xiaoyu. Go back. You think you can forge a superior artifact with just 200,000 spirit stones? What do you take this place for? Go tell your master to bring 30,000 spirit stones in person. Otherwise, no discussion. If she cannot make it to Jianglicheng, we can arrange for another location. Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. This old fool wanted to invite his master out. Esteemed elder, you are aware of the current pressing war situation. My master is tirelessly occupied day and night, and truly cannot spare the time, which is why I am here in her stead. If this amount is insufficient, I am willing to offer 5 more bottles of elixirs. The fire monk regarded the few bottles of elixirs Xiaoyu presented with surprise. After opening one and inhaling its scent, his expression grew stern. Did you concoct this? Are you an alchemist? Xiaoyu replied, Indeed, I am a first-grade alchemist. The fire monk's eyes twinkled mischievously, narrowing to crescent moons as he looked at Xiaoyu again. So your master has secured a spot for you in next month's Myriad Demon Secret Realm, has she? Since you are an alchemist, I shall grant you this favor. However, you must agree to one condition. You must take my grandson with you to the Myriad Demon Secret Realm next month. With that, a watermelon-headed figure emerged from behind the bookshelf. Xiaoyu found himself momentarily bewildered, observing the red-haired youth with a courteous demeanor. The youth lifted his head and proclaimed, I am Huofeng. I am at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze and clasped his fists. He cast a puzzled glance at the fire monk, and before he could speak, the monk declared, It is settled then. Next month, you shall take my grandson to the mystic realm of 10,000 beasts, and I will refine your master's artifact. With that, the fire monk commenced his work. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy. Seated beside the alchemical furnace, he focused his mind, causing flames to surge within. The fire transformed into a radiant glow. He then took cold iron and placed it into the furnace, refining it with fire until it gradually softened and became liquid. Next, he added the skeletal remains of a ghostly wolf, powdered spirit stones, and the blood of Dan, along with other rare spiritual materials into the 3-legged cauldron, blending them with the molten cold iron. Xiaoyu watched in fascination, his eyes gleaming with wonder. What was that remarkable technique? Had he not feared disturbing the monk, he would have certainly probed into the cauldron with his spiritual awareness. Time slipped by, and as the fire monk recited his incantations, the fire within the furnace gradually coalesced into an ancient bone chain knife. The chain spanned several meters, with one end adorned by a wolf's head and the other by a wolf's claw. The eyes of the wolf still glimmered with a haunting blue light, vividly lifelike. Xiaoyu became entranced, completely oblivious to the passage of time. The red-haired youth had finished his training in the courtyard, yet the fire monk continued his crafting. Xiaoyu observed with utmost seriousness, noting the similarities and differences between this process and alchemy. Unbeknownst to him, he had been watching for a full 2 days. With a swift motion, The fire monk struck the chain knife, infusing it with several strands of magical light. The wolf howled fiercely as the light danced. Spiritual energy surged forth. The fire monk exhaled slowly. Behold, your master's superior artifact, the ghost wolf lock. It can be wielded for close combat with the wolf's head and for ranged attacks with the chain knife. Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. The fire monk glanced at Xiao Yu, his eyes sparkling anew. You wish to learn the art of crafting, do you? Have you understood anything? Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly. I did not comprehend fully, but it does bear some resemblance to alchemy. After a moment of contemplation, the fire monk began to demonstrate. They say secondary professions are worthless. Many of us, as craftsmen and alchemists, often have little time for cultivation, resulting in lower cultivation levels than others. I shall not impose on your assistance without reward. Next month, you shall take my grandson to the mystic realm of 10,000 beasts to capture a fire attribute spirit beast, and I will personally teach you the art of crafting. What do you think? Here, take this manuscript on the art of crafting and have a look. Now, be swift and depart. If you remain in the city for 3 more days, you may find it difficult to leave. Receiving the artifact and the manuscript, Xiao Yu bowed slightly before turning to exit the meditation hall. Just as he reached the entrance of the Lingguang Temple, he suddenly beheld a group of Hehuan Sect cultivators approaching, followed by 3 disciples from the Hehuan Sect. Instantly, he knelt among the crowd and began to prostrate himself. Observing the numerous storage bags at their waists, an unsettling feeling gripped Xiao Yu. Surely, they bore at least a dozen storage bags. What were they planning to forge? Once those individuals entered the meditation hall, Xiao Yu also left the Lingguang Temple. Disguised once more as a woodcutter, he hastened toward the branch of the Hehuan Sect. Throughout the journey, he had not encountered any cultivators from the Hehuan Sect in the sky. The eerie silence was somewhat unsettling. When abnormalities arise, one must suspect foul play. Reflecting on the group of individuals earlier, each adorned with storage pouches, Xiao Yu's gaze darkened further. Could it be that these so-called righteous individuals planned to resort to underhanded tactics? Was it possible they intended to ambush him when the myriad demon's secret realm opened, launching a full-scale assault? Or did they possess some other scheme? To err on the side of caution, he decided to seek out his master for a report. Just as Xiao Yu continued forward, 3 women suddenly emerged before him. Feigning reverence, he spoke, "Immortals." The woman at the forefront regarded Xiao Yu with a somber expression. Her gaze sharp as a blade. Clad in black armor beneath a dark robe, she loomed above him, surveying him from the sky. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. New villain detected. Yizime. Host is advised to execute judgment promptly. Name, Yizime. Age, 23. Cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Appearance, 88 points in beauty. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 95 gene. Talent, dual spiritual roots of gold and wood. Personality, views men as stepping stones, utilizing them as mere tools. Willing to pay any price to elevate her cultivation. Background, outer disciple of the Hehuan Sect. Younger sister of the inner disciple Kyojuro. Crimes, responsible for the deaths of 688 mortals and the castration of over 80 male cultivators. Exhibiting a preference for females over males. Xiao Yu felt a jolt of alarm. Yizime at the 8th layer of Qi refinement? She was on the verge of ascending to the next branch, yet here she was, a member of the Hehuan Sect. Accompanying her were 2 cultivators at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. This could prove troublesome. Yizime regarded Xiao Yu with a mocking smile, her demeanor cold and condescending. Sisters, we have eradicated all mortals on the Jianglu mountain. How is it that this woodcutter has appeared before us? This is what we call waiting for the rabbit. Once we eliminate all the mortals on the mountain, any remaining figure must be a devilish scoundrel. Feigning panic, Xiao Yu stammered, "Esteemed immortals, I am but a humble passerby, with no intention of causing offense." Yizime chuckled softly. "Where do you get the notion of for? Have you truly been frightened to the brink?" Confused, Xiao Yu pointed behind them, saying, "But isn't there another one over there?" Yizime, taken aback by his words, swiftly turned to check. Upon turning, she found no one there. Alarm bells rang in her mind. As she pivoted back, an odd treasure map radiating a celestial glow surged toward them. Yizime's expression trembled. Gazing at the resplendent golden light emanating from the treasure map, she glimpsed countless breathtaking celestial maidens. How could there be so many? "Ah, save me, senior sister." As a piercing scream resonated from behind, Yizime's very soul quaked in fear. An exquisite magical artifact. This was indeed a top-tier magical item. In the next moment, she witnessed her two junior sisters fall, their heads severed from their bodies. Yizime erupted in fury, biting her finger and drawing her sword skyward. How dare you? She forcefully repelled the phantasmal images of those celestial maidens. Xiaoyu, with a playful expression, flexed his shoulders and remarked, "Indeed, it is true that foes are often drawn together." With that, he unleashed his puppet eagle and puppet mouse. Chapter 43. The Secret of Yizime, clad in dark armor that glimmered with a chilling light, soared forward on her sword, her gaze darting anxiously between the puppets flanking her. However, under the suppression of the 1,000 fragrance, 10,000 beauties painting, she found it difficult to unleash her full strength. Two sword energies missed their mark. Xiaoyu raised his hand, commanding the two puppet beasts to engage from a distance. Both creatures reared their heads and expelled a greenish-blue magical light, launching a fierce assault upon Yizime below. To ensure success, Xiaoyu summoned Wang Mei, instructing her, "Go and ascertain whether those two female cultivators are indeed dead. Retrieve their storage bags, garments, socks, jewelry, all valuables, and then incinerate them. I abhor waste." Wang Mei giggled softly in response. She gracefully approached the two women, wielding a magical whip to collect their possessions. Subsequently, she unleashed fireball talismans upon their lifeless bodies, igniting them in a blaze. Yizime trembled with fury, exclaiming, "Ah, you demonic scoundrels! How dare you slay my junior sister? Such actions will incite the wrath of both gods and men. I shall ensure you pay dearly for this." Xiaoyu, with a light laugh, manipulated the 1,000 fragrance, 10,000 beauties painting with his right hand, while slowly retrieving 5 fireball talismans with his left, remarking, "May I offer a few scathing words on behalf of mortals? When others slay you, it is deemed an affront to heaven and earth, yet when you kill mortals, it is justified. How many mortals have you slain in your lifetime? Have you ever counted? I truly fail to comprehend this. The killings by the demonic path are acknowledged, while your righteous sect denies its own bloodshed. Why do I find you so contemptible?" Yizime surveyed her surroundings, noting the depletion of her magical energy in her sword, and hastily retrieved 2 defensive artifacts for protection. Now, she faced a daunting 4-to-1 disadvantage. The woman wielding the whip behind her was merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, while the 2 puppet beasts were only mid-level chi refinement. The sole threat was the man in front, wielding an exquisite magical artifact. To secure victory, she needed to devise a plan to ambush him. After summoning her defensive artifacts, Yizime coldly declared, "Were it not for you demonic cultivators, we would never resort to killing. Many who have perished at my hands were entangled with the demonic path. They deserve their fate." Xiaoyu, with a mocking gaze, contemplated his strategy. He lacked any significant offensive abilities at the moment and had to wait for the opponent to reveal a flaw. His cultivation was suppressed by a factor of 2. And to triumph, he needed to find an opportunity. He understood that the other party was also on the lookout for an opening. It was merely a matter of who would falter and expose their cards first. Observing Yizime below, Xiaoyu scoffed. "Righteous cultivators always have a plethora of justifications for their killings. Do you know why I despise wasting food? You likely have never tasted the hardships of the mortal realm. If given the choice, mortals would undoubtedly eradicate both demonic and righteous cultivators alike. Do you comprehend why mortals shed their garments during a fight? For the impoverished, clothing is a precious commodity. If destroyed, it may never be replaced. In winter, this could lead to death by freezing. For the common folk, winter is no different from a natural disaster. Do you comprehend why, in the bitter cold, the common folk risk their lives to venture into the Jianglu mountains to gather firewood? It is because their homes lack adequate means of warmth. All the trees outside the city of Jianglu belong to the landlords. If they were to cut them down, they would be apprehended. If they were to encounter the demonic path, do you believe they have any choice? If merely speaking a word to the demonic path implies collusion, then your righteous faction is already tainted with the same darkness." Yizime, with a countenance full of ire, exclaimed, "You are distorting right and wrong. You sharp-tongued minions of the demonic path, stirring chaos among mortals and committing wrongdoings everywhere. Do you still have the audacity to justify your actions? Is it forbidden for them to wear additional clothing in the cold? To ascend the mountains for firewood? Who would believe such childish excuses? Is climbing the mountain not tantamount to delivering messages to the demonic path? Even if they are not delivering messages, once captured by you, The extraction of their souls would still reveal information about Jianglu City. Shouldn't he that warrant death? We have already declared that no one should ascend the mountain. Foolishness deserves punishment. Xiao Yu exerted a slight force with his right palm, and the ethereal images of the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties began to multiply. Yi Zimei's eyes quivered. Her mid-grade defensive artifact would not withstand for long. Cracks began to appear immediately. Xiao Yu's expression reflected his discontent. It seemed that none deemed evil by the system were truly innocent. This Yi Zimei, at first glance, bore a resemblance to a general from a dramatic portrayal. A heroine of sorts. Clad in ornate armor, she exuded an air of valor. Her appearance radiated a certain gallant demeanor, reminiscent of a jade-faced female general. Yet her sect, which prides itself on righteousness, often fails to perceive the suffering of mortals. Those who have not endured the chill cannot fathom why the common folk would venture so far for firewood. Yi Zimei, may I inquire if you truly believe that when the mortals feel cold, they cannot simply don more clothing? Pray tell, how can they dress without garments? Do you know why the profession of woodcutter exists in the city? Because, in the eyes of common folk, firewood is the lifeblood that sustains a family through winter. Unlike you, who can summon a flying sword to reach the summit of Jianglu Mountain in an instant, they must endure a 2-day round trip to gather firewood. Returning home with just enough wood to last half a day, they only dare to light a fire for warmth when they are on the brink of freezing to death. Open your eyes and witness how many have perished from the cold outside Jianglu City. What a farce of a noble sect. I can hardly be bothered to converse with you. Having finished speaking, Xiao Yu raised his hand and fully activated the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties. The puppet beasts flanked Wang Mei in an assault. Yi Zimei's brow twitched. Raising her hand, she shattered the artifact before her and hurled a smoke bomb. Instantly, black smoke enveloped her surroundings. Wang Mei exclaimed in alarm, "Master, be careful." She flew forward, and before her arrival, her magical whip extended towards Xiao Yu. However, it was repelled by a beam of azure light that erupted from the smoke. Xiao Yu remained unfazed, tilting his right shoulder forward, while his left hand still grasped the fire talisman. As another azure light shot forth from the black smoke, the ethereal images conjured by the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties began to falter. Yi Zimei, amidst the smoke, coldly declared, "It seems I have underestimated you. But your good fortune ends here. Encountering me, Yi Zimei, is your misfortune." In the following moment, Yi Zimei charged fiercely towards Xiao Yu. Unlike before, she was now adorned in resplendent crimson battle armor, radiating brilliance. Golden embellishments glimmered upon her attire, reminiscent of a phoenix ablaze, starkly contrasting the previous dark armor. With a single strike, she shattered the puppet eagle and the puppet mouse beside her. Her chest plate, gloves, shoulder guards, cloak, belt, greaves, and boots were all magical artifacts. The spear she wielded was, astonishingly, a superior grade attacking magical weapon. What a mockery it was for someone at the 8th level of chi refinement. Xiao Yu recalled Bai Yu's words, realizing that this woman had a penchant for deceiving male cultivators out of their wealth. All her possessions were acquired through trickery. As Yi Zimei approached with lethal intent, Xiao Yu swiftly unleashed 5 fireball talismans. Confidence was etched on her face as she showcased her magical artifacts. With a flicker of her cloak, she evaded Xiao Yu's fiery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved the Qinxiang Wanmei diagram for protection while Yi Zimei coldly hurled her spear. Xiao Yu's feet crackled with electricity as he activated the Thunderwalk technique, dashing away like a bolt of lightning, narrowly escaping her spear's trajectory. He rushed to the unconscious Wang Mei, quickly retreating. Behind him, the spear pursued relentlessly under her command. With his left hand guiding the Qinxiang Wanmei diagram to mitigate the spear's assault, his right hand gathered the magical energy of the Extreme Joy and Harmony technique. His 2 greatest trump cards were the Extreme Joy and Harmony technique and the 9 Suns Divine Body. To vanquish this foe, he needed to bide his time for the perfect opportunity. Operating so many magical artifacts would surely deplete her energy soon. She seemed intent on a deadly confrontation. If he could just hold on a little longer, the moment would inevitably present itself. As Yi Zimei drew nearer once more, Xiao Yu poured all his effort into the Qinxiang Wanmei diagram. This time, he conjured not a woman, but a throng of extraordinarily handsome young men. Each one was a paragon of beauty, their features reminiscent of jade and their faces as radiant as peach blossoms, each exuding their unique charm. One possessed long brows and piercing star-like eyes, clad in snow-white robes, appearing as if a celestial being had descended. Another had skin as smooth as cream, with rosy lips and white teeth, wielding a folding fan with effortless grace, akin to a noble scion. Yet another stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of heroism, with sculpted abs. Upon sighting Izime, these young men eagerly extended their hands in greeting, filled with affection. "Fair maiden, may I inquire your name? You are so beautiful. I am utterly captivated." Xiao Yu, now grinning mischievously, pondered the ethics of using such beauty to buy time. After all, women often possessed a greater appetite for allure than men. He doubted this woman would remain unaffected. This was a manifestation of exquisite magical artifacts. Just as he began to revel in his cunning, he was abruptly taken aback by the sight of blood seeping from the groins of the group of men. Izime, visibly enraged, brandished her spear, puncturing each one. "Ah, keep your distance. How disgusting. Shameless, lecherous dogs. How dare you toy with me? I will have your lives." Xiao Yu stood frozen, hastily retreating as if his feet had been coated in oil. Wait. Just moments ago, the enchanting thousand fragrance and beautiful map had effectively subdued this woman, and astonishingly, it was merely a group of women who managed to do so. Yet, when handsome men were involved, Xiao Yu once again activated the thousand fragrance and beautiful map, releasing a greater number of celestial maidens, depleting a significant portion of his magical energy in the process. This was the utmost limit of his capabilities. The maidens, if not hindered by the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory, were nearly unstoppable. Indeed, upon witnessing the celestial maidens, Izime found herself once more overwhelmed. Xiao Yu could not help but chuckle at the scene. The formidable nature of the thousand fragrance and beautiful map lay in its ability to ensnare the minds of its targets. Once they developed feelings, they would be subdued. The deeper they sank into the fantasy, the stronger the suppression became, akin to a myriad of illusions. Observing Izime, who was clutching her defensive artifact and attempting to fend off the maidens, Xiao Yu felt as though he had discovered a treasure. "So, you have a penchant for women. Haha, it seems you have a story to tell. No wonder you dress like a man. You see yourself as one. Huh? Haha, I find you increasingly intriguing. Let us see how you handle this." After declaring this, Xiao Yu consumed a blood-boiling pill, instantly elevating his cultivation level to the 7th layer of qi refining. With all his might, he urged the thousand fragrance and beautiful map, and the celestial maidens began to play music and dance. Izime was instantly flustered. You despicable creature." Chapter 44. 6th layer of qi refining. Xiao Yu grinned widely, observing Izime, who was gradually losing her composure. He brandished the exquisite artifact, the ghost wolf lock, crafted by the fire monk, and swiftly struck at the distracted Izime. The artifact she possessed was instantly drawn towards him. Along with her storage bag, Izime, momentarily slow to react, found herself entranced by the stunningly beautiful maidens surrounding her. This extraordinary artifact was remarkably domineering, capable of directly attracting her consciousness. As she surveyed her remaining offensive artifact, Izime contemplated resisting. But in the next moment, the celestial maidens encircled her. Her face flushed red, reminiscent of a past encounter when she had been captured by a female cultivator from the Joyous Union sect, one of the 7 beauties of Joyous Union, whose beauty was unparalleled. During that week-long captivity, she had experienced memories that would linger for a lifetime. The woman had not harmed her. Instead, she had showered her with affection and care. When Izime expressed her desire to return home, she was released. After that, she seemed to transform entirely, losing interest in men and instead gravitating toward women. Now, gazing at the breathtaking celestial maidens before her, Izime sought her defensive artifact. It was futile. She could not withstand the onslaught any longer. As one of the maidens reached out with a delicate hand to caress her cheek, Izime's spear clattered to the ground. Xiao Yu swiftly retrieved her last remaining artifact with a playful smirk. Once a cultivator is stripped of their storage bag and artifacts, their combat prowess diminishes dramatically. Without further ado, Xiao Yu unleashed the supreme Joyous Union technique. Striking Izime powerfully, she immediately spat out blood. "You vile, shameless scoundrel." Before she could finish her sentence, the group of celestial maidens closed in around her once more. Xiao Yu laughed heartily. "Fear not, for with me, there will never be a shortage of women in your life. No worries, I assure you that you will thrive in my presence, I promise." With a flick of my hand, I manipulated the enchanting image, drawing Izime into the captivating scene. In a playful manner, Xiaoyu retrieved the severely injured Yizime into the Jade Girl gourd. First, he intended to visit the Judgment Chamber to seek by use innate healing methods for her recovery. Subsequently, he made his way to the Maiden's Pavilion, where he embraced Wang Mei, who had risked herself to protect him and sustained injuries in the process. You have worked hard, he comforted her. After a brief incense burn, the Juyang divine body healed Wang Mei's wounds. Within the Maiden's Pavilion, Xiaoyu began to inspect the spoils of their recent venture. As he gazed upon the treasures within his storage bag, his joy surpassed that of acquiring 30 million silver notes from Han Xiushui. Among the treasures were the exquisite Xin Nu spear, a complete set of mid-grade defensive armor, and the Insightful Eye, a remarkable artifact for reconnaissance. What is the Insightful Eye? Hua Lian inquired, hastily explaining. It is an artifact used for scouting, capable of probing areas undetectable by divine consciousness, and discerning whether an opponent is concealing their presence. Xiaoyu continued to examine the contents. 30,000 spirit stones, a vial of marrow-cleansing pills, 3 foundation-building pills, the upper half of the 5 elements divine made in scripture, the Jade Girl Sect token, a teleportation token, and spirit herbs. A smile of elation threatened to escape his lips. Foundation-building pills. Can you believe it? Hualien suddenly exclaimed. Ah, a teleportation token? She possesses one as well. It seems Yizime has quite long legs. With a playful tone, she added, Master, with this teleportation token, we can utilize the Jade Girl Sect's teleportation array. I know the locations. Xiaoyu examined the token, which resembled a beautiful piece of jade, roughly the size of his palm. Hualien continued, with this artifact, we can teleport to places like Halua Prefecture and Donghua Prefecture. We can leave this place. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among these treasures, this token held the utmost value. Once he conversed with his master Zhang Xiling, and his senior sisters El Linger and El Rue, along with his enemies Yi Jiro, Li Wancai's wife Zhang Yin, his daughter Li Weiwei, Lin Su's mother and grandmother, and Shun Mingya's disciple and daughter, he could make his escape. He envisioned finding a secluded place with this group, cultivating until reaching the Golden Core stage, and then returning to uproot the Jade Girl Sect, allowing Baiyu to manage all matters while he remained in the training room, assisting the disciples in their cultivation. Oh, life appeared so promising. Just then, Yizime within the Jade Girl gourd erupted in a torrent of invectives, unleashing a barrage of harsh words. You scoundrel! How dare you capture so many maidens? You wretched demon, have the audacity to release me. If you dare, challenge me to a duel without your artifacts. What are you? Relying on superior artifacts? In her injured state, Yizime instinctively regarded Li Qingyun and Han Xiushui as fellow captives of Xiaoyu. Upholding the righteous ideals of the righteous sect, she continued her vehement tirade. Han Xiushui's expression darkened, realizing that the captured individuals were assuredly female cultivators from the righteous path. At that moment, Xiaoyu entered, softly addressing the women within the Jade Girl gourd. Do not be deceived by her. This woman is Yizime of the Jade Girl Sect. Her sister is Yi Jiro. Moreover, she is adept at polishing mirrors. Upon hearing that she was Yi Jiro's sister, Han Xiushui instinctively clenched the hem of her skirt. Xiaoyu, aware of Han Xiushui's thoughts, hurriedly approached, saying, Do not entertain any ideas about her just yet. I have grand plans for her. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, knowing that Han Xiushui had not yet considered his intentions. The financially minded nun Lingxin had also joined her fellow nuns, though her mindset remained somewhat unstable. It was prudent to attend to the emotions of those who could not become maidservants, for the presence of numerous women inevitably leads to complications. With 3 women, one could stage a drama. With so many, the chaos would be immeasurable. Contemplating this, Xiaoyu took his leave, venturing directly to a cave near the branch of the Hehuan Sect, where he liberated Yizime. Practicing alongside a woman of superior cultivation allowed his own progress to soar. What might take others years to achieve, he accomplished in mere 2 hours. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could not seek the foundational level of the extreme pleasure Hehuan technique at this time. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too vast. He risked explosion. This technique relied on absorbing another's spiritual energy to enhance one's own. Unless, of course, he refrained from practicing and engaged solely in arcane exchanges. With an air of arrogance, Xiaoyu brushed off the dust from his attire and offered her half a recovery pill before making his way towards the Hehuan Sect's branch. In the southern part of Jianglu City lies the Yunu Sect. Perched atop a lofty peak, it is enveloped in ethereal mists, resembling a celestial palace. The majestic palace, resplendent in gold and jade, boasts intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations. Above the sect, celestial cranes occasionally soar, their melodious calls inspiring awe. Within the sect, female disciples, adorned in flowing garments, exude an otherworldly grace, wielding celestial swords as they hover in midair. A gathering of women congregated before the martial arts platform, seemingly awaiting an event. Upon this platform stood a jade altar, upon which was enshrined a statue of the Jade Maiden, her demeanor solemn as she gazed upon the multitude. The altar bore the inscription of 7 grand characters, Hehuan Sect Master by you. At this moment, a stern female cultivator cast a sidelong glance at the elders flanking her, exuding an imposing presence. One elder stepped forward, stating, "Elder Shun, given that Sect Master by has only recently passed, your eagerness to ascend is concerning. The disciples from the various branches of the Hehuan Sect may not acquiesce. I would advise you to temper your ambitions, at the very least, avenge Sect Master by against the Hehuan Sect before seeking to claim the position." Shinmenya turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sharp as swords, fixing her stare upon the individual below without uttering a word. A nearby female cultivator, clad in a blue robe and wielding a blue sword, coldly interjected, "In these dire times of conflict, with the Hehuan Sect leaderless and in disarray, we require a capable individual to take charge. Elder Shun is the younger sister of our revered Baiyu and a favored disciple of the Divine Maideness Palace. She is undoubtedly qualified to assume the role of Sect Master." The elders hesitated, their indecision palpable. Did they intend to squander this opportunity? Were they perhaps swayed by the allure of the demonic path? The one who had spoken earlier fell silent, reluctant to respond, for the speaker was Kyojuro, the sole surviving direct disciple of Sect Master Baiyu. The eldest disciple, Hualien, had also been captured, while the remaining direct disciples had either perished or gone missing. Shinmenya gazed at the silent elders below the stage, her voice gentle yet firm. "Rest assured, esteemed elders, once I ascend to power, I shall undoubtedly reach out to the predecessors of the Divine Maiden Palace, requesting their aid in dispatching a late-stage Golden Core ally to our cause. To vanquish a mere branch of the Hehuan Sect is but a trivial task. If there are no pressing matters today, let us disperse and prepare. On the day the Myriad Beast's secret realm opens, both our Hehuan Sect and the Xianling Sect shall launch a dual assault, striking directly at the front lines of the Yufeng Valley. At that time, with the demonic forces facing utter defeat, our Hehuan Sect shall undoubtedly redeem its past disgrace." Another individual from the audience looked puzzled. "But Elder Shun, you possess only the Golden Core stage. Why not lead us to annihilate the Hehuan Sect's branch? With your strength, their destruction would be effortless, and we could rescue our captured disciples." Shinmenya retorted coldly, "Do not allow the fate of a few disciples to cloud your judgment. Sacrificing the greater good for the sake of a couple of lives is folly. What significance would it hold to destroy a mere branch now? Should the demonic forces discover our reinforcements, they would undoubtedly respond in kind. How can you be so certain that their branch harbors no formidable experts? All actions must adhere to my directives." The assembly fell silent, and shortly thereafter, they withdrew. Once the gathering had concluded, Shinmenya turned to Kyojuro with a grave expression. "Have you uncovered any news regarding Baiyu and her disciples?" Kyojuro clasped her hands and bowed her head. "Fourth junior sister Likur was slain by my hand yesterday. 5th and 6th junior sisters perished in the currents of the Jianglu River. You need not worry. However, those 2 wretched beings, Hualien and Baiyu, remain elusive. Their soul lamps have yet to extinguish." Shinmenya clenched her right fist tightly. Not only that, but Baiyu's soul lamp, which was on the verge of extinguishing, inexplicably glowed with vigor yesterday. As long as that wretch lives, I shall find no peace. Go seek her out. Investigate the site where we ambushed Baiyu for any clues. Depart at once." Kyojuro replied. Disciple obeys. Chapter 45. Rewards are of no consequence. Preserving one's life is paramount. Kyojoro's expression darkened as she took flight on her sword. Upon reaching the mountainside where Baiyu had been ambushed days prior, she extended her consciousness into the heavens. The remnants of crumbling walls and charred homes marked the northern expanse of this farming settlement, precisely where Baiyu had fallen. As she searched from above, she soon discerned peculiar footprints. The prints bore resemblance to those of a man, and judging by their size, they belonged to a robust individual, easily weighing over 200 pounds. Yijiro furrowed her brow, kneeling to touch the soil within the prints, sensing something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she soared into the sky once more. Just as she ascended, a wave of unease washed over her. She pivoted and returned to the village. Upon entering the courtyard, Yijiro trembled, exclaiming, "Where are the corpses?" She vividly recalled having slain 4 individuals that day, the family of Ashyang and a demonic thief. Scanning her surroundings again, she found not a single body. Only traces of blood remained. Could they have been carried away by beasts? Impossible. There were no signs of any wild animals. Yijiro raised her hand to retrieve a divination artifact, channeling her consciousness. The device emitted a circular beam of light, transforming the surrounding space into shades of black and white. With her eyes closed in concentration, she swiftly located several anomalous objects. On that day, after ambushing Baiyu, an individual returned to this place and removed the remains of the 4 deceased. It was undoubtedly the work of a cultivator. For an ordinary person, transporting 4 corpses at once would be utterly impossible. Yijiro instinctively glanced towards the northern part of Jiangliashan, contemplating whether to visit the branch of the Hehuan Sect. The only nearby location associated with demonic practices was that very place. Who could possibly have collected the remains of those 4 individuals? Perhaps it was someone closely tied to the Qi refinement stage cultivator, Xiaoyu, such as his master, or a practitioner with connections to the 3 mortals. Yet, what of the enormous footprints? Suddenly, Yijiro's pupils constricted, her fists tightening around her magical sword. Yixing had escaped. A crazed smile crept onto her lips. Unnatural, yet exhilarated. During her studies under Baiyu, she had heard of several survival techniques: the escape of remnant souls, shape-shifting, and faking death. The light of her soul lamp had dimmed significantly, indicating that Baiyu had lost all her cultivation. Whoever could find her would possess an unparalleled treasure. The magical artifacts, spirit herbs, and techniques that woman owned were undoubtedly the wealth of every cultivator's dreams. If Yijiro could refine Baiyu, wouldn't all the treasures in her cave be hers? Her gaze turned towards the Hehuan Sect branch, her smile stretching to an exaggerated degree. Such an opportunity was sufficient to allow Yijiro to defy fate. She was certain that Baiyu was nearby, either lurking in the Hehuan Sect branch or having been refined into a furnace. With this thought, Yijiro swiftly donned a mask, transforming her appearance into that of a demonic female cultivator. She then picked up a pink fan and attached the token she had previously obtained from a Hehuan Sect cultivator to her waist, striving to blend in as much as possible. However, remnants of a fragrant powder lingered on her. She took out a cleansing talisman and flicked it onto herself. Next, she sought a wild beast, bathing in its blood. Suppressing her cultivation to the mid-Qi refinement stage, she then soared towards the Hehuan Sect branch. Her heartbeat raced with exhilaration along the way, her gaze fixated ahead with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Baiyu's cultivation was certainly gone. She was likely the only one privy to this information. Shinmingya still sought Baiyu's cave? Yijiro would be the true hero of this endeavor. If it weren't for her, would the sect leader of the Hehuan Sect even come? Only a fool would share such fortune. Her anticipation was building. Soon, she successfully passed through the checkpoint with her token and arrived at the entrance of the Hehuan Sect branch. Just as she arrived, she nearly brushed shoulders with the masked Xiaoyu. To avoid alerting him, Yijiro quickly lowered her head, while Xiaoyu proceeded towards the administrative hall. Before reaching the hall, Xiaoyu paused, puzzled. He couldn't recall any female cultivators of notable beauty at the Hehuan Sect branch. There were so few disciples that he remembered each one distinctly. Just as Xiaoyu was lost in thought, a system notification echoed in his mind. System prompt: a new wicked woman, Yijiro, has been detected. Host, please proceed to judge her promptly. Name: Yijiro. Age: 28. Cultivation: 8th layer of foundation establishment. Appearance: aesthetic score of 91. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 55 kilograms. Talent: exceptional with spirit root. Personality: ungrateful. Profit-driven, willing to forsake everything for the sake of cultivation, betraying her master and ancestors, harming countless lives. Background: Baiyu's second disciple at the Yunu sect, a personal disciple. Crimes: murdered 36 fellow disciples, killed 6, 821 commoners, annihilated her benefactor's family, and killed her own parents. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiaoyu instinctively shifted his gaze aside, struggling to suppress his shock as he made his way toward the sect affairs hall. How could this woman possess such formidable cultivation? How did she suddenly arrive here? As he brushed past her, a wave of alarm surged within him. The 8th layer of foundation establishment, surpassing even his master. His master was merely at the 5th layer. What could Yijiro possibly want here? Xiaoyu proceeded into the inner hall of the sect affairs hall, realizing that he must report this immediately. This wretched woman must be seeking Baiyu. Baiyu's cave abode contained numerous treasures that would incite envy in anyone. Were it not for Baiyu's judgment value not being full yet, Xiaoyu would have long since sought out those cave abodes. No, this woman is far too troublesome. Her sister, Yizime, already possesses numerous magical artifacts at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Yijiro's cultivation is evidently even higher than before, indicating that she must have gained significant advantages during Baiyu's disappearance. Soon, Xiaoyu arrived at the inner hall, where he promptly bowed upon seeing Zhang Xiling. Glancing at the surrounding disciples and elders, disciple Xiaoyu pays respects to master and all esteemed elders. Zhang Xiling smiled faintly. Indeed, you have returned after a few days. I did not misjudge you. Xiaoyu bowed again, simultaneously transmitting sound to Zhang Xiling. Master, a spy has infiltrated the sect at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Do not exhibit panic. I suspect there are others collaborating with her. Zhang Xiling, now considerably more composed than upon her initial arrival, did not overtly react to Xiaoyu's message. Addressing the gathered disciples, she spoke softly. You performed admirably this time. Come with me to the study to receive your reward. Xiaoyu followed closely, continuing to relay information about Yijiro through sound transmission. Zhang Xiling frowned upon hearing his words. Upon reaching the study, she raised her hand to cast a soundproof barrier. As Xiaoyu produced the ghost wolf chain forged by the fire monk, he whispered, before leaving. I witnessed many cultivators from the Xianling sect and the Yunu sect carrying numerous storage bags to seek the fire monk for crafting magical artifacts. Moreover, on my journey back, I hardly encountered any righteous cultivators. I suspect they are plotting something. If they are not planning to attack us, they are likely preparing for a surprise assault on the front line of the righteous and demonic war. Master, we must remain vigilant. Zhang Xiling nodded. Indeed, I have constructed a teleportation array in the west. If we find ourselves at a disadvantage, we can retreat back to our sect on Demon Island. I will relay messages from the front line. If the information proves true, there will be significant rewards. Indeed, let us speak of Yijiro. Although she has reached the 8th level of foundation establishment, her actions are exceedingly reckless. Could it be that we possess something of immense value to her? It is highly unusual for someone of her stature to venture here alone. Xiaoyu pondered deeply. If this matter is mishandled, it could prove to be quite troublesome. Previously, when the system instructed him to judge Mei Chunlan, he had swiftly eliminated her, as there were no repercussions to fear. Yet, Yijiro's cultivation poses a significant challenge. If she cannot be subdued, then her annihilation may be the only recourse. Rewards hold little significance. Preserving one's life is paramount. If all else fails, once she is dead, it would not be unthinkable to refine her physical form into a puppet. After all, it would still be warm. The disciple suspected that Yijiro intended to uproot us entirely, likely fueled by resentment from our recent raid on the Yunu sect, during which we seized a considerable amount of their artifacts and resources. Furthermore, as the second disciple of the Yunu sect's master, her animosity is intensified by the fact that our sect leader has slain her master. Old grievances combined with new ones have undoubtedly driven her to seek our total destruction. Zhang Xiling's expression grew grave. She had only reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Should a confrontation arise, she would need the assistance of the other 2 elders. Together, their combined strength in the mid-foundation stage might surpass that of Yijiro. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, despite her grievances. It seemed improbable for Yijiro to recklessly venture here alone. Moreover, how had Xiaoyu discovered her presence? Observing Xiaoyu, who had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, Zhang Xiling remarked, My dear disciple, your cultivation has ascended remarkably. It seems that soon you shall reach foundation establishment. How did you come to uncover Yijiro's infiltration? Xiaoyu clasped his hands before him, unflinchingly meeting Zhang Xiling's gaze. For my master, I would brave fire and water. Once I achieve foundation establishment, I shall dedicate myself to assisting you in alchemy. He continued, Previously, I investigated spies within our sect, scrutinizing the names, appearances, and backgrounds of all my senior sisters. No woman, not even an octogenarian, could escape my discerning eye. Moreover, this woman carries a scent of beast blood. The aroma of a disciple from the Hehuan Sect is not something easily imitated. Zhang Ziling's eyes narrowed with skepticism. What I inquire is how you identified her as Kyojuro. Given your cultivation level, probing into her presence would surely reveal your intentions. Xiao Yu bowed again. This matter, Master, you may have heard whispers of. Many disciples in our sect have rendered the visages of the female cultivators from the Yunu sect into spring palace paintings, studying them day and night. By you, Kyojuro, Shinmingya, each a paragon of beauty and potential. I, though lacking, had perused these depictions, and naturally, I remembered her visage. Zhang Ziling found herself momentarily speechless, vulgar. Just as she spoke, Xiao Yu approached with sincerity shining in his eyes. Master, did you not say that upon my return, I could have a wish fulfilled? Chapter 46. I love you. Take my life. Zhang Ziling met Xiao Yu's unabashed gaze, instinctively adjusting her collar. As long as it does not overstep boundaries. You may voice any other desires. Hearing this, Xiao Yu exhaled softly. He was well aware that Zhang Ziling held no regard for him, had he not been unwaveringly loyal. Any other man who dared to disrespect her would have likely met a swift end at her hands. The Hehuan Seven Beauties, in essence, represent the celestial seedlings of their Hehuan sect, all of which possess the potential to transform into elixirs. Many individuals, particularly women, strive to preserve their primordial yin to facilitate this transformation. It is observed that some women, upon breaking through their realms, undergo changes in their dispositions, which can be detrimental to their cultivation, unless they are genuinely moved by affection. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu clasped his fists and spoke. Disciple does not wish to overstep. I am well aware of Master's lofty standards and that I am but a disciple of inferior talent. My sole aspiration is that once I establish my foundation, Master might. As he uttered these words, his voice dwindled. Just as he approached Zhang Ziling, he was restrained by her spiritual awareness. Zhang Ziling turned her gaze sideways, a smile gracing her lips. Unlike her bashfulness from their previous encounter, this time, her eyes gleamed with a hint of shrewdness. Have you been so devoted from the very beginning solely for this purpose? We cultivators, if we are merely driven by romantic entanglements, will find it challenging to endure on the path to immortality. It is but a fleeting tempest. Do not let this matter cloud your resolve. Xiao Yu resolutely stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Zhang Ziling's. If I cannot earn Master's favor, then that truly would lead to the corruption of my resolve. Zhang Ziling's face flushed crimson once more as she pushed him away. Release me. Unperturbed, Xiao Yu continued. I nearly perished on the journey from Master's artifact. Since Master has chosen not to offer a reward, then I shall take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon her crimson lips. Before he could draw nearer, he sensed something pressing against his lower abdomen. The sight of the scissors in Zhang Ziling's hand made him gulp involuntarily. Zhang Ziling, observing Xiao Yu's expression, exhaled with irritation and produced a storage bag. Within this, you shall find a medium-grade defensive artifact and 2 foundation-building pills. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Should you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for my actions. At her words, Xiao Yu opened his mouth. I love you. Just end my life. Zhang Ziling's brow quivered. Get lost. Glaring at this audacious fellow, she raised the scissors skyward, vowing that should he utter another word, she would indeed act. Can you not simply do what you are supposed to do? Xiao Yu, undeterred, declared, if loving someone is indeed a fault, then I would rather err repeatedly. If punishment is necessary, I would bear it willingly, even if it means losing something precious to me at the hands of my beloved. With that, he thrust his abdomen forward, adopting a defiant posture. Yet, the next moment, Zhang Ziling coldly inquired, did you, perchance, collect my disciple? Xiao Yu promptly released Wang Mei from the jade gourd. Addressing her with utmost sincerity, disciple harbors no ulterior motives towards senior sister Wang and has always treated her with the utmost respect. Heaven and earth bear witness. Upon seeing Zhang Ziling, Wang Mei hurriedly knelt, saying, disciple greets master and expresses gratitude for your mercy. Zhang Ziling cast a glance at Wang Mei and then at Xiao Yu. You too. Unfazed, Xiao Yu replied. Disciple is unwaveringly loyal to master and has diligently safeguarded senior sister's well-being. How could I entertain any improper thoughts? Wang Mei nodded in agreement. Indeed, my junior treats me as a distinguished guest. Disciple recognizes the gravity of my transgressions and is willing to atone for my sins. Should master require anything of me, I would willingly face any peril. Beside him, Xiao Yu wore a pensive expression, pondering the intentions of his master. Why did she inquire about any potential relationship with Wang Mei? Her stern words belied her reluctance to take action. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiling softly spoke. I have received a response from the fire monk. Next month, Wang Mei shall accompany you, Xiao Yu, to the 10,000 demons' secret realm with the fire monk's grandson. Xiao Yu shook his head in protest. Master, that cannot be. Once the secret realm is opened, the righteous factions will undoubtedly take action. I shall remain here by your side and guard you. This time, I cannot agree to go. I will not set foot in the 10,000 demons' secret realm. Zhang Xiling breathed slowly. I require your assistance in seeking a particular treasure. Only those in the Qi refinement stage may enter that realm. You are currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement and one of my most valued disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu directly transmitted a thought to Zhang Xiling. If I manage to retrieve that item, would you be willing to meet me in the forest for a private discussion? Zhang Xiling's eyes quivered. She was aware that Xiao Yu was bringing Wang Mei along, intending to use her as a shield. How audacious of Xiao Yu to perceive her predicament. He continued to speak of matters that seemed trivial. Xiao Yu persisted in his transmission. For you, I would willingly face death. Zhang Xiling retorted. Then go ahead and die. Xiao Yu countered. If I perish, who will act on your behalf? Can you truly trust those others? Do you not also feel reassured knowing that I harbor feelings for you, thus ensuring my loyalty to your cause? Zhang Xiling admonished. Cease your nonsense. Xiao Yu replied. Had it been anyone else voicing such words to you, they would have been swiftly silenced. I am indifferent. Even if you were to cast me aside later, my affection for you remains steadfast. He added with fervor. Whether it be the treasures of the 10,000 demons' secret realm, or even the moon from the heavens, I would bring it to you. Meanwhile, Wang Mei knelt quietly, not daring to utter a sound, her anxiety palpable. Why were these two not speaking? Were they perhaps communicating telepathically? Was her master being toyed with? The audacity. Why did her master appear incensed? Wang Mei vividly recalled how a man from the Hehuan Sect had previously insulted her master and had met with a swift and dire consequence. Not long after, Xiao Yu departed with Wang Mei. Zhang Xiling rested her chin on her hand, contemplating Xiao Yu's remarkably rapid cultivation progress. Surely he must have acquired some treasure. For his advancement had been remarkable, and she had scarcely taught him anything. Perhaps she would leave the Qi-gathering artifact with him, as he had once risked his life for her. It would not do for others to discover the peculiarity of his cultivation speed. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, reflecting on Xiao Yu's playful banter, a smirk gracing her lips. To become her companion, mere flattery would not suffice. Moreover, she sensed something peculiar in Wang Mei's gaze toward Xiao Yu earlier. Yet, she dismissed the thought. They were all her disciples, after all. Furthermore, why should she concern herself with Xiao Yu's affairs? If he were to pursue other women, as his master, she ought to feel pleased. Should he continue his frivolous chatter, she could simply reveal this matter to put an end to his misguided hopes. First, one must devise a strategy to deal with Yijiro. If all else fails, perhaps she could be lured away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having returned to the alchemy room, began to ponder. Just moments ago, Zhang Xiling had used Wang Mei as a shield, implying that she still harbored some reluctance towards him, though it was markedly better than before. Regardless, he had embraced her this time, and she had not retaliated, merely uttering a few harsh words. Given this, he could be even more audacious next time. With enough time, they would inevitably reach that point. Lost in thought, he released Yi Zimei and the others. At that moment, Yi Zimei was being restrained by Huang Xiong and Li Qingyun. Contrary to expectations, Yi Zimei gazed at Li Qingyun with an expression brimming with boundless affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that Yi Zimei indeed had a fondness for women. This made things considerably easier. Li Qingyun, why aren't you pouring some tea and preparing snacks for Miss Yi? At this, Li Qingyun bowed and replied, Yes, master. Yi Zimei, upon seeing this, trembled slightly, turning to Xiao Yu and scolding. How dare you bring Miss Qingyun to the demon sect? What are your intentions? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. What intentions do I have? And what about you? What was that expression just now? Just as they conversed, Li Qingyun approached with her head bowed. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Zimei, she settled into Xiao Yu's embrace, serving him tea. Yi Zimei's eyes quivered at the sight. What's this? Do you wish to join as well? Xiao Yu teased. Yi Zimei snorted coldly, took a sip of her tea, and tilted her head, declaring, If you intend to kill me, do it without further ado. Xiao Yu responded. Why would I kill you? I intend for you to willingly remain here. Wang Mei, go attend to our esteemed Miss Yi. Wang Mei, upon hearing this, rose and approached Yizime directly. Although Yizime would hurl insults at Xiao Yu, her face flushed upon seeing the approaching young woman. With a soft and alluring demeanor, Wang Mei reached her side and said gently, Esteemed young lady, Mayor extends her greetings. Yizime, momentarily stunned, replied, Ah, what a pleasure. In the next instant, she suddenly felt lightheaded. Why did she feel so unwell? Looking at the tea she had just consumed, her pupils contracted sharply. Miss Qingyun, why have you betrayed me? Li Qingyun spoke softly. I merely wish for Miss Yi to stay here with us forever. Does Miss Yi not like Qingyun? Panic-stricken, Yizime attempted to flee. However, Wang Mei swiftly embraced her. At that moment, she was utterly flustered. Xiao Yu also approached, wrapping his arms around Yizime's waist. Instinctively, she recoiled in disgust, exclaiming, Don't touch me. How disgusting. Stay away. Just as the words left her lips, Xiao Yu slapped her. Yizime's expression trembled. Turning back, she found herself once again in Wang Mei's embrace. Dear Miss Yi, do not be so fierce. Mayor has come to keep you company. Being a woman is far more enjoyable than being a man. You will understand soon enough. Just as Yizime opened her mouth to respond, her head began to spin again. Xiao Yu chuckled softly as he approached, embracing her and closing the door behind them. At this moment, Zhang Xiling, having summoned the remaining two elders, spoke with a grave expression. It is indeed the truth. Yijiro is now a disciple of Shun Minya. I implore both of you to lend me your strength. Let us act tonight at the stroke of midnight. Chapter 47. Elder Meng and Elder Lu. Below them were Elder Meng, at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, and Elder Lu, at the 5th level. Elder Meng, with a hand stroking his distinctive red goatee, chuckled as he glanced at the somewhat effeminate Elder Lu, instinctively averting his gaze. Elder Lu, with a delicate demeanor, holding a cup of hot tea with an elegantly arched finger, directed his gaze towards Zhang Xiling. Elder Zhang, Yijiro has already reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Do you have a solid plan to subdue her? Although we are numerous, should that woman unleash her fury and breach our defenses, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Xiling's expression softened, and he spoke respectfully. I will first activate the elusive array to at least confine her for half an hour. Then, I will use my heavenly fragrance body to disorient her mind. At that moment, both elders can flank her. He added, even if Yijiro possesses extraordinary abilities, she shall not escape. Upon finishing, Zhang Xiling hurriedly clasped his hands above his head. I earnestly request your assistance in vanquishing Yijiro. Any treasures or artifacts obtained will not be claimed by me, but will be entirely gifted to you both. Elder Meng, amused, stroked his red goatee and smiled. Assisting the sect in eliminating enemies is indeed our duty, and any artifacts from Yijiro shall naturally be submitted to our sect. We are merely acting on behalf of the sect. Elder Lu, flipping the lid of his teacup, exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Meng, then remarked with a wry smile, When shall we set forth? Zhang Xiling glanced at the time, determination flashing in his eyes. In half an hour. The night was dark and the wind howled. In the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu was currently enhancing his cultivation with Yizime. The impending battle necessitated haste. Previously, he would have taken a more measured approach, but with Yijiro outside, he had to accelerate his training relentlessly. By the time he regained his focus, his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, aided by Yizime. Left Protector Wang Mei had also reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, while Right Protector Hualien had inexplicably been pulled to the 6th level as well. Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat frazzled, lit a pipe. He estimated that his master would soon take action against Yijiro. Yet, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Just then, Li Qingyun approached cautiously, carrying 2 bowls of soup. Xiao Yu grabbed the duck soup with his left hand and drank it down, then seized the ginseng soup and gulped it down as well. After finishing the soup, he took out 3 golden pills and swallowed them. He sat down to circulate his energy. Li Qingyun spoke softly. The mistress has sent me to call you. She says it is time for the treatment. Sweat beads formed on Xiao Yu's forehead, trickling down his face. This was bad. Han Xiushui's illness had yet to be treated, and Baiyu had not eaten. Xiao Yu first glanced at Baiyu in the judgment chamber, who was now willingly accepting her fate. It is unthinkable, after having just indulged her yesterday. To starve her today would undoubtedly yield counterproductive results. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu promptly handed 3 bottles of Hehuan Dan to Wang Mei. instructing her to take them to Baiyu for her meal. Wang Mei instinctively recoiled at the sight of 3 bottles. With resolute eyes, Xiaoyu remarked, "You must understand that Hehuan Dan is crafted from spiritual herbs, and it can indeed stave off hunger. Off you go." With that, he sent Wang Mei to the judgment room. At that moment, Li Qingyan approached once more, saying, "Master, should we not conceal the gravestones of Miss Xiang and the others? Yijiro will undoubtedly come looking for you. We must remain vigilant." Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "Ah, I have already hidden them away. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Please inform your mother that a significant event will transpire in the sect tonight. Healing cannot be rushed. Once I am done with my tasks, I will ensure she receives the care she deserves. If it is merely to fulfill a formality, then her ailment shall never be cured." Li Qingyan nodded slightly. "Indeed. I apologize for the trouble, master. I shall go tell my mother right away." Just as she departed, a tremendous sound erupted from the Hehuan Sect's branch, akin to a muffled thunderclap that reverberated throughout the heavens. Xiaoyu instinctively looked up, witnessing the previously dark sky transform into a cerulean hue. Initially, he believed dawn had arrived, but upon seeing the azure formation suddenly rise around him, he swiftly gathered everyone into his gourd. He had not anticipated that the confrontation would commence so swiftly. At this moment, the sky was filled with Hehuan Sect cultivators, with Zhang Xiling at the forefront. Elder Meng stood to the left, stroking his red beard with an amused expression, while Elder Lu fanned himself in a somewhat effeminate manner. Behind them were hundreds of disciples of the Hehuan Sect, and before them stood 3 women, the foremost being Yijiro, an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Zhang Xiling smiled softly. "I did not expect that the esteemed disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect, Taoist Yi, would lower herself to visit our humble abode. It is indeed an honor." Chapter 48. The encirclement of Yijiro. With a furrowed brow, Yijiro gazed at the prepared Zhang Xiling, perplexed as to how her presence had been revealed. She possessed a concealment artifact. Unless a golden core cultivator were to investigate her, it was impossible for anyone to detect her. Moreover, she had arrived here for less than an hour. The demeanor of those across from her suggested they had been anticipating her arrival from the outset, having heard of the captivating beauty of the purple beauty fairy, Zhang Xiling. It was indeed extraordinary to witness her in person. Even as a woman, Yijiro felt her heart stirred. She spoke softly and gently, needing to devise a way to buy herself some time. This formation would not be easily dismantled, even for her. If she were to reveal her trump cards and attempt to break the formation, how would she manage to escape from these 3? She needed to find a way to take one of them hostage. At this moment, Elder Meng stepped forward with a smirk. "I have heard tales of a female cultivator from the Jade Maiden Sect who, in an effort to prevent others from exploiting her mortal origins, went so far as to return home and slay her own parents. If I recall correctly, her surname is Yi?" Elder Lu, extending his elegant fingers, chuckled. "Oh, could this be the esteemed Taoist Yi before us? I see Taoist Yi is like a lotus in the water. Surely she cannot possess such a venomous heart." Elder Meng grinned widely. "Ah, but you are unaware. Among the Jade Maiden Sect, the one with the most malevolent heart is none other than the present Yijiro. I dare say we, from the demonic path, appear as mere clowns in her presence. Previously, when she was injured, a couple of wandering cultivators rescued her. Yet, merely because their son remarked that there is little difference between the righteous and the demonic, she exterminated their entire family. Had it not been for the escape of a friend of that couple to the mountains, they too would have faced her wrath. Though our righteous sect has suppressed this matter, it is well known among our demonic brethren." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu shuddered in fright, hugging himself. How terrifying! To slay the entire family of one's savior. What a notorious figure from a so-called righteous sect. Yijiro, witnessing the audacity of the 2 in revealing her past, was instantly enraged. "Demonic scoundrels, do not provoke me. If you have the courage, come forth." With that declaration, she summoned her signature artifact, the tri-leaf greenlight sword. Elder Ming's expression turned grave as he instinctively retreated beside Zhang Xiling, eyeing the superior artifact with trepidation. Elder Lu, feeling the tension, unleashed his fan of law. "Elders, let us unite our strength today and eradicate this villain." At Elder Ming's urging, Zhang Xiling sprang into action, conjuring the ghost wolf chains to shield them. The chains whirled, forming barriers of protection. Yijiro raised her head and shouted in fury, "Tri-leaf shadowless, transform into 3,000. In an instant, one tri-leaf greenlight sword transformed into 9, then 99, and ultimately 999, forming layers of a sword formation behind her. Feeling a sense of dread, Elder Ming quickly produced his wind command seal to shield himself. Quick, what are you waiting for? As soon as he spoke, Zhang Xiling began to manipulate the formation disc in her hand. Yijiro suddenly felt the world spin, her vision swirling. The environment instantaneously morphed into an endless desert. A sandstorm vortex advancing toward her. With a cold snort, Yijiro thrust her sword, and hundreds of tri-leaf greenlight swords surged forth like living beings towards the tempest. The azure light obscured the heavens, shattering the desert illusion before her. A mere illusion formation. Do you think you can ensnare me? After her proclamation, the two aides behind her unleashed their artifacts, one on each side, intending to dismantle the formation. However, at that moment, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air, exquisite and sweet. Yijiro's heart raced, heavenly fragrance body. In that instant, she seemed to witness the dawn breaking, mist swirling among the mountains. A wisp of extraordinary scent danced on the breeze, delicate as silk, ethereal as smoke, meandering and soothing. It penetrated her very soul. It felt as if it drifted from the heavens above or emerged from the depths of a secluded valley, refreshing her spirit and allowing her to forget the world's turmoil. Initially, it was as if she were amidst a blooming garden, petals swirling, floral aromas enveloping her senses. Yijiro momentarily lost her focus, instinctively inhaling twice. Upon closer reflection, she discerned hints of orchid, serene and transcendent. This fragrance was neither overpowering nor sharp. It tantalizingly teased the senses, compelling one to pursue its elusive origin. Yijiro had never encountered such a sweet fragrance before, momentarily losing herself in its allure. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind her, snapping her back to reality. In haste, she lay horizontally, raising her sword to fend off the approaching ghostly wolf chain. Sparks erupted as the magical artifact made contact. That was close. She almost fell victim to that wretched woman. With a swift motion, Yijiro deflected Zhang Xiling's attack. However, at that moment, Elder Ming and Elder Lu also advanced upon her. From afar, disciples of the Hehuan Sect began to reinforce the formation, and the surroundings shifted once more. This time, they transformed into a frigid winter landscape, with bone-chilling winds assaulting her face. Turning her gaze back towards her would-be allies, she found them absent from sight. How dare you plot against me, you scoundrels? Do not presume I shall let this pass unchallenged, Yijiro declared, raising her three-leaf Qingguang sword. Upon witnessing this, Elder Ming quickly exchanged glances with Elder Lu, and the two simultaneously reduced their magical output. In an instant, Yijiro repelled their attack. Her brows furrowed. It seemed these two were deliberately allowing her to take the lead. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling lunged forward, ensnaring Yijiro's left leg with the ghostly wolf chain. They became entwined in a fierce struggle. Yijiro was alarmed by Zhang Xiling's tactics. Had it not been for her Tianxiang body, the opponent would not have lasted 3 exchanges against her. A mere mid-foundation cultivator daring to challenge her. Observing the retreating figures of Elder Ming and Elder Lu, Yijiro's eyes brightened with realization. Were those two planning to abandon Zhang Xiling? Did they truly believe that if she fell, they could easily subdue her? A smirk graced Yijiro's lips. She had no intention of meddling in their covert rivalry. Thus, she decided to play along with the two fools. She began to feign weakness, engaging in a back and forth with Zhang Xiling. As long as those two perceived her as struggling, they would refrain from intervening. To ensure her ruse, she vocally lamented, "Cursed formation. Were it not for this array, how could I possibly be restrained by you? This mere misty array is infuriating." Zhang Xiling grew more emboldened in battle, yet she sensed something amiss. How could she single-handedly dominate her opponent? Glancing back at the two behind her, a tremor coursed through her brows. They dared to employ underhanded tactics. Yet, she could not afford to relent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had taken refuge at a distance, beheld the unfolding scene. Observing the two idle elders, he grew increasingly irate. What the hell are those two dogs? Chapter 49, Xiaoyu. Everyone line up. Xiaoyu remained crouched at a distance. Although he could see Zhang Xiling and Yijiro engaged in their magical duel within the misty array, the precise nature of the environment eluded him. Watching Zhang Xiling fiercely contend with Yijiro, a grave expression settled on his face. How could Yijiro possibly be outmatched by her master? She was likely feigning weakness, waiting to exploit the opportunity to turn the tide. Stay calm, stay calm. If he rushed out now to call for assistance from the other disciples, Those two elders would likely not join the fray. Did they intend to let her master perish? Were they aiming to seize control of this branch? Truly infuriating. He likely harbors the intention of eliminating his master while simultaneously extinguishing Kyojuro. Do these two fools truly believe they can overpower her? Xiao Yu wished to convey a message to Zhang Xiling, yet the formation obstructed his attempts. His expression grew increasingly grave. Entering was tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, once Kyojuro laid eyes upon him, the secret of his resurrection would be laid bare. Could he truly abandon his master? What a jest! Observing Zhang Xiling ensnared within the formation, Xiao Yu's demeanor became more agitated. Remain calm. There must be a way. There has to be. Silently, Xiao Yu released Wang Mei, who understood his intent and quickly blended into the crowd, shouting, "Kill Kyojuro! Come on, brothers!" Xiao Yu joined in, urging charge. Charge, brothers. She is all alone. What has to fear? If we slay her, we'll celebrate today. He then ran to another side, bellowing, "Strike! Strike!" Some disciples indeed took action. Elder Meng snorted disapprovingly. Do not attack recklessly. What if you injure Elder Zhang? She possesses the heavenly fragrance body, easily capable of dealing with Kyojuro. Wang Mei disregarded his admonition, continuing to unleash fireball talismans. Even if the formation were to crumble, it would incite chaos. Among the crowd, El Linger and El Rue also joined the fray. Li Yunma unleashed wind blade talismans, shouting, "Kill him!" Suddenly, Xiao Yu spotted his former comrade Zhao Feiji and immediately transmitted, "Let us go, brother. If we win, we can have her." Zhao Feiji, who had already served as a furnace for a year, responded with a determined shout, "Kill." The scene descended into utter chaos. Xiao Yu, still masked, yelled, "Wait your turn. Form an orderly line. Should anyone dare approach our branch, we will show her what it means to be a man. Let us finish her." After this, he stealthily produced a vial of flawless hypnotic smoke. This substance wielded power comparable to the Hehuan pill. He fixed his gaze on the disciples near Elder Meng and Elder Lu. If he could get them all under the influence. He recalled a secret technique from Elder Wu's Yin-Yang borrowing life technique that could allow one to assume another's appearance, albeit for just the duration of an incense stick. Seeing the disciples outside the formation already engaged in battle, Xiao Yu hurriedly retreated, biting his finger to transform into Kyojuro's likeness. His figure was even more striking than hers. It could only be described as magnificent. Clad solely in a bellyband, he bore no other attire. To prevent the two Foundation establishment elders from noticing, Xiao Yu sent a puppet beast toward them. Yet, before it could reach its target, Elder Meng obliterated it. Instinctively, Elder Meng glanced back. Who goes there? Xiao Yu took flight. Elder Meng and Elder Lu rose in pursuit. Scoundrel, come back. Just as Xiao Yu fled, Wang Mei seized the hypnotic smoke and released it. The onlooking disciples inhaled a couple of puffs and were immediately affected. Wang Mei, brimming with excitement, cried out, "Master, run!" Zhang Xiling swiftly manipulated the formation disc, desperately fleeing. The formation was disregarded entirely. If she does not flee soon, she will be unable to withstand the onslaught. Kyojuro hastily emerged from the formation, only to be met by a frenzied throng of Hehuan Sect cultivators charging towards her. Form an orderly line. Ha ha! Everyone line up. With a look of disgust, Kyojuro unleashed her sword, swiftly slaying 3 individuals in one stroke. Zhang Xiling, turning to cast a formation, was interrupted by the frantic cries of Wang Mei and El Ling Run. They've gone mad. Zhang Xiling, witnessing the reckless abandon of her fellow disciples, felt a pang of guilt. How could she sacrifice the lives of her sect members for her own survival? Observing Kyojuro's unrelenting rampage, alongside the fleeing Elder Meng and Elder Lu, Zhang Xiling raised her hand to bite her finger. It seemed today she would have to burn her lifespan in a desperate bid against her adversary. At that moment, in the distance, Xiao Yu, clad only in a bellyband, had gathered a throng of men. The thunder movement technique was pushing him to his limits. Zhang Xiling, seeing such an impressive woman, widened her eyes in astonishment. Xiao Yu, noticing her emergence, hastily transmitted, "Hurry, master. Those 2 old dogs are right behind us. Feed them Huan Dan. Quickly, I'm about to collapse." His legs felt as though they might give way. Were it not for his 9-yang divine body and the thunder movement technique, he would have already succumbed. Zhang Xiling quickly grasped the situation. Though she could not contend with Kyojuro, could she not deal with these 2 rascals? Raising her hand, she cast the heavenly fragrance secret technique. Elder Meng and Elder Lu, still in pursuit of Xiao Yu, were instantly captivated. What a delightful scent. What is this aroma? How could it be so enchanting? Elder Ming covered his mouth and nose in alarm. Oh no, it's the heavenly fragrance body. Zhang Xiling, you wretched woman. Yijiro, glancing over with a wicked grin, relished the spectacle. A dog-eat-dog scenario? How delightful. I was curious about your intentions. This saves me the trouble of intervening. Just then, she caught sight of a woman, a striking doppelganger of herself, dashing frantically in a belly band. She recoiled, wide-eyed in shock. So large, so incredibly large. Meanwhile, entranced by the heavenly fragrance, Elder Ming and Elder Lu fell under the influence of Zhang Xiling's enchanting mist. Xiao Yu, employing a serpentine maneuver, slipped behind a wall, feigning death beside a corpse. The madcap men surged toward the front where Yijiro stood, shouting, "Ha! Beautiful lady! Mine! Mine!" Xiao Yu squinted from his position on the ground, resigning himself to the unfolding chaos. Survival was now in the hands of fate. Yijiro continued her pursuit of the earlier apparition that resembled her. No amount of external sensing would suffice. She quickly discerned the source of her predicament. That figure must have possessed a treasure that concealed their aura. Cursed be it. How dare they humiliate me? Should I catch them? With a single strike. Several individuals before her were sent flying. Before she could regain her composure, the drugged Elder Ming and Elder Lu approached her, their eyes wide with astonishment. The somewhat effeminate Elder Lu cast a flirtatious glance at Elder Ming before the latter raised the wind control seal and charged towards Yijiro. Elder Lu brandished his and pursued Elder Ming, exclaiming, "Old Ming, what else can you do besides spitting in my face?" Chapter 50. Yijiro gazed at the two elderly men with an expression of utter disbelief, shouting, "Die!" With a single strike, she caused Elder Ming to spit blood. Upon witnessing Elder Ming's injury, Elder Lu erupted in fury. "Ah? How dare you harm my man? You vile wretch, you shall pay." He then ceased to conceal his power. With the covering the sky and the violent blood pill coursing down his throat, his veins bulged as his cultivation surged to the 7th level of foundation establishment. "Wretch, I shall take your life." Elder Lu charged forth in a frenzy. Yijiro's brows quivered, and she turned to flee. Nearby, Zhang Xiling's eyes trembled, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was it possible that Elder Lu harbored a secret affection for Elder Ming? Yet she dared not approach. For the disciples of the branch had all gone mad. A glance revealed men embracing women, women embracing women, and men embracing men. At that moment, Li Yunma had also taken hold of LV Rue. Besides Xiao Yu, who feigned death, he instinctively swallowed hard. Although LV Rue had some connection to him, she was fundamentally Li Shixiang's. Xiao Yu was the sort of person who cared little if another man's woman engaged with him. As long as she was not his own, he could only be the one to betray his companions. His companions must not betray him. LV Ling's face had turned crimson as she cowered in a corner, too frightened to move. At the slightest rustle, she would spring up in alarm. Noticing LV Ling isolated across the way, Xiao Yu contemplated approaching her, thinking he could later claim to have been ensnared by the enchanting smoke. Just as he stood up, a bizarre figure rushed towards him. Zhao Feiji seized a man, exclaiming, "Xixiao," and the two settled beside Xiao Yu. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yu's brow as he instinctively clenched his fists. If these two bizarre figures dared to lay hands on him, he would ensure they understood just how insidious the laughter of the eunuchs of the Eastern Factory could be. At that moment, Elder Lu's voice echoed from above. Filled with anguish, "How dare you harm my Ming Ming? Vile wretch, you have forced my hand." Raising his hand, torrents of water surged forth. With each flap of a massive wave surged towards Yijiro. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiling unleashed her ghost wolf chain, ensnaring Yijiro's calf from behind. Startled, Yijiro made a swift decision to sever her own left leg. After swallowing a pill, she soared into the air. Elder Lu followed closely, with Zhang Xiling in pursuit. Unafraid of Elder Lu's intentions given his preference for men, Xiao Yu, with a solemn expression, swallowed hard again as he glanced at Zhao Feiji, who had already concluded his business beside him. He felt momentarily bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to last 2 minutes? The next moment, Zhao Feiji's companion stood up. Xiao Yu remained hunched, too intimidated to rise, especially with the ongoing commotion between LV Rue and Li Yunma, whose arguments were nothing short of explosive. El Rue, with a countenance of anguish and fury, screamed, "I will no longer endure this. Woe is me, you a worthless being. After 3 years with you, I would rather revel with Brother Xiao for just 3 nights." What can you do besides spit on my face? Get lost. Fortunately, Li Yunma across from her was in a daze. Had he heard her, he might have met a dreadful fate. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, waited patiently, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to seek Linger. His cultivation now surpassed hers, allowing him to approach her without resistance. Squinting, he scanned his surroundings. In the next moment, he noticed Zhao Feiji's paramour striding towards him. Swiftly, he rose and struck her heart with a punch, rendering her unconscious. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at Linger in the corner, instinctively swallowing 3 times. No one would heed her cries now. Wait. His master was still engaged in battle above. His actions seemed rather unprincipled. He looked up sharply to the heavens, only to see Yijiro hurtling backward over 50 meters. Elder Lu had consumed 3 more blood-boiling pills and was even igniting his lifespan. Just then, Elder Meng had regained his senses and pursued Yijiro, showering her with affectionate glances and flowery words. It was plain that Elder Lu was consumed by jealousy. His cultivation had risen to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Xiaoyu had not anticipated such a tumultuous turn of events. Elder Lu was truly formidable. Should he seek Linger now? Why not? A minute would suffice. As long as the first time belonged to him, he would emerge victorious, regardless of the duration. Not even a minute, just a fleeting moment. As long as Linger's first was his, that would suffice. Before he could dash over, he was suddenly seized by Rue. With a tender gaze, she grasped his arm, beaming with a radiant smile. Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled, glancing at Li Yunma, who was attempting to rise. He hurried forward, delivering 2 swift punches. After rendering him unconscious, he fed him a forgetting worry pill. Just as he turned to flee, he rushed back to pour an entire bottle of forgetting worry pills down Li Yunma's throat. Behind him, Wang Mei suddenly called out, Master! Master! I have found Elder Meng's daughter. Come quickly. Look. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Before he could sprint over, Rue clutched him again, exclaiming, I no longer want him. Woe is me. I shall belong to you from now on. I will spend the night with you. Witnessing this, Xiaoyu, without hesitation, delivered a punch, knocking her out, just as Elder Meng fell heavily upon his head. Is this never-ending? The very marrow of Xiaoyu's being nearly burst forth. Clambering back to his feet, he suddenly discovered a sphere in his arms. Cradling it, he realized it was Elder Meng's severed head, blood oozing from 5 orifices, lifeless beyond measure. Xiaoyu's hair stood on end, paralyzed by terror. At that moment, a pained cry escaped from the heavens as Zhang Xiling charged forth once more. Yijiro's expression was one of fury as she swiftly produced a golden talisman. You have gone too far. Let all perish before me. The atmosphere around her was instantly suffused with a golden hue. Zhang Xiling, sensing the imminent danger, hurriedly took flight but was still caught in the blast of the talisman. After expelling a mouthful of blood, she fled in haste. Xiaoyu's expression was one of shock. A talisman? There exists a talisman. Such artifacts were specially crafted talismans by core formation cultivators, capable of preserving a portion of a magical item's power far beyond the reach of mere instruments. Elder Lu, undeterred, charged forward with a roar. Before he could close the distance, a golden dagger materialized in the sky, piercing straight through his brow. Zhang Xiling was filled with panic. Disciple, run. Chapter 51. The might of the talisman in the corner. Lu Linger stared blankly at the golden talisman above, her expression vacant. As she watched the golden dagger grow to an astonishing length, it seemed to stretch several feet. It continued to expand, enveloping the entire branch in a dazzling golden lightning. Looking up once more, the transformed golden dagger had obscured the moon in the sky. In that moment, Lu Linger felt as though she was staring death in the face, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiaoyu intended to advance, but hesitated upon recalling that this woman had a partner. Just then, Zhang Xiling transformed into a streak of purple light and dashed toward the dazed Lu Linger. Observing this, Xiaoyu followed suit. In the heavens, Yijiro surveyed the group below, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. With a gesture, she summoned the talisman, the golden dagger rising majestically into the air. A tempest of golden thunder erupted, engulfing all in its wake. The atmosphere was charged with dread, instilling fear in everyone present. Zhang Xiling had already accelerated as much as she could. Just as she grasped Lu Linger, Yijiro thrust her palms downward with tremendous force. The golden dagger descended through the clouds, the air crackling with the tumultuous sound of thunder, a testament to the power of her strike. The crowd scattered in terror. Before Xiao Yu could reach them, Zhang Xiling had already rushed out. She turned to the startled Xiao Yu, urgently calling out, "Don't come closer." Before Xiao Yu could regain his senses, he noticed Zhang Xiling's expression shift to one of horror as she suddenly cried out in pain. "Master!" The golden dagger plummeted downwards, severing Zhang Xiling's left arm at the shoulder. The impact left Lu Linger in a horrific state, blood staining her purple attire, with crimson splattering across Lu Linger's face. Zhang Xiling, despite her injuries, desperately shielded Lu Linger, exerting every ounce of her strength to flee into the distance. The talisman. This woman possessed a superior talisman, the Golden Dagger, one of the many artifacts belonging to Bai Yu, the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Indestructible, it was rumored to be forged from a dragon's horn, a supreme magical item of immense power. If it were merely a talisman forged from ordinary materials, she might have been able to withstand it. However, this exquisite talisman, refined in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, would have surely led to Zhang Xiling's demise had she hesitated even for a moment. Boom! As the golden-scaled weapon collided with the ground, a deafening sound reverberated, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. A circular pit emerged on the ground, and a wall of the Zhongwu Hall was obliterated. Scattered corpses lay strewn about, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Above, Yijiro gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. The exertion from casting such an attack had drained her considerably. Noticing a strand of her hair turning white, her brows quivered with unease. She retrieved 2 recuperative pills, swallowed them to mend her wounds, and began scanning the area for Bai Yu's figure. In a moment of desperation, she seized the head of a fallen man to extract his soul. The thought of soon locating her beloved master sent a surge of exhilaration through her. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiling had managed to escape behind a building. Observing the severely injured L. Linger, she quickly produced a healing elixir to protect L. Linger's heart pulse. Xiao Yu and Wang Mei stood by, their faces etched with panic as they beheld Zhang Xiling, who had lost an arm. The power of the talisman surpassed Xiao Yu's imagination. What was the true strength of the Golden Core Bai Yu? Was it akin to having a cheat? At that moment, Xiao Yu's anger towards elders Meng and Lu grew, lamenting that had they not been so lenient at the outset, Yijiro could not have single-handedly challenged their branch. Suddenly, Zhang Xiling coughed up blood, her complexion turning increasingly pale. Wang Mei, in a state of alarm, urged, "Master, let us flee. Did we not restore the teleportation array?" She insisted, "You cannot exhaust your energy. You have been injured." Zhang Xiling, slowly exhaling while consuming healing pills, gazed weakly at Wang Mei, then turned her attention to Xiao Yu. "Disciple, take your senior sisters and depart. I shall hold them off for you." Xiao Yu approached angrily, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you saying? There are alternatives. Just lie still. I will elevate your cultivation. You are currently at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, correct? If I help you reach the 7th level, will you not stand a chance?" Zhang Xiling smiled wryly, aware that she had been stuck at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment for 2 years. Lately, due to affairs within the sect, she had been unable to focus on her cultivation, let alone improve it. Possessing the heavenly fragrance body, if she reached the 7th level, she could still contend with someone of a higher cultivation level, even with a talisman in their possession. Yet, while she could fight, elevating her cultivation was not as simple as it sounded. Just as Zhang Xiling was speaking, Xiao Yu abruptly consumed half a vial of Blood Fury pills, half a vial of Harmony pills, and a vial of Phoenix Essence pills. Zhang Xiling's eyes widened in shock. "Disciple, what are you doing?" Xiao Yu's expression turned ashen. Resembling a sheet of paper, cold sweat beading on her forehead, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. "I possess a unique constitution that can aid my master in enhancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Yu is acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he truly attempt to utilize the blissful harmony technique alongside the Nine Suns' divine body to bolster another's power, it could potentially lead to his own demise. In this instance, his intentions are pure. He wishes solely to heal Zhang Xiling and assist her in overcoming Yijiro. Even if Yijiro were to flee or perish, it would matter not. The image of Zhang Xiling courageously risking her life to save her disciples instills unwavering resolve within him. Although consuming the Blood Fury pill carries inherent risks that could endanger his life, he can no longer afford to dwell on such concerns. "Master, I am here to assist you." At that moment, Xiao Yu's body began to tremble violently, his hands clutching his chest as if attempting to extract his heart from its cavity. A low, anguished cry escaped his lips, resonating with profound suffering. His steps faltered, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Xiling, observing the palpable yang energy emanating from Xiaoyu, instinctively swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze toward the distance. Yijiro continued to extract the souls of her fellow disciples, annihilating each one with ruthless efficiency. If this continued, their entire faction would be decimated by a single adversary. Such news would deliver a devastating blow to the morale of the demonic sect. Wang Mei had already positioned herself at the door, whispering, "Master, your disciple is here to protect you." Zhang Xiling glanced back at Xiaoyu, noticing that his consciousness was slipping away. It was evident that he was not merely toying with her. He genuinely sought to assist her. Drawing a slow breath, Zhang Xiling wrestled with her inner turmoil. After a brief moment, she delicately removed the violet veil from her face and embraced Xiaoyu. Chapter 52. The triviality of Yuan Yin. At last, Zhang Xiling's stagnant cultivation exhibited signs of ascension. Remarkably, her level surged to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, leaping from the 5th to the 7th layer in an astonishing display of progress. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented, defying all reason. How could one transition so seamlessly from mid-foundation establishment to late stage? This was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, Zhang Xiling gasped as her cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Gazing at her rejuvenated left arm and the unexpected surge of power, an indomitable fighting spirit ignited within her. Victory is assured in this battle. Turning to look at Xiaoyu, she found him collapsed. A peculiar sensation washed over her. How could she feel such an unusual emotion? Xiaoyu lay on the ground, his vital energy ebbing away like a receding tide. His complexion as pale as parchment. His hands hung limply, his breath faint and nearly imperceptible, as if he might dissolve into the wind at any moment. His eyes were dim and lifeless, resembling withered wood, hanging by a thread. Zhang Xiling raised her hand to retrieve a healing elixir, channeling a thread of her magical energy to protect Xiaoyu's heart. "Mayor, come and safeguard your junior brother Xiao." Outside the door, Wang Mei hurriedly rushed in, her expression frantic as she sprinted towards Xiaoyu. Upon witnessing his dire condition, tears streamed down her face. "How are you, dear? Please do not frighten me. Wake up." Wang Mei gazed at the lifeless Xiaoyu and then at her suddenly powerful master, her heart racing with realization. Her voice grew increasingly urgent. Throughout her life, she had been desired by many men, yet she had never felt love from anyone during her moments of vulnerability. In that instant, she wished that the person lying on the ground was herself. She was acutely aware that her affection for Xiaoyu was not born out of any judgment system. She simply could not bear to see him hurt or suffer any misfortune. Tears streamed down her face without restraint. If Xiaoyu were to perish, Wang Mei would resolutely choose not to live on. Wang Mei wept uncontrollably by the side. Zhang Xiling observed the tear-streaked face of Wang Mei, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that her eldest disciple harbored feelings for Xiaoyu? What, then, did her recent exchange of techniques with him signify? Abruptly, Zhang Xiling turned, wielding the ghost wolf chain, and charged towards Yijiro, who still harbored malevolent intentions. The ghost wolf chain unleashed a colossal black wolf head that surged towards Yijiro's face. She raised her 3-leaf Qingguang sword defensively, straining to withstand the impending assault. As the 3-leaf Qingguang sword met the ghost wolf chain, Yijiro's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you be at the 8th level of foundation establishment?" Zhang Xiling's heart was a tempest of turmoil, her lips sealed in silence as she relentlessly directed the wolf head to continue its assault. Memories of Xiaoyu's tender words flooded her mind, leaving her bewildered. Was it true that her disciple Wang Mei had feelings for Xiaoyu? And what of her own interaction with him moments ago? No, she was a practitioner, and such trifles should not disturb her resolve. How many women in the world had misplaced their essence? Moreover, today she was not driven by romantic inclinations, but rather the imperative to protect her sect. Regardless of her essence, even should she perish here, she would not allow Yijiro to commit further transgressions. The intensity of Zhang Xiling's attacks escalated. Infused with a reckless ferocity, Yijiro found herself struggling to defend against the onslaught. The 3-leaf Qingguang sword was being forced back step by step, until a resounding howl echoed through the night sky, and a fine crack appeared on the blade. As Yijiro sought to counterattack, she caught a whiff of a familiar, sweet fragrance in the air, momentarily disorienting her. Zhang Xiling's brows knitted together, a nameless fury igniting within her. Her strikes became increasingly lethal, She held nothing back, even at the risk of collateral damage. Thoughts of the women in Xiao Yu's alchemy chamber and Wang Mei's demeanor earlier plagued her mind. Ultimately, her resolve faltered. Was it not natural for Wang Mei, saved by Xiao Yu, to develop feelings for him? As her master, Zhang Xiling, though lacking in strength, merely tapped into the powers of the 9-yang divine body. What was her true intention? What did she genuinely desire? What was she contemplating? Across from her, Yijiro, witnessing Zhang Xiling's reckless abandon, finally felt a surge of panic. At that moment, she once again brandished the golden scale talisman. Madwoman, since you are pressing me so hard, I shall not hold back any longer. As the golden scale ascended into the air, Zhang Xiling swallowed a blood-boiling pill, her cultivation instantly reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Yijiro was immediately struck with dread. You crazy woman. She no longer dared to unleash her talisman. Should her opponent evade the attack, the immense energy expended would surely lead to her demise. Yijiro stowed away her talisman and fled. Zhang Xiling pursued her, an inexplicable fury intensifying within her. Simultaneously, Xiao Yu, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, was anxiously conversing with Wang Mei. Hurry, hurry. Overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Xiao Yu regain consciousness, Wang Mei was nearly moved to tears. Xiao Yu, nearly breathless from her embrace, urged, quickly bring Elder Meng's daughter here. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Mei dashed out. Xiao Yu attempted to circulate his energy to heal his injuries, but the exertion was too great, and he found himself unable to muster any energy within. He felt on the verge of collapse. In a state of urgency, he made his way to Bai Yu's judgment chamber. After receiving treatment for his injuries, he stepped back out. Upon seeing the unconscious El Linger on the ground, he was interrupted as El Linger's partner, Yi Haotian, called from outside. Lingyo? Are you in there? Yi Haotian had already reached the door. Lingyo? Are you there? Xiao Yu's face paled, before he could shout that no one was inside. El Linger abruptly awoke. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed in trepidation. The next moment, Yi Haotian pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he screamed, I will kill you. You scoundrel. I shall make you pay. Chapter 53. This is a matter within our sect. Yi Haotian's blood boiled in rage. The air grew ominously silent. Then he stood there, seemingly drained of all spirit, lost in a stupor, tears streaming down his face. As he regained his senses, Yi Haotian howled, picking up a blade from the ground and swinging it towards Xiao Yu's head. In that instant, Wang Mei, returning with Elder Meng's daughter, leapt in front of Xiao Yu without hesitation, boldly declaring, You dare. This is an internal matter of our sect. It is none of your business. Yi Haotian. Yi Haotian, possessing a higher cultivation than Wang Mei, swiftly severed her hand with a single stroke. Furious, Wang Mei gripped her whip and positioned herself once more in front of Xiao Yu, casting a dark glare at Yi Haotian as she rebuked him. What are you even doing? If it weren't for junior brother Xiao, our branch would have been annihilated. Sister Linger was almost killed by Yijiro of the Yunu sect. Had it not been for junior brother Xiao, she would be dead. Where were you? Are we to watch Linger perish here? If you dare to move again, I shall ensure that Master eliminates you. You dare take another step. Yi Haotian glared at Wang Mei, who stood protectively before Xiao Yu and El Linger, his fury unabated. Get out of the way. I will kill this bastard. I will kill him. I must kill him. Wang Mei stood her ground resolutely, declaring, This is a matter within our sect. What do you count as? Can you not see that Linger is in a precarious state, nearly facing death? In your eyes? Is it acceptable for Linger to perish rather than engage in such matters with others? Is this your love, Yi Haotian? Is this what you call love? Merely a waste of breath. She continued, The one who gravely injured Linger, Yijiro, is just outside. Why do you not confront her? Here you are, flaunting your power. At that moment, El Linger, covering her face, donned her garments, feeling as though she wished for nothing more than to vanish. Yet she was acutely aware of her own condition. Gazing at her beloved, Yi Haotian, her face turned ashen, and she turned away, weeping into her hands. Xiao Yu then glanced towards Elder Meng's daughter, and instinctively approached her. The expressions of those present had morphed beyond mere distortion. Yi Haotian's eyes bulged in disbelief. His mouth agape, and the weapon in his hand clattered to the ground again. Wang Mei, understanding the situation, shouted, Xiao Shidi consumed half a bottle of Hehuan Dan and Bao Shui Dan to save our master, nearly losing his life. He is now delirious. And you would take advantage of his vulnerability? I challenge anyone to dare. At that moment, Two figures rushed in from outside, Li Yunma and El Rue, agitated and frantic. Upon arrival, they beheld Xiao Yu embracing Elder Meng's daughter. Wang Mei persisted. Xiao Shidi disregarded his own safety to consume those potent pills. I cannot allow him to perish. He is in a stupor and must expel the drug's effects. Li Yunma, suddenly enlightened, released 3 puppets that charged toward Xiao Yu, exclaiming, Do you dare to harm my brother, Li Yunma? What were you doing when Yi Zhiro was killing here? Can you not see that my Shidi is not in his right mind? My Xiao Shidi has always been honorable. How could he engage in such deeds? Should anyone attempt to harm him today, I, Li Yunma, will fight to the death. El Rue, hearing Li Yunma declare Xiao Yu's integrity, stepped forward. Indeed, Xiao Shidi is our branch's sole alchemist. What are your intentions in wanting to kill him? Our branch has suffered greatly in this battle and is in urgent need of elixirs. Do you, Yi Haoyan, possess such resources? She glared at Yi Haoyan, her eyes bloodshot. I dare anyone to harm my Xiao Shidi. Her voice resonated with a hint of resentment, chilling to the core. Yi Haoyan, witnessing the fervent defense of that individual by so many, clenched his weapon in frustration and turned to slash at the ground in a fit of rage. How infuriating. How detestable. Meanwhile, El Linger continued to weep. She genuinely harbored feelings for Yi Haoyan, yet now she felt utterly humiliated. Rather than endure this shame, she resolved to end it all and charged towards the nearby wall. El Rue instinctively rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Sister, my dear sister, please do not act recklessly. Despite the chains binding her heart, she could not bear to see her sister attempt to take her own life. Wang Mei coldly shouted, Yi Haoyan, you claim to love Linger, yet is this how you express your affection? Shouldn't you be comforting her now? What are you doing over there? Acting like a madman. Are you even a man? In your eyes, does Linger's life hold less value than a mere shell? Speak up, Yi Haoyan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who was pretending to be oblivious, could hardly contain his laughter, who said that a wicked woman was undesirable, as long as she remained loyal. Her actions could be far more venomous than those of an ordinary woman. Look at Wang Mei, who portrayed shamelessness with such finesse. No one else could articulate such explosive words. Wang Mei had already shielded him from danger more than once. Observing the severed hand of the opponent, Xiao Yu silently committed this to memory. He would certainly reward her later. For now, he merely needed to feign confusion. Wang Mei was unconcerned about the details. The man she adored could do as he pleased. Anyone who dared to harm Xiao Yu would face her wrath, rendering them to suffer a fate worse than death. What of dignity? What of morality? Such notions were mere nonsense. Gazing at Yi Haoyan, who remained silent for an eternity, Wang Mei shouted, Speak, you worthless fool. Yi Haoyan was overwhelmed with despair. The woman he cherished was in distress, and his face still bore the remnants of their earlier intimacy. It felt as though a searing sword was piercing through his heart, manifesting his anguish upon his countenance. Yet, hearing Lu Linger's cries, he could not restrain himself from approaching her. Trembling, he outstretched his hand and called, Linger, are you all right? I'm late, I'm so late. Before he could reach Lu Linger, she frantically recoiled from him, exclaiming, Don't touch me. In that instant, his heart shattered, and his expression turned rigid. Chapter 54. No wonder she was judged as a wicked woman. Yi Haoyan gazed incredulously at his beloved across from him. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had been trampled upon. Recalling the beautiful moments he shared with Lu Linger, his expression became tormented. He vividly remembered embracing her under the moonlight, pledging eternal love. Linger, I, Yi Haoyan, shall marry no one but you and love no one but you in this lifetime. Even if the seas dry and the stones crumble, my love for you will remain unwavering until death. Lu Linger asked, What if I become ugly in the future? No matter how you change, regardless of what happens, I, Yi Haoyan, will love you until the end. Will you marry me, Ling? That night, Lu Linger nodded in agreement. Approaching Lu Linger, who was filled with shame, Yi Haoyan's eyes reddened with emotion as he enveloped her in a comforting embrace. It's all right, Linger. In his arms, Lu Linger began to weep uncontrollably. Yet, for reasons unknown, the face of Xiao Yu appeared in her mind. She even entertained thoughts of avoiding Yi Haoyan. How could she possibly remain with him in the future? She struggled to overcome that barrier within her heart. Furthermore, she felt an inexplicable resentment towards Yi Haoyan. Did he truly not despise her? Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, was utterly astonished. Aren't you two best friends? Are you certain you truly love her? Consider your thoughts carefully. At this moment, Xiaoyu feels a tinge of concern for his master. Uncertain of how the confrontation with Yijiro has transpired, he must check on the situation soon. The fate of Yijiro is of little consequence now. What truly matters is that his master remains unharmed. How many mentors in this world possess the audacity to fiercely protect their disciples? Many take on apprentices solely for personal gain. He must find an opportunity to assist. At that moment, Yi Haoyan began to speak again. Linger, it's all right. It's all right. I have returned. In that instant, both remained silent. Clearly, no ordinary man could accept such circumstances. Yi Haoyan hesitated, words faltering yet earnest. No. It's fine, Linger, voice trembling. It's all right, it's all right. I will take you away. We shall return home. My love for you is unwavering. Let us find a secluded place where no one can gossip. Even if you are with child, I will care for you and the child. I love you. In that moment, Lu Linger's heart melted, tears streaming down her face as she gazed up at Yi Haoyan, crying, Haoyan, I'm so sorry. Without regard for the spectators, Yi Haoyan embraced Lu Linger, intent on leaving. Xiaoyu, listening from behind, felt increasingly agitated. Seriously, bro? Do you really need to be this bold? Are you truly that courageous? If you are such a pure-hearted warrior of love, I would gladly step aside. Yet nearby, Wang Mei, clutching her severed arm, coldly interjected, You fool. While our master is out there battling for his life, you dare to think of fleeing. We have all devoted ourselves to the sect, and you only think of romantic entanglements? It is because of your kind that our Hehuan Sect has fallen. Linger, now that your injury has healed, follow your senior sister to aid our master. Do not forget the debt of gratitude you owe him. Had he not rescued you from Yijiro's clutches, you would have perished long ago. Wang Mei glared fiercely, her voice low. Do you remember how our master sacrificed his arm to save you from that wretch? What did she say to you? As she spoke, she blocked Yi Haoyan's path. You, a mere chatterbox, if you have the courage, go and kill Yijiro. Is this your love? Do you think you can deceive your junior sister and me? You claim to be unbothered now, but who knows if your heart will change once you return. Linger, rise if you are well. Come with me to assist our master. One must act with integrity. Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire her audacity. In terms of shamelessness and twisting the truth, he found himself outmatched by Wang Mei. It was no wonder she was deemed a villainess by the system. What a formidable villainess she was. Today, she would earn significant points. Yi Haoyan instinctively halted. How could he be asked to kill Yijiro? He was no match for her. Yet, at that moment, Lu Linger rose to her feet, her mind flooded with images of Zhang Xiling sacrificing her arm to save her. She could not simply walk away. Even if it meant facing death, she could not abandon her master. Her master's kindness loomed large in her heart. Had it not been for Zhang Xiling's shelter, she and her sister, Lu Rui, would have faced an uncertain fate. Zhang Xiling was not merely her mentor, but also her savior. She was still her closest elder. Over the years, she had diligently guided her, teaching her the ways of cultivation. She would rather sacrifice herself than see any harm come to her mentor. Just then, Xiaoyu feigned awakening, opening his eyes wide. Upon regaining consciousness, he shouted loudly, Master! Where's Master? In a pretense of panic. He brandished his magical artifact towards the crowd. Everyone is here. Quickly, let's go help Master. Master won't last long after consuming the blood pill. As he spoke, he attempted to rush out. Li Yunma followed closely behind, exclaiming, I will go with you. Wang Mei cast a sidelong glance at El Linger, saying, Aren't you going to get up with me? Why are you dawdling? Master has cared for you for so many years. Wiping her tears, El Linger slowly clenched her fists and prepared to follow Wang Mei. Yi Haoyan watched this scene with a face full of panic, his heart in utter turmoil. He could hardly muster the concern for Zhang Xiling's fate at that moment. As he observed El Linger moving towards the door, he instinctively tightened his grip on his sleeve. Calling out Linger, El Linger glanced back at Yi Haoyan, exhaling slowly, and then continued to follow Wang Mei and the others. Yi Haoyan did not follow. He merely stood there, foolishly watching the group depart. How could he possibly stand alongside Xiaoyu? How could he find the spirit to engage in combat? Wang Mei turned back with a cold gaze. You profess your love, yet claim to arrive late. Now, when your junior sister is going to save Master. You cower like a dog. Who can utter such words? You are utterly useless. Pack your things and leave. Today, you sever my hand. And we shall settle the score when you return. Yi Haoyan instinctively wanted to follow, but as he reached the door, his heart ached once more. Various images flooded his mind. The pain was unbearable. His expression shattered. Awe, Collapse, Chapter 55. Encounter with Lin Su Linger, with a somber expression, followed Wang Mei towards Jianglu Mountain, remaining silent throughout the journey. Rue stayed beside her, soothing her sister, fearful that she might lose hope. She also felt a strange sensation. Observing Xiao Yu, who flew ahead without a word, Rue felt a twinge of envy for her sister. She knew that following Xiao Yu was undoubtedly better than accompanying Yi Haoyan. She suspected that Yi Haoyan's feelings were somewhat insincere, his anger stemming merely from a sense of injustice. His words were merely polite expressions. Now, her sister was risking everything to save their master. Yet Yi Haoyan did not come to assist. Who in the sect was unaware of Zhang Ziling's renowned kindness towards her disciple? For Linger, Zhang Ziling was the most important person in her life. How could Yi Haoyan, fully aware of this bond, choose not to follow? Rue glanced at Wang Mei. Although her words had been harsh, they were not without truth. Observing her sister's still red eyes, Rue softly said, "Don't cry, sister. There is nothing shameful in this. As cultivators, we ought to cast aside romantic entanglements. Besides, I do not like that Yi Haoyan either. Your master has always treated you well, yet he did not agree. Did he? I find Xiao Shidi to be quite admirable. He is indeed more handsome than that Yi Haoyan. Moreover, he is an alchemist." When Rue uttered these words, her heart was filled with an indescribable discomfort, yet she did not wish for her sister to fall into despair. Beside her, Li Yunma also chimed in, Indeed. If you were to be with Xiao Shidi, we would all be supportive. After all, he is an alchemist, and you would have an endless supply of elixirs. You are both disciples of Elder Zhang. It would be a win-win situation. And let us not forget that Xiao Shidi risked his life to save you when you were besieged last time. You have yet to repay him. Furthermore, he has saved you twice now. May I inquire where Yi Haoyan was when you faced peril? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Linger's cheeks. At that moment, she wished to cast aside all concerns. She had come out to rescue her master and had no desire to entangle herself in matters of the heart. Rue gazed at Xiao Yu, who was looking around, and was reminded of the moments she had shared with him. Truth be told, she had not found happiness in her years with Li Yunma. Though he spoke sweetly, his words were mere pretense. He was self-serving. She was aware that he often sought the company of other women, though she had chosen to remain silent about it. He was drawn to her solely because she was a puppet master capable of crafting puppets. All of Li Yunma's puppets were made by her. The bond between Li Yunma and Xiao Yu was merely a reflection of the latter's status as an alchemist. Previously, Rue had never considered seeking another man. But ever since she had experienced the heights of human ecstasy, she found herself perpetually yearning to see Xiao Yu and his puppets. She longed to become his puppet. As she watched Xiao Yu scanning the surroundings, Rue gently spoke, "Xiao Shidi, do not be so hasty. We are all in the chi refining stage, and naturally cannot match your master and her companions. Moreover, battles between Foundation establishment cultivators can last for days and nights. Your master should be evenly matched with her opponent. You must be cautious of your injuries, especially Wang Shiji's wounds." Upon hearing someone express concern for her, Wang Mei instinctively turned around. When she saw that Rue was not as beautiful as herself, she immediately broke into a grin, saying, "Shimi, how thoughtful of you. I am perfectly fine." Xiao Yu continued to soar ahead, fully aware that battles among Foundation establishment cultivators could extend for an extensive duration. Some cultivators at the Golden Core stage could engage in one-on-one duels that lasted for dozens of days. Life and death contests not only tested techniques and artifacts, but also willpower, spirit stones, and elixirs. During the course of combat, if one's magical energy was not replenished, they could easily find themselves at a disadvantage. The one who possessed a greater supply of recovery elixirs and spirit stones would hold the upper hand. Xiao Yu feared this very circumstance. No matter how wealthy his master was, she could not possibly rival the resources of that wretched woman. Yijiro would resort to any means necessary, murder and smuggling included, to procure high-grade spirit stones and premium elixirs. Just as Xiao Yu was musing on this, Wang Mei suddenly widened her eyes, exclaiming, "There are people ahead. It's Lin Su from the Xianling sect." Xiao Yu and the others hastily halted in midair, while Linger appeared flustered, sensing the Foundation establishment level of their opponent, her breath quickening. Observing this, Li Yunma quickly drew out his artifact, declaring, "He is alone. We need not be afraid." Lin Su gazed with a hint of perplexity at the group of chi refinement practitioners before him, raising his hand to draw forth his sword. Such audacity, daring to approach Zhang Lushan? He scoffed. A band of chi refinement waste dares to stand in my path? Xiao Yu, deep in contemplation, recalled that when he last encountered Lin Su, he was merely at the chi refinement stage. How swiftly he had progressed to foundation establishment. This was the advantage of a major sect's connections, resources beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Surveying the surroundings, Xiao Yu also summoned his magical artifact. This was Zhang Lushan, still under the control of the Xianling sect. If he did not swiftly deal with this individual, greater troubles would surely follow. Before Xiao Yu could make a move, Lu Linger charged forward with a fierce cry. Wang Mei, witnessing this, hastily extended her whip to restrain her. Lu Rui shouted, and Li Yunma flanked her, unleashing several puppets to charge ahead. Lin Su laughed coldly. A gaggle of first-tier puppets? How foolish. He then thrust his sword, unleashing 9 streaks of azure light aimed directly at Li Yunma's forehead. Li Yunma, momentarily dazed, thought, so fast. Lu Rui, seeing her companion on the verge of being pierced, felt a surge of panic. Though she yearned to be with Xiao Yu, she could not bear to witness Li Yunma's demise. She rushed forward to intercept, only to have her sword shatter upon contact with Lin Su's blade. Shards of the weapon pierced her abdomen, blood flowing profusely. Li Yunma, consumed by fury, commanded all his puppets to attack. You vile righteous scum. Lin Su chuckled coldly, realizing his fortune today. Encountering such a multitude of chi refinement practitioners would surely bolster his achievements. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed 3 earth spike talismans, causing massive earthen spikes to erupt from the ground, directed at the puppets. Wang Mei extended her whip, but it was of no avail. Lu Linger, from a distance, also engaged her magical artifact. Upon her initial strike, she felt a strange sensation when had her cultivation advanced to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Her brother-in-law, Li Yunma, was only at the 5th layer. Wait, glancing at Wang Mei, who was at the 7th layer, Lu Linger felt a tightening in her grip around her artifact. When had her senior sister reached such heights? A sudden realization struck her, and she instinctively glanced at Xiao Yu, who had approached her. Her face flushed crimson. Xiao Yu had already drawn a long spear. Sister Wang, take Linger and the others and leave at once. It is imperative you assist Master. I shall remain here to confront him alone. Chapter 56. Am I despicable? Thank you for the compliment. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's intent to face Lin Su alone, Wang Mei instantly panicked. Yet, Xiao Yu's voice rang coldly in her mind. This is an order. Wang Mei's lips trembled as she cast a sorrowful and indignant glance at Li Yunma, who was shielding Lu Rui. Li Yunma was already contemplating retreat, after merely 3 exchanges. Fear gripped him. As a chi refinement 5th layer, he knew he could not triumph. Seeing the gravely injured Lu Rui, Li Yunma anxiously shouted, We must rescue Elder Zhang. Junior brother Xiao, I shall leave a few puppets to assist you. With that, Li Yunma clutched Lu Rui and fled. He ran with great haste, knowing he needed to find an opportunity to return to the branch. If Lin Su was so formidable, what chance did he have against Yijiro, who was at the 8th layer of foundation establishment? He needed to find a chance to escape. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Mei ensnared Linger with her magical whip and swiftly took flight. Lin Su let out a cold snort. Heh, do you think you can escape in my presence? Before he could advance, Xiao Yu thrust forth a spear. Lin Su was instantly taken aback. The Qingya spear? This is a magical artifact of Yizime. How could it possibly be in your possession? As he raised his gaze toward Xiao Yu, he found the latter adorned in resplendent armor. Lin Su's expression trembled. The familiar sight of the armor unveiled an undeniable murderous intent in his eyes. What have you done to junior sister Yi? You scoundrel. I demand answers. Xiao Yu wore a playful smirk. His intention to engage in a battle beyond his means stemmed from a peculiar sensation in his body. Although his cultivation level remained unchanged after assisting his master, a surge of refreshing spiritual energy wreaked havoc within his meridians, causing considerable discomfort. He had to release this energy. Gazing at Lin Su, Xiao Yu's smile grew increasingly sardonic. With his right hand gripping the spear, he slowly brought his left hand behind him to unveil a vial of mesmerizing smoke. I heard from Hualien that you seem to have made a lifelong commitment to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's veins bulged violently. Before he could advance, Xiao Yu softly continued, Do you not wish to learn of Hualien's fate? You must know she is alive. After all, her soul lamp has not extinguished. I must say, Lianer's skin is remarkably supple. Everyone in our faction adores it. Ha ha ha. By the way, allow me to show you something you will surely cherish. As Xiao Yu spoke, He retrieved a pair of embroidered shoes and the token of affection between Hualien and Lin Su from the maid's quarters. Upon seeing these items, Lin Su erupted in fury. "Ah, I will take your life." Xiao Yu had long been prepared with the thunder movement technique. Soaring through the air while releasing the mesmerizing smoke behind him, Lin Su was oblivious to the peculiarities in the air. His eyes bloodshot as his mind was filled with images of Hualien. She was the disciple of the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect, possessing far superior cultivation. After 3 years of servitude, he had finally won her affection. The thought that this despicable wretch had stolen her away was infuriating. Before Lin Su could reach him, Xiao Yu hurled their token of affection at his face. "What are you shouting for? Look at you, so pathetic. Are you desperate because you cannot have her?" Lin Su erupted in a torrent of curses. "Ah, you beast. Die." Giant sword technique. With that, he summoned his full power, unleashing a sword that soared into the sky, instantly enlarging to over 20 meters in length. Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled, hastily deploying the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties diagram. The effects of the mesmerizing smoke were likely taking hold. Just as Lin Su prepared to bring the colossal sword down upon him, he was suddenly confronted by a throng of ethereal maidens, each more enchanting than the last. He was momentarily stunned. As he beheld the breathtaking beauties, his breath quickened. This was dire. Lin Su could no longer focus on executing the giant sword technique. He hastily covered his mouth and nose, attempting to control the flow of his vital energy. However, it was too late. He could distinctly perceive a certain medicinal power permeating his internal organs. Particularly, as he faced the sneering Xiao Yu, Lin Su's expression quivered with rage. "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you plot against me?" Xiao Yu coldly chuckled. "I, Xiao Yu, have always acted with utmost integrity. Besides, is it not the nature of warfare to employ deception? Are you not the despicable one?" Xiao Yu was merely biding his time. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it became for him. Once the medicinal effects dissipated and those celestial maidens gathered around the opponent, Lin Su would meet his demise. "Lin Su, your Xinling sect is far more loathsome than the Hehuan Sect. Years ago, after passing numerous assessments, I was expelled due to lack of qualifications, spirit stones, and connections. And what of you? How commendable is your spiritual root? Are you not merely relying on your father's provision of spirit stones and resources? Those resources were not acquired from other disciples. Despicable? Thank you for the compliment. I shall embrace this despicable nature. You may rest assured and prepare for your demise." At this moment, Lin Su no longer dared to retort. He had just recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and yet had been so careless. How could he have been so easily provoked? How could he fall prey to such a lowly trick as the bewitching smoke? He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. It was merely a Hualien. What was the fuss? He had a bright future ahead. How could he possibly be slain by a mere chi refining stage ruffian? Xiao Yu had already summoned a fireball talisman, intending to deliver a shocking blow. But in the next instant, Xiao Yu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Lin Su suddenly brandishing a sword, slashing with wild abandon. Terrified, Xiao Yu hastily activated his 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties technique. As Lin Su emitted a blood-curdling scream, it seemed he had lost something of great significance. Xiao Yu's expression was one of astonishment. He had never witnessed such ruthlessness. "You dare call me despicable? Are you not the epitome of despicability? Resorting to the shadows only to be outmatched." Blood dripped incessantly from Lin Su's leg as he raised his sword, his pallid face directed toward the celestial maidens ahead. At that moment, he had entered a sage-like state, devoid of any reaction. Observing Xiao Yu still conjuring the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties, he lunged forward with his sword. Yet, just then, Xiao Yu unexpectedly summoned a figure, his beloved Hualien, whom he had long yearned for. "Stay back. Quickly toss away the magical artifact. Otherwise, I shall sever her throat." Xiao Yu cried out passionately. The opponent was a foundation establishment cultivator. What a jest! Hualien feigned tears, exclaiming, "Lin Gu, woe is me, save me." Lin Su's expression trembled, his veins bulging once more. Without a second thought, he raised his long sword and cleaved forward. "Die." Giant sword technique. Hualien's brows furrowed. "You dare to threaten even me? Is this your declaration of love?" Xiao Yu and Hualien attacked in unison, no longer holding back. Xiao Yu brandished the Qingye spear, unleashing the utmost power of the blissful divine light. Hualien chanted the divine maiden incantation, and a radiant light emerged. Lin Su's giant sword. like a relentless force, shattered their combined assault. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, the next moment, he witnessed Xiao Yu and Hualien vanish into thin air, disappearing without a trace. In the judgment room, Xiao Yu's expression was explosive. Although he could contend with opponents at the later stages of qi refinement, facing an opponent at the foundation establishment stage was a different matter altogether. It posed a considerable challenge. No matter how formidable his 9-yang divine body was, he dared not confront the enormous 20-meter-long sword head-on. Outside, Lin Su was still cursing. The thought of what Hualien had just said made him suspect that she had already engaged with that man. Whether willingly or as a vessel, Hualien had lost her value to him. However, today he was determined to eliminate these two individuals at all costs. He could not allow anyone to uncover his disgrace. Suddenly, the space behind him tore open. With the Qingye spear, adorned with fiery talismans, Xiao Yu lunged at Lin Su's already grievously injured lower body, thrusting with a resounding crash. Chapter 57. Capturing Yijiro alive. Lin Su howled in agony, his magic sword clattering to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to summon the sword back to him, but as he extended his hand, Hualien severed his grasp with a swift strike. In the chaos, Xiao Yu seized the storage bag from Lin Su's waist. Fear gripped Lin Su. He had only just broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment. He could not afford to perish here. He summoned his magic once more, desperately attempting to counterattack. As he saw Hualien, wielding her ice-infused sword, charging toward him, Lin Su's mouth quivered. That useless fool could not hope to defeat him. He might only inflict some wounds. Yet Hualien was the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden sect, previously possessing the full prowess of foundation establishment. Although she had only reached the 7th layer of qi refinement now, her combat skills, innate talent, spiritual roots, and techniques far surpassed those of Lin Su. Hualien was a paragon of excellence. Killing him would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Lian, save me. Lin Su cried out in utter despair. He could no longer feel his lower body, and the wounds on his hands began to freeze. Unmoved, Hualien unleashed a radiant arc of ice, striking downward. In an instant, Lin Su's head was severed from his body, which collapsed to the ground, encrusted in frost. He was irrevocably dead. Witnessing this, Xiao Yu picked up Lin Su's magic sword and, after securing Hualien, turned to pursue Wang Mei and the others. Today's significant leap in killing prowess was largely due to Lin Su's recklessness. Had it been a more prudent cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, they would have sensed the mesmerizing smoke. Moreover, Lin Su had fought like a rabid dog, devoid of rationality. As Xiao Yu soared through the air, he pondered how to assist his master. Before he could fly too far, he spotted Wang Mei, leisurely flying ahead with Lu Linger. Clearly, Wang Mei had slowed her pace. She was more concerned about his safety than the peril facing Zhang Xiling. With a cold gaze, Xiao Yu approached. Why have you only reached this point? Seeing Xiao Yu catch up, Wang Mei was overjoyed. We are searching for our master's whereabouts. We cannot afford to overlook anything. Xiao Yu glanced around, puzzled. What about Li Yunma and the others? Wang Mei scoffed. That guy? He claimed Lu Rue was gravely injured and needed to return for treatment. Xiao Yu said nothing further. After all, that fellow had never regarded him as a brother. Thus, it is well, he feels no psychological burden while engaging with El Rue. At that moment, Xiao Yu suddenly heard the distant sounds of battle emanating from the northern peaks. El Linger exclaimed with excitement, "It is Master." The three hurriedly soared towards the commotion. Before they could approach, they beheld the enormous golden-scaled talisman hovering atop the distant mountain. On the opposite side, a violet fairy apparition appeared behind Zhang Xiling, the nature of which was unknown. Yijiro, panting heavily, urged the golden-scaled talisman, wary of making any reckless moves. Should Zhang Xiling evade her talisman, all would be lost. Yet, as her magical energy continued to pour forth, a strand of hair at her temple turned white once more. She could not sustain this state for long. A solution had to be found. Zhang Xiling, wielding the ghostly wolf chain, was accompanied by the violet fairy apparition and encircled by a shadowy black wolf. Gazing at the golden-scaled talisman above, a murderous intent gleamed in her eyes. Having slain so many disciples of my branch, do you think you can escape? Yijiro's expression grew frantic as she caught sight of Xiao Yu and the others approaching. Zhang Daoist, we share no deep-seated enmity. Why not let this matter end here? I am willing to bestow this golden-scaled talisman upon you. I swear, I, Yijiro, shall never again set foot in your Hehuan Sect. I vow before the heavens. Let us transform our conflict into peace. Xiao Yu coldly interjected. You are capable of harming even your own parents. The words of one such as you are less fragrant than the flatulence of my master. Strike. Upon uttering this, Xiao Yu, along with Wang Mei and El Linger, unleashed a barrage of fireball talismans behind Yijiro. She was instantly taken aback, her expression alarmed as she released a defensive artifact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiling unleashed the ghostly wolf, rushing forward with incredible speed, reaching Yijiro in an instant. Instinctively, Yijiro directed the golden-scaled talisman to attack Zhang Xiling, shouting die. Yijiro howled with fervor, her head once again sprouting a white strand of hair, evidently exerting her utmost. One strike cleaved Zhang Xiling in two. However, upon regaining her senses, she realized her full-force attack had merely struck an illusion. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Xiling reappeared before her. The surrounding air became intoxicating, and Yijiro struggled to maintain her balance. As the ghostly wolf chain ensnared her completely, her talisman gradually fell. Transforming into a drifting talisman, Zhang Xiling deftly plucked it from the air, securing it within her storage pouch, then forcefully yanked the ghostly wolf chain, eliciting a scream. Blood oozed from the gaps in the chain, causing Xiao Yu's eyes to widen with excitement. Yijiro, we have captured her, and she is still alive. My goodness, her master is truly formidable, like a mighty cow swinging its tail, displaying her prowess. Xiao Yu, brimming with exhilaration, approached Zhang Xiling, saying, Master, your disciple arrives late. Please forgive me. Wang Mei and El Ling chimed in. Master, we must leave quickly. Just now, Xiao Shidi killed Lin Su. The Xianling sect will soon send reinforcements. Zhang Xiling, with an intent to strangle Yijiro using the ghost wolf chain, was met with desperate pleas. Fellow cultivator, spare my life. Have mercy. Yijiro cried, her face a mask of despair. Xiao Yu, in a state of panic, was determined that this wretched creature would not meet her demise so easily, as he had yet to avenge Xiang. Master, please, do not kill her. I have recently been studying the art of refining foundation establishment pills. This Yijiro, having committed numerous atrocities, could be of great use to me. Wang Mei chimed in. Indeed, Master, I am now in the late stages of qi refinement. Yijiro has mercilessly slain many of our disciples. Allowing her to perish so easily would be a disgrace. Unmoved, Zhang Xiling continued to grip the ghost wolf chain. Yijiro, at the 8th level of foundation establishment, posed a significant threat if left alive. Just then, Xiao Yu, with a dark expression, produced a vial of elixir. Master, I possess a second-grade spirit dispelling pill. Upon hearing this, the bound Yijiro panicked, screaming, Kill me. Just kill me. Zhang Xiling cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yu, her heart simmering with an unknown fury. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yu quickly retrieved 3 spirit dispelling pills, which Zhang Xiling disdainfully tossed into Yijiro's mouth. Yijiro's expression faltered as her spiritual energy seemed to dissipate, rendering her powerless, as if she had become a mere mortal. No. What are you planning to do? My master will not let you off easily. In the next moment, she beheld Xiao Yu producing a jade gourd, and a realization struck her. If you dare kill me, how audacious of you. Chapter 58, The Thoughts Unconscious. After Xiao Yu confined Yijiro within the jade gourd, he suppressed his exhilaration and presented her storage bag to Zhang Xiling. She regarded him with a cold gaze and, after taking the storage bag, quietly inquired, What is your relationship with Wang Mei? Xiao Yu was taken aback. What relationship? She is my senior sister. Wang Mei immediately knelt. Master, I assure you, my relationship with Xiao Shidi is entirely innocent. We have never overstepped our bounds. Please see clearly, Master. Beside them, El Linger kept her head bowed, refraining from uttering a word. Her connection with Xiao Yu was far from innocent, yet which woman would dare to voice such matters? Zhang Xiling scrutinized her 3 disciples before summoning a flying flower petal artifact, transporting them towards the branch sect, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was eager to return to the alchemy room, intent on dealing with Yijiro in a slow and meticulous manner. The image of that vile creature murdering Xiang's family ignited a desire within him to find a red-hot iron spike or 2, preferably barbed. He envisioned severing her limbs, ensuring that she would not perish, and in the future, she would be deprived of sustenance, particularly the exquisite meals enjoyed by Baiyu. This wretched being would be reduced to consuming filth. After all, there were plenty of mouths at home, enough to keep Yijiro fed. In a fit of determination, One might emulate by you and seek to extract Yijiro's very essence. However, it is imperative that this woman comprehends his true identity. Patience is essential. The revelation must wait until they are ensconced within the judgment chamber. For now, one cannot afford to be complacent, especially with that Yizime still unaccounted for. Once she is collected, the game shall commence in earnest. Xiaoyu, you have rendered significant service, Zhang Xiling remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Her tone tinged with a peculiar quality. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Linger, then at Wang Mei. While Wang Mei could shield him, the truth regarding Lu Linger would inevitably surface. It would be prudent to disclose the matter himself. Master, I am guilty, he confessed, after your departure. The effects of my medicine had not yet dissipated, and I inadvertently harmed the gravely injured junior sister, Linger. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger was instantly moved to tears. Hastily turning her head aside, Zhang Xiling clenched her fists tightly around her skirt, exhaling slowly as she regarded the now-recovered Lu Linger. It is of no consequence. We are all of the same sect. You have saved Linger on 2 occasions, which is commendable. Support one another. Do not engage in infighting. Should I discover anyone bullying a fellow disciple, they shall face my wrath. As she spoke, blood suddenly seeped from the corner of Zhang Xiling's mouth. A clear indication of the aftereffects of the violent blood pill. Xiaoyu instinctively looked up, while Zhang Xiling turned her head away. Even though she recognized that their shared cultivation methods could aid in healing, she dismissed the thought. She had no faith in Wang Mei's words. Years prior, she had taken Wang Mei as her apprentice out of pity, having seen her face marred by cruelty. Zhang Xiling had hoped to guide her towards righteousness. Wang Mei had always been a deceiver and likely harbored feelings for Xiaoyu. Moreover, Lu Linger now seemed to be entangled with her. Zhang Xiling felt a surge of blood rising in her throat, nearly choking her. In the next moment, she forcefully stifled it back down, striking her chest to quell the sensation. Master, I possess both a chi recovery pill and a hemostatic pill, Xiaoyu said with concern. I am fine, Zhang Xiling replied tersely, then directed her gaze towards the direction of the branch hall, lost in thought. As their master, she pondered the situation. Lu Linger had merely been caught in Xiaoyu's momentary disorientation. There was no reason to be angered. Besides, Xiaoyu had healed Lu Linger. What was there to be upset about? Yet, how far had Wang Mei advanced with Xiaoyu? Had she known it would come to this, she would have acquiesced to Xiaoyu from the outset. After all, he was now in the late stages of chi refinement and would soon establish his foundation, placing them on equal footing. How vexing! What was she truly contemplating? Had she not stated that only upon reaching the golden core stage would she seek a partner? Her 2 disciples had developed feelings for one another. Should she not be pleased as their mentor? Upon arriving at the branch hall, Zhang Xiling unceremoniously ushered the 3 into the alchemy chamber, then swiftly departed for the half-destroyed administrative hall, wordlessly soaring away. Xiaoyu looked up with concern. Wang Mei quickly conveyed, Master must be going to heal. Her emotions seem off. Xiaoyu had clearly discerned this, sensing Zhang Xiling's underlying resentment. The fact that Zhang Xiling was willing to risk herself to save her disciple demonstrated her profound loyalty. With the loss of her primordial yin, her heart's resolve likely wavered. Xiaoyu surmised that Zhang Xiling was unable to accept his association with another woman. Otherwise, her current expression towards him would not reflect such discontent. Gazing at the enchanting Lei Jiro within the jade gourd, Xiaoyu exhaled slowly. Before confronting that wretched woman, he felt compelled to seek out Zhang Xiling first. Take good care of junior sister Linger, and ensure she does not act foolishly. I shall return shortly. With that, Xiaoyu soared towards the administrative hall. Meanwhile, back in her residence at the administrative hall, Zhang Xiling was immersed in thoughts of Wang Mei's concern for Xiaoyu. Images of Xiaoyu's alchemy chamber and the maidens therein flashed before her mind's eye. She found herself perplexed by her own feelings. Previously, she had found Xiaoyu's musings on love and affection rather amusing, dismissing them as mere youthful folly. However, ever since he had taken her primordial yin, her mental state had shifted dramatically. As she raised her hand to circulate her vital energy, the spiritual essence began to flow through her damaged meridians, accompanied by an unprecedented wave of pain. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood that she had been suppressing. What was happening? Even with the blood-exploding pill, such a severe aftermath seemed implausible. The unexpected turmoil caused beads of sweat to trickle down her forehead. She resumed her circulation, attempting to stabilize her chi. Once more, memories of Xiaoyu flooded her mind. He had been delirious, consuming numerous blood-exploding pills and harmony pills for her sake. All to save her, correct? As another surge of spiritual energy lodged itself at her heart, Zhang Ziling clenched her skirt with fierce determination. Acutely aware that she may be succumbing to a mental demon, her thoughts became clouded. It was absurd to be troubled over something as trivial as primordial Yin. After all, he was merely a junior, and she held no genuine interest in him. In a state of utter despair, she grasped her skirt tightly. The image of Wang Mei embracing Xiaoyu haunting her thoughts. At that moment, she felt on the brink of madness. Once a mental demon took root, her path of cultivation would be irreparably marred. Just as she teetered on the edge of collapse, Xiaoyu unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Startled as though struck by lightning, she instinctively recoiled. "Do not touch me," she exclaimed. Unperturbed, Xiaoyu disregarded her protests, extinguished the lamp, and approached her. "Master, if you consumed the blood-exploding pill, it may take a month to heal. If word gets out about your injury, our branch will be doomed. Surely, you do not wish for others to discover your condition? If you truly wish to avoid seeing me, I can cover my face. Or you could knock me unconscious and handle the situation yourself." Zhang Ziling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Get out. Leave immediately." Chapter 59. The Final Confrontation. With a furious shout, Zhang Ziling struck out with her palm. Xiaoyu, seemingly fearless, raised his head defiantly to meet her attack. She had anticipated he would evade, while he believed she would not truly strike. Then, with a resounding slap, her hand connected with the crown of his head, causing him to roll his eyes back in shock. With a splatter of blood from all 5 orifices, he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Ziling's face contorted in exasperation. Why didn't you dodge? Are you foolish?" Xiaoyu's mind was in disarray. He genuinely believed she would not dare to hit him. Fortunately, he possesses the 9 Suns' divine body. Otherwise, that last blow would have been fatal. Nevertheless, this situation is not without its merits. Let her be flustered. After all, he now finds himself cradled in her arms. To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. How delightful. Zhang Ziling hurriedly administered healing elixirs to him. Xiaoyu, still with a face full of affection, professed, "If you truly hate me, even if you were to strike me down, I would bear no resentment. For I genuinely cherish you, Linger. Do you know why I call Lu Ling senior sister Ling? It is because your name too contains the character Ling. I had intended to call you that, Ziling Linger." Zhang Ziling, momentarily incensed, retorted, "You spend your days spouting nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of the numerous women you've pursued? Are you awake? If so, then be gone." Xiaoyu feigned weakness. Gazing up at her with open eyes, "I am not awake." Zhang Ziling pressed, "Will you leave or not?" Xiaoyu, with a resigned expression, replied, "You are injured, master. What if the spies from the sect discover your unstable aura and the Xianling sect launches a major offensive? Our branch would suffer great losses. As your disciple, I could serve as your furnace. Once I establish my foundation, I could assist you in consolidating your golden core." Zhang Ziling raised her hand to strike again, but upon seeing the blood at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth, she stood up decisively. "If you do not leave, I shall. Do not harbor foolish notions of becoming my partner. You must eliminate all the women around you." Could Xiaoyu possibly agree? Wasn't this a challenge to his conscience? He promptly replied, "Master, dawn is approaching. Are you certain you do not wish to heal? By the way, what if you find yourself with child?" Hearing this, Zhang Ziling instinctively glanced at her abdomen. This could indeed be a possibility. The past few days had been within the danger zone. Just then, a rooster crowed from a nearby rooftop. An array of white light appeared in the east. The dawn was breaking. Xiaoyu let out a resigned sigh. "Since you are so bothersome, I shall take my leave." Zhang Ziling clenched her right fist tightly. Yesterday, the branch had endured a fierce battle, resulting in the deaths of 2 elders. Today, the sect would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. If they discovered her injuries, it would be dire. If Xiaoyu's words rang true, and spies informed the Xianling sect. Seeing Xiaoyu about to depart, Zhang Ziling shouted furiously, "Come back. This is the final warning. If you dare speak of this matter, I shall expel you from the sect." Half an hour later, Xiaoyu returned to the alchemy room with an air of arrogance. Upon entering, he contemplated confronting Yijiro to settle accounts, but decided to complete his daily tasks first, feeding Baiyu and aiding his mother-in-law, Han Xiushui, with her ailment. Once those matters were resolved, Xiaoyu released Yijiro. She appeared flustered, glancing around in a panic, seeking an escape. However, having consumed the dispersing spirit pill, she was no different from an ordinary person. The alchemy room was now filled with people. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan had changed into fresh attire. Standing guard at the door, Hua Lian entered carrying a large basin filled with water, its purpose unknown. Upon seeing Hua Lian, Yijiro trembled. "Senior sister, you are alive?" Hua Lian chuckled coldly. "Do you truly wish for my demise? I have heard that you have slain the remaining sisters. Is that not so?" Yijiro shook her head repeatedly. No. "Senior sister, please listen to me." Hua Lian, uninterested in her pleas, took out 3 packets of Hehuan powder, lirenine, and infeng powder, pouring them into a large basin. Yijiro's expression trembled. When she glanced at Xiaoyu, she suddenly froze. This man seemed familiar. Where had she seen him before? The thought eluded her. Xiaoyu smiled, gesturing with his hands. Li Qingyun approached, holding a box of recording pearls. "Qingyun, make sure to position the recording pearls well. The scene shall be grand. Do not forget to capture it." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun placed a recording pearl on the table beside Yijiro, then hung another on the bed curtain. After a moment's thought, she placed 2 more recording pearls on the stool and near the large basin. Yijiro panicked. "What are you all planning? Please, do not act recklessly." Xiaoyu chuckled with amusement. Though Yijiro's appearance could not rival Baiyu's, her figure was indeed impressive, a classic pear shape, akin to the voluptuous legs of a comic character. Her hair was elegantly styled, with brows like paintings. Her face resembled a peach blossom, lips like vermilion, and her posture was graceful, reminiscent of dancing willow catkins. Dressed in vibrant attire, with colorful ribbons fluttering, her visage bore a hint of a wicked supporting character. Yet her physique was undeniably striking. Seeing Yijiro's flustered expression, Xiaoyu grinned. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. In fact, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, my dear, I found myself enamored. Will you be my Dao partner?" Yijiro, feeling a surge of anxiety, looked at Xiaoyu. What was he scheming? Could it be that he went through such lengths to rescue her merely to propose partnership? Xiaoyu chuckled softly. "If you are willing to be my Dao partner, I shall find an antidote for you. I will take you away from here. I have always admired the female cultivators of the Hehuan Sect, and I saved Hua Lian because I believe all of you are extraordinary. I have never encountered a beauty such as you." Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, yet Yijiro was evidently skeptical. Nevertheless, she found herself laughing. "Is that so? Do you truly wish to become my Dao partner? Then, can you set me free?" Feigning deliberation, Xiaoyu replied, "Well, it is not entirely out of the question, but many women are quite adept at deception. If you wish for your release, you must first spend some time with me. As long as you keep me entertained, I shall grant you your freedom." Yijiro felt a twinge of awkwardness. As long as it meant survival, she would endure his company for days on end. What was vanity worth when her life was at stake? If that is truly the case, are you sincere? What if you go back on your word? Xiaoyu laughed. "How could I? I conduct my affairs with utmost integrity. If I deceive you, I would be a rogue. Now put on this battle robe." Chapter 60. This place is nothing short of paradise. Yijiro, with an air of intimacy, donned the exceedingly peculiar attire. In that moment, Xiaoyu embraced her tightly. Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan, who had been waiting nearby, were eager to witness the unfolding scene. Xiaoyu gestured towards the recording orb, instructing, "Qingyun, why haven't you aimed this orb at Miss Ye's face yet?" Li Qingyun hurried over. It was then that Yijiro realized his intention was to capture an image. If this orb were to be disseminated, how could she ever show her face again? She immediately stood up, but Xiaoyu seized her arm, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I won't show this to anyone else. I simply enjoy collecting. How could I possibly reveal my woman to others? Remember to smile. Don't wear a mournful expression, it looks dreadful." Yijiro glanced at the surrounding onlookers, her expression trembling. Ultimately, she clung to Xiaoyu once more. However, she soon sensed something amiss as Huang Xiang and Zhang Lan approached with a large basin, intending to submerge her within it. Xiaoyu soothingly urged, "Do not be afraid. I truly cherish you. This is merely our sect's way of expressing affection. It will be over soon." Fearful of provoking Xiaoyu, she forced an awkward smile, reluctantly settling into the basin. The next moment, as she attempted to rise, Huang Xiang pulled her back. Yijiro's face betrayed her panic. She remained skeptical of Xiaoyu's reassurances. If he captured her image, she would be at his mercy. Noticing her intent to flee, Xiaoyu approached menacingly, grasping her hair tightly, commanding, "Didn't I tell you not to be afraid? Smile for me." Or else. Yijiro managed a nervous smile. She was but a mortal now, devoid of any magical power. Observing her lackluster grin, Xiao Yu yanked her hair with one hand while the other struck her cheek sharply, demanding, I told you to smile. Smile at the recording orb. Do you not understand? Do you wish to perish? He brandished a cleaver dangerously close to her face. Terrified, Yijiro quickly responded with a flirty smile, pleading, please. Don't kill me. I'm smiling. Xiao Yu menacingly waved the knife near her, his words dripping with cold malice. You will maintain that smile. Should you dare to frown or stop smiling, I shall sever your arm. Go ahead, test me. He traced the blade along her arm, igniting a genuine fear within her. For the next 2 hours, she forced herself to smile, perhaps too exuberantly. When noon arrived, Li Qingyun brought over food. Xiao Yu and the others gathered around to eat, while Yijiro's powers were suppressed, yet her cultivation level remained intact. Xiao Yu's cultivation ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. Should he wish, today he could advance to foundation establishment through Yijiro. However, his primary focus was on revenge. He intended to finish his meal before indulging in further play. Yijiro, utterly exhausted from the forced smiles, longed for sustenance. Watching the group across from her feast, her expression darkened with indignation. How dare they use the recording orb against her? How could they deny her food? They would rue the day they crossed her. Should she escape, she would ensure their suffering was profound. They were dining, after all. As she pondered whether she could seize the moment to escape while they were dining, Yijiro felt a surge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Glancing at her tattered black stockings, she instinctively clenched her fists. She had to flee, seizing the opportunity while Xiao Yu and the others were preoccupied with their meal. She dashed out, her heart racing and her movements unsteady. What a wretched group. They hadn't allowed her a moment's respite for 2 whole hours. And the thought of them having recorded her, what if someone were to see those incriminating images? No matter. She resolved to claim that it was merely an illusion crafted by her adversaries. It was a fabrication. In the midst of her flight, Yijiro suddenly spotted a familiar woman in the courtyard. Her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Yizime, who was anxiously watching Zhao Hongya express her feelings. Sister. Yizime was oblivious to Yijiro's presence, fixated solely on Zhao Hongya. Ever since Xiao Yu had captured her, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. As long as she remained compliant and did not attempt to escape, the women here treated her with kindness. This place was akin to paradise, a dream she had longed for. Hongya, I actually saw you once before at the Hehuan Sect. Your father is Elder Zhao from the Xianling sect, right? We are truly fated, she exclaimed, presenting a flower to Zhao Hongya. However, Zhao Hongya had already noticed Xiao Yu approaching with a group of people, looking utterly relaxed. Displeased, she remarked, didn't you just pursue Qingyun this morning? Why are you seeking me out again? You speak nonsense. Yizime chuckled, wrapping her arms around Zhao Hongya. I find you far more charming than Qingyun. May I adorn you with this flower? Before she could lift the bloom, Yijiro strode over and slapped her across the face. What are you doing? Yizime froze in shock, and upon seeing her sister, she instinctively knelt in fear. Sister. How did you end up here? Yijiro's expression was icy, radiating a fierce disappointment as she growled. What are you doing? Can a dog ever change its ways? Yizime trembled in terror, her face paling, and her body quaking as if she had encountered a specter. Observing the scene, Xiao Yu stepped forward, brandishing an iron rod, and struck Yijiro's teeth with brutal force, shattering 2 of them. Yijiro glared furiously at Xiao Yu, her expression seething with rage. Xiao Yu laughed coldly. Is Zime's pursuit of romance interfering with you? Such arrogance. Yizime, witnessing her sister being struck down, felt a wave of panic wash over her. What is happening? Xiao Yu continued to wield the iron rod against Yijiro's teeth, methodically smashing them one by one. Life without teeth can indeed be more entertaining. Initially, Yijiro cursed and glared, but after a couple of blows, she began to plead for mercy. I was wrong. Please stop, don't hit me anymore. I truly regret it. Behind her, Yizime was bewildered. What? Why has my sister been captured? Xiao Yu, holding Yijiro, who had lost all her teeth, turned to Yizime with a grin. So, how do you feel about this, Zime? Do you still fail to recognize your own faults? If you can acknowledge your mistakes, I shall allow your sister to accompany you. If I recall correctly, she has long tormented you and even took the lives of your parents, did she not? You fear her, do you not? Do you not wish for vengeance? Why should you continue to be oppressed by her? The image of her sister's heinous act, the murder of her parents, suddenly flooded Yizime's mind, distorting her expression. In the past, she was powerless against her, But now, things have changed. In this alchemy chamber, even the phoenix must bow low. Very well. I admit my wrongdoing. I should not have taken a life, but I was coerced by this woman. If you allow me to deal with her, I shall acknowledge all my faults. Detected Yizimei's self-reproach. She may be taken to the judgment chamber. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyu promptly drew Yizimei inside. He then seized Yijiro, yanking her by the hair as he dragged her backward. While I might offer others a chance to repent, you are different. I desire to make you wish for death. As Xiaoyu spoke, he forcefully slammed Yijiro's head against Axiong's gravestone. Yijiro's complexion turned ashen, blood gushing from her forehead. Xiaoyu continued to smash her head against the tombstone, with each impact resulting in more blood spraying forth. What was to come would surely be etched into your memory for a lifetime. Prepare for a fate worse than death, you wretched creature. Chapter 61. I merely slaughtered a few mortals. Yijiro's head repeatedly collided with the 3 gravestones ahead. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness. With each blow, she felt something shift within her mind. Amidst the agony, she finally noticed the name inscribed on the gravestone, Axiong. A fierce will to survive ignited in her eyes as she recalled the identity of the man behind her. How could this be? Wasn't he the one she had slain? No wonder he harbored such hatred for her. She had severed all his limbs and gouged out his eyes before him, killing the woman he adored. This was the truth, but how had he survived? She had shattered his skull. Just as Yijiro pondered this, Xiaoyu seized her little finger. I shall not permit you to die, you vile creature. He then twisted her little finger backward. Yijiro's eyes widened in panic, her pupils dilating. No, please don't. No sooner had she uttered this than she heard a crisp, bone-cracking sound. A searing pain surged through her heart as her little finger bent at an impossible angle of 160 degrees, hanging limply from her hand. It was broken. My hand. My hand. It hurts. Oh, I was wrong. Xiaoyu remained unmoved, gripping Yijiro's ring finger next. He applied pressure once more. The memory of Axiong's smile resurfaced in his mind, recalling the beauty of yesteryears, and he exerted force again, breaking it. Amidst the agonizing cries of her adversary, she fiercely grasped her middle finger. Yijiro, with a visage contorted in pain, shrieked in despair. Rather than endure such torment, perhaps death would indeed be a form of liberation. She struggled to rise and flee, but before she could escape, a sharp pain suddenly surged through her calf. Upon glancing down, she found herself collapsed on the ground, her severed left foot lying beside her. It hurts so much. My foot. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have killed you. Help me. Please, someone save me. Yijiro cried out in a frenzy. Xiaoyu ambled over nonchalantly, wielding a machete, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Why are you crying? When you severed my limbs, I did not weep. Why is it that when the tables are turned, you falter? Did you not relish tormenting mortals? Does this sensation not please you? Fear not. I shall not let you perish. I will heal your wounds shortly. Then we shall repeat the process. At his words, Yijiro broke down into tears, engulfed in terror, trembling from the chill that enveloped her. Observing her state, Xiaoyu chuckled coldly, setting down his blade to lift her. Half an hour later, under the influence of the Juyang divine body, Yijiro's injuries had miraculously healed. Xiaoyu once again seized her pinky, the very hand that had taken Axiong's life. No matter how he twisted it, he felt an insatiable urge for more. He then kindled a fire, placing her above its flames. With despair etched on her face, Yijiro wailed, "Kill me. Please, just end my suffering. I cannot bear this pain in my hand. I have only killed a few mortals. Why must you treat me this way? Why?" Her cries were filled with genuine fear, dreading that he might grasp her fingers again, or wield the knife to sever her limbs once more, only to heal her again and subject her to the agony anew. If such fate awaited her, she would rather embrace death. Why must you treat me so? I have merely slain a few ants. For cultivators like us, who cares about the lives of mortals? What do you truly desire? Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly sardonic as he regarded the crumpled figure of Yijiro, who was wailing uncontrollably. Every individual possesses the right to live. If the strong can freely deprive the weak of their lives, then is what I am doing to you not entirely reasonable? I fail to comprehend what mortals signify in the eyes of you cultivators. Do you not realize that if you trace back a few generations, your ancestors were once mortals? Yijiro, filled with resentment, clenched her right hand, fearful that its fingers would also be cruelly twisted. Mortals are wicked and foolish. Those mortals, once endowed with power and wealth, treat their peers with extreme cruelty. In the eyes of the affluent, the lower classes are no more than dogs and pigs. So why should we cultivators not regard them as ants? Xiaoyu chuckled softly, gradually reaching for Yijiro's right hand. Yijiro's expression was one of panic. Her teeth gritted as she tightly clenched her right fist. Watching Xiaoyu slowly pry apart her fingers, her despair deepened. I was wrong, Sob, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. I truly erred. I am willing to be your furnace. I am willing to serve you in the future. I merely wished to cultivate immortality, simply wanted to avoid being bullied. Sob, sob, sob. I truly repent. I truly understand my mistakes. Spare me. Detected that Yijiro is repenting, can be taken to the judgment chamber. Xiaoyu remained unmoved, continuing to pry at Yijiro's fingers, forcefully bending them backward one by one. The thrill of revenge was tangible upon his face. As he observed Yijiro cry out once more, he suddenly stomped down on her right arm, continuing his relentless assault. Spare you? Who spared Asyong? You wish to avoid being bullied? Is that a justification for inflicting harm on the innocent? I may spare you, but only if you resurrect Asyong. Revive her, and I shall let you go. Xiaoyu persisted in his torment. With a sharp twist, Yijiro, who had been howling, abruptly tilted her head. The excruciating pain seemed to shatter her nervous system. She stood there, dazed, her head drooping as she stared blankly at Xiaoyu. For reasons unknown, it appeared as though she had lost her sense of pain. Perhaps it was due to the intensity of her suffering, or perhaps death had begun to embrace her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as memories of a sunlit afternoon from her childhood surfaced. Back then, she was merely a mortal child. Yet she was harmed by her own father and brother. She could not comprehend why her kin would inflict such pain upon her. The physical torment had wrought spiritual scars upon her soul. That day, she had taken a hoe and shattered her brother's skull with her own hands. The notion of self-preservation began to take root in her heart. She recalled her father, that despicable wretch. Jiro, my dear daughter, your mother has returned to her family these past few days. Your father has bought you your favorite candied hawthorn. Chapter 62. The Secret Record of Alchemical Formulas. Yijiro vividly remembered what her mother did upon discovering her affair with her father. She chose to ignore it, for the household had always been governed by her father's will. Should her mother dare to utter a word of dissent, it would result in a beating. Before long, she found herself pregnant. In a desperate bid to rid herself of the abomination within, she attempted to escape multiple times. However, that man, like a devil, confined her to the woodshed. With her brother deceased, the Yi family had lost its lineage, and thus the man insisted she bear the child. Yijiro resolutely refused. And on a quiet, moonless night, she used a chopping knife to extricate the abominable fetus herself. She had lost the will to live, yet fate played its cruel hand. As she was saved by her sister, Yizime, Zime had brought her to a desolate wilderness. She still vividly recalled Zime pushing a cart and proclaiming her intent to take her away. However, misfortune pursued the wretched, and the two were subsequently captured by female cultivators of the Hehuan Sect. Yijiro, already wounded and bleeding, escaped further harm, while Yizime was taken into a cave by one of the women. Since then, her sister Yijiro had also become an aberrant individual, much like herself. Subsequently, the two of them joined the Jade Maiden sect. Upon mastering their spells, the very first act Yijiro undertook was to return to the place where she had once resided, severing the heads of that man and her own mother. Over the years, she had come to grasp a singular truth. The weak are destined to be oppressed. Regardless of how morally reprehensible one may become, or how far removed from humanity one might stray, as long as one can grow stronger, it is deemed justifiable. Betraying one's master, annihilating one's kin, and wanton slaughter of the innocent had become the norm. Reflecting upon her past actions, Yijiro did not perceive her deeds as erroneous. In a haze, she gradually closed her eyes. Perhaps if she were to die in this manner, she would be spared further suffering. Yet, it was not long before she regained consciousness once more. Gazing at her once again healed body, she leaned against the side, her countenance ashen. The other party had healed her again, leaving her uncertain of the tortures that lay ahead. Yijiro sat there in a state of helpless stupor, contemplating an attempt at self-inflicted demise by biting her tongue. However, she was aware that such a method would not lead to her death, for she had tried it in her childhood. At that moment, Xiaoyu began to cultivate as well, with Yijiro's assistance. His cultivation had already reached the second level of foundation establishment. He needed to recalibrate the spiritual energy within him. Lifting his hand, he traced a circle, opening the gates of Yin and Yang. A refreshing stream of spiritual energy coursed through his lower abdomen, gradually traversing to his dantian, and then spreading throughout his meridians. He first circulated his energy through the microcosm and then concentrated the spiritual power in his dantian. Sensing the purity of the mana, which had multiplied several times, Xiaoyu began to breathe deeply. During the qi refinement stage, the focus was primarily on drawing energy into the body and strengthening the meridians. Simple spells could be cast, though their potency was limited. The foundation establishment stage was markedly different. Once a cultivator stepped into this realm, it signified a genuine entry into the path of immortality. Not only could they wield a greater array of spells and talismans, but they could also manipulate magical artifacts from a distance using their spiritual consciousness, even tracking and pinpointing locations. Xiaoyu raised his hand to summon the magical artifact, the Jade Maiden Gourd. Sensing the elemental restrictions within the artifact, he directly projected his consciousness to extinguish the flames within the gourd. From henceforth, this gourd would serve as a sanctuary for the other women, requiring no further spells for suppression. Immediately afterward, Xiaoyu retrieved Lin's storage bag, extracting a mid-grade flying artifact. He stepped upon it and ascended into the sky in a single bound, his speed exponentially greater than before. With a gleam of ambition in his eyes, he declared that he could now refer to himself as this seat. He had attained the same level of cultivation as his master. In the time to come, he merely needed to communicate further with Kyojuro, and reaching the mid-level of foundation establishment should pose no challenge. For added assurance, he contemplated directly promoting Hualien and Wang Mei to the first level of foundation establishment, utilizing his 9-yang divine body to nourish them both. Albeit the time frame would be somewhat extended. Next month, he was to accompany the grandson of the fire monk to some secret realm, assisting his master in searching for a treasure. Wait a moment. Wasn't that secret realm accessible only to those in the qi refinement stage? Given his current cultivation, he likely could not enter. Presently, his enemies had already been apprehended. Hiding away to solidify one's development for a time may indeed be the wisest course of action. Moreover, he also wished to learn the art of artifact refinement. Observing the half-conscious Kyojuro on the ground, Xiaoyu raised his hand and summoned her into the judgment chamber. Before entering seclusion, he decided to review the judgment rewards for these two women. He activated the judgment buttons for Yi Mei and Kyojuro, and in the next moment, 2 notifications appeared before him. Successfully judged the wicked woman Yi Mei. Reward: Alchemical Formula Compendium, Digital Edition. Successfully judged the wicked woman Kyojuro. Reward: Maid's Chamber Storage Function, allowing the host to permit other non-evil female characters to voluntarily enter the maid's chamber. Xiaoyu's spirits lifted upon seeing this. The maid's chamber storage function meant he would no longer need to carry the Jade Maiden Gourd. Even the ordinary women like Li Qingyun and Zhao Hongye could now enter the maid's chamber. This function was indeed quite practical. The Alchemical Formula Compendium contained records of over 1,000 rare alchemical recipes, including 68 ancient formulas, and even a formula for the dust-settling pill, which aids cultivators in forming their cores. Truly remarkable. Xiaoyu's gaze brightened. He would retreat for a while now, as there was much to accomplish. At that moment, Wang Mei entered, looking somewhat anxious. Glancing at Xiaoyu, she whispered, "Master, Sister Ling says she wants to go back. Shouldn't you persuade her? That Yi Haoyan seems to be courting death, and Sister Linger is worried about him." Xiaoyu rested his chin on one hand, skeptical about Yi Haoyan's reckless behavior. Wang Mei coldly remarked, "Master, it is likely that Yi Haoyan is after next month's secret realm quota. I have suspected this fellow of harboring ulterior motives, and Master did not consent to this marriage. When things are out of the ordinary, there is usually a hidden agenda. Sister Linger has already lost her innocence. Yet he continues his charade. His intentions are dubious. I suggest we find an opportunity to eliminate him, sparing Sister Linger from further deception." Xiaoyu nodded. Allow me a moment to consider." After speaking, Xiaoyu retrieved the Alchemical Formula Compendium. He recalled seeing a certain potion earlier, one that compels the truth to be spoken. Yes, the truth elixir. Crafted from true spirit grass and human speech grass, it would render a person incapable of lying for an hour. Have that fool consume the truth elixir shortly. I must enter seclusion for my cultivation. I will give Lu Linger one last chance. I owe her nothing. Once I finish refining the elixirs, I shall focus on my own cultivation. Outside the administrative hall, Yi Haoyan clenched his fists, his expression dark as he reflected on the events of the previous day, his brows quivering. That wretched woman dared to associate with others. He had indeed overestimated her. Yet, he was no fool. A new elder would arrive today, one of the 7 beauties of harmonious pleasure. Zhang Xiling would likely be replaced due to yesterday's incident. Regardless of the outcome, he could not afford to lose. Lu Linger was Zhang Xiling's disciple and was now entangled with Xiao Yu. Surely, requesting a bottle of Foundation establishment pills was not too much. With Lu Linger's intellect, if he simply spoke a few flattering words, would she not obediently assist him? At that moment, Lu Linger approached with small, anxious steps. Chapter 63. The Truth Pill. Upon the appearance of L. Linger, Yi Haoyan immediately greeted her with a warm smile. Expressing his heartfelt concern, "Linger, I have missed you terribly. At last, you are willing to see me." Just as he attempted to approach her, Wang Mei interjected, positioning herself directly between them. L. Linger, taken aback, hurriedly retreated to the side. Yi Haoyan's expression turned to one of anger. His gaze toward Wang Mei filled with murderous intent. "You again, you venomous woman. Will you never cease?" Wang Mei smirked with disdain. Unfazed by Yi Haoyan, given her current level of cultivation. "What do you mean by venomous woman? Is anyone who stands in your way from being with Linger a venomous woman? Is that why you neglected to rescue my master when she was in danger? Do you consider her a venomous woman as well?" Yi Haoyan's fists clenched in fury, recalling how Wang Mei had incessantly meddled in his affairs. Had it not been for her, L. Linger would not have been led to doubt. He had long perceived Wang Mei as a despicable character, repeatedly thwarting his intentions. In the sect, who did not know that Wang Mei frequently bullied L. Linger. What good could she possibly be? With this thought, Yi Haoyan's eyes narrowed. "Wang Mei, you wretched creature. How much longer do you intend to persist? Why must you always be present? What are your intentions? I see nothing but jealousy in you toward Linger. Your heart is anything but pure." Wang Mei, dismissing further dialogue, produced a truth pill and approached Yi Haoyan. "I shall not waste more words. This is a truth pill. Consuming it will compel you to speak only the truth. You profess your love for Linger. Dare you to eat it?" Yi Haoyan instinctively tightened his fists, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. Wang Mei coldly directed her scornful eyes at the silent L. Ling. "Even if you do not trust my judgment, you must trust your master's. There must be a reason why she disapproves. Sister, let us put aside our previous grievances. I do not wish for you to be deceived by those who merely possess silver tongues. Xiao Shidi consumed the medicine for the sake of our master and the sect, saving your life on multiple occasions. Yet you have not even offered a word of gratitude, and instead seek out this worthless scoundrel. Shall we wager that Yi Haoyan would not dare consume the truth pill? For he does not truly love you. He merely seeks to exploit you. A man's words are the least trustworthy. Observe not what he professes, but what he does." L. Linger cast a nervous glance to the side, clearly torn. Her reluctance to speak to Xiao Yu stemmed solely from her embarrassment. She found herself unable to meet his gaze, as it would only conjure the image of her having splattered Yi Haoyan's face. Noticing L. Linger's silence, Yi Haoyan felt a surge of anxiety. Observing the truth pill in Wang Mei's hand, he sensed something was amiss. Wasn't he the truth pill red? Why was the one she held green? Indeed, the truth pill was a second-tier elixir. How could Wang Mei possibly possess such a thing? She must be attempting to deceive him. With this realization, Yi Haoyan broke into a grin. "I say, Wang Mei, should I consume this truth pill, you shall never again appear before us. Dare you accept this challenge?" Wang Mei responded with a chilling laugh. "What have I to fear?" Yi Haoyan internally scoffed at her pretense. He directly picked up the elixir and examined it closely. As expected, it was indeed a second-grade rejuvenation pill. Did he think he was oblivious? Wang Mei feigned panic, furrowing her brow, while her heart rejoiced. It was her master who had skillfully wrapped a layer of rejuvenation pill skin around the true elixir. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Haoyan consumed the pill. Lu Linger, her eyes wide with alarm, feared it might be poisoned. Wang Mei wasted no words, glancing at the confidently smiling Yi Haoyan. She quietly inquired, "Do you truly love Sister Ling?" Yi Haoyan blurted out, "I do not love her. I merely wish to use her for the secret realm, to exploit her for elixirs, to squander her spirit stones." After uttering those words, he hurriedly covered his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. How could he have been so reckless? Something was amiss with this elixir. Liu Linger stood frozen, staring at Yi Haoyan, her mind in turmoil. Wang Mei continued her questioning. "Who is the woman you cherish most?" Just as Yi Haoyan was about to say it was his stepmother, he clamped his mouth shut and attempted to flee. Wang Mei was prepared, ensnaring him with a magical whip. Yi Haoyan's heart sank. This was the end. Wang Mei pressed on, a mocking smile on her face. Speak. Who is the woman you love the most? Yi Haoyan's expression trembled, stammering in fear. No matter how he struggled, the truth escaped him. I adore my stepmother. I even spied on her while she bathed when I was a child. I think my stepmother is quite alluring. Upon hearing this, Liu Linger, who had initially felt guilt and shame, gradually turned cold. Yi Haoyan continued speaking, his eyes bulging with anxiety. But Wang Mei was not one to let him off easily. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a recording orb, activating it directly towards Yi Haoyan. Yi Haoyan, what kind of person do you claim to be? Yi Haoyan's expression exploded with horror upon seeing the recording orb in Wang Mei's hand. He wished he could bite his tongue off. If this got out, I enjoy deceiving women for their money. I previously tricked Elder Xuanyuan's female disciple out of 300 spirit stones. I truly adore my stepmother. If given the chance, I would certainly eliminate my uncle. I am serious. I once deceived a female cultivator who loved me. She possessed a high-grade magical artifact, which I swindled from her. Then I had my father arrange for her to fight at another branch. That's when I met Liu Linger, using the high-grade artifact to attract her attention. Upon hearing this, Liu Linger was furious and raised her hand to strike. However, looking at Yi Haoyan's face, she hesitated. Wang Mei laughed coldly. Is this what you tell your master? A dragon among men? It seems you are merely a phoenix man, and the artifact was obtained through deceit. You still show mercy? You deserve to be fooled. Strike him. At her command, Liu Linger instantly swung her hand, delivering a resounding slap. Yi Haoyan's expression turned to one of anger. He wanted to deceive her further, but as he opened his mouth, the truth slipped out. Liu Linger, you shameless harlot. You splattered my face. How can you be so brazen? After that exclamation, all three fell silent. Yi Haoyan sought to explain, but as he opened his mouth, he blurted, Am I wrong? Are you not enjoying yourself? Do you dare to swear? L. Linger trembled at the corners of her eyes, raising her palm and striking out, Die. After delivering the blow, she turned to leave, while Wang Mei picked up the recording orb behind her. From now on, behave yourself. If you dare to create trouble again, I will release the contents of the orb, Wang Mei said, then chased after L. Linger, unable to contain her laughter. Junior sister, come talk to your senior sister. Don't go. Hey. Chapter 64. By Yu assaults Yi Zhiro in the alchemy room. Xiao Yu was fully engrossed in his cultivation. Yi Zhiro, on the other hand, was devoid of any thoughts. With her heart connected to her 10 fingers, she was truly terrified of the pain. Even if Xiao Yu asked her to kneel or serve him like a beast, she would comply wholeheartedly. Observing Xiao Yu, who had already reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, Yi Zhiro felt her own cultivation, now diminished to the 6th layer of foundation establishment, rendered her speechless. At that moment, Xiao Yu was equally perplexed. Why had Yi Zhiro's cultivation plummeted? The women Bai Yu and Yi Zimei had suffered no such fate. Could the issue lie with Yi Zhiro herself? Instinctively, Xiao Yu glanced at the half-conscious Yi Zhiro and inquired, Why is your cultivation so much higher than your sister's? Yi Zhiro dared not withhold her answer. She knew that displeasing him would lead to severe consequences. I must report, my lord, that my cultivation surpasses my sister's primarily because I have been deceitfully consuming elixirs since my qi refinement stage. Much of my cultivation was attained through these elixirs. Xiao Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. His 9-yang divine body and the supreme joy harmonization technique could indeed nourish one another, potentially enhancing their cultivation. This implied that Yi Zhiro's previous cultivation was merely inflated and had now been normalized by him. She might even drop further, but he dismissed such concerns. As long as his own cultivation improved, her descent to the qi refinement stage was inconsequential. As the crow of a rooster echoed in the distance, the dawn of a new day arrived. Xiao Yu stretched languidly, ready to undertake his daily tasks. Checking the time, he first made his way to Bai Yu's judgment chamber. Though Yi Zhiro saw Bai Yu, she lacked her previous pride and ambition, as if her very backbone had been stripped away. With her head hung low, she dared not utter a word. Observing this, Xiao Yu seized Yi Zhiro's middle finger. Terrified, she burst into tears. I was wrong. I was wrong. My hand. Bai Yu paused her activities, recognizing the voice, which felt oddly familiar. Upon listening closely, her fists clenched in rage. Yi Zhiro? The traitorous wretch? Xiao Yu chuckled softly. Indeed. Today, let us see your performance. I shall refrain from initiating the judgment. You may deal with her yourself, just don't kill her. Bai Yu's expression hardened, excitement coursing through her as she stood up, despite her blindness. Grabbing an iron rod from the ground, She advanced toward Yijiro, striking at her arm. As she drew near, she grasped Yijiro and exclaimed, "You wretched thing. Look at you now. Ha ha. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Today, I will make you pay in blood for your debts." Xiaoyu hurriedly exclaimed, "I told you not to kill her. Be careful." Baiyu nodded repeatedly, raising her hand to strike fiercely. Yijiro was struck so hard that stars danced before her eyes, and she dared not retaliate. It turned out that Baiyu was indeed alive and had been captured by Xiaoyu. Presumably, the adversary was also suffering in this predicament. Yijiro endured the blows. But as the assault continued, she clenched her fists in defiance, gazing at the blind Baiyu with a disdainful smile. "Master, are you enjoying yourself here?" Baiyu's brows quivered, her fury igniting. She raised her fist and struck Yijiro in the abdomen, shouting, "You wretched creature! How dare you speak?" Yijiro laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, master, if you get any angrier, you'll be just like me. Aren't you also captured now? Ha ha ha, do you still think you are the saintess? Ha, I am a wretched creature? Aren't you one as well?" Baiyu's face flushed with rage as she picked up a bowl from the ground and hurled it at Yijiro's head. Each strike seemed to release the pent-up fury within her. Yijiro's face was smeared with blood, yet she laughed with wild excitement. "Ha, even if I die, you won't fare any better. You're a wretched creature too. What do you have to be proud of? When I asked you for spirit stones and artifacts, you refused. You think you're still the leader of the Bai clan? I see you as nothing but a promiscuous woman. Ha ha." Baiyu was instantly infuriated and kicked out. Xiaoyu raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across Baiyu's face. "I said not to kill her. Can't you understand?" Baiyu quickly bowed her head. Yes. Yuera knows her mistake." After this, Xiaoyu stepped outside. After bringing Han Xiushui and Li Qingyun to the maid's quarters, he intended to treat Han Xiushui's ailment. Before he could begin, Han Xiushui remarked, "Xiaoyu, why do I feel like there hasn't been any improvement this time? It's ineffective." Xiaoyu hurriedly activated the Juyang divine body. Ineffective? It's simply not the right time yet. After the treatment, Han Xiushui looked puzzled. How strange. Why does it seem to be working so well today? Xiaoyu, filled with pride, replied, "That indicates the treatment is effective. This method involves a small treatment every 5 days and a major treatment every 30 days. Wait a month and you'll see significant improvement." Han Xiushui pondered thoughtfully and nodded. Before she could rise, she suddenly felt her stomach churning. The next moment, she covered her mouth and rushed to the back. Xiaoyu instinctively shrank his neck, thinking, will she be all right? He contemplated ignoring it. But then he saw Li Qingyun at the door, covering her mouth and vomiting as well. Xiaoyu's expression twitched. He merely wished to heal them. But now everything was chaotic, leaving him feeling flustered and helpless. Goodness. Xiaoyu glanced at the collapsed Li Qingyun at the doorway, who was in a pitiful state. And he felt a bit intimidated. Not long after, he called for Hualien, who understood pharmacology. As she arrived, she burst into laughter. "Congratulations, master. It's joyous news. You have a positive sign." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. Han Xiushui and Li Qingyun were also taken aback, with Han Xiushui staring at her daughter, unable to find her composure for a long while. Isn't it said that having children is largely a matter of luck? Many of today's young people go for 2 or 3 years without conceiving. How could this be happening with just a few attempts? At this thought, Xiaoyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, I'm going to be a father. This is a disaster. Upon noticing her mother speaking of Xiaoyu, Li Qingyun hurriedly interjected, "Oh mother, my husband is only trying to cure your illness. Please don't blame him. It's not a big deal. After all, father is no longer here, and I won't hold anything against him." Han Xiushui shot a disapproving glare at Xiaoyu, feeling that the young man was being rather insincere. Was he truly genuine? "Xiaoyu, what should I do? I'm still unwell. What do you suggest?" Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed hard. Well, it shouldn't affect the treatment. Han Xiushui's expression turned fierce, her eyes narrowing dangerously. What utter nonsense. Hualien, standing nearby, whispered, "It truly won't affect the treatment. You'll see for yourself." Chapter 65. Surprising, isn't it? Delightful, isn't it? After Hualien spoke, she glanced anxiously at Xiaoyu, her face flushing with embarrassment. Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat bewildered, believed that the treatment he had in mind was akin to his previous experiences. However, upon noticing Hualien's furtive glances towards Han Xiushui, he took out his pipe and, with a look of melancholy, began to fill it with tobacco. Seeing this, Li Qingyun hurriedly offered a fire starter to help him light it. as the smoke curled upwards. A spark of determination gleamed in Xiao Yu's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Han Xiushui. Dear mother-in-law, even if you are with child now, I assure you, I can still provide you with treatment. Having lived here for quite some time, Han Xiushui had come to understand Xiao Yu to some extent. Since she was already pregnant, she resolved to ensure the safe delivery of her child, refusing to let anything jeopardize it. Even if it meant her own demise, she would bring the child into the world first. This was her life's path, and nothing else mattered. Her child must not suffer. Looking at the cryptic expression on Xiao Yu's face, Han Xiushui's demeanor darkened. I asked for nothing more than the safe birth of my child. I will not tolerate any ill intentions. I have been through this myself, so do not overstep. Xiao Yu nodded obediently. After some contemplation, he extinguished his pipe, realizing the gravity of the situation now that she was with child. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within him. He could not shake the thought. Observing Han Xiushui sipping her tea, he boldly declared, I have an idea that could both aid you in your recovery and ensure the health of the fetus. Mother-in-law, your illness must be treated, preferably before the child is born. A strong and healthy body will benefit the child greatly. We wouldn't want the baby inheriting any ailments from you. Upon hearing this, Han Xiushui's teacup abruptly halted before her face. Indeed, this posed a significant concern. But how could it be treated? Noticing the opportunity, Xiao Yu quickly gestured for Li Qingyun to close the doors and windows. Then, with a dutiful demeanor, he approached Han Xiushui and began to massage her back. In truth, mother-in-law, it seems that your ailment primarily stems from overwork and the lingering chill that has afflicted you for years. The chilling energy within you converges at your lower dantian, Xiao Yu remarked, gesturing towards his abdomen. To eradicate the cold energy residing within mother-in-law, relying solely on medication is insufficient. We emphasize the harmony of yin and yang, guiding energy into the body. To dispel this extreme and malevolent coldness, one must utilize yang energy. Ordinary yang energy will not suffice. It must be pure yang energy. Han Xiushui furrowed her brows at these words. Glancing at her abdomen, she could not help but recall the moments when Xiao Yu had treated her, invigorating her blood flow. Indeed, each treatment had left her flushed with vitality, sometimes drenched in sweat, akin to enlightenment. Han Xiushui's delicate brows knitted together. She thought to herself, no suffering should befall the child. If her ailment would be passed on to her offspring, she would rather remain childless. As a parent, one ought to ensure a healthy birth for their child. Otherwise, bringing them into the world would only subject them to torment. The most selfish of parents are those who think this way. Clenching her right fist tightly, she asked, how will you treat it? Are you certain it won't harm the child? Xiao Yu, still gently patting her back, replied with a warm demeanor, yes. We have already witnessed the efficacy of the treatment before. This is due to the yang energy generated by my healing technique that has indeed acted upon your cold energy. Healing is akin to conducting trade. Sometimes, one cannot enter through the main gate due to sentinels, thus one must adopt a different approach. For instance, one could circumvent to the back entrance. All roads lead to Rome. As long as the ailment is treated, there are certain compromises I am willing to accept. At this juncture, Xiao Yu suddenly turned to Han Xiushui with utmost seriousness, stating, of course, the decision to proceed with the treatment ultimately lies with mother-in-law. I merely present the method. Han Xiushui's eyes trembled. She, the foremost talent of Jiangliaching, had been well versed in literature since childhood, embodying both knowledge and virtue. With a heart of fidelity and integrity, she had cultivated her character from a young age. To survive, must she resort to such measures? In the past, Li Qingyun's father had only touched her twice. Does this Xiao Yu truly intend to treat her? Should she consider terminating the pregnancy? Yet that would be profoundly unfair to the child. Since it has already come into being, should she not strive for its well-being? Beside her, Li Qingyun blushed throughout, cautiously observing her silent mother and murmured, let us proceed with the treatment, mother. Han Xiushui slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, silence. Xiao Yu dared not utter a word thereafter. Is this the distinction between a virtuous woman and a wicked one? Had he shared such matters with Wang Mei, she would have extinguished the light long ago. Has Han Xiushui not undergone treatment for a considerable period? Why does she still maintain such an icy and haughty demeanor? Perhaps he has been too restrained. Many of his methods are beyond her reach. Unlike Bai Yu and her associates, whom he could manage effortlessly, Han Xiushui would not hesitate to take drastic measures if displeased. The dilemma lies in his fondness for this mother-daughter duo. He does not wish to force matters. Among these women, The most talented and kind-hearted are undoubtedly Li Qingyun and her mother. Observing Han Xiushui, who continued to converse animatedly with Li Qingyun, Xiao Yu sighed helplessly as he entered Bai Yu's judgment chamber. After all, she is of his blood. He intended for Bai Yu, a seasoned alchemist, to take her pulse. If it comes to worst, let us take our time. Once the child is born, Han Xiushui will surely be inclined to accompany him. As Bai Yu approached, Xiao Yu noticed that the 2 buckets of water were already full. Bai Yu was still shouting, "Yijiro, you treacherous wretch. I shall ensure you pay for this transgression. I must cleanse the ranks." Xiao Yu chuckled softly, "Cease your shouting, you heir. Step outside and assist the master with the pulse diagnosis." Bai Yu paused at his words. "Go outside?" In the next moment, she was released. Xiao Yu quickly added, "Dear mother-in-law, this esteemed individual is a golden core alchemist from the Jade Maiden sect, possessing knowledge of medicinal properties far surpassing ours. As your son-in-law, I am genuinely concerned for your well-being, which is why I have invited her to assist you in diagnosing the situation and exploring alternative remedies." While speaking, Xiao Yu conveyed to Bai Yu, "You must assert that only yang energy can dispel the cold, and the more severe you make it sound, the better. She is pregnant and wishes to safeguard her child." Han Xiushui nodded in agreement, understanding that having another physician present would certainly be reassuring. At that moment, Bai Yu was taken aback. She had not breathed in fresh air for an extended period, and as she felt the gentle breeze outside, her heart seemed to brighten. After a brief moment of contemplation, she proceeded to check Han Xiushui's pulse. Bai Yu's brow furrowed, as if she had discovered something. Although she could not see, she could still detect Xiao Yu's scent. After all, they shared meals daily. Upon locating Xiao Yu's position, she hurriedly communicated, "Master, it appears she is not pregnant. Has she consumed anything unwholesome recently? It seems to be a gastrointestinal issue, leading to her nausea." The reason Lianer detected the slippery pulse was likely due to her having ingested many unsanitary items, igniting her liver fire. Xiao Yu was taken aback. "So, it's acute gastroenteritis then?" In Chapter 66, the atmosphere seemed to favor those who wished to be favored. Bai Yu continued to communicate, "Master, ordinarily, this young lady Han should not have been here for long. Moreover, one must consider the cycle. Given her previous absence, even with a stroke of luck, it would take at least 2 months for pregnancy symptoms to manifest." Upon hearing that she was not pregnant, Xiao Yu resumed puffing on his pipe, startled by the revelation. Bai Yu, understanding Xiao Yu's meaning, quickly went to check Li Qingyun's pulse. The symptoms were identical. Observing Xiao Yu's mischievous grin, Bai Yu relayed, "Master, you truly need to pay attention to the gastrointestinal health of these 2. Unlike us alchemists, who can forego meals after consuming elixirs." Xiao Yu instinctively narrowed his eyes. "No, child. That was quite the shock." Bai Yu, catching on, swiftly turned to Han Xiushui, saying, "You are experiencing severe chills. You require pure yang energy, which I cannot provide. However, your unborn child is healthy, thanks to the earlier treatment. It can be said that Master Zhao's yang energy has shielded the child from the cold, ensuring its well-being." Upon hearing this, Han Xiushui's expression grew increasingly melancholic. Since the child was healthy, as a mother, she would do everything in her power to protect it. Observing this, Xiao Yu retracted Bai Yu, while Li Qingyun slowly exited the room to prepare a meal. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Yu was preparing to escort Han Xiushui to the maid's quarters and was contemplating a meal, he suddenly perceived a commotion emanating from the boiler room. It appeared that someone was in a heated argument. Upon approaching, he was astonished to discover Yi Zimei harassing Li Qingyun. "Qingyun, do you not yet comprehend my affections for you? Even with the master's child, I would not turn you away. My feelings for you are genuine." Li Qingyun's expression flickered with amusement. "Zimei, please do not jest. The master is about to dine, and I am not yet prepared, all because of you." Yi Zimei stepped closer with a familiar smile. Yes, it's all my fault. Qingyun, you are truly exquisite, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you." As she spoke, Yi Zimei picked up a boiled egg, peeling it with eyes brimming with affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu instinctively recoiled. "Yi Zimei? So you have taken up residence here, have you? Close the door. Release Wang Mei." He promptly shut the door to the boiler room. Yi Zimei, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Xiao Yu's furious expression and hurriedly explained, Master, did you not say I could seek companionship with Qingyun?" With his left hand, Xiao Yu summoned Wang Mei, and with his right, Zhao Hongya, declaring, "I must bring you back to your senses. Are you audaciously claiming this space as your own?" Upon seeing the smiling Wang Mei, Izume was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes. Master, master, I was wrong. I shall no longer harass Jingyun. I promise. Xiaoyu stood nearby, smoking a cigarette. Beside him was Yijiro, who had just healed her fingers. Yijiro had learned to be more compliant. She understood that pleasing Xiaoyu was essential to avoid further punishment. Master, why is there such a disparity between the polishing of mirrors and the severing of sleeves? Jiro inquired, not fully grasping the situation. Seeing Yijiro daring to speak to him, Xiaoyu promptly broke her ring finger. However, this time, Yijiro remarkably gritted her teeth in silence. Observing the tears welling in her eyes, Xiaoyu smirked disdainfully. This rivalry between women cannot inflict substantial harm. Yijiro, straining to keep her composure, understood that to prevent further punishment, she had to be exceedingly obedient and compliant, to make him feel that breaking her fingers was futile. With her finger cradled, she spoke through gritted teeth. Master, you are truly knowledgeable. Jiro is willing to follow you through life and death. Should you require assistance, I would gather the other women of the Jade Maiden sect for you. I would do anything for you. If you fancy that girl Asyong, Jiro will exert all her effort in cultivation. Once I become strong enough, I shall surely find a way to resurrect Sister Asyong. As she cradled her injured finger, tears streaming down her face, a sudden voice interrupted from outside the alchemy chamber. Master, a disciple from within seeks you. They say a new elder has been dispatched to take charge here and wishes to meet with you. Xiaoyu was taken aback by the news. Had his master been replaced? How could this be? Was it due to the unfortunate demise of Elder Meng's two associates here? Xiaoyu rested his chin on his hand, pondering the events of the past few days. Even though the considerable casualties were caused by Yijiro's offensive on the branch sect, the speed at which the main sect received the news is truly astonishing. His master would certainly not report it directly, as that would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Some degree of information management would be necessary, followed by a methodical approach to reporting in order to mitigate the repercussions. Within the sect, if any elder mismanages affairs resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples, there is a high probability of facing accountability. Xiaoyu felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. The main sect arrived far too swiftly. Could it be that they were targeting his master? Was someone perhaps leaking information, embellishing the previous events to the main sect? Who could it be? At this juncture, the identity of the informant was of little consequence. It was evident that the main sect had spies in place. If his master were to be replaced, his own safety would be severely compromised. A plan must be devised. Just a moment, I will be right there. Wang Mei, in the servants' pavilion, instinctively clenched her fists upon observing Xiaoyu outside. Should her master be dismissed, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be embroiled in trouble as well, potentially facing the same accusations. Master, we must quickly gather our belongings. If worst comes to worst, we should flee. I suspect there are indeed spies from the main sect lurking here. The last incident claimed the lives of at least 70 to 80 disciples, including 2 at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, some of those deceased had relatives within the main sect. We must remain vigilant. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Whether righteous or demonic, many within these circles are bound by familial ties. If it comes to that, we shall hide. This place can accommodate whomever it pleases. For the time being, we should seek out my master. His benevolent nature makes him susceptible to treachery. After releasing Hualyan and Wang Mei, the group commenced organizing the alchemy room's supplies. They moved swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 67. Yi Haoyan becomes dependent. Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he gathered everyone from the alchemy room. After some contemplation, he decided to secure the medicinal pills and herbs as well. Observing the alchemy room, now nearly tidied, his gaze shifted towards the Xuanwu array. Given that the sect had replaced his master, staying here was no longer viable. Sooner or later, his secrets would be uncovered. He would follow his master wherever he went, or perhaps depart to find a secure location for stable development. Baiyu's judgment value was nearing its limit, which would alleviate his concerns regarding her potential malfeasance. He could then strategize regarding Baiyu's previous cave, which housed countless treasures sufficient for his cultivation. Yet, he pondered how his master was faring now, likely unwilling to accompany him. That would be a matter to assess later. Once he had also secured the Xuanwu array, Xiaoyu made his way to the administrative hall. At that moment, the hall had undergone renovations. However, remnants of the substantial gash made by the golden scales were still visible. On the walls and beams stood 7 or 8 new disciples from the main sect, wielding array flags, seemingly engaged in laying out some formation. With his head bowed, Xiaoyu proceeded forward. Before reaching the administrative hall, he spotted Zhao Feiji in a tender encounter with a man by the roadside, appearing quite affectionate. "Oh brother, do be mindful of your surroundings. We wouldn't want to be seen." Xiao Yu regarded the smiling Zhao Feiji with a look of melancholic resignation. Is this fellow truly deluded? Wasn't he previously proclaiming his intent to flee? Yet here he is, Xiao Yu, strolling along. As he walked, he encountered numerous individuals, nearly all of whom were coupled. It seemed as though each face radiated the warmth of spring. Xiao Yu had never witnessed such a harmonious scene at the Hehuan Sect. In the past, male cultivators of the sect would venture outside wielding their magical artifacts, fearful of being ensnared by some unseen force, lest they be dragged back and face dire consequences. Why, then, was there such tranquility now? This felt amiss, very much so. Caught off guard, Xiao Yu hastily activated the vision of the maidservant pavilion. Upon seeing the scene outside, Huo Yin and Wang Mei were equally taken aback. Is this not a scene of romantic entanglement? How did so many couples suddenly appear? Observing the spectacle, Wang Mei instinctively bit her nail. Could it be that Xiao Yu is now hesitant to proceed? It indeed felt somewhat eerie. Had this been in the past, several elders would have approached him for a chat. Why were these individuals behaving so differently? Wang Mei, uncertain, glanced at the crowd and remarked, "Master, perhaps the reason so many have become acquainted is due to the soul-enticing smoke you released that day." Indeed, Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched on that occasion. He had unleashed an entire bundle of soul-enticing incense to assist his master. It was likely that some had found their true love. With a sigh, Xiao Yu covered his face and entered the administrative hall. Why should he concern himself? If questioned, he would feign ignorance. Yes, it was none of his business. Surely, the newly arrived elder would not seek to hold him accountable? At that moment, trepidation washed over him. Should Wang Mei cause a ruckus within the sect? Perhaps by releasing soul-enticing smoke, what punishment would she face? Wang Mei frowned. That would be a serious crime. She might be assigned to serve as a furnace for some elder or imprisoned, subjected to confinement for over a decade. Just as Xiao Yu stepped into the administrative hall, he abruptly halted. Goodness, should he flee? But what of his master? Perhaps it was best to escape for now. Who knew what abilities the new elder possessed? No sooner had he turned around and taken a few steps than he encountered an elder, Yi Haoyin. At this moment, Yi Haoyin appeared exuberant, accompanied by a female cultivator of the Hehuan Sect at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Clearly, a new romantic interest. Ah, is that not Master Xiao? He jeered with an air of arrogance. Why has Elder Lu been seeking you for so long without success? Where are you off to? The female cultivator beside him giggled softly, wrapping her arm around Yi Haoyin's. Junior brother Yi, is this the Master Xiao you spoke of? He seems rather unremarkable, only at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Xiao Yu, adorned with a concealing pearl, regarded the female cultivator across from him with raised brows. One could not deny that Yi Haoyin possessed some discernment. He truly had a knack for attracting attention. Had he not learned from past mistakes? Did he believe he could wear the green hat only once? Did Yi Haoyin truly think that by securing a female cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement as his partner, Xiao Yu would be intimidated? Huh, what a fool. A complete and utter fool. Yi Haoyin glanced at Xiao Yu, who remained silent, and turned to the woman beside him, saying, Sister Tang, this fellow is undermining me. I never expected that Lu Shimi would engage in a secret affair with him. All my efforts have been in vain. His master is Elder Zhang, so I can only suffer this injustice. Thankfully, I still have you, sister. Sister Tang, upon hearing this, smiled coldly and remarked, I expected something more formidable, but he is merely a first-tier alchemist in the Qi refining stage. What a disgrace. Rest assured, Junior Brother Yi, I will certainly inform Master about his attempt to steal another's partner. My master is not like some others who cannot discern right from wrong. Upon hearing his master mentioned, Xiao Yu erupted. Who are you talking about? Do you dare to challenge me? Sister Tang laughed derisively. Oh, your cultivation may be lacking, but your arrogance is quite impressive. You wish to fight me? With what? Look at yourself. Saying this, Sister Tang unleashed a high-grade offensive magical weapon. Xiao Yu, pretending to be unperturbed, produced a low-grade artifact. Yi Haoyin, have you resorted to living off others? You claim to love Linger, yet here you are, relying on her. This dependency of yours is hardly impressive. Yi Haoyin smirked, convinced that Xiao Yu was merely envious of him, desperate because he could not share in this fortune. Haha. Xiao Yu. Sister Tang is a disciple of Elder Lu, who has already reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Moreover, She possesses a spirit serpent comparable to a sixth-layer foundation establishment practitioner, far superior to your master. You must be unaware that your master has been dismissed, right? Xiaoyu frowned upon hearing this. Had the orders already been issued? Where had his master gone? Yi Haoyan, reveling in his triumph, raised his eyebrows and taunted. What are you so proud of? Don't think that your clandestine affair with that flirtatious Lu Linger makes you untouchable. Do not underestimate me. Today, we shall settle both new grievances and old. Just as Yi Haoyan spoke, Xiaoyu produced a recording pearl. Yi Haoyan clenched his fists, recalling the image of himself speaking the truth after consuming a truth pill, all captured by Wang Mei. Without further ado, Xiaoyu activated the recording pearl. The screen displayed Yi Haoyan saying, "I've liked my second mother since childhood." Sister Tang was momentarily taken aback, staring at the figure in the recording, visibly confused. Yi Haoyan had anticipated this. Haha, do you think you can impersonate me and deceive others with a recording pearl? If that person in the recording were truly me, I would rather smash my head against a wall than allow this charade. Stop trying to fool people. Xiaoyu had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. I see you are eager to wear a second green hat. Sister Tang, is it? Very well, I shall remember you. Chapter 68. The Seven Beauties of Joyous Union. Lu Pinger's Sister Tang, with a look of disdain, wielded her magical artifact, her gaze filled with scorn. How dare he flaunt his prowess before her? Everyone knew the might of her master. Among the seven beauties of Joyous Union, her master Lu Pinger ranked among the top 3. Zhang Xiling barely made it to 6th place. Even Zhang Xiling had to address her master as sister. Yet here was Xiaoyu, a mere 7th-layer qi refining practitioner, daring to challenge her? She indeed struck him today, yet it was in accordance with the law. After all, Xiaoyu had usurped Yi Haoyan's partner. At that moment, Linger entered the scene. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and Yi Haoyan together, she instinctively stepped aside. Yi Haoyan scoffed coldly. Ah, the dog and cat are gathered now. Sister Tang, you must stand by your junior brother. This Linger deceived me out of 1,000 spirit stones. She professed her love for me, yet her true intentions were merely to swindle my spirit stones and elixirs. Utterly lawless. Linger, who had just stepped away, widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing this. Gazing at Yi Haoyan's smug demeanor, she questioned whether she was mistaken. Was this truly the man she once adored? How had he so quickly become entangled with another woman? Xiaoyu responded with a cold laugh. You claim Linger deceived you? How shameless can you be? Do you dare swear by your Dao heart? Yi Haoyan opened his mouth, his expression explosive, as a man of stature. How could I wrongfully accuse anyone? Who doesn't know that Linger was always by my side? I must have been blinded by foolishness to believe her lies. Swear? Why would I hesitate? I, Yi Haoyan, solemnly swear that Linger deceived me first, and now she is having an affair with Xiaoyu. If I utter a falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. I swear by my Dao heart. Xiaoyu, do you dare to swear by your Dao heart as well? Can you claim that you and Linger have not been involved? The surrounding disciples looked on, and upon hearing Yi Haoyan's vehement oath, they instinctively believed that Linger had betrayed him. Linger was on the verge of tears. How could she explain? She was indeed at fault. For she had a connection with Xiaoyu. With her master now deposed, how could she defend herself? Xiaoyu observed Yi Haoyan swearing by his Dao heart, momentarily at a loss. Was this fool truly willing to make such a vow? Did he not wish to cultivate any more? How could he be so shameless, sacrificing his dignity for a life of indulgence? At that moment, Xiaoyu raised his thumb in mock admiration. How noble you are! I am utterly terrified. Yi Haoyan, unflinching, raised his fist and proclaimed, What do I fear? I have a clear conscience. What I sincerely offered was wasted. What do I fear? As they continued to bicker, a group approached the stage. All disciples retreated to the sides, daring not to speak. The woman on the platform glanced coldly at Xiaoyu and Linger. Her voice deep and resonant. Is this the alchemist of the branch? Is this how your master taught you? To usurp another's partner within the sect? Xiaoyu regarded the woman on the platform, then glanced at the gleeful Yi Haoyan, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Yi Haoyan's father was an elder, likely orchestrating this mischief. The matter of his master's removal was undoubtedly connected to Yi Haoyan. When the woman observed Xiaoyu's silence, she coldly admonished, You do not bow before me? You lack any sense of decorum. I ought to have your eyes gouged out. Xiaoyu found this amusing. He raised his head to meet the woman's gaze, and the next moment, a system notification chimed. Detected a new villain, Lu Pinger. Host, please judge her promptly. Name, Lu Pinger. Age, 26 years. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 7. Appearance, a stunning beauty, rated 95 points. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Talent, Serpent Demon. Exceptional wood spirit root. Personality, inherently malicious, ruthless, and unscrupulous in her pursuit of power. Background, one of the 7 beauties of Hehuan, hailing from the demon clan. Out of love, turned to hatred. She murdered her younger sister out of jealousy towards her sister's companion and was subsequently expelled from her clan. Crimes, devoured thousands of mortal cultivators. Lu Pinger caused Xiaoyu to momentarily freeze. A serpent woman? How could no one have noticed? Just then, 2 female cultivators descended from the platform, raising their hands to gouge out Xiaoyu's eyes, prepared to unleash a massacre. Xiaoyu thought that if these scoundrels sought to provoke him into rebellion, they would have to bear the consequences. Wait! An enraged roar suddenly echoed from outside. Zhang Xiling rushed in, her expression dark as she beheld Lu Pinger, who intended to punish Xiaoyu. My disciple, Zhang Xiling, is not someone others can meddle with. Such authority, Sister Zhang. Lu Pinger smirked disdainfully. Ah, isn't this junior Sister Zhang? It has been a while. You've certainly grown in prowess. Bold enough to speak to your elder sister in such a manner? No wonder your disciple lacks decorum. It seems she learned from you. Zhang Xiling stood before Xiaoyu with a grim expression, casting a cold gaze towards the assembly on the platform. Linger is my disciple. I never consented to Yi Haoyan's betrothal to her, and I have long since promised Linger to Xiaoyu. Matters concerning my disciples are not for outsiders to interfere with. Sister, after such a long journey, do you truly wish to clash with your juniors upon arrival? Moreover, Xiaoyu is the only alchemist in our branch. Lu Pinger grinned mockingly. It appears you have forgotten, sister. I am now a second-tier alchemist. Does a mere first-tier alchemist deserve to be taken seriously? What? Are you genuinely intent on opposing me today? Do not forget, it was your negligence that led to the deaths of elders Meng and the others. If not for your laxity, those from the Hehuan sect would not have infiltrated. Instead of returning to our sect to bear your guilt, you come here to flaunt your authority? What audacity! Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist, her expression one of resentment. This branch had been abandoned. Had she not been here to oversee matters, it would have been destroyed long ago. To now be accused of negligence was a bitter pill to swallow. Had it not been for her, the branch would have ceased to exist. Xiaoyu was on the verge of exploding with anger when Zhang Xiling hastily conveyed through sound transmission, "Do not act impulsively. Endure. You are no match for her. Her spirit serpent has already reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment." Xiaoyu replied, "Master, let us flee. This Hehuan sect is beyond saving. With a single command from you, I would carve a bloody path for you, even if it costs my life." Chapter 69. Military Order. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiling quickly glanced at Xiaoyu. To carve a bloody path for her. The last person to utter such words to her was her father. In that moment, she felt a surge of memories from her childhood. Now, Xiaoyu had become a foundational cultivator, just like her. Was his affection for her genuine? Yet, what about Wang Mei and those maidens? Zhang Ziling's heart began to race, and she hastily sent him a message. Behave yourself. Do you comprehend the consequences of causing chaos within the sect? Once we are wanted by the sect, no other demonic sect will accept us. Even if we sought refuge in an orthodox sect, we would be branded as demonic thieves, reduced to wandering cultivators devoid of resources and opportunities. Do not act impulsively. Xiaoyu, now holding the ace of Baiyu, seemed to look down upon the treatment offered by the Hehuan sect. In the past, he lacked strength and cultivation. But now the circumstances had changed. Wang Mei and Hua Lian were nearing the foundational stage, and he could contend with Lu Pinger on equal footing. His master need only restrain Lu Pinger's perfected spiritual serpent, and escape would be feasible. However, the formation of the branch was quite tricky. Attempting to flee would require substantial sacrifice. As Xiaoyu pondered strategies, Zhang Ziling stepped forward, her gaze resolute. "Junior Sister Lu, the situation at the front lines is dire. Since our sect has dispatched you, it is clear they recognize the strategic significance of the branch. This is a critical moment for utilizing talent. Why not grant Junior Sister an opportunity for redemption? I am willing to lead my disciples to attack Jianglu Mountain and establish a forward base there." Upon hearing this, Lu Pinger frowned, her expression laced with disdain. Jianglu Mountain hosts a stronghold of the Xianling sect. It is easy to defend, but difficult to assault. Are you attempting to deceive me, Junior Sister Zhang? Surely, you do not intend to flee? Zhang Ziling exhaled slowly. "Senior Sister Lu, you too wish to carve out a domain for our sect. If so, I implore you to grant my disciple a chance. I am prepared to sign a military order. Should we fail to capture Jianglu Mountain or perish upon it, I shall accept the consequences. Upon your arrival, if we succeed in taking Jianglu Mountain, our sect will certainly regard you with newfound respect. Yi Hao Tian interjected. Is Elder Zhang attempting to take us for fools? The Xianling sect has 200 Qi refinement disciples stationed there, and Lin Su's father is in command. What do you intend to fight with? Zhang Ziling fixed her gaze on Lu Ping. Naturally, we require your assistance, senior sister. You need only provide me with 50 Qi refinement disciples within 3 days. I will capture Jianglu Mountain. Yi Hao Tian burst into laughter. 50 against 200? Huh, you truly dare to boast. They even have a misty formation. Just 20 of them can guard the stronghold. You want to even get through. I suspect you wish to be a coward. Lu Pinger retorted, raising her hand. How dare you speak to Elder Zhang in such a manner? Withdraw at once. Yi Hao Tian instinctively swallowed hard, hesitating as he retreated behind Tang Tian. After Lu Pinger finished speaking, she regarded Zhang Ziling with an amused expression. Jianglu Mountain was no longer the same as before. It had transformed. Now fortified with a 200-person base and defensive formations established by the Xianling sect. Moreover, it is atop the peak of Mount Jianglu. Once the mysterious maze formation is activated, it becomes nearly impenetrable. As long as the opponent remains steadfast and does not advance, Zhang Ziling finds herself at a complete loss. However, since the adversary seems intent on courting death, she can seize this opportunity to her advantage. Once the Xianling sect diverts its attention towards Zhang Ziling, she can lead her troops to launch an assault on the main sect of Xianling. Even if she fails to conquer the Xianling sect, she can wait for Zhang Ziling's inevitable defeat to strike back with a vengeance. The entire army will seize Mount Jianglu, regardless of how one looks at it. This is indeed an opportunity. Such chances, with someone leading the charge for oneself, are rare. Since junior sister Zhang is so eager to contribute to the sect, I, as her senior sister, cannot be unreasonable. After all, our 7 sisters of harmony have always been treasured by the sect leader. We share a bond akin to sisters. However, at this moment, Lu Pinger feigned impatience with a smile. She then picked up her fan and began to wave it. 50 people may indeed be a bit excessive. Junior sister is aware that our last branch suffered significant losses, and I Haven T brought many disciples this time. Most of them are engaged in battle at the front lines. I can only assign junior sister 30 more. However, I can provide junior sister with a fine mid-grade magical artifact. With this artifact, junior sister will undoubtedly flourish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming urge to express his displeasure towards her entire family. Was she truly intending to lead them to their demise? A mid-grade artifact. How could she dare to make such a suggestion? Zhang Ziling bowed her head respectfully. 30 individuals is a bit much. Lu Pinger, with a beaming smile, waved her fan with great lightness. Junior sister is a rare talent. Against a mere 200 foes, you shall surely prevail with ease. Should you succeed in capturing Mount Jianglu, remember to credit your initial triumph to me. As Xiao Yu was about to voice his frustration, Zhang Ziling conveyed through thought, do not act impulsively. I have my own plans. She then clasped her fists and addressed the platform. In that case, I wish to personally select those 30 individuals. Lu Pinger replied, no problem, no problem. I shall await junior sister Zhang's triumphant return. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Ziling took El Linger and Xiao Yu to her study. Once inside, El Linger, seething with anger, knelt on the ground, clenching her fists and holding back tears. She lamented, it is all my fault for blindly trusting that scoundrel Yi Haoyan. Master, it is I who have brought you harm. It must be Yi Haoyan who reported to the sect against us. I am truly sorry, Master. Xiao Yu, holding a pipe with one hand, looked at Zhang Ziling with evident dissatisfaction, feeling as though he could have acted sooner. Had he known, he would have dealt with Yi Haoyan decisively. Zhang Ziling took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and said, Xiao Yu, do not act rashly. I know your talent is extraordinary. In less than a decade, your future will be limitless. Do not let such trivial matters derail your path to immortality. Winning in a moment of bravado, what does it truly matter? You must consider the consequences. Even if we flee now, where can we possibly go? Never speak of betraying the sect again. Xiao Yu's expression remained sour. One day, I will make Lu Pinger kneel. And that Tang Tian too. This is the first time I have felt such rage. Master, you truly have remarkable restraint. 30 against 200. Is this not akin to courting death? Zhang Xiling surveyed her surroundings, her expression grave as she spoke. Our initial approach was merely a feigned attack. I have received news that Lin Su has perished. His father, Lin Tianhai, is rallying troops and is likely to launch a significant offensive against our branch in the coming days. We shall wait for their assault on the branch before we execute a surprise attack on Jiang Lushan. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at his master. When had he become so astute? Did this imply that his master intended for them to make a hasty retreat? Prepare yourselves. Tonight at the hour of the rat, accompany me to Jiang Lushan. Chapter 70. Yi Haoyan's mother. Upon concluding her words, Zhang Xiling summoned Lu Rui, Li Yunma, and others, even calling upon Zhao Feiji. She had gathered all those she trusted. Despite their collective strength not being particularly formidable, upon seeing her sister Lu Rui, Lu Linger wore a sorrowful expression. As Lu Rui approached, her gaze fell upon Xiao Yu, causing her to swallow hard as if recalling a vivid memory. Xiao Yu, silent, decided to heed his master's directives and begin formulating a plan for the future. Since Lu Pinger dared to provoke them, he would not hold back. Though he might not be able to contend with Lu Pinger at present, he was confident he could easily handle Tang Tian. The mere thought of the duplicitous Yi Haoyan, who swore oaths with his heart yet twisted the truth, made Xiao Yu clench his pipe tightly. This wretched individual had truly startled him today. To swear by his heart while living off others, what audacity! Given this, he resolved to seek out Tang Tian before midnight, intending to add another layer to Yi Haoyan's already burdened reputation. Whoever he chose as a partner in the future, Xiao Yu would seize them all, one by one. At that moment, Li Yunma interjected, "This is utterly intolerable. Yi Haoyan is truly despicable. How dare he toy with us? I just saw someone from the Yi family arrive. It seems Yi Haoyan's mother is here." Xiao Yu froze, astonished. "What did you say? Yi Haoyan's mother has arrived? For what purpose?" Li Yunma responded, "What else could it be? Naturally, she has come to check on her precious son to see if he has been wronged. Such nepotism is truly revolting." Xiao Yu's expression turned contemplative as he glanced at Zhang Xiling before hastily lowering his head, thinking, I need to return to the alchemy room for a moment. You all carry on." Zhang Xiling, fearing that Xiao Yu might instigate trouble, quickly communicated with him through thought, "Do not kill Yi Haoyan. His father is on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core stage and is closely allied with the sect master. If he were to die, we would all be implicated. The sect would undoubtedly send someone to investigate our souls." Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing him." With that, Xiao Yu dashed away, a broad smile on his face. Yi Haoyan's mother had arrived. Ha! This wretched individual is seeking trouble, is he? Then he should not blame Xiao Yu for his actions. Yi Haoyan's father is formidable, is he? We cannot kill him. Then let Uncle Xiao teach him a lesson in humility. In a flash, Xiao Yu arrived at the task commission office adjacent to the administrative hall. The maidens Wang Mei and Hua Lian had already surmised what Xiao Yu intended to do. The two individuals laughed heartily, with Wang Mei covering her mouth in a mischievous grin. "Master, this Yi Haoyan's mother must be 60 this year. Are you sure?" Xiao Yu's expression was resolute. "I am certain that it doesn't matter who comes today. Damn it, I must be considered his elder. From now on, I want him to call me stepfather. Whether she is 60 or 80, I am unperturbed. Why should I be afraid? Turning off the lights is all the same, right?" As Xiao Yu spoke, he began to scan the surroundings. Before he could locate Yi Haoyan, he spotted Tang Tian. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Tang Tian smiled broadly. "I thought it was someone else." "It's just you, junior brother Xiao. What brings you here? Seeking leniency?" Xiao Yu, observing Tang Tian's cheeky demeanor, had lost much of his interest. His foremost objective was to acquire Yi Haoyan's mother tonight. Noticing that Xiao Yu was ignoring her, Tang Tian felt a surge of anger. Xiao Yu promptly clasped his hands together and said, "Sister Tang, I apologize for my previous transgressions. Please accept this bottle of cleansing elixir as a token of my remorse. In truth, you must be aware of Yi Haoyan's intentions, and I harbor no animosity towards you. I genuinely believe you are a good woman, and I sincerely apologize for my past behavior." After speaking, Xiao Yu bowed his head. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? However, upon seeing the entire bottle of elixir, her expression shifted. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she hurriedly accepted it. "Your thoughtfulness is commendable. In the future, refrain from speaking of matters better left unsaid." Fearing that others might notice her gain, Tang Tian quickly departed. Xiao Yu smirked, thinking, "So you wish to undermine me? Bring it on." At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly spotted Yi Haoyan accompanied by a woman approaching the task commission area. His eyes widened in astonishment. The woman, adorned in luxurious garments, resembled a wealthy matron. Her attire was resplendent, exuding an air of nobility with intricately embroidered fabric interwoven with golden and silver threads. As she walked, her graceful movements were accompanied by the soft jingling of her jewelry, reminiscent of ethereal music. Her countenance bore an undeniable authority, yet her smile conveyed warmth, evoking both reverence and familiarity. Adorned with a dazzling gemstone ring, Xiaoyu quickly recognized it as a rare storage ring. This woman was none other than Yi Haoyan's mother. Zhang Honglu, detected new villain, name, Zhang Honglu, age, 62, cultivation, foundation establishment level 2, appearance, 90 points in beauty, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 103 pounds, qualities, possesses 3 elemental roots, gold, wood, and water. Extremely protective of her son, indulgent, domineering, and unreasonable, flaunting her seniority. Background: Madam of Elder Yi of the Hehuan Sect. Misdeeds: to assist her son Yi Haoyan, she has suppressed other disciples, harming over 30 individuals. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Xiaoyu's gaze sharpened. Despite her being in her 60s, she appeared to be in her 40s, with a physique that could only be described as remarkable. Her hair was tinged with gray, suggesting she had endured considerable worry for Yi Haoyan. Oddly enough, Xiaoyu found himself somewhat more favorable towards Yi Haoyan at that moment. How peculiar indeed. It is no wonder that people often say not to be harsh with children. At this moment, Zhang Honglu directly handed a task commission scroll to the consular disciple, stating, "This is my newly issued task. Acquire 10 flawless cleansing marrow pills for my son, and also procure 3 foundation establishment pills." The consular disciple felt a bit awkward. "Madam Yi, given the pressing war situation, Elder Lu has advised against assigning personal tasks to disciples." Zhang Honglu's expression hardened. "What? Is my son not involved in the war? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" The disciple quickly lowered his head. "And no, it's just that we do not possess such cleansing marrow pills. Only Master Xiao has them." Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, mother. Since Xiaoyu is nearing his end, why not procure some pills from him? I know where that fellow's alchemy room is. Let us go." Xiaoyu had already rushed back to his alchemy room in advance, setting up formations and arranging second-rank bewildering pills. "Haha, come forth, my dear son." Chapter 71. Yi Haoyan's ambitions at this moment. Zhang Honglu was following Yi Haoyan toward the alchemy room. Yi Haoyan was still excitedly recounting, "Mother, it was this scoundrel who dug a pit for me and became the third wheel, stealing Linger away. That woman, Lu Linger, even deceived me out of my spirit stones. It infuriates me. Mother, you must stand up for me." Zhang Honglu's expression turned cold as she fanned herself with a paper fan. "Naturally. Anyone who dares to bully my Zhang Honglu's son is courting death. After receiving your message, I came here without delay, solely to support you. They have gone too far. That Zhang Xiling actually dared to incite her disciple to harm my Haoyan. Humph. She won't have many days left to frolic." Yi Haoyan's expression was jubilant, walking along with a spring in his step. How dare they oppose him? That group surely did not know who the 7 beauties of Hehuan were. Apart from the sect master and a few honorary elders in the Golden Core stage, the next in line were the law elders, and his father was one of them. They governed all matters of Hehuan sect, tasks, personnel, resources, promotions, and punishments. Even the 7 beauties of Hehuan were appointed by the sect master and the law elders. Moreover, his father was about to reach the Golden Core realm. Once he attained that level, he would be promoted to an honorary elder, second only to the sect master. Who dares to snatch away Yi Haoyan's woman? Humph, they simply do not know the gravity of their actions. At that moment, Zhang Honglu quietly inquired, "Haoyan, this Xiaoyu is a first-rank alchemist, correct? His cultivation is at the qi refining stage?" Yi Haoyan replied, "Yes. He seems to be at the mid-qi refining stage. He was previously Elder Wu's disciple and apparently could concoct first-rank pills even before reaching the qi refining stage. There must be quite a few pills in his alchemy room. Mother, please retrieve some for me later." Upon hearing this, Zhang Honglu's hand holding the paper fan gradually came to a halt. Her expression slightly shocked. "He can concoct first-rank pills at the body refinement stage? Are you certain?" Yi Haoyan, somewhat bewildered, nodded. "Yes, I have investigated thoroughly. Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Honglu's eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth turned upward. This meant that he possessed talent in alchemy. Hao Tian, perhaps it would be wiser not to eliminate this individual. Let your mother place a soul-binding restriction upon him, ensuring he labors for you in alchemy for all eternity. What do you think? Yi Hao Tian gazed reluctantly at the alchemy chamber ahead. Just as he was nearing, it seemed his mother had changed her mind. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Honglu hastily interjected with a smile. Do not be foolish. Lu Linger is merely an inconsequential harlot. Do not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. I believe Zhang Xiling has taken him as a disciple precisely because of his alchemical prowess. Remember, Zhang Xiling never accepts male disciples. This indicates that his skills in alchemy must be considerable. What purpose would it serve to kill him? It would be far more prudent to keep him as a captive, transforming him into your slave, ensuring he concocts elixirs for my son for eternity. The more she spoke, the more resolute she became. In the future, you will need foundational elixirs for your cultivation. Let him refine them for you. If he fails to produce, we shall simply castrate him. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Zhang Honglu continued, her expression venomous. Do not let small matters cloud your judgment. Think long-term. In the sect, every elder is acquainted with various alchemists and artisans. You must cultivate your own trusted allies in advance. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will ensure you ascend to the position of enforcer elder. With Xiaoyu assisting you in alchemy, you will amass greater loyalty through the elixirs you provide. The more Yi Hao Tian listened, the more he found her reasoning compelling. Indeed, what was Lu Linger worth? If she fled, so be it. Should he become the enforcer elder, he could even summon Zhang Xiling. Was she not opposed to his association with Lu Linger? Let her come and see for herself. Yi Hao Tian began to envision a splendid future, his smile widening. Ha! Mother, you truly are my beloved mother. I nearly jeopardized a significant opportunity. The alchemy chamber is right here. Let us enter swiftly. Zhang Honglu surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight before whispering, Hao Tian, you have enmity with Xiaoyu. To avoid gossip, you shall wait outside. I will enter alone. You must guard the entrance. No one is permitted inside. Just say, I am here to inventory the elixirs, to prevent any hidden agendas. Yi Hao Tian was overjoyed, hastily taking his position at the door with his artifact in hand. His mother had already reached the second layer of foundation establishment. Dealing with a mere Xiaoyu would be child's play. In due time, he would summon Lu Linger, allowing Xiaoyu to witness his revenge firsthand. Zhang Honglu strode confidently into the alchemy chamber, her head held high as she surveyed the arrangement within. The herb garden, the boiler room, the shelves of medicines, the sleeping quarters, and the study. Her gaze then shifted to the alchemy room, from which gray smoke billowed. With just 2 strides, she entered. Before even reaching the alchemy chamber, Zhang Honglu detected a sweet, fragrant aroma of elixirs. Are they concocting a cleansing elixir? The scent surely indicates a flawless quality. Zhang Honglu had previously suspected Zhang Xiling's motives for accepting a male disciple. It was entirely uncharacteristic of her. Indeed, this Xiaoyu possesses a gift for alchemy. At this moment, Xiaoyu, still engaged in his alchemical work, noticed her approach. He had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and defeating someone like Zhang Honglu was undoubtedly within his capabilities. However, for the sake of caution, he decided to proceed with prudence. After all, she was the wife of a sect elder and undoubtedly possessed means of self-preservation. Should he fail to eliminate her swiftly and she managed to escape, it would spell trouble. Today, he was determined to become Yi Haoyan's stepfather. Even if it meant humbling himself or sacrificing his own arms, he must vent this pent-up frustration. What did he care about Zhang Honglu? As for Xiaoyu, wouldn't he have to pay his respects upon seeing me? Zhang Honglu's voice was frigid, her demeanor exuding superiority as she gazed down at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu feigned panic, tossing the second-grade soul-confounding smoke into the alchemical furnace. Lady Yi, esteemed elder, what brings you here? He then bowed deeply, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. I am your disciple, Xiaoyu. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting. He continued. I was engrossed in researching the formula for the foundation establishment pill and momentarily lost focus. I beg your pardon. Zhang Honglu's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Oh, the formula for the foundation establishment pill? Quite the bold claim. How is your research progressing? Xiaoyu was fully aware of her intentions, undoubtedly considering her son's future. It's going well. With an additional 6 months, I should be able to refine a pill of minor imperfections. The success rate should be around 30%. Zhang Honglu's brows arched in surprise. She had not expected this small branch to harbor a budding alchemist. Today, she must impose a soul-binding restriction upon him. Oh really? Come closer, let me have a look at you. Chapter 72. Xiao Yu and Zhang Honglu. Xiao Yu, feigning reverence, approached with his head bowed, avoiding any deviation of gaze lest she detect the scent of the soul-confounding smoke in the air. This second-grade smoke had been refined by Yu, its aroma reminiscent of the cleansing pill. The time for its effects had not yet come, and he needed to lower her guard. Before he reached her, Xiao Yu suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, a look of panic on his face as he cried out, "I am guilty. I implore Elder Zhang to spare me. I truly had no intention of stealing Sister Langer. It was all arranged by my master. Please, Elder, see the truth in this. I am but a lowly disciple in the Qi refinement stage. How could I dare to covet Brother Yi's partner? I am powerless before my master's orders. Esteemed Elder, how could I defy my master? Please, see the truth." Zhang Honglu smirked disdainfully, then gracefully began to fan herself. "Oh, is that so? When did I say I came for that matter? Why are you in such a fluster? I merely represent our sect to inspect the alchemical stock of the branch, to prevent any spies from stealing." Xiao Yu continued to plead from the ground. "Elder Zhang, please see reason. Spare me, and I shall heed your every instruction." "I was compelled, truly compelled." Zhang Honglu chuckled coldly, slowly advancing towards Xiao Yu, her eyes gleaming with mockery. She was indifferent to the veracity of his words. Even if they were true, what did it matter? The fault lay in having offended the wrong person. She lowered her fan and extended her right hand towards Xiao Yu's brow. Xiao Yu kept his head down, his lips pressed tight. Why had the effects not yet manifested? At that moment, Zhang Honglu suddenly shook her head, perplexed by the disarray of her vision. She took a deep breath, and her expression towards Xiao Yu shifted dramatically. In a split second, Xiao Yu raised his hand and unleashed a formidable attack. The radiant light of ecstasy erupted forth, causing Zhang Honglu to tremble. Instinctively, she brandished her medium-grade magic fan in defense. However, in but a fleeting encounter, her fan was obliterated by Xiao Yu's singular strike. With disbelief etched across her face, she exclaimed, "You are at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. Who are you? What is your purpose in my Hehuan Sect?" After uttering these words, she felt dizzy. "Oh no, I have been poisoned. Was it the bewitching smoke?" There was no time to ponder further. Zhang Honglu turned to flee. An adversary capable of destroying a medium-grade artifact in a single move was far beyond her capacity to contend with. Yet, before she could escape the alchemy chamber, a verdant formation abruptly rose around her. Zhang Honglu's brows furrowed in alarm as she beheld the sudden emergence of the Xuanwu array. Her complexion paled. She hastily pressed her hand against the acupoint on her neck, retrieving a bronze mirror to shield herself. "Who are you truly?" Xiao Yu replied with a playful smile. "Who am I? I am your long-lost husband, and also the future father of your son, Yi Haoyan. I had my suspicions about which scoundrel dared to target my master, and it turns out to be your wretched offspring. However, I have no desire to stoop to his level, as I prefer not to engage in trivialities with children." With that, Xiao Yu wasted no more words and summoned the 1,000 fragrance and 10,000 beauties illustration. At the mere sight of it, Zhang Honglu let out a series of agonized cries. Just then, Wang Mei and Hua Lian entered, bringing Yi Haoyan bound with them. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Yi Haoyan's legs quivered. "Xiao Yu, how can this be? You are at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment. This is the end." Zhang Honglu's consciousness was fading, and as she gazed at Xiao Yu, she realized that her fate was likely sealed. "Xiao Yu, do you understand what you are doing? I am the wife of the law enforcement elder. If you kill me, the Hehuan Sect will surely hunt you down. The entire demonic path will pursue you. Your master will also be implicated. You are still young, and your future is long. You must not act impulsively." Xiao Yu grinned. "When did I ever say I wanted to kill you, my dear? I feel for you truly. The sensation of being poisoned is quite unpleasant, isn't it? I now offer you a choice. Will you enter my artifact, or do you wish to witness your son perish before your eyes?" As he spoke, Wang Mei held a knife to Yi Haoyan's neck. The latter, terrified, cried out, "Mother, save me. Help me." Zhang Honglu trembled as she watched her beloved child in such peril, her resolve faltering. "Xiao Yu, if you dare to harm a single hair on my son, I will ensure you have no resting place." In response, Wang Mei swiftly struck Yi Haoyan across the face, causing him to see stars. He could not comprehend how Xiao Yu had two formidable cultivators of the Qi refinement stage assisting him. Zhang Honglu's heart ached as she observed her son being battered. Her expression filled with desperation. Release him. You have released him. Bring everything upon me. Zhang Honglu, now 60 years of age, does not believe her adversary would dare to harm her. Furthermore, this individual possesses two strikingly beautiful aids. What could he possibly do? He must simply be seeking to seize some advantage. Xiao Yu coldly chuckled, raising his hand to slowly press against Zhang Honglu's brow. If you dare to flee, I assure you, your son's head will roll. Zhang Honglu instinctively lowered her head. She was certain he would not risk harming her. If she were to perish, her husband would undoubtedly come for revenge, and the entire branch would be doomed. Xiao Yu then withdrew to the maid's pavilion, only to find that she had not consented. In a fit of rage, he struck out, "Damn, are you courting death? Wang Mei, castrate Yi Haoyan for me." In that moment, Zhang Honglu faltered. No, no, no. I will enter your artifact." Yi Haoyan was left weeping, utterly terrified. He watched as Xiao Yu took his mother away, oblivious to her whereabouts. Meanwhile, within the maid's pavilion, Zhang Honglu sensed something amiss. What is this place? Xiao Yu gazed at Yi Haoyan across from him, a smirk gracing his lips as he lifted 3 forgetting worry pills and fed them to him. Ha, my dear son, just wait patiently at home. My desire to slay you diminishes by the moment. Thereafter, Xiao Yu discarded Yi Haoyan at the entrance of the alchemy chamber. At midnight, he followed Zhang Xiling to Jiangliishan. Zhang Honglu in the maid's pavilion could never have anticipated that Xiao Yu would treat her this way. Ah, you wretched scoundrel, may you meet a terrible fate. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Just wait for me. Wang Mei, witnessing this, delivered another slap. Old harlot, what are you barking about? Outside. Xiao Yu chuckled. Now tell me, am I not Yi Haoyan's father? Huh. Chapter 73. The bewildered Yi Haoyan. Zhang Honglu's expression was one of fury, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yu and his companions. How dare this despicable lot feed her a dispersing spirit pill, a concoction of immense complexity and exorbitant cost? Has he truly invested so much? Do not think that capturing me grants you leverage over my son. I assure you, should anything happen to me, his father will not let you escape unscathed. Look at your pitiful state. Apart from tormenting me, what else can you do? Do you think I am like those young girls, ready to crumble at the slightest trouble? What a thing. How dare you provoke me? As she spoke, Zhang Honglu displayed an expression of utmost disdain, her left lip curling in contempt. As her gaze scrutinized Xiao Yu, each glance dripped with derision. She even flicked her sleeve dismissively, as if unaffected. Huayan observed this, her eyes twitching. What does she mean by comparing herself to those young girls, ready to fall apart? Is she casting veiled insults? This old harlot dares to speak so boldly? Xiao Yu, witnessing her extreme disdain, felt a surge of excitement. Now this is entertaining. Madam Yi, it seems I have underestimated you. You are indeed remarkable, possessing vast knowledge, as one who has traversed the path before. A lady of your beauty must have immersed herself in extensive study. However, you have evidently overestimated my boundaries and underestimated the depths of degradation. Do you believe this is the end? As Xiao Yu spoke, he raised his hand, signaling the 4 nuns, led by Ling Xian, to bring forth 3 large vats filled with the intoxicating brew known as Heroic Woman's Song. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Honglu wore an expression of disdain and contempt. What did she think this was? Merely a matter of drinking? Could they truly drown her in alcohol? What was there to fear? This group of ruffians would undoubtedly dare not take her life. If her soul's lamp were to extinguish, the entire faction would meet a similar fate. Zhang Xiling would certainly not survive either. Unless Xiao Yu were a fool, there was no reason for her to worry. Moreover, she had originally planned to seek her husband in 3 days. At that time, if she did not make an appearance, he would inevitably come searching for her. Then, this group would face their reckoning. With such thoughts, Zhang Honglu's resolve began to solidify. She had thought they were up to something grander, but this? Just this. Before she could finish her taunt, she noticed the 4 nuns, under Ling Xian's direction, replacing the orbs nearby. When she saw them exchanging for several new recording orbs, realization struck her. This room had long been rigged with surveillance. This meant that her previous actions had already been captured on those orbs. How outrageous. Destroy those orbs at once. What do you intend to do? Do you know who my husband is? Are you truly courting death? Xiao Yu responded with a cold chuckle. Seizing a large bowl of wine, the 4 nuns quickly restrained Zhang Honglu. Panic surged through her as she gazed at the new recording orbs. Should such evidence circulate and reach her husband's eyes, even if he sought revenge, The Yi family would never allow a woman who had been disgraced to remain as the main wife. The cultivation families always prioritized their reputations. You dare. I will not drink. I refuse to drink. She protested. Let me go? This is adding sin upon sin. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Yu pinched her nose and forced the wine down her throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The contents of the bowl visibly diminished. Zhang Honglu's face flushed with anger. Having just finished one bowl, Xiao Yu presented another. I will not drink, she protested, yet she continued to consume the wine. Gradually, her mind began to cloud. I won't drink anymore, she declared, only to be met with yet another bowl. After 3 large bowls of wine, her vision blurred. Something seemed to be burrowing into her mind, an unusual sensation creeping in. There was something in the wine. She had imbibed too much. Her gaze fixated on the orbs across from her. The panic that had once gripped her now morphed into a deeper sense of unease. This man intended to use the recording orbs to coerce her. His initial target had never been her son, Yi Haoyan, but rather her all along. Everything in this place was meticulously crafted for her. As Zhang Honglu teetered on the brink of intoxication, her complexion glowed with a faint radiance. Her cheeks resembled the hues of a sunset, and her features mirrored the allure of blooming flowers. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she realized she must not succumb to unconsciousness. Otherwise, it would be the end. What exactly do you desire? Do you seek the spirit stones, or is it something else? Let us converse. Zhang Honglu, with an air of ambiguity tinged with a hint of pleading, addressed the matter. I am the wife of Elder Yi. You must consider your master. As soon as Zhang Honglu concluded her remark, Xiao Yu approached with a large bowl of wine, exclaiming, I still prefer the disdainful expression you wore just now, Madam Yi. Finish this cup, and there will be another. Come, come. If you wish to engage in earnest conversation, you must first punish yourself with 3 bowls. Zhang Honglu, flustered, adjusted her cloud-like hair, her lips trembling. When she glanced at Xiao Yu again, her eyes revealed a trace of irritation. Observing this scene, Hualien swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp slap. The sting left Zhang Honglu's face burning, her head spinning. In the next moment, Xiao Yu pressed the bowl of wine against her face. The bowl's edge pressed painfully against her chin, and she cried out, Ah, I won't drink. I can't drink anymore. Yet, despite her protests, she found herself downing 3 more bowls, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless fish, belching from the effects of the alcohol, her mind swirling with fragmented thoughts. In the ensuing chaos, she lost track of events. The following morning, before the alchemy room, Yi Haoyan, having ingested the forgetting worry pill, remained asleep. As a melodious chirping of insects filled the air, he gradually opened his eyes, stretching luxuriously while yawning. Ah, I slept so well last night. Upon awakening, he found himself puzzled. The alchemy room? How did I end up here? Bewildered, he stood up, glancing back at the alchemy room in confusion. He vaguely recalled attending Elder Lu's meeting the previous day and had intended to confront his mother. He had planned for her to eliminate Xiao Yu and capture Linger, seeking to avenge past grievances. How could he have ended up here after such a slumber? Perplexed, Yi Haoyan pondered for a moment before making his way to his mother's residence. Before reaching the door, he called out, Mother? Are you awake? Mother, are you there? After several unanswered calls, he pushed the door open and found a storage bag on the table. Could it be a gift from his mother? Upon opening it, he discovered precisely 666 spirit stones and a letter. My dear son, there are reasons for my absence. I have matters to attend to. Do not worry. Yi Haoyan regarded the letter with curiosity. His mother still addressed him affectionately, which he found amusing. Ah, I had hoped she would teach that wretched pair a lesson. But if she has pressing matters, so be it. Perhaps she has gone to address issues at the front? No, it must be related to the secret realm, which is about to open. She is certainly preparing me for it. Chuckling to himself, Yi Haoyan sat on the bed, leisurely sipping from a teacup. The tea was icy, prompting him to set it down. In that case, I shall personally summon Senior Sister Tang to seek out Xiao Yu and his band of cannon fodder. If they falter in battle, I must oversee their courage. Ha, I truly am a genius. Indeed, those fellows surely dare not venture up the mountain. I might as well employ a strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, keeping a close watch on them. Should they dare to flee, I shall promptly report them to our sect, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. The more Yi Haoyan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He felt as if he were truly a prodigy. He was evidently born to be a military strategist. Had he been assigned as the chief commander on the front lines, he would have vanquished the righteous forces long ago. With a grin stretching from ear to ear, Yi Haoyan dashed forth without a moment's pause. Arriving at Tang Tian's residence, he softly called out, "Sister Tang, are you awake?" Tang Tian, who was just about to step outside, paused momentarily upon seeing the approaching Yi Haoyan. "What is it, junior brother Yi?" she inquired. Yi Haoyan quickly advanced, expressing, "I suspect that Zhang Xiling and her associates may flee in fear of their crimes. Should we not follow them to investigate? Moreover, if they truly intend to assault Jiangliushan, we shall require intelligence." Tang Tian chuckled softly. "Junior brother Yi, your foresight is commendable. Master has already assigned me a task to supervise the battle. Shall we proceed together?" Yi Haoyan was overjoyed, his face alight with excitement as he followed Tang Tian into the skies. In a flash, they arrived at the valley north of Jiangliushan, discovering the encampment of Zhang Xiling and her companions. Yi Haoyan smirked. "This is hardly a strategic position. To set up camp here reveals their cowardice." Meanwhile, having toiled throughout the night, Xiao Yu stretched lazily outside the tent and, upon yawning, spotted Yi Haoyan high above. A grin spread across his face, his thoughts consumed by the image of Zhang Honglu. This woman was unlike any other. She possessed an extraordinary vigor. Now, she was already being judged in the court of justice. It wouldn't be long before Yi Haoyan gained a younger brother. Xiao Yu had previously been averse to having children, but this time he resolved to change his ways. Once Zhang Honglu's trial was concluded and she fully submitted, he would ensure she brought their child to the Yi family. Then, he would seize the opportunity to incapacitate Yi Haoyan, allowing the child of Zhang Honglu to become the head of the Yi family, launching a direct assault on the origins of their lineage, uprooting the Yi family from its very foundation. Seeing Xiao Yu smile upon encountering him, Yi Haoyan felt a surge of delight, mistakenly believing that Xiao Yu now recognized his prowess and was thus intimidated. "Xiao Yu, what brings you such joy?" he inquired. Upon noticing Yi Haoyan speaking to him with a smile, Xiao Yu reciprocated with a grin. "I am genuinely happy to see senior brother Yi." Yi Haoyan instinctively assumed that Xiao Yu was attempting to curry favor with him. After all, who in the sect didn't know that his father was the elder of law enforcement? Xiao Yu likely had not given him the due respect previously out of ignorance, perhaps not realizing the gravity of the situation. His mother, Zhang Honglu, had arrived yesterday, causing even Zhang Xiling to bow her head. It was evident that Xiao Yu had faced reprimands from his master, thus rendering him more compliant. Proudly lifting his chin at the sight of Xiao Yu's beaming countenance, Yi Haoyan declared, "We have come to supervise the battle, to prevent any cowardly acts of desertion. Should I catch anyone defying military orders, I shall not show them mercy." Xiao Yu laughed heartily, finding Yi Haoyan increasingly agreeable. Yesterday, Zhang Honglu had remarked that Xiao Yu was more of a man than Yi Haoyan's father, even addressing him as my lord. At this moment, Yi Haoyan appeared to Xiao Yu as nothing more than a child. What reason had an elder to be vexed with a child? Tang Tian glanced at Xiao Yu a couple of times, but chose silence, directly taking the token to Zhang Xiling's tent. Yi Haoyan, filled with pride, raised his head and taunted Xiao Yu once more. "Now you see how formidable I am, right? My mother is not to be trifled with. No matter how impressive your master is, can he rival my mother? This is the consequence of offending me, Yi Haoyan. From now on, you shall address me as senior brother Yi and pay your respects. Otherwise, I will make you aware of my mother's might." Xiao Yu smirked, his thumb raised in flattery. "Your mother is indeed formidable. I was blind to her greatness before." Yi Haoyan scoffed. "Humph, I will settle the score later." With that, he entered the tent. Xiao Yu, observing Zhang Honglu clad in a bodysuit within the judgment chamber, felt a surge of emotions. Truly, Yi Haoyan was a remarkable son. This morning, he had even brought Tang Tian along. Just when Xiao Yu was contemplating how to stave off boredom, he found an exciting endeavor awaiting him. After a moment's thought, he followed into the tent. Upon entering, he heard Zhang Xiling discussing, "An offensive is indeed necessary, but not at this moment. Before we launch an attack, we must certainly send scouts. I cannot simply command all disciples to charge forth to their demise. Since we are here, I must take responsibility for those beneath me." Tang Tian's expression darkened. "My master is now the head of the branch, and she issued a strict order this morning. Your assault team must launch an attack on Jiang Lushan before sunset. Otherwise, it would be a breach of the sect's command. You understand the ramifications involved." Zhang Xiling clenched her right fist on the armrest, astonished that Lu Pinger had sent someone to monitor her. Was she wishing for her demise? Zhang Xiling found herself contemplating withdrawing from the sect. Reflecting on Xiao Yu's previous words, She realized that the sect was fully aware, yet chose to turn a blind eye, allowing the strong to bully the weak. They had treated them as cannon fodder more than once. Even if opportunities arose, they were exceedingly difficult to seize. Opportunities were not all created equal. Favorable chances were never allotted to them. Only high-risk opportunities fell within their reach. Should they truly achieve merit, the accolades would belong to those above them. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly. Was there truly no salvation for the Harmony sect? Seeing the other remain silent, Tang Tian raised the token, declaring, "Today, I shall oversee the battle here. Whether you choose to send scouts or launch a surprise attack is of no concern to me. I demand to witness your full-scale assault on Jiang Lushan before sunset. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences within our sect." Chapter 75. No longer able to endure. There was no further tolerance required. Zhang Xiling exhaled slowly, gazing at the aggressive Tang Tian below. She understood the precariousness of her situation. Originally, she had planned to wait for Lin Tianhai to attack the branch in the coming days before making her move. Yet, Lu Pinger had unexpectedly dispatched someone to keep watch over her. This has become troublesome. Just then, Zhang Xiling suddenly noticed Xiao Yu entering from behind. Upon seeing the sinister smile on Xiao Yu's face, Zhang Xiling immediately sensed that something was amiss. She hurriedly transmitted her thoughts to Xiao Yu, saying, "What are you doing? Do not act rashly. She possesses a token." Wang Mei behind them had already closed the tent flap, standing at the entrance with a serious expression, guarding it diligently. At that moment, Tang Tian in the main tent also realized something was wrong. Why was Zhang Xiling constantly looking back? Could there be an issue behind her? Just as she turned around, she saw Yi Haoyan fainting, seemingly struck down by some sort of spell. Tang Tian instinctively widened her eyes, holding the token and shouting in furious indignation, "How dare you!" The next moment, she felt Xiao Yu's formidable magical power. 6th layer of foundation establishment. How could it be? Wait, there was also someone at the 4th layer of foundation establishment? Looking at Wang Mei guarding the entrance, Tang Tian's expression trembled. How could it be that this woman was previously at the qi refining stage, and now she was at the 4th layer of foundation establishment? Among these people, 3 were in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. They had been concealing their cultivation levels all along. What do you intend to do? Do not think that by killing me you will be free from worry. My master will not let you go. Xiao Yu pressed down on Tang Tian's hand and said, "Why would I kill you? I certainly will not. Master, this woman has bullied us multiple times. Let me interrogate her thoroughly." Zhang Xiling's face darkened as she watched Xiao Yu take action. This brat never considers the consequences of his actions. Xiao Yu, well prepared, replied, "It's fine, master. I have refined forgetting worry pills. We can simply feed them to her later, or even throw her into the territory of Xianling's sect. She won't know a thing, ha ha ha. Feed her the forgetting worry pills, and then toss her outside." Tang Tian's expression quivered. This fellow was utterly shameless, daring to plot against her. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Zhang Xiling instinctively frowned. Perhaps it would be better not to throw her outside. "I remember you can change into someone else's appearance, right? With the concealment pearl I gave you, others should not discover you. Xiao Yu, just knock them both out and administer some sleeping medicine, allowing them to sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Do not forget the forgetting worry pills. It is likely that Lin Tianhai will mobilize his troops to our branch tomorrow, so we should hide today." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian's expression trembled. Zhang Xiling, "Do you know what you are doing?" Slap. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Yu slapped her. Tang Tian was instantly dazed, stars appearing before her eyes. She never dreamed that even with the token in her possession, these people would dare to scheme against her. The token is akin to the sect leader's presence. This was no different from betraying the sect. "I will make you all regret this. I will make you all regret this. Zhang Xiling, you treacherous ingrate. How could the sect produce such a wretched creature as you? Do you honor the sect's nurturing of you?" As Tang Tian continued to shout, Zhang Xiling grew increasingly infuriated. A traitor? If everyone in the sect were as devoted as she was, how could they have fallen to such a state? A traitor indeed? Observing the nonsensical ramblings of Tang Tian, Zhang Xiling approached with an expression of exasperation. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. Surely, his master wouldn't. In the next moment, Zhang Xiling unleashed a flurry of slaps, one to the left, one to the right. It was her first time striking someone, especially someone she detested. Yet a strange thrill coursed through her veins. "How dare you accuse me of treachery?" A swift kick followed, landing squarely on Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian, unprepared for such a blow from a foundation establishment cultivator, was instantly rendered incapacitated. Seeing this, Xiao Yu hurriedly offered her 2 recuperation pills, exclaiming, "Master, this is not how you should handle things. You cannot leave marks or traces on them. You must exercise caution, or we risk exposure." Zhang Xiling, upon hearing his words, recognized the wisdom in his counsel and promptly withdrew a 10-centimeter silver needle. Xiao Yu immediately thought of the infamous Rome Mama. Was her master truly so ruthless? Why hadn't he considered using a needle earlier? Such an instrument would hardly leave a noticeable wound. A mere dose of medicine would suffice for recovery. Clearly incensed by the accusations of betrayal and disloyalty to the sect, Zhang Xiling had never felt such fury before. She even felt tears welling in her eyes. After dedicating years of hard work for the sect, she was now reduced to a mere pawn. A junior in the chi refining stage wielding a token dared to flaunt authority before her. Gripping Tang Tian's arm, she thrust the needle forcefully into her side. Tang Tian cried out in agony, the pain overwhelming her to the point of immobility. Zhang Xiling, her expression fierce, withdrew the needle and brandished it threateningly at Tang Tian's other side. The latter, now in a state of panic, pleaded, "Elder, I was wrong. Please, don't stab me. I truly understand my mistakes." Behind them, Xiao Yu and Wang Mei fell silent, witnessing the formidable side of Zhang Xiling. Xiao Yu realized he had underestimated her. This woman was unparalleled in her ferocity. In the next instant, Zhang Xiling pointed the needle at the delicate flesh beneath Tang Tian's fingernail. "Goodness, master, must you be so merciless? You risk driving her to madness, in which case the forgetting worry pill will be of no use." Zhang Xiling remained undeterred, recalling the oppression she had endured during this period. With the needle poised at Tang Tian's fingertip, she shouted, "You accuse me of betrayal? You claim I have wronged the sect? If it weren't for me, the branch would have perished long ago. I risked my life to save so many disciples. And if Elder Meng and his accomplice had not conspired against me, they would not have met their demise. I have devoted myself to the sect, and this is how you repay me? You wish for my downfall, don't you?" Tang Tian, her face awash with terror, screamed, "Ah, Elder, I truly erred. Please, don't stab me. My master will kill you." At this, Zhang Xiling trembled, the murderous intent palpable upon her visage. "I do not care whether I live or die. Today, you shall not have it easy. I have endured your antics for far too long. My patience has reached its limit, and there is no need for further forbearance." With that, another needle was thrust forward. Xiao Yu grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "Quickly, put on the soundproof cover. We must not be overheard." In Chapter 76, the disciples were embroiled in chaos. Wang Mei and Xiao Yu hurriedly arranged the soundproof barrier, shielding the scene from prying ears. Meanwhile, Yi Haoyan remained ensconced in his dreams, seemingly hearing cries of anguish. Were those the lamentations of Xiao Yu and the wretched LV Lingu? "Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Do not stab me, elder. I truly repent." Amidst his unconsciousness, Yi Haoyan could not help but smile. Who dared to contend with him? This was their fate. Zhang Xiling, in her first fit of madness, was exhilarated. How gratifying it was to exact revenge. Had she known her disciple possessed forgetting worry pills and other despicable concoctions, she would not have allowed herself to be bullied to such an extent. As she beheld Tang Tian writhing on the ground, Zhang Xiling's expression quivered. With another stab directed at Tang Tian's vulnerable spot, Xiao Yu found himself unable to watch. Goodness, even he had never resorted to such malevolence. What injustices had his master endured to unleash such cruelty? Wang Mei, brimming with excitement, whispered, "Master, do not stab her face. Do not mar her visage with scars. If you find it insufficient, just." Zhang Xiling frowned at these words. She was, after all, a person of virtue. How could she stoop to such depravity? Just then, Yi Haoyan suddenly awoke, curious about the source of the screams. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Zhang Xiling. One foot planted on Tang Tian's back, one hand gripping her arm, and the other wielding a glowing silver needle, poised for action. Seeing Yi Haoyan awake, Xiao Yu swiftly delivered another slap, rendering him unconscious once more. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiling proclaimed with righteous fervor, "This matter must remain confidential. It would tarnish my reputation." Xiao Yu hastily clasped his hands in respect, assuring, "Rest assured, master, this will remain a secret. We are, after all, good people." Wang Mei nodded fervently. "Indeed, among the 7 beauties of harmony, our master is the most benevolent. Who does not know of her kind heart?" Zhang Xiling instinctively swallowed hard. The exhilaration of revenge was indescribable. This matter shall remain a secret. Make sure to administer more forgetting worry pills. Xiao Yu, you are steady. I entrust this task to you. We must leave no traces. Xiao Yu responded with determination. Fear not. Not even a hint shall be revealed. He then stored Tang Tian and Yi Haoyan into the jade gourd. With a swift transformation using the Yin-Yang borrowing life technique, he assumed Yi Haoyan's appearance and soared towards the branch headquarters. Along the way, he faced no obstacles. Everyone he encountered reverently addressed him as Senior Brother Yi. Thus, he returned to Yi Haoyan's abode. Upon releasing Tang Tian, he brandished a needle menacingly, warning, I will be taking you somewhere shortly. If you wish to avoid being pricked, you had better comply. Do you understand? Tang Tian trembled, genuinely frightened. Xiao Yu, observing the situation, raised his hand and summoned the other party into the maid's chamber. Glancing at Tang Tian, who appeared unusually docile, he promptly removed his shoes. Clearly, in comparison to this ordeal, being pricked by needles was akin to a hellish torment. As Tang Tian gazed at the image-keeping pearl beside her, she realized her predicament. Even if she were to regain her memories lost to the forgetting pill, the adversaries possessed leverage over her. Astonishingly, this group was composed entirely of Foundation establishment cultivators. Should they confront her master, they might even stand a chance. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Yu looked at the table, smiling at Tang Tian. In truth, your appearance is rather ordinary. In terms of looks, you pale in comparison to our Liener, and in physique, you fall short of Wang Mei. My sole intention in this matter is to place a second hat upon my good son's head. I care not for the rest. At that moment, Tang Tian found herself filled with intense resentment towards Yi Haoyan. Was it truly because of him that she was subjected to such treatment? The realization that she was ensnared in Yi Haoyan's web was utterly devastating. The thought of consuming the forgetting pill, only to awaken and find herself once again manipulated by him, left her emotionally shattered. Deep down, she understood that once she forgot this memory, her inherent nature would inevitably lead her to trouble Xiao Yu and his companions again. They would surely resort to needles once more. She felt utterly powerless. Rather than succumb to such a fate, she turned to the image-keeping pearl, kneeling on the ground with a face full of grievance. I was wrong. I will listen to you from now on. I no longer wish to be exploited by Yi Haoyan. May I join your ranks? I truly recognize my errors. Xiao Yu, witnessing her demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. He bit his finger, pressing it against Tang Tian's forehead. Instinctively, she lowered her head, aware that he intended to place a restriction upon her soul. Yet, she did not flinch. She was unwilling to face an unclear demise in the future. Nor did she wish to be used by Yi Haoyan again. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Tang Tian's apparent fear of death. Was it truly this simple to impose a restriction upon her soul? With just a thought, he could bring about her end. However, such power bore its own risks. For instance, if Tang Tian were to recklessly divulge their secrets to others, it could lead to complications, even in death, as she might drag them down with her. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yu suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and hastily produced a Foundation establishment pill, placing it before Tang Tian. Since you are willing to follow me, you shall henceforth be my woman. Unlike that scoundrel Yi Haoyan, I offer my women not just sweet words, but tangible benefits. As he spoke, he revealed a medium-grade magical artifact alongside 1,000 spirit stones. Tang Tian's gaze remained fixated upon the Foundation establishment pill. This was the elixir she had long yearned for, one she had persistently requested from her master, who had always denied her, insisting that she must earn it or else other disciples would feel discontented. She was on the verge of a breakthrough, and the Foundation establishment pill meant everything to her. Noticing her interest, Xiao Yu produced 2 more Foundation establishment pills and declared, "Call me master, and in the future, I shall provide you with pills, spirit stones, and magical artifacts. Should you fail in your Foundation establishment, you may still seek me for more pills. The specifics shall depend on your performance." Tang Tian gazed at the 2 Foundation establishment pills, her eyes ablaze with fervor. "Master, I humbly bow before you, and am willing to face any peril for your sake." That very night, within the confines of his chamber, Yi Haoyan, feeling somewhat weary, scratched his face. It seemed he had dreamt of his mother giving birth to a younger brother, one who bore a resemblance to that insufferable Xiao Yu. With a look of disgust, Yi Haoyan opened his eyes, struggling to regain his composure. How could he have such a dream? Perhaps it was due to the relentless sight of Xiao Yu's repugnant face over the past few days. Awakening once more, Yi Haoyan felt disoriented. Why was he lying here? Had he not intended to seek out his mother to confront Xiaoyu? Was he not also planning to capture El Linger to redeem his past disgrace? What had caused him to fall asleep again? Rising once more, he searched in vain for his mother. How peculiar. Then he noticed a storage pouch left on the table by his mother. He exclaimed, "Has mother left yet another storage pouch for me? What could this possibly mean?" Chapter 77. What? Yi Haoyan has a grandmother? With a proud demeanor, Yi Haoyan picked up the storage pouch from the table. As he gazed upon the 666 spirit stones within, a smile threatened to break across his face. Huh. Did anyone dare to compete with him, Yi Haoyan, for women? They were truly unaware of their impending doom. Surely, once his mother completed her tasks, she would return to him. At that moment, he would settle the score with Xiaoyu. He intended to make Xiaoyu's existence a living hell. Even the sect leader would be of no consequence. He had declared it. And as for El Linger, he would ensure that she faced the consequences in front of Xiaoyu. How dare that wretched woman treat him so? She clearly wished to leave the Harmony sect. Meanwhile, back at the front lines, Xiaoyu was interrogating Zhang Honglu in the judgment chamber. She was heading straight for Yi Haoyan's birthplace. Speak. Does Yi Haoyan have a sister? Are there any women he fancies? Who in the Yi family shares a close bond with him? Speak up. After delivering a resounding slap, Zhang Honglu's face swelled as she cried out in despair. Make Wang Mei stop. I'll tell you everything. Wang Mei, with a sinister smile, threatened, do you dare to retort? At that moment, Xiaoyu raised his hand, calling out, wait a moment. Wang Mei snorted disdainfully, slowly placing her weapon aside. Zhang Honglu trembled, realizing these individuals were far from normal. She contemplated that perhaps death would be a preferable option. When would this nightmare end? How was she to escape this place? What fate awaited her? Xiaoyu, with a bemused expression, approached Zhang Honglu and seized her by the hair. Zhang Honglu dared not utter a word of defiance. She had lost the will to imagine what she might become. Had she known, she would never have crossed paths with Xiaoyu. Had she known, she would have kept a low profile. Reflecting on her previously arrogant demeanor within the sect and the misdeeds she had committed for her son's sake, Zhang Honglu's face fell into despair. This was her retribution. In her quest to secure resources and opportunities for her son, she had caused the deaths of no fewer than 20 disciples of the Harmony sect. Many of them are genuinely kind-hearted and promising individuals. Yet, due to the detrimental impact on her son's future, she has brought about their demise. Is this retribution? She is acutely aware that if Yi Haoyan's father were to see Xiaoyu's recording pearl, her life would come to an end. Her relationship with her husband's mother has always been fraught with tension, and they have often quarreled. She has long been disdained by her. If this were to reach the Yi family, her fate would be even more tragic. As she gazed at Xiaoyu across the room, tears streamed down Zhang Honglu's face. I beg you, I implore you, please do not let this matter be divulged. If I am cast aside, my son will be rendered powerless. His father has several wives, and there are other sons. Xiaoyu responded with a cold laugh. Do not speak to me of men. I ask you, which woman has ever treated Yi Haoyan well? Does he have a sister? A brother? Or perhaps any betrothed? Zhang Honglu instinctively swallowed, her throat tightening with pain. There is Haoyan's grandmother. Upon hearing the mention of Yi Haoyan's grandmother, Xiaoyu instinctively recoiled. Wang Mei, furious, stamped her foot on Zhang Honglu's abdomen. You shameless wretch. Are you truly sincere? Zhang Honglu, racked with pain, cried out in indignation. I am not speaking falsely. The one who cares most for my son is indeed his grandmother. I swear I am not lying. Wang Mei, ready to strike her with a stick, was halted when Xiaoyu, trembling, raised a hand. Wait. The four nuns beside them, Huayan and Lingxin, were momentarily stunned, their expressions a mixture of confusion as they turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, with a pensive expression, softly inquired of Zhang Honglu. Tell me about his grandmother. What does she look like? How old is she this year? Zhang Honglu's lips quivered. The old lady is 120 years old, but she began her cultivation quite early. She commenced at the age of 7 or 8. Her appearance, however, seems to be that of someone in their 40s. She is at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Xiaoyu chuckled softly at this revelation. He had heard that certain families of cultivators possessed profound legacies, with some children beginning their physical refinement at a tender age. By their teenage years, they were already in the qi refinement stage. If one cultivates early, their appearance may remain youthful for centuries. Being 120 years old is not impossible. She is decades younger than Baiyu. Zhang Honglu continued. His grandmother, Yin Xiao, has always cherished Haoyan, granting him whatever he desired. If I were to mention my son in her presence, she would be displeased, even admonishing me as a mother. She is currently residing in the Yi family. If you wish to deceive her, I can find a way. Xiao Yu's expression brightened with excitement. This was no longer merely an assault on their birthplace. It was a direct strike at their very foundation. Since that vile wretch seeks his demise, he shall not hold back. Perhaps it would be best for Yi Haoyan to call him grandfather? Hualien, having suddenly realized something, rushed forward to inquire. Does Yi Haoyan have a great-grandmother? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning back. Zhang Honglu shook her head. His great-grandmother passed away last year. She could not break through to the nascent soul stage and exhausted her lifespan. Xiao Yu sighed with regret. What a pity. Very well. Write a letter home and summon his grandmother. Do it now. I shall watch you write. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu produced paper and pen, prompting Zhang Honglu to quietly plead, Master, could you refrain from divulging my matters? Honglu, I shall devote myself to following you wholeheartedly, she continued. Wang Mei raised her hand after hearing this, causing Zhang Honglu to instinctively close her eyes in fright. Xiao Yu, well aware of the devious nature of such women, understood that if they began to yield, it was time to entice them with promises. Noticing that the judgment progress of the other party had reached 68, Xiao Yu maintained a gentle demeanor. You will likely struggle to make progress in the Yi family. However, if you follow me, I shall ensure you break through to the golden core stage within a year. Initially, Zhang Honglu thought Xiao Yu was jesting, yet within merely half an hour, her cultivation broke through its bottleneck. Xiao Yu softly reassured her, I appreciate intelligent women. I have already bestowed benefits upon you. You know what to do. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Zhang Honglu knelt down. This individual possessed such remarkable abilities. Henceforth, these women would all transform into formidable experts. This was an opportunity, a monumental opportunity. Zhang Honglu's judgment progress reached 100. Honglu pays homage to her master. I shall brave any danger for you. Chapter 78. Celestial Herb. Upon witnessing that Zhang Honglu's judgment value had reached its maximum, Xiao Yu grinned widely. Yi Haoyan not only harmed me multiple times, but also sought to seize my linger and conspired against my master. I must eliminate him. Yet, not at this moment. I have yet to fully enjoy myself. I must allow him to truly experience life. Hearing that Xiao Yu intended to kill her son, Zhang Honglu felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears streaming down her face. She harbored no other desires in her life, save for her son's well-being. Yet, she understood that Xiao Yu would likely not spare him. At that moment, Xiao Yu slowly lifted his hand to caress her hair, saying, Why do you weep? If he dies, we can simply have another, cannot we? Zhang Honglu continued to sob, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing her head. Master, I am willing to do anything. Please, do not kill Haoyan. This is my only plea. I am willing to divulge all the secrets of the Yi family. I will lure those women out for you. Hualien attempted to scold her, but Xiao Yu interrupted. Secrets? What secrets does the Yi family possess? With a panicked expression, Zhang Honglu wiped her tears and replied, In the upcoming 10,000 Demons secret realm, there exists an extraordinary treasure, the 9 turns life and death herb. I know that his father possesses a magical artifact that can locate this treasure. Upon hearing the mention of the 9 turns life and death herb, both Hualien and Wang Mei's expressions froze instantly. Xiao Yu also noted the change in their countenances, instinctively furrowing his brow. Hualien spoke with a trembling voice. As if in disbelief, the 9 turns life and death herb, the celestial herb that can turn flesh into bones. It is said that one who has just died can be revived by this herb. Moreover, it can summon the souls of the deceased. How could the 10,000 Demons secret realm possibly exist? The Tsangyue continent has not seen a celestial herb in 1,000 years. Upon hearing that it could summon the souls of the dead, Xiao Yu immediately thought of a Xiang. Are you certain it can summon the souls of the deceased? Are you sure? Hualien nodded earnestly, recalling her master's words. Herbs aged a century are merely classified as mundane grass, while those surpassing a century are deemed spiritual herbs for our practitioners. Beyond that lies the 1,000-year spiritual herb, whose potency multiplies with each passing millennium. Should a spiritual herb reach 10,000 years and thrive in a land of feng shui, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it may even transcend into an immortal herb. Moreover, each type of immortal herb appears but once every 10,000 years. A millennium ago, someone ascended from the foundation establishment stage to the nascent soul stage by consuming the heavenly herb and awakened an extraordinarily rare heavenly body. If the nine-turn life and death grass truly exists, there is a genuine possibility for the master to resurrect Miss A. Xiang. With her remains in his possession, he could summon her soul back and later seek treasures capable of reviving her bones, ultimately bringing her back to life. Wang Mei chimed in from the side, indeed. And certain immortal herbs can grant spiritual roots to ordinary mortals, transforming them into divine beings. It is said that such wonders have descended from the immortal realm. Just how formidable they are, I cannot say. If such treasures exist, the upcoming 10,000 demons' secret realm will surely be a bloodbath. Countless sects will vie for them, and descendants of fallen ancestors will undoubtedly seek ways to resurrect their forebears. Xiao Yu's expression turned grave as he clenched his right fist tightly. The nine-turn life and death grass. If it truly exists, he must take the risk. In this life, the only regret he harbored was towards a Xiang, who had once regarded him as a dear brother and had confided her feelings to him. The memories of the days when a Xiang cared for him during his injuries flooded his mind, and his emotions remained tumultuous. Just then, he recalled Zhang Xiling mentioning that the 10,000 demons' secret realm held something she desired. Could it be the nine-turn life and death grass? Gazing at Wang Mei, Xiao Yu asked somberly, Wang Mei, does Master also seek this item? Wang Mei shook her head uncertainly. I don't believe so. Master seems unaware of the existence of immortal herbs. I overheard her mentioning that she was searching for a fox demon as a spirit pet, likely related to her heavenly fragrance body. It doesn't seem to pertain to the immortal herbs. Xiao Yu nodded, and, noticing Zhang Honglu had already pinned a letter home, raised his hand and took her out. Zhang Honglu's judgment value had reached its limit. Betrayal was no longer an option for her. Return to the sub-branch and have a disciple deliver the letter. Then keep an eye on Lu Ping. Once you're done, clean up and change into something presentable before seeking me. Zhang Honglu, filled with excitement, stood up and, glancing at Xiao Yu, hurriedly lowered her head and asked, Master, may I see my son? Xiao Yu chuckled coldly. Do as you wish, but let me make this clear. If he dares to confront me again, I will not grant you a second chance. Zhang Honglu rejoiced and promptly departed with the letter. Xiao Yu exhaled slowly, turning back to the main tent, contemplating whether to consult Zhang Xiling. As soon as he entered, he noticed Zhang Xiling clad in defensive armor. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze. Xiao Yu observed the change in Zhang Xiling's demeanor and, taking 2 steps forward, embraced her. Zhang Xiling stood still, gazing blankly at the man before her, her cheeks faintly flushed as she bowed her head in bashfulness. Her delicate fingers brushed against her flowing skirt, trembling slightly, as if her heart were stirred by gentle ripples. Upon a closer glance, her face resembled a peach blossom, with her cheeks adorned in a soft rosy hue, akin to petals caressed by a spring breeze. With her eyes cast down, she dared not meet Xiao Yu's gaze, occasionally lifting her head only to quickly avert her eyes. Much like a startled fawn, she was unaware of the turmoil within her. Perhaps this feeling had taken root long ago. Xiao Yu, somewhat surprised, looked at Zhang Xiling and inquired, Master, what troubles you? At the sound of his voice, Zhang Xiling hastily withdrew, her expression flustered as she retreated to the side. The blush on her cheeks became increasingly evident, until her entire face glowed like an apple. The previous day, when Xiao Yu returned to the branch, her thoughts during her cultivation had been consumed by him, fearing for his safety on the road, fearing he might not return, fearing he might act impulsively as he had before. It seemed she had developed a heart's demon, without his presence by her side. She found it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation. I am fine. I've already received news. Lin Tianhai has mobilized his forces. They will attack the branch tomorrow morning. I need to prepare, Zhang Xiling stammered, attempting to leave. Xiao Yu swiftly grasped her arm, asking, Master, does this mean there is nothing of great importance tonight? Zhang Xiling's heart raced, and she quickly whispered, Who said their ISNT? As Xiao Yu chuckled while closing the door, he remarked, If I say their ISNT, then their ISNT. Chapter 79. Entirely voluntary. Zhang Xiling's heart raced as her gaze involuntarily drifted elsewhere. Moonlight poured through the fabric of the tent, illuminating her face with a porcelain-like glow. Since she resolved to no longer endure the oppression of others, her pent-up anger had begun to find its release, seemingly breaking the shackles within her heart. When she had pricked Tang Tian with a needle, an exhilarating thrill surged through her. She had never acted thus towards someone she despised. The fervor and madness of that emotion were beyond description. Simultaneously, something deep within her began to awaken. For a long time, she had been unable to advance her cultivation, regardless of how she absorbed the essence of heaven and earth or the potency of medicinal pills. She found herself unable to break through. Her heart's path had become clouded, obscured by Xiao Yu's presence. How could a woman like her be indifferent to her own essence? How could she not care? Ever since that incident, self-control had become increasingly elusive. As she beheld Xiao Yu approaching, her anxiety intensified. The moment he embraced her, she fled in a panic, thoughts of the other women around him flooding her mind. In that instant, a trace of melancholy appeared on her already flushed face. "Do not touch me. You have other women. Why seek me?" Xiao Yu, unfazed by her thoughts, stepped closer, grasping her hand firmly and whispering in her ear, "I seek you because you are the most important." Zhang Xiling cast a sidelong glance at him, her heart torn between amusement and indignation upon hearing such audacious words. What did he mean by saying she was the most important? Did that imply the other women held significance as well? Xiao Yu whispered intimately in her ear, "Master." Zhang Xiling arched her brows. "How can you still call me master?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "How about we each have our own titles? I call you master, and you call me husband?" Zhang Xiling rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You wish. Stop trying to enchant me. Do you take me for a naive girl?" Xiao Yu, undeterred, took her hand, intertwining their fingers and drawing her close. "In my heart, you will always be my little girl. If it pleases you, I shall call you master by day and wife by night." Zhang Xiling tightened her grip, causing Xiao Yu's fingers to ache. "Very well then, master, you can call me disciple by day and husband by night. How does that sound?" Zhang Xiling huffed in annoyance. "You certainly seem to benefit from this arrangement. Don't try to fool me. If you wish to be my partner, it must be with unwavering devotion, not half-heartedness. You must drive away all those unrelated women, or I shall never be with you." As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her head away. What on earth was she saying? Was she, as the master, losing her mind? Xiao Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the flustered Zhang Xiling, leaning closer to her ear once more. "Master, I am entirely devoted to you. My heart harbors no other women. I love only you. The others are of no consequence to me. My heart belongs solely to you." Zhang Xiling looked at him dismissively, wanting to slap him for his nonsense. Yet, every woman secretly relishes sweet nothings, especially when whispered so intimately. If Xiao Yu merely stood across from her professing his affection, it would hardly have the same impact. He had become adept at understanding what women wished to hear. The same proclamation of love, when expressed tenderly in her ear, bore a different weight altogether. If you claim not to love those women, then why pursue them? Don't think you can deceive me. You know perfectly well what you've done with them. Don't underestimate my discernment. I will not agree to this. Dream on if you think you can reverse our roles." Zhang Xiling continued her protests, but before she could finish, Xiao Yu leaned in and kissed her. In that instant, she panicked, reaching out to strike his shoulder. Yet, as her hand made contact, she was astounded to discover that Xiao Yu's cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, surpassing even her own strength. The 9-yang divine body, Xiao Yu's prowess had become nearly equal to hers. How much time had passed? Just as Zhang Xiling was reeling from this revelation, she found herself caught in the kiss for what felt like an eternity. Finally coming to her senses, fury ignited within her, and she bit down fiercely. Xiao Yu's eyes trembled, exuding an unyielding spirit. His mouth was stained with blood, yet he paid it no mind. Zhang Xiling was left speechless, exclaiming in disbelief. This rascal must be mad. Indeed, he was. Despite her thoughts, moments later, Zhang Xiling's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the golden core realm. In stark contrast, Xiao Yu's cultivation regressed to the mid-foundation establishment stage, the 5th layer. With an air of pride, Xiao Yu proclaimed with righteous fervor, "My cultivation is intrinsically tied to that of my beloved, once a disciple, forever a spouse. For no other reason than your initial willingness to protect me, to offer me a place in the alchemy chamber for my training, and to accept me as your pupil. I have wholeheartedly fallen for you. Those other women cannot possibly compare to my master. They are mere handmaidens. Once my master chooses to accompany her disciple, she undoubtedly becomes the esteemed matron." Zhang Xiling's lips curled in irritation as she tied her apron, asking with a frown, "Then who would the second wife be?" Without hesitation, Xiao Yu responded, "Whomever you wish to designate as the second wife shall hold that title." Zhang Xiling was left utterly flabbergasted. This man was clearly being mischievous. intentionally bestowing his cultivation upon her. He must have realized that his own heart had been tainted, that he could no longer advance in his cultivation. Thus, it was deliberate on his part. Master, should you speak, I shall take it as your consent. From now on, you shall be my beloved. Rest assured, during the day I shall call you master, and at night I shall address you as my beloved. Zhang Xiling instinctively shook her head, asserting, I do not consent. Xiao Yu retorted, my mother always told me that when a woman says she does not agree, it actually means she consents. Zhang Xiling replied, then I agree. Xiao Yu laughed heartily, since you have agreed, shall we proceed with the wedding ceremony? Zhang Xiling was momentarily taken aback. A wedding ceremony? Now. Chapter 80. All I need is half a stick of incense. Zhang Xiling was evidently flustered by Xiao Yu's series of antics. Was he jesting? A wedding ceremony? Here? As she watched him produce 2 wedding garments, she was so startled that she stood up abruptly. Xiao Yu held a fire starter in his left hand and a red candle in his right, casting a suggestive glance toward Zhang Xiling. Having never encountered such a grand spectacle, her expression could only be described as dumbfounded. A wedding ceremony? To marry in such haste? Even if he wished to wed her, he would require her master as consent. Did he think it was as simple as a farmer leading a pig to a wedding? Xiao Yu's brows lifted, sensing that with his master's intellect, it was futile to play such games. Oh, so you mean to say that your master consents to marrying me, but desires a grand wedding ceremony, requiring your master and family's approval, correct? Zhang Xiling straightened her neck defiantly. When did I ever agree? Do not weave these nonsensical tales. With that, she turned to leave, feeling that if she spoke any further, she would surely end up as a fool. What was happening? What was this sensation? If anyone had spoken such words to her in the past, she would have been furious. Yet now, how did she feel? As her heart raced uncontrollably, Zhang Xiling began to panic. Was this what it meant to be in love? When one harbors affection for another, the heart may indeed race. Yet, he is already bound to another. If she were merely a maidservant, would that not suffice? Mortals can take multiple wives, so it seems reasonable that a cultivator from the Harmony sect could have several attendants. Moreover, he possesses the 9-yang divine body, promising an illustrious future. Even if he does not end up with her, women will undoubtedly flock to him. It is imperative to ascertain whether his feelings are genuine or merely a desire for her ethereal fragrance. I must determine his true intentions. Glancing at the time, she noted that dawn had yet to break, affording her some moments of contemplation. Zhang Xiling turned to him, declaring, you profess to like me. Yet you are surrounded by so many women. I cannot trust your words unless you affirm your resolve with your life. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Yu brandished a knife, striking his left wrist. Zhang Xiling was momentarily taken aback, bewildered, as he continued to slash at his flesh. When she regained her composure, tears streamed down her face in terror. What are you doing? Stop this at once. As she approached, she realized the blade was not real, but rather a soft beast bone resembling a knife. Xiao Yu had not broken the skin at all. Realizing he was merely toying with her, Zhang Xiling felt a surge of frustration and declared, I shall ignore you from now on. She then made her way to the door. However, just as she reached the entrance, Xiao Yu pressed her against the door, insisting, this time it is genuine. You wished to see my true heart, did you not? Here it is. As he spoke, he pushed her right hand behind her back. Zhang Xiling was left speechless, exasperated by his antics. Before he could conclude his performance, a female disciple rushed in, exclaiming, this is terrible. Elder Zhang, Lin Tianhai and his forces have already attacked our branch. They have arrived 2 hours earlier than anticipated. Elder? Zhang Elder. Zhang Xiling's face paled with urgency as she hastily pushed Xiao Yu aside, exclaiming, this is infuriating. The disciple outside wore a puzzled expression. Elder Zhang? After a moment, Zhang Xiling's voice resonated from within the tent. Cough, cough. I have been informed. Tell all disciples to assemble and launch an assault after 1 incense stick's duration. The female disciple responded with a salute. I accept the command. Zhang Xiling prepared to depart, but Xiao Yu called out behind her. Did you not say we should gather after 1 incense stick? I only require half that time. Zhang Xiling's brows twitched in annoyance, thinking, this man is insufferable. Half an incense later, Xiao Yu, brimming with pride, followed Zhang Xiling to the front of the assembled troops. She instinctively cleared her throat, feeling a slight discomfort. Esteemed colleagues of the Harmony sect, the Xianling sect has oppressed us for far too long, inflicting countless atrocities upon our disciples. Today, we shall rectify this grievance. They have established a stronghold atop Jiangli Mountain. Their defenses lax, while their main forces advance towards our branch. This is a fortuitous opportunity. I implore you all to join me in seizing the enemy's stronghold. Let us move swiftly. With that, she raised her sword, gazing resolutely ahead. Speed is of the essence. Victory in this battle is assured. Upon her declaration, the crowd surged forth, ascending into the air. Xiao Yu trailed closely beside Zhang Ziling. While Wang Mei had also been released, Zhang Ziling cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mei and then at Xiao Yu, her right fist clenched tightly. How could this scoundrel have brought all three of them into this predicament? If word got out, they would be thoroughly condemned, regardless of the circumstances. She could not allow anyone to discover the nature of her relationship with Xiao Yu. At that moment, Zhang Ziling's team soared above the clouds, plummeting towards the flowing Jianglu mountain below. Each member brandished explosives they had prepared in advance, fireball talismans, thunder talismans, and more. As they beheld the Xianling sect's stronghold beneath the clouds, Zhang Ziling took the lead. Attack. As dawn approached, dozens of Hehuan Sect cultivators unfurled their wings and soared into the sky, swords pointed at the enemy camp. Multicolored talismans streaked across the firmament, with hundreds, even thousands of talismans raining down like meteors, crashing against the defensive formations below. The thunderous sound was deafening, and flames erupted heavenward. Oh no, an enemy attack. Quickly, defend against them. The southern formation is about to collapse. Hurry, send someone for reinforcements. Chaos ensued in the stronghold below. Zhang Ziling's disciples unleashed their divine powers, weaving a resplendent tapestry of flying swords, magical artifacts, and spiritual talismans. In the next moment, several cultivators followed Zhang Ziling, soaring on swords at the southern flank of the stronghold. With a flick of her hand, a brilliant radiance filled the sky, a dazzling array of colors. Some disciples summoned purple lightning, others conjured fireballs, while some wielded water and wind as blades, unleashing a torrential assault. The southern formation shattered instantly. Zhang Ziling's eyes sparkled. The formation is breached. Follow me into the fray. Xiao Yu observed the formation being so effortlessly dismantled, his expression darkening. Were their foes so incompetent? Why had they only dispatched such a small contingent for defense? The formation had collapsed far too quickly, and he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Watching Zhang Ziling already slaying several enemy soldiers within the stronghold, he chose not to follow her down. Below, Zhang Ziling sensed something was amiss as well. How could there still be body refinement stage cultivators among the defenders? They were nothing but cannon fodder. Just then, the once breached formation suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, and a colossal golden array adorned with sacred beasts rose majestically. Zhang Ziling's expression quaked. Retreat. Before Zhang Ziling could ascend, the surroundings were sealed by the new formation. Her countenance grew grave as she regarded the four sacred beasts depicted on the array. An unmistakable trepidation in her heart. What a grand design for the Tiangang Four Symbols formation. At that moment, a multitude of figures appeared above the clouds, numbering over 100. Leading them was Lin Tianhai, Lin Su's father. Observing Zhang Ziling ensnared within the formation, Lin Tianhai's face twisted with fury, his brows furrowing ominously. Zhang Ziling, today, you shall pay for your sins with your life. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Ziling turned to see a female disciple, the very one who had delivered the warning, standing beside Lin Tianhai. Had she infiltrated her ranks? Damn Wuku, I have treated you well. How dare you betray me? The woman above, upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, wore an expression of seething resentment. As she gently peeled away the human skin mask from her face, she murmured, "Evil must be vanquished. I am not Wuku. Your disciple has long since perished." Upon witnessing the woman's true visage, Zhang Ziling's brows quivered. Lu Ruyan? When did you? At the mention of Lu Ruyan, Xiao Yu's brow shot up in surprise. What the hell? He gazed upon her with a fervent expression, realizing that such a name belonged to no ordinary individual. As he looked up, he was struck with disbelief. Her beauty resembled the dew on blossoming peach and plum flowers, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. Her eyes sparkled like stars, clear and profound, as if they held countless meteors within their depths. She was stunning. Clad in a flowing white gown, she danced with the breeze, untainted by a speck of dust. Particularly, the charm radiating from her face embodied the essence of a mature and alluring woman. Among all of Xiao Yu's acquaintances, only Bai Yu could be deemed an alluring figure. Han Xiaoshui was a domineering, wealthy lady, while Zhang Honglu was akin to an ant. The rest bore an air of youthful innocence. Lu Ruyan, the Empress of Smoke, left Xiao Yu in awe as he stroked his chin in admiration. Though there were many cultivators in the heavens, only two were in the foundation establishment stage, Lin Tianhai and Lu Ruyan. Observing Lu Ruyan's commanding presence and elegance, Xiao Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. In the servants' pavilion, Hualien cast a dark look at the woman outside, Lu Ruyan, the law elder of the Xianling sect. It is said that she is exceptionally skilled in cunning and treachery. She has likely infiltrated the Hehuan Sect as a spy. They must know our every move. The stronghold at Zhangliashan is but a trap. Lin Tianhai's initial intent was to target Zhang Xiling. He never intended to go after the branch. Nearby, Yijiro, who was eating on the ground like a dog, whispered, "Why does the master call her the Empress of Smoke?" Xiao Yu chuckled with amusement. It is rumored that she is the pinnacle of the Heartbreaker realm. Her romantic entanglements number at least over 1,000, with over 700 as her white moons, and 300 or 400 childhood sweethearts. She has experienced poverty, wealth, materialism, cunning, and even played the role of a green tea princess. But she has never been deemed unattractive. Is it not fitting to refer to such an extraordinary woman as an empress? Xiao Yu observed the woman with intrigue, pondering why the system had not classified her as a villain. Could it be that Lu Ruyan was indeed a good woman? Perhaps she had not taken many lives? If she were merely a heartbreaker, the system might not deem her as a threat. She had been quite audacious, lurking beneath Zhang Xiling for so long without fear of exposure. Surely, she possessed some treasure to conceal her presence. In the heavens, Lin Tianhai seethed with fury, watching Zhang Xiling brandish her sword and shout, "Zhang Xiling, you killed my son when he ascended the mountain. The vengeance for my son's death shall be repaid today. Everyone attack. Whoever slays Zhang Xiling shall be rewarded with a superior magical artifact." With that declaration, those in the heavens descended like a storm. Lu Ruyan too, wielding her magical sword, joined the fray. All attention was diverted from the alluring figure of Xiao Yu outside the formation. The women of the servants' pavilion, Hualien, Zhao Hongye, Yi Zimei, and Yijiro, began changing their attire, each concealing their faces. Zhao Hongye gazed anxiously at the disciples of the Xianling sect outside, her expression fraught with unease. She truly wished to avoid conflict with her fellow sect members. Upon noticing her reluctance to engage, Xiao Yu permitted her to withdraw. He then summoned Zhang Lan and Huang Xiang to his side. All of them were at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Observing the fierce battle outside, Xiao Yu softly instructed, "Huang Xiang, Zhang Lan, it is your first time in combat together. Simply stand behind me and protect the law." He commanded the rest. "Capture Lu Ruoyan alive. Whoever succeeds shall be handsomely rewarded." Upon hearing of the generous reward, Yijiro excitedly touched the dog bell around her neck, her expression radiating enthusiasm. Just as Lin Tianhai led an assault against Zhang Xiling, Xiao Yu charged forth with a group of massed foundation establishment cultivators. In a single encounter, they dispatched over 10 adversaries. Lin Tianhai was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Lu Ruoyan was equally stunned, her face paling as she beheld the massed foundation establishment cultivators approaching, panic setting in. This is bad. Reinforcements. Lin Tianhai quickly raised his sword, shouting, "Everyone, shift from offense to defense. Quickly form a formation." Within the formation, Zhang Xiling, upon seeing Xiao Yu raise his hand to release a throng of women, darkened her expression. The murderous intent became palpable on her face. To her dismay, all those women were at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As a figure charged toward her, Zhang Xiling swiftly launched a lethal strike. With a single move, Ghost Wolf Chain, she instantly eliminated 7 or 8 foes. Lin Tianhai, having just entered the formation, was struck with terror. Foundation establishment perfection. How is this possible? Lu Ruoyan, why didn't you tell me she had reached perfection? Lu Ruoyan, surrounded by Yijiro and others, was equally bewildered. What is happening? She was clearly at the 8th level of foundation establishment before. How did she suddenly attain perfection? Before she could regain her composure, a frenzied Yijiro unleashed her sword. "Wretched creature, take this." Celestial Maiden's exorcism sword. Lu Ruoyan was genuinely frightened. She hastily summoned a thunderbolt to counter Yijiro's attack. As the thunderbolt exploded before her, smoke and dust billowed. Yijiro's arm was severely injured in the blast. Yet she seemed unfazed by the pain, howling as she charged at Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan turned pale. "Madwoman, You are insane. Yijiro's sole desire was for Xiao Yu's reward. Nothing else mattered to her. Is it merely an arm? It pales in comparison to the pain my master inflicts when he bends my fingers. A trivial injury. Nothing to fret about. As long as I help my master capture this vixen, he will surely heal me. Seeing Yijiro's reckless charge, Yizime also rushed forward, driven by the prospect of reward. Unlike Yijiro, her motivation was distinct. Ever since she learned that her master Baiyu was confined in the trial chamber, she had been restless. She had yet to experience her master's prowess. She is the holy maiden of the righteous path. Today, even if it cost her half her life, she must witness her master Baiyu's abilities. In that moment, Yizime ignited her lifespan. No one dare compete with me. Chapter 82. Xiao Yu. If I hadn't sought so many women as attendants, we would have perished today. In an instant, as Yizime burned her lifespan, Yijiro also began to howl as she ignited her own lifespan. Huayan's expression trembled as she realized that Yizime must be seeking her master, Baiyu. How could this wretched pervert sink to such depths, still harboring such thoughts? No one, save for her master, shall dare to bully him. With a fierce swing of her sword, her entire essence surged forth, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing wildly in the wind. In the moment she burned her lifespan, her sword transformed into 3,000 blades. This sight terrified Lu Rian, who was ready to flee. These women had gone mad, truly mad. In all her years, she had never witnessed anyone commencing a battle by sacrificing their lifespan. The cultivation of these women was already on par with hers. Faced with 3 adversaries, Lu Rian was compelled to ignite her own lifespan. While they burned their lifespan to capture her, she did so to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhai, trapped in the formation, was cornered by the jealous Zhang Xiling. Lu Rian, hurry and save me. Why didn't you tell me she has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment? I'm doomed because of you. Come save me quickly. I command you. Zhang Xiling's mood was no better than those outside. In an instant, her brows furrowed, and she unleashed over 90 fire talismans, resembling a barrage of bullets. The disciples beside Lin Tianhai were akin to frogs in a boiling pot, frying to a crisp. Once she broke free, she would demand a reasonable explanation from Xiao Yu. Did he not profess to love only her? Did he not declare that she was the sole occupant of his heart? His sweet words spoken at night, as he extinguished the lamps and closed the doors, were all mere deception. Observing those